The main character Yi Feng is a student who gets a treasure hunting system. He discovers that he is connected to the treasure hunting system, which guides him to the hidden treasure. He discovers 92 kilograms of stolen money, about $8 million, under the floor of his rented house. He decides that this money belongs to him, since its owner has died and the money was left for no one to use. He ponders how to safely dispose of the money, and the system rewards him with a $95 million Lakeview villa. The system also gives him information about 3 stocks that will increase significantly. He and his girlfriend Zhu Man make millions from it. He uses the system to save famous singer Xia Qiyu from a truck explosion. Later, the system directs him to the next treasures and chances. He finds a rough stone with imperial green jade, which he sells for a huge sum. He makes connections with influential people like Manhwa and Tan Bohong, and continues to use the system to find new opportunities and enrich himself. But before all that, let's get to know Yi Feng and his hard fate before these events. In Zhonghai City, inside an old and shabby small rental house near Zhonghai University, Yi Feng had just signed the contract and sent the landlord away when a beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host, binding the treasure hunting system. At the same time, the navigation app icon in Yi Feng's cell phone lit up with a blinding white light and then returned to normal. What was the situation? Yi Feng was a bit confused. He was a fan, and he who often watched the internet naturally knew that a system was the standard for a protagonist. For the system he was not rejected, instead he was very much looking forward to it. It just felt a bit unreal. But unexpectedly, just when his brain was confused, the system tone appeared again. 92 kilograms of stolen money detected. Treasure hunting system is navigating for you. Walking navigation has begun. Please set off along the current position to the left front, arriving at the end point in 6 meters. 6 meters to the left front. Isn't that his own bedroom? Yi Feng's face was full of weirdness. The system wouldn't be wrong, right? That bedroom he has seen before. There is nothing inside except a bed. Where is the treasure? However, when I think of the system said 92 kilograms of stolen money. Anyway, it is in the bedroom, and there is nothing to lose by going to see it. So Yi Feng lifted his leg and walked towards the bedroom. On the way, he was also thinking about the information given by the system. Since it was stolen money and was still so heavy, it could only be cash. Generally speaking, cash that would be hidden should be red banknotes. The weight of a red banknote is grams, and with 92 kilograms, Yi Feng's brain spun rapidly and quickly calculated clearly. 92 kilograms of red banknotes, equal to 8 million cash. The whole 8 million, When he arrived at this result, Yi Feng also came to the bedroom door. He began to survey the bedroom. From this position, one could clearly see that there was only one bed in the entire bedroom, and there was nothing under the bed. Since this is the case, then the stolen money can only be hidden in the wall, or maybe under the floor. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly walked to a wall and knocked. At once, a muffled sound came from the wall. It was solid. There was no money here. Shaking his head, Yi Feng changed the place and knocked. It was still solid. It seemed that there was none in this wall. He then squatted his body and stretched out his hand to knock against a floor tile. He originally thought of knocking on the other 3 walls if the floor was also solid, but he didn't expect. Boom, 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 boom. The sound was empty. Crap. Under the floor it really is empty. Yi Feng was incomparably excited and reached out to another piece of flooring and knocked. Boom, boom, boom. Same, also empty. Then he knocked on another piece. Boom, boom, boom. Still empty. In no time, Yi Feng knocked all the floor tiles, including the ones under the bed. All of them were empty. Now, he was already convinced of the system's treasure hunting ability. The only headache was how to take out the cash inside. Smash it open directly? No, in case the soundproofing is not good. What if the neighbors complain that he is disturbing the public? And if he damaged the floor, he wouldn't be able to explain to the landlord. Is it just a matter of guarding so much wealth? Not right. Yi Feng suddenly thought that there was a floor tile under the bed that was loose. Perhaps a breakthrough could be made from there. Try it first. If it doesn't work, then it can only be smashed. If the landlord asks about it, then say it. After moving the bed away, Yi Feng squatted down and used the knife to start prying. From the edge of that floor tile a few moments later, one side of the floor tile was already significantly higher than the ground. Yi Feng put down the knife, grabbed that side and pumped it outward, and almost without much force, he pumped out the whole floor tile. Actually really can. Yi Feng was ecstatic, carefully placed the floor tile on one side, and looked towards the front. A layer of black plastic sheet was revealed under the floor tile. Without the slightest hesitation, Yifeng directly reached out to tear the plastic sheet. Soon, the things covered by the plastic sheet were revealed. It was money. And they are all red banknotes. Very neatly laid on the ground. Looking at the piles of banknotes, Yifeng was incredibly excited, but soon he came back to his senses. This was just the beginning. Forcibly suppressing the excitement in his heart, Yifeng continued to dismantle the floor tiles. These floor tiles were all stuck together with the cement. The good thing is that the cement layer is not too thick. With a little force and a tug, the floor can be extracted. One piece, two pieces. Soon, the entire bedroom floor was extracted by Yifeng and put into the living room. Afterwards, he returned to the bedroom and started dragging the black plastic sheet. The moment the black plastic cloth was all uncovered, the floor was revealed to be red. The entire floor of the bedroom was covered with red banknotes. The bedroom is not big, just more than 10 square meters, a pile of almost 2 or 3 centimeters thick red banknotes, next to each other. That scene, simply do not too spectacular. Is this 8 million? Yifeng stared blankly at the banknotes in front of him, his little heart thumping. He had never seen so much money before. Even if he had known that there was $8 million in cash hidden here, but that was only a number after all, and the sense of impact it brought was far less intense than seeing it with his own eyes. Moreover, so much money, it was all his. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind: he was rich. He was rich. A few minutes later, Yifeng calmed down a little. Looking at the red banknotes on the ground, he began to think about the origin of this money. Earlier, he heard the landlord mention that the previous tenant of this house was a fugitive. That fugitive was shot down while escaping, and it was said that there was still a sum of stolen money unaccounted for. This matter was quite a big deal over here at that time. This is also the reason why he was able to rent this house at an extremely low price. So, the money is probably the stolen money. The fugitive is dead. This money is ownerless. Then it doesn't seem to be a problem to take it yourself. Just, what to do with the money? Keep it here? No way. The landlord might come by at some point, and it would be a disaster if he found out. Put it in the bank? No way. He is a poor student, family conditions are average. Suddenly in the hands of such a large sum of money, anyone would suspect that this money is not the right way, and may even call the police. So what to do? What should we do? Yifeng nodded. This is not a problem, but the house is not his own. He always feel unsafe. Just as he was thinking, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Congratulations to the host, completing this treasure hunting navigation, rewarding the host with a Zhongshan Lakeview villa. Reward distribution is complete, please host check. At the same time, an extra craft paper bag appeared on the table in the living room. This is a room? Yifeng looked excited and hurriedly walked towards the table. Picked up the paper bag and opened it. There were just two things inside: the property rights certificate of Zhongshan Lakeview Villa, and the villa key. Zhongshan Lakeview Villa, he also heard about it. It was said to be the most upscale villa area in the entire Shanghai city. Thinking about it should not be cheap. Even so, when he saw that the price on the purchase contract was 95 million, he still couldn't help but shake his hand. This reward was too powerful. He was now also someone with assets over $100 million. LOL. Afterwards, Yifeng put the title deed and key back into the paper bag, and prepared to lay the floor first, then go out and get a car to secretly transfer the 8 million in cash to his villa. Just after doing so, a system beep sounded in his head. Discovered a new place of chance. Half an hour later, a tanker truck will explode on Zhongshan Road, and Jie Qiyu will be killed in the explosion. The system can send chance in addition to treasure hunting? Yifeng was a little surprised. However, Jie Qiyu would not be the Jie Qiyu he knew, right? Jie Qiyu, a first-tier singer in the Dragon Kingdom, with a sweet singing voice, pure looks, and cleanliness, she was one of the most popular stars in the Dragon Kingdom. Yifeng also liked her very much. Could it be that the person who was about to have an accident was her? Suddenly Yifeng thought of the report he had read before, which said that Jie Qiyu would have a concert in Shanghai City in a few days. Still really her? Then one must save the person. Even if the other party was not an actress, Yifeng could not possibly see death to save her now that he knew about this. After all, the rewards given by the system after completing the navigation were really too much. According to the system's generosity, This time's chance reward was definitely worth a lot as well. Yifeng had some expectations. Afterwards, he picked up the craft paper bag on the table and ran downstairs after locking the door. Zhongshan Road is not too far from his rental house. If he takes a taxi, he can get there in about 10 minutes. But this is a dilapidated old neighborhood, usually basically cannot hit the car. Forget it, it is better to ride a bike over. Yifeng swept a shared bicycle, and immediately afterward, a system beep came from his mind. The treasure hunting system is about to navigate for you, and has opened the route planning for you. Please start along the current road, ride 500 meters ahead, via Yongkang Road, Xinghua Highway. Full kilometers, and is expected to take 25 minutes. Cycling actually takes so long? Yifeng looked at his cell phone, and now there were only 28 minutes left from the time of the accident. Time was tight. Yifeng mounted the bicycle and pedaled his legs as fast as he could. In October in Shanghai, the temperature was still very high. Although it was only 9 o'clock in the morning, the sun was already very poisonous, and there were hardly any people on the road. Occasionally encountered one or two, but also with umbrellas. When they saw the sweaty Yifeng on the bicycle, they all looked puzzled. Yifeng didn't have time to pay attention to those people's gazes. He only wanted to hurry to Zhongshan Road to save people. Yu was very influential in the singing world, like the sky. She came to Shanghai City to hold a concert, and she got a lot of support from the Shanghai officials. Along the way, Yifeng found quite a few banners and posters promoting Xie Qiuyu's concert. On the posters, Xie Qiyu was beautiful in a long red dress with her ink hair flowing, worthy of being a national goddess. It was exciting to think that he would soon be able to see the real person. He remembers that it seems like his roommate is also a Xie Qiyu fan. Well, when the time comes to find Xie Qiyu to ask for an autograph, go back to covet that guy. While thinking wildly, he rode hard. After 24 minutes, Yifeng arrived at Zhongshan Road. Treasure hunting system is continuously navigating for you. Please go forward along the current road and arrive at the end in 100 meters. 100 meters ahead? Yifeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked up. There was a traffic light there. Underneath the traffic light, there was a tanker truck, and behind the tanker truck, there was only a Mercedes-Benz saloon car. Without thinking, Yifeng knew that the Mercedes-Benz saloon car behind was his target. Immediately he rode forward. Just as he came to the Mercedes-Benz saloon car, the green light came on. The tanker continued to move forward. The driver of the Mercedes-Benz saloon car was also ready to start the car, when suddenly he saw a blue bicycle rushing over in a crooked manner. What's the situation? Bumper cars. The driver was confused when the bicycle suddenly fell towards the car. Immediately after, Yifeng hit the bumper. Did he really meet a bumper car? The driver couldn't help but jump out of the corner of his eye. He wanted to call the police, but thinking about the identity of the person in the car, he decided to get out of the car and negotiate with the other party, and if he didn't ask for too much money, it would be considered as spending money to get rid of the disaster. When he got out of the car, Yifeng also stood up from the ground. Seeing the driver coming, he quickly said with a panicked face, "Uncle, sorry, I just learned to ride a bicycle not long ago. Did not intend to hit your car." It turned out that it was not a bumper sticker. The driver was relieved and was just about to say that it was fine and let Yifeng leave. Yifeng suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, it's you. You're Xie's driver?" Xie was the fan's intimate name for Xie Qiyu. When he said this, he deliberately acted exaggeratedly, as if he was a Xie Qiyu brainwashed fan. When the driver saw this, he had a bit of a headache. He usually didn't show his face in front of the public too often. How did this kid recognize him? He was about to argue that he wasn't Xiaoyu's driver when the car door opened. A 27 or 18-year-old woman with a face value of around 80 points walked down. She was Xie Qiu's agent, surnamed Wang, known as Sister Wang. "What's going on?" Sister Wang came to the driver's side and asked. She just saw a person crashing into the car and thought there was a car accident, so she rushed down to check it out. "Sister Wang, it's like this." The driver quickly told Sister Wang about the situation. After listening, Sister Wang couldn't help but frown. Accidentally crashing a car and recognizing Xie Qiu's driver, this was too much of a coincidence. She couldn't help but suspect that the young man in front of her, who didn't even look 20 years old, was rushing towards Xie Qiu. Could it be that he was a paparazzo? Specially waiting for them here? No, today's itinerary wasn't publicized. It was impossible for him to know that they would pass through this road. and she hadn't seen this young man on the road before. What was going on? Sister Wang couldn't figure it out, so she simply made it clear. What exactly is your purpose? Purpose? Yifeng froze, thinking that he had revealed himself. But when he saw Sister Wang's uncertain look, he understood that the other party was just trying to trap him, and quickly shook his head. Big sister, I don't have any purpose. If I have to say purpose, can you let me meet Xia Xie? Are you really a fan of Xie Xie Xie? Sister Wang was still skeptical about Yifeng's identity. Yifeng looked at Sister Wang with innocent eyes. Yeah, Xie Ye Xie is my goddess. I really like her super much. Can you let me meet Xie Xie Ye Xie? No way. Sister Wang shook her head. Even if Yifeng acted harmless, but prudence dictated that she wouldn't easily let strangers get close to Xiekyu. Since her driver hadn't hit anyone, she didn't want to continue to stay here and delay, and immediately wanted to find a reason to send Yifeng away. Suddenly, a lavender-colored figure got down from the car. It was Xiekyu. The face value was at least 93 points, and the figure was at least 93 points. Her face was pure, but her body was quite mature, more alluring than in the photos and videos. Sister Wang obviously noticed her getting off the bus as well, and her face instantly changed. Xie Xie. Why did you personally come down? I'm almost done with the matters here, you continue to rest. As she spoke, Sister Wang also stared at Yifeng with a defensive face. Yifeng, does he look that much like a bad guy? When Xiekyu heard this, she just smiled lightly. Sister Wang, I heard everything that was said just now. After saying that, she looked at Yifeng, her pretty eyes carrying a few moments of curiosity. Seeing this, Sister Wang didn't say any more, but just moved a little closer towards Xiaoyu just in case she could protect Xiekyu in time if something untoward happened. Did you recognize my car a long time ago, and that's why you deliberately came over to stop the car? A few seconds later, Xiekyu opened her mouth and asked. Her voice was calm and she wasn't annoyed by it, but instead carried a hint of concern. Seeing that Xiekyu did not have the slightest starry frame, Yifeng's senses towards her got better. He knew that his poor acting skills would definitely not be able to fool Xiekyu, so he just admitted it with a big smile. I didn't expect to be seen by you, Xie. I thought the license plate number looked familiar before, but wasn't sure it was you, but I was sure when I saw the driver uncle. Shaxia, I really super like you. Can I get an autograph? Sure. Xiekyu smiled faintly. Then she took out a pen and paper. After writing, she handed the paper to Yifeng, while saying in a tone of teaching a small child, but little brother, you can't do this again in the future. It's very dangerous, okay? Yifeng nodded his head in a hurry. After collecting his signature, he glanced at the tanker. The tanker had only driven out about 50 to 60 meters, it was still dangerous. So, he pestered Xiekyu to chat again. As they chatted, Yifeng and Xiekyu talked about the concert 2 days later. Yifeng looked a bit regretful. It's a pity that I didn't grab the concert tickets, or else I could have gone to listen to your concert live. Xiekyu, however, smiled faintly and gently relieved. It's okay, you can listen online as well. That's what I said, but listening live and online is different. Xie, will you come to Shanghai to hold concerts in the future? Can't be sure yet, if there's a chance I'll come. Xiekyu smiled, then asked, right? Looking at you, you should still be a student, right? Yifeng nodded. I just started my freshman year this year. So Xiekyu nodded, wanting to say something. Looking at Yifeng's dress, her family conditions should be average. Her concert tickets, the cheapest ones cost more than 500, and she actually didn't quite want Yifeng to grab the tickets. It wasn't that she looked down on Yifeng, she just simply felt that it wasn't worth it. It was too unworthy to save money for a long time in order to watch a concert. These were words that she would often say to her student fans as well. It was just that she wasn't familiar with Yifeng and didn't understand Yifeng's character, so she was afraid that saying too much would hurt her self-esteem, so she decided not to say anything. Yifeng already understood what Xiaoyu was trying to say from her look. Although he didn't really want to go to the concert, when he saw Xiaoyu thinking about the fans so much, he instantly felt better about her. Once again he looked at the tanker. It had only driven out about 100 meters. It's too slow, isn't it? Looks like there's still some chatting to be done. Xiekyu was a bit puzzled when she saw Yifeng glancing ahead every now and then. Was he waiting for something? Just as he was about to ask, Yifeng spoke first. Jiaxia, can I take a picture with you? Jiaxia, it's already been delayed for quite a while, we should go. Without waiting for Xie Qiu to speak, Sister Wang spoke first. She felt that if she didn't remind her, Yifeng was afraid that he would keep pestering Xie Qiu. They had to go to a charity auction in a while, so they couldn't continue to stay here. Xie Qiu also knew that time was short, but seeing Yifeng's expectant eyes, she was really embarrassed to refuse. Sister Wang, take a picture, it won't take long. After signaling Sister Wang to wait a little longer, she nodded at Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng's senses towards Xie Qiu were a little better again. Such an innocent, beautiful and kind sister, even without the system's reward, he would not hesitate to save her. Afterwards he took out his cell phone and started to take a picture with Jiayu. While taking pictures, he observed the tanker. After taking a dozen or so group photos, the tanker pulled out of the safety range. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, and sensing Sister Wang's unkind gaze, he hurriedly put away his cell phone and said to Xie, I'm really sorry for delaying you for so long. It's okay. Xie Qiu shook her head. With that, she was about to get into the car. Suddenly, the sound of emergency brakes came from the front. Immediately afterward, only a bang was heard as the tanker hit the roadside guardrail. Boom, a deafening sound came, and the tanker exploded. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, reaching more than 10 meters high. Rolling black smoke carried the flames and quickly spread towards the surroundings, flattening the surroundings several hundred square meters in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, the three of them, Xie Qiu, all turned pale. It was only after a long while that a few people seemed to react. When they reacted again, the eyes of Sister Wang and the driver looking at Yifeng unconsciously changed. Although Yifeng delayed their time, this point is a bit obnoxious, but if it was not Yifeng stopped them just now, with the distance between their car and that tanker, I am afraid that it is now already. Xie Qiu is also full of shock and fear. After signaling Sister Wang to call the police and an ambulance, she unconsciously looked at Yifeng with a somewhat complicated gaze. She had actually noticed before that Yifeng was frequently looking ahead. At that time she thought that Yifeng was waiting for someone, but now that she thought about it, he was mostly observing the tanker truck. But now, she is a bit skeptical. Yifeng is not a long time ago knew that the tanker truck will be in trouble, deliberately pulling their own chat, photo, delay time. Yifeng also perceived her small movements, but still looked at the front of the tanker truck that is burning, as if he was scared silly. When Xie Qiu saw this, she couldn't help but be a little skeptical. Could it be that she was overthinking it? Was it really a coincidence? Then how could his previous behavior of observing the tanker be explained? Just as he was thinking, Sister Wang's voice came. Xie, it didn't scare you, did it? Xie Qiu shook her head. Then she smiled at Yifeng. By the way, I still don't know how to call you. Yifeng told Xie Qiu his information and gave his contact information. After Xie Qiu carefully noted it down, she lightly smiled. Yifeng, no matter what, you saved my life. These 2 days are busy, I'll treat you to dinner when I'm free. Good. Yifeng nodded and pretended to look at the time, then quickly said, oh no, class is almost over. Xiaxia, I'll slip away first. Wait for you to treat me to dinner. After saying that, he once again mounted the shared bicycle and quickly left. And almost at the same time he left the scene, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for completing the navigation of chance, rewarded with $100 million in cash. The reward has been issued. Crap. 100 million in cash? Powerful. Yifeng's heart was ecstatic. This wave was simply worth it. Seeing the screen of his cell phone light up, and his cell phone transmitted information about the change in the balance of his bank card, the balance of his account had turned into $176,663. Yifeng experienced for the first time what it meant to have wind in one's 2 feet. He unconsciously hummed a little tune, turned on the navigation, and went straight to the Zhongqian Lakeview Villa area. At the back, Xie Qiu, on the other hand, looked at Yifeng's back, with a few moments of curiosity in her beautiful eyes. It was only after Yifeng's figure was completely far away that she withdrew her gaze and turned her head to look at her agent. Sister Wang, is my schedule full for these 2 days? Sister Wang immediately opened the memo and looked at it. Then quickly answered, all of them are full. Also, you previously refused a few dinners with the bosses in 2nd generation in Shanghai, and there are a few 2nd generation who are quite critical. Should we? Xie Qiu reached out her hand, interrupting her words, and directly said, don't worry about them. Also, help me put off the charity dinner tonight. Sister Wang froze. Xia ye jia, this is a very good opportunity to show your face, and it is very positive for your public image building. Put it off. As Jia Qiu spoke, she once again looked at the direction where Yi Feng's back disappeared. Our interesting savior is still waiting for my treat. Saying that, ignoring Sister Wang's somewhat bewildered eyes, a flash of curiosity and cunningness flashed in her eyes, and she got into the car after a light laugh. Zhongshan Lakeview Villa, Property Management Office. Near noon, the property staff had pretty much dealt with the work at hand, and all of them were revealing a diffident energy. Suddenly, the main door was pushed open. A woman walked in from outside the gate. The woman looked like 25 or 26, her face value was around 90 points, her figure was also above 93 points, and her pair of sins was very scary. Wearing a small suit, with her hair tied behind her head, and walking with its own duang special effects, she looked very competent. Her name is Lin Qian, is the Zhongqian Property Company's boss, the Standard Milk Imperial sister. Seeing her, the people from the property department of Zhongqian Lakeview Villa area hurriedly opened their mouths to greet her. Mr. Lin. Good day, Mr. Lin. At this moment, the diffident energy in them had disappeared. Who doesn't know that Lin Qian is notorious for her thunderous behavior? They don't want to be taught a lesson by Lin Qian. But today, Lin Qian seems to be in a hurry. She just nodded her head towards the crowd and hurriedly went to the office. When she came to the office, she opened her computer and after some operations, a piece of information appeared on her computer screen. If Yi Feng was here, he would have realized that the photo posted on this profile was none other than his. More than an hour ago, Lin Qian suddenly received a call that someone had purchased Zhongqian Lakeview Villa No.1 with full payment, so she rushed to the property department to check the customer information. But the information given on the profile: Yi Feng, freshman student of Shanghai University, with an ordinary family. If this information wasn't pulled out from the inside by her personally, she would have thought it was someone was deliberately playing a joke on her. An ordinary freshman student who could afford a villa of nearly $100 million. But internal information wouldn't be faked. Then it could only be that Yi Feng had deliberately concealed his identity. Although she was curious, she understood that a big shot of that level wasn't something she could just probe. Closing the information, Lin Qian called her assistant. Assistant Xiao Xing looked very quiet, but acted decisively, entering the office and immediately asked politely, Mr. Lin, what are your orders? You go inform the surveillance department, let them keep a close eye on it. Once Mr. Yi appears, immediately inform me. As she spoke, Lin Qian handed over the printed photo of Yi Feng. Okay, Mr. Lin. Xiao Xing nodded. Also, go order 2 more expensive bonsai and send them over at the first opportunity when Mr. Yi moves in. Yes? Xiao Xing nodded again, but with a few moments of incomprehension in her eyes. She looked at Lin Qian, wanting to speak. Seeing this, Lin Qian raised her eyebrows and said, ask whatever you want. Is this Mr. Ye? Xiao Xing really couldn't figure out why Lin Qian, with her status and position, would want to curry favor with this young man. Lin Qian raised her eyebrows and said, Zhongqian Lakeview Villa No. 1 is sold, full payment. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xing's face instantly changed. That villa actually sold out. The Zhongqian Lakeview Villa area was a big name in the entire Shanghai city. Those who could live here were either rich or noble. Even a single $20 million villa of the lowest grade, for the vast majority of people, is out of reach. And now, the number 1 villa, which is known as the king of villas, is actually sold out, or full payment. Obviously Yi Feng is the owner of the number 1 villa. Xiao Xing finally understands why Lin Qian wants to curry favor with Yi Feng. In her place, she would have rushed to hug the thigh. Zhongqian Lakeview has a total of 100 villas. The villas are numbered from 1 to 100. The lower the grade of the villa, the lower the number. The 97th villa. After receiving a call, Jiang Gaoming, a well-known snake in Shanghai City, hurriedly instructed his men to pay attention to the movements of Villa No. 1. The phone call just now was a sneaky call from an old friend in the property department. The other party told him that the Zhongqian Lakeview Villa No. 1 had been sold. Jiang Gaoming heard the sound of his mind is alive and well. His kind of people get rich by taking projects from the hands of big bosses, and then subcontract it out, from which to drink some soup. In the outside is not bad, but in the middle of the Sky Lake View Villa area is the existence of the bottom. Now, since the first villa has an owner, that owner is bound to be super rich. To him, that was a potential big gold master, plus an existence that must not be offended. I have to take advantage of the people moving in and look for a chance to go and make a good connection. Thinking of this, Jiang Gaoming decisively called his secretary and directly said, "Go and wrap the 1 or 2 big red robes in my safe and send them over immediately." After doing everything, Jiang Gaoming was ready to go upstairs when he suddenly glimpsed his second son Jiang Hao, who was nestled on the sofa playing games, and instantly turned cold. "Why didn't you go to class today?" "Dad, today is the weekend," Jiang Hao said weakly. "You can play on the weekend? Can't you learn from your big brother and put more thought into your studies?" Jiang Gaoming continued to rebuke. Obviously they were both born to him. How come the oldest too, Jiang Hao, was so much worse than the oldest Jiang Yu? Seeing his second son's unprofitable appearance, Jiang Gaoming was also too lazy to care anymore, and just urged him to never cause trouble, especially not the owner of Villa No. 1, and then went out the door. Meanwhile, at the gate of Zhongqian Lakeview Villa, the sweaty Yi Feng looked at the imposing gate with some emotion. At this time, a security guard walked over. "Hello, sir, may I ask what you need?" Yi Feng nodded his head. Zhongqian Lakeview Villa, as the most upscale villa area in Shanghai City, the quality of the security personnel was not bad. Yi Feng had a good impression of him and immediately took out the title of the house. "I'm the head of household of Villa number 1, I came here to see the house." The security guard sniffed and was full of respect. After determining that the property title was real, he hurriedly gave it back to Yi Feng with both hands. "Mr. Yi, do you need me to arrange a car to send you there?" "No need." Yi Feng waved his hand. The first time he came to the most upscale villa area in Shanghai City, he was ready to take a good look. After asking for directions, Yi Feng walked into the villa area under the respectful gaze of the security guard. Worthy of being the most upscale villa area in the city, the environment and facilities here were all first class. It was very good. Yi Feng nodded his head with satisfaction. Suddenly a voice with some uncertainty came out. "Yi Feng?" Yi Feng's footsteps lurched and looked at the voice. On a path to the left, there was a young man standing. After seeing the young man's appearance clearly, Yi Feng could not help but frown. He did not expect to actually run into Jiang Hao here. Jiang Hao was his high school classmate, but because of this guy's previous bad deeds, Yi Feng had never been able to go to the same pot with him. Therefore, when he saw Jiang Hao at this moment, he didn't have the slightest sense of joy of meeting his classmates. Jiang Hao was also wondering, why was Yi Feng here? Having been classmates with Yi Feng for 3 years, he naturally knew that Yi Feng's family was very ordinary. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Yi Feng to appear here at all. Just now, he only saw that the figure looked like Yi Feng and tried to shout, but he didn't expect it to be true. "Yi Feng, so it's really you, what are you doing here?" Jiang Hao looked a little suspicious. "Come to see the house." Yi Feng returned in a salty manner. "Looking at a house? You don't want to buy a house here, right?" Jiang Hao was full of surprise. Yi Feng shook his head. "No, I've already bought it." Hearing this, Jiang Hao's eyes opened even wider. Yi Feng had actually bought a house here? No, it was never possible. Seeing that Yi Feng's entire outfit didn't add up to more than $500, the surprise on Jiang Hao's face turned into disdain. "Yi Feng, we're all old classmates. What's the situation of your house? I still don't know. Is it fun to lie to me?" He remembered that Yi Feng's parents were ordinary office workers, and the villa here, even if they didn't eat or drink for the rest of their lives, they wouldn't be able to afford it. So for Yi Feng's words, he didn't even believe a punctuation mark. Yi Feng was also too lazy to say more. Words are not enough. Since the conversation couldn't go on, he didn't bother to pay attention to Jiang Hao anymore, and directly lifted his leg and walked forward. But Jiang Hao came up. "Yi Feng, aren't you a bit misinformed about the property prices here? See that villa? My family's? It's only at the bottom of the list in the Zhongqian Lakeview Villa area, but it's 21 million for a single one." Yi Feng just nodded lightly. Jiang Hao, however, was not calm. "Didn't you hear me? It's more than $20 million, not more than 20. Yi Feng looked at a monkey selling itself in front of him, and inexplicably still found it quite interesting. He also didn't interrupt Jiang Hao and continued to walk forward. Jiang Hao was oblivious, just continued. "Yi Feng, for the sake of old classmates, I can remind you of one thing: you don't touch the things here, or else you can't afford to pay for selling you. See that garden? That was designed by an international garden master and cost $30 million. Unconsciously, Yi Feng had arrived in front of Villa 1. It was a European-style 3-story villa. Through the iron fence, one could see the large yard in front of the villa. The lawn in the yard was neatly trimmed. A path led straight to the gate, and there were flowers planted on both sides of the path, which were colorful and blooming. Seeing the No.1 villa, Jiang Hao immediately brightened up. Yi Feng, this is the number 1 villa, the king of the whole villa area. Do you know how much? Alas, this villa is sold for? What are you doing? I have to remind you, this villa is not something you can touch. Jiang Hao was showing off, saw Yi Feng walking towards the door of the No.1 villa, and hurriedly had to go forward to stop it. Before he finished speaking, Yi Feng reached out and pressed on the fingerprint lock. At once, the gate slid open silently. Jiang Hao's voice came to an abrupt end. He stared at Yi Feng with a look of having seen a ghost. Yi Feng was actually able to open the gate of Villa 1. How was this possible? Yi Feng turned his head and looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. Is there anything else? Yi Feng. This villa is really yours? Jiang Hao swallowed his saliva, his voice trembled a little. Yi Feng snorted. Is it hard to believe that it's still yours? I. Jiang Hao immediately turned red, thinking that he had just shown off all kinds of things in front of Yi Feng. The result, face hurt. Compared to Villa No.1, his family's Villa No.97 was a slag. But with Yi Feng's family, how could he afford Villa No.1? Just as Jiang Hao's brain was in a mess, suddenly, a very quiet-looking girl wearing black-framed glasses walked over. Beside the girl, there were a few people from the property department. They were carrying 2 pots of southern style. Jiang Hao knows this girl. She is Lin Qianqian's assistant and property manager, surnamed Xing. What is she doing here? While he was wondering, Xiao Xing had already crossed him and came in front of Yi Feng. Hello, Mr. Yi, I'm the property department manager. You can call me Xiao Xing. Xiao Xing smiled and introduced himself to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded. Hello, Manager Xing, what's the matter? Mr. Yi, first of all, thank you very much for choosing our Zhongchen Lakeview Villa area and this villa. In order to thank you, Mr. Yi, for your recognition, our property department has prepared a little gift for you. These 2 pots of southern style worth $1.2 million are specially ordered by us for you. I wish you all the best and great success. Thank you. Yi Feng smiled and accepted the congratulatory gift. On the side, Jiang Hao had been stunned. Yi Feng was actually really the owner of Zhongchen Lakeview No.1 villa. But how did Yi Feng do it? A normal villa can be bought with money, but this is the number 1 villa, and you also have to have a certain status. Otherwise, Manager Xing and these people would not be able to send $1 million worth of bonsai just to thank Yi Feng for moving in here. Jiang Hao's brain was confused. But just then, another middle-aged man who seemed to be taking a walk seemed to be attracted by the scene over here and walked over. Yi Feng looked at it and didn't care. But unexpectedly, after the middle-aged man came over, he actually took the initiative to greet him with a smile. Hello. Hello, and you are? My humble Jiang Gaoming, lives in Villa 97, just happened to see you check in, came over to make a friend. Yi Feng sniffed, subconsciously looked at Jiang Hao, who was not far away. Villa 97, surnamed Jiang, is not Jiang Hao father. Jiang Gaoming also saw his son a long time ago. At this moment, seeing Yi Feng looking over, immediately asked tentatively, Mr. Ye, you and I know this incompetent son? Yi Feng nodded, more than knowing, we are still high school classmates. That dares to be good, ah. Jiang Gaoming smiled even more broadly once he heard that there was still this layer of relationship in place. But immediately afterward, his smile froze. It seemed that the tone of Yi Feng's speech was a bit off. Jiang Gaoming immediately darkened his old face and gritted his teeth at Jiang Hao. Get over here. Jiang Hao shrunk his neck in fear. He really didn't expect that Yi Feng was actually the existence that his father had instructed him not to mess with before. If his father knew what he had just done, he was afraid that. Yang Hao's face turned pale. But he also did not dare to disobey Jiang Gaoming's words, and could only lift his legs and slowly move towards Jiang Gaoming's side. Seeing this, Jiang Gaoming's face darkened even more. Speak. He stared at Jiang Hao with cold eyes. Jiang Hao was filled with fear and hurriedly told what had just happened. After Jiang Gaoming heard it, his eyes went black and he almost fainted from anger. Damn it. This rebellious son is really accomplishing more than he can accomplish. It was hard for me to find a thigh, and before I could even hug it, I was offended by this asshole. Snap. In anger, Jiang Gaoming raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hao on the face. I'll slowly clean you up later. After saying that, he turned to look at Yi Feng with a pleasing smile piled on his face. Mr. Yay, it's all my fault for teaching my son poorly and letting this asshole kid rush you. Please allow me to make amends to you. As he spoke, Jiang Gaoming handed over a gift box. This was originally the mother tree Dahong robe that he was going to give to Yi Feng, but after Jiang Hao stirred it up so much, he could only make amends first. Yi Feng didn't excuse himself and accepted the gift. Mr. Jiang, you really should discipline your child. Yes, thanks for reminding Mr. Yi. Jiang Gaoming nodded his head in a hurry. At the same time, he was relieved. Yi Feng's willingness to accept the gift meant that he accepted his apology. However, the idea of trying to make a good karma was afraid to go down the drain. Thinking of this, Jiang Gaoming raised his hand and slapped Jiang Hao on the head. What are you still standing around for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi. Jiang Hao hurriedly apologized. Yi Feng. No, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's because I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai. Yi Feng was an existence that even his old man couldn't afford to mess with, so how could he dare to have any other thoughts, and he only hoped that Yi Feng would be generous and let him go. Yi Feng saw the Jiang family father and son attitude is still sincere, nodded. Know your mistakes and change, good boy. Jiang Hao. Mr. Jiang, I still have things to take care of today, so I won't entertain you. Yi Feng also didn't want to continue to entangle with the Jiang family's father and son. Although Jiang Gaoming wanted to get closer to Yi Feng more, but he was embarrassed to stay longer since they had given an order to expel him. It's fine, you go about your business. This is my phone number, if you have any use for me, just say it. Good. Then we'll leave you alone for now. After saying that, Yang Gaoming carried Jiang Hao's ear and left. Your kid knows how to cause trouble all day long. This time, you will reflect properly at home for a few days. If you dare to run around, I'll break your legs. Yi Feng shook his head and turned around to walk towards the villa. After more than half an hour, Yi Feng finished strolling through the entire villa. Now, he finally understood what was called poverty limiting one's imagination. The villa covered an area of nearly 3,000 square meters. As soon as he entered the door, there was a large living room. On the left side of the living room was the kitchen and dining room, and on the right side, there was a nanny's room and a storeroom. On the second floor there was a master bedroom and 3 secondary bedrooms, a study. On the third floor is a fitness room and a recreation room. The fitness room is fully equipped with fitness equipment, and the entertainment room consists of a home theater, a pool table and a karaoke station. The villa had all the necessities, and each of them was worth a lot of money. Yi Feng estimated, just the furniture and decoration etc. are worth $1 million, not counting the decoration. In the back of the villa, there is also a closed swimming pool, more than 100 square meters, which not only has a rinse room, there is also a sauna room. The dome above the pool can be opened. When the weather is good, you can also sunbathe. In short, Yi Feng's feelings after strolling through the villa are 2 words: luxury. The only bad thing is that the garage is empty. It would be perfect if there was another supercar. Yi Feng couldn't help but think. Immediately, he was ready to go to the 4S store to buy a car, and then go to the rental house to transfer the $8 million in cash. Just as he walked out of the front door of the villa, he saw a beautiful lady with dang special effects, leading a group of black-clothed bodyguards in a hurry, seemingly searching around for something. Noticing Yi Feng's gaze, the beautiful lady looked over. After seeing Yi Feng clearly, a smile appeared on her face. Hello, Mr. Yi Feng was a bit puzzled, but still nodded. Hello, and you are? My name is Lin Qian. I'm the boss of Zhongxian Property Company, so it's Boss Lin. Mr. Yi is polite. Compared to you, what kind of boss am I? Just call me Xiao Lin. After getting acquainted, Yi Feng pointed at the security guards and asked, Boss Lin, are you guys looking for something here? After the endless stupor, Shi Yu violently got up from the bed. To read the latest chapter content, please update the latest chapter content. He breathed in the fresh air in large gulps, his chest trembling. Confusion, disbelief, and all sorts of emotions flooded his mind. Where is this? Then Shi Yu subconsciously looked around, then became even more confused. A single dormitory? Even if he managed to get rescued, he should still be in a hospital room right now. There was also how his own body was not injured at all. With doubts, Shi Yu's eyes quickly swept through the room, and finally his gaze rested on a mirror above his bed. The mirror illuminated his current appearance, about 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome appearance. But the problem was, it wasn't him. Read the latest chapter content without ads for free. The previous self was a handsome young man in his 20s with an extraordinary aura, who had been working for a while. And now, how does this appearance look just the age of a high school student? This change made Shi Yu froze for a long time. Never tell him that the surgery was successful. The body and appearance have all changed. This is not even a question of surgery or not anymore, it is an immortal art. He actually turned into a completely different person. Could it be that he had crossed over? In addition to the mirror on the bed that was placed in a position that was obviously bad feng shui, Shi Yu also found 3 books on the side. Shi Yu picked up a look, and the titles of the books instantly silenced him. The Essential Beast Breeding Manual for Novice Breeders, Postpartum Care for Favored Beasts, A Guide to Evaluating Fey Race Beast Ear Nymphs. Shi Yu. The names of the first 2 books are fairly normal. What's wrong with you in the last one? Ahem. Shi Yu's gaze was solemn as he extended his hand, but his arm soon froze. Just as he wanted to open the 3rd book to see what it was all about, his brain tingled violently, and a large number of memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Ice Plains City. Favored Beast Breeding Base. Intern Pet Beast Breeder. The site is about to close, providing you with the opening of the great god Yifan. Benjamin picks up $1 billion in a rented house. Pet Beast Breeder? Lin Qian nodded. It was not a hidden matter anyway, so she casually told Yifeng. It turns out that it was an old man living in Villa 3 who lost his wedding ring from when he got married decades ago. The old man and his wife were very much in love and had fought together for decades, coming from the most difficult times to today. That ring is the witness and symbol of their shared suffering, although it is not worth much, but for the old man it is priceless. From green silk to white head, such love so enviable. Lin Qian finished with some emotion. Unwavering love is rare in ordinary people, not to mention the tempting business world around them. Yifeng didn't feel much about it. With his curiosity satisfied, he wasn't prepared to stay on, so he said goodbye to Lin Qian. Mr. Yi, this is my phone number. If there's anything, you can contact me anytime. Seeing that Yifeng was about to leave, Lin Qian hurriedly handed over her business card. After Yifeng took it, he headed out of the villa area. Lin Qian, on the other hand, continued to lead the security guards to look for the wedding ring. A new place of opportunity has been detected. Route planning has been opened for the host. Please set off along the current road for the host, walk forward for 100 meters, then turn left and walk straight for 300 meters, and finally walk towards the right side for 500 meters. The whole journey is 900 meters, expected to arrive at the destination in 10 minutes. There was a new chance again. Yifeng was somewhat surprised. Immediately he lifted his leg and walked forward. 10 minutes later, Yifeng reached his destination. There was an artificial lake here. The water in the artificial lake was very clear, and you could see carp swimming in it. Around the artificial lake, there was a large lawn, and some ginkgo trees and low shrubs were planted. The environment is good. But it seems like it has nothing to do with his chance, right? There was no one here and nothing else, so what was his chance? Yifeng was a bit headstrong. Suddenly a bright light flashed in the grass. Eh? Yifeng gave a start and squatted down to look at it. A few moments later, there was a platinum ring on his hand. The age of this ring was a bit old. It looked like the style of the 70s and 80s of the last century. However, the ring was well preserved, not a single scratch could be seen on it, as if it was newly bought. Could this be his chance? It didn't look anything special. Even if it's a bit old, it's not worth a few dollars. Wait a minute. Wedding ring. Suddenly Yifeng's words rang in his mind as Lin Qian. Could it be that this ring is the old man's lost wedding ring? Yifeng didn't think it was a coincidence. The system didn't give a hint this time, most probably because Lin Qian had already told him, so this ring, most probably, belonged to that old man. So, he took out his cell phone and dialed Lin Qian's number. Once Lin Qian heard that Yifeng had found a ring, which was probably the owner of Villa 3, she was incredibly excited. She just didn't tell Yi Feng in detail that the old man in Villa 3 was no ordinary person. Tan Bo Hong Tan Lao, that was the true meaning. The entire Shanghai city business community is quite famous giant. Not to mention his high moral standing, he has a wide range of connections throughout the country. Not to mention the governor of Shanghai, even the governor of the province C, have to respect 3 times. The recovery of his token is a big deal. Thinking of this, Lin Qian immediately said, Mr. Yi, please wait for me, I'll be right over. Good. After promising, Yi Feng sat on the bench and waited for Lin Qian. On the other side, Lin Qian also hurriedly called Elder Tan. In Villa No. 3. Upon hearing the news of the ring, Tan Bo Hong lost none of his usual composure and gentlemanly demeanor, and was so excited that he directly stood up from the sofa. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. In the past 2 days, because of the missing ring, he was so anxious that he couldn't even eat. Finally, there was news. Immediately, he was going to find Lin Qian. After learning from Lin Qian that the ring was not found by her, but by someone else at the artificial lake, Tan Bo Hong immediately rushed to the artificial lake. 5 or 6 minutes later, Lin Qian just saw Yi Feng, and was about to greet him when her words came to an abrupt end. Because she saw a scene as if it was a mirage. Tan Lao with white hair, actually wearing slippers, ran all the way here. Seeing Tan Lao looking nervous and expectant, his eyes searching the crowd by the artificial lake, Lin Qian instantly understood what was going on. She subconsciously glanced at Yi Feng again with a somewhat envious look. Because from Tan Lao's behavior, she could completely conclude that this ring, in Tan Lao's mind, had a heavier weight than she had imagined. Based on this ring alone, Yi Feng was enough to make Tan Lao owe a huge favor. Many passers-by who had noticed the commotion here also looked quite surprised. Elder Tan, naturally, they all knew him. They had definitely heard of Elder Tan's style. But this time, Elder Tan was actually so out of sorts. What's going on? What's so special about that young man? The gazes of everyone unconsciously gathered on Yi Feng. Next to the artificial lake, Lin Qian, on the other hand, after coming back to her senses, began to introduce at the first time Elder Tan. This is Mr. Yi Feng, who picked up the ring. Mr. Yi, this is Tan Bo Hong, Elder Tan. Hearing this, Yi Feng finally understood why just now, when he looked at this old man, he always felt familiar. Tan Bo Hong. Could it not be familiar? Among the young people in the Dragon Kingdom, there were very few people who hadn't heard of Tan Bo Hong. Tan Bo Hong, the chairman of Cheetah Plaza, a giant in the retail and supermarket industry in the entire South China region, is also the owner of the high-end shopping mall World City in Shanghai City. His history of making a fortune was legendary. Unexpectedly, the person who lost the ring was actually him. Tan Bo Hong was also a bit surprised when he learned that Yi Feng was the owner of Villa 1. However, he came over today for the matter of the ring and was too lazy to pry that much. Mr. Little Yi, can you show me that ring? If it was usual, he wouldn't be so rude. This time it was really because that ring was too important to him. By the time he reacted and wanted to apologize, Yi Feng had already handed over the ring. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't seem to be angry, Tan Bo Hong also felt relieved, and then checked the ring. A moment later, Tan Bo Hong looked at Yi Feng with a face full of excitement. It's it! It's it! This is the wedding ring that I lost, Mr. Little Yi, thank you. Tan Bo Hong carefully put away the ring, then took the initiative to stretch out his hands. After shaking heavily with Yi Feng, he said seriously, this ring, to me, has an extraordinary meaning. Thank you. After thanking him again, Elder Tan seemed to remember something and pulled out a check from his pocket. Above this check, nothing was written. In other words, the amount was randomly filled in by Yi Feng himself. Little Mr. Yi, a small token of appreciation. Yi Feng, however, shook his head and refused. On the side, Lin Qian froze when she saw this scene. A check with a random amount filled in, actually refused? Tan Bo Hong also froze when he saw Yi Feng refusing, but immediately after, he also seemed to realize that he was being abrupt. Yi Feng could even take the No.1 villa, would he lack money? So, Tan Bo Hong took back the check, and instead felt out a black gold card and a simple business card, and solemnly handed it to Yi Feng. You have helped me so much. This you must accept. If you need anything in the future, just call me. Yi Feng smiled slightly. You are too polite, Elder Tan. You should be. Elder Tan said, and after giving the things to Yi Feng, he fumbled for his cell phone and walked to the side to call his old companion, telling her to stop worrying. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't delay any longer and left first after saying hello to Tan Lao. By the artificial lake, Lin Qian and the crowd looked at his back, but their eyes were red with envy. World City's limited black and gold card, plus Elder Tan's personal business card. In the entire World City, there are only 10 black gold cards, and with a black gold card, apart from getting a discount on purchases, you can also enjoy the most honorable treatment in World City. And now, in the entire Shanghai city, there were only 2 people who owned this card. Yifeng was the third. And Elder Tan's personal business card was even more so. This kind of business card Tan Bohong normally wouldn't give it to people easily, and now that he gave it to Yifeng, it also showed his recognition of Yifeng. Even if Yifeng was just an ordinary person, just by relying on these 2 things, it was enough to make a name for himself in Shanghai city. Many people saw this and couldn't help but lament, can't live. People who are better than me have better luck than me. You guys don't see me envious on the surface, in fact I'm really envious. On the road, Yifeng was thinking about when the system's reward would arrive when a familiar voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host, completing the navigation of chance, rewarding a Ferrari Enzo, which has been parked in the garage for the host. This time the reward was actually a supercar. Yifeng was very surprised. All men love sports cars and beautiful women, and he was no exception. He was incredibly familiar with supercars, especially the various models of Ferrari. The Enzo series was designed and named in honor of Ferrari's founder, Enzo Ferrari. The entire car was hand-built using carbon fiber and honeycomb aluminum sandwich panels. Liter 12-cylinder engine, slant roof combustion chamber, 660 horrible horsepower, the fastest up to 362 kilometers per hour. Now, there are only 400 of this car in the world, and each one sells for at least $30 million. Moreover, money may not be able to buy it. It can be said that the Ferrari Enzo is the deserved king of Ferrari. I didn't expect that he would actually own such a car. Yifeng was a little excited. 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at the underground garage. A black supercar, quietly lying in the garage, exuded a cold and cool light, extremely visual impact. So domineering. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel. He was very satisfied with this car and didn't hesitate, directly driving the car out of the villa. He just got his driver's license a month ago, but it was the first time he drove a supercar, and he didn't know why, but it was very smooth. When he was puzzled, a system prompt sounded in his head. In order to make the host's driving experience better, this reward also accompanies the host with God-level driving techniques, so that's how it was. Yifeng silently gave a nod to the thoughtful system and then drove to the rental house. He planned to move the $8 million in cash to the villa first, and then go to the school tomorrow to move all the stuff from the dormitory. Although he wasn't short of money now, he didn't plan to throw away anything that could still be used. More than 2 hours later, Yifeng returned to the villa. It didn't take long to move the cash, but it was only when looking for the landlord to check out that there was a lot of delay. The landlord was originally not happy to return the room, but after hearing that he did not ask for a refund of the rent and deposit, he agreed with a smile on his face. This trip was really tiring. Throwing the sack containing the cash to the storage room, Yifeng spread out on the sofa and thought about what to do with the money. Suddenly the cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Yifeng picked up. Hello, who is it? Hello, is this Mr. Yifeng? It's me. Are you Ms. Xiaqiu? Yifeng asked as he heard the voice was somewhat familiar. That's right, Yifeng. Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you for a meal. Upon hearing this, Yifeng was a little surprised. He had thought that Xiaqiu was just being polite when she said she would invite him for dinner in a couple days, but he didn't expect it to be true. A beauty invited me, then I must be free. Yifeng flirted. Phoenix Hotel. Yifeng, are you at school now? I'll arrange a car to pick you up. Don't bother, I'll just go there by myself, right? What time is it? 6:00 at night. I'll arrange for Sister Wang to pick you up downstairs. Okay, see you tonight. See you tonight. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng looked at the time. It was only a little more than 4:00 in the afternoon. There was still more than an hour. It was a bit boring. Suddenly Yifeng noticed his clothes. It didn't seem too good to go see Xiaoyu wearing just this one. So he was ready to go and buy a few sets of suitable clothes first. Just as he arrived at the garage, his cell phone rang again. It was Fatty Chu calling. Fatty Chu's original name is Chu Bawang, taking the meaning of the Western Chu Bawang, but he himself does not have a little bit of Bawang's tall and majestic, but instead is at 200 pounds of small fat. This guy's family seems to have a little money. People are also quite righteous in the dormitory, and his relationship is the best. Seeing that it was Fatty Chu's phone, Yi Feng did not hesitate to connect. Fatty, what's up? Brother Feng, did you find a house? Found it. That's good. Are you still going back to the dorm tonight, Brother Feng? Lin Ji is gone to pick up girls, so he probably won't be back tonight. Hearing Lin Ji's name, Yi Feng couldn't help but frown. He and Lin Ji had always been at loggerheads. That kid relied on his family's small amount of money and felt superior, looking down on him, Fatty Chu, and his other roommate Ma Hongfei, who were from ordinary families and finding all kinds of things to do. Especially like to bully the honest Chu Fatty. Yi Feng could not bear to look at it, so he disliked him a few times, and since then, Lin Ji has held a grudge against him. He came out to rent a house this time, that is, he did not want to be under the same roof with that guy anymore. Returning to his senses, Yi Feng said to Fatty Chu, not going back. There is a big villa, why do you still want to go to a crowded dormitory? Where is the house you rented, Brother Feng? Not far from the school. Then I'll go to your house to play with you some other day? No problem. After instructing Fatty Chu for a few sentences, Yi Feng hung up the phone and drove his Ferrari Enzo out of the villa. Today's road was not considered congested. After only 10 minutes, Yi Feng arrived at World City. After parking his car, he lifted his leg and walked towards the mall, World City. Inside the Cartier flagship store, Lin Ji was bringing a sister to pick out jewelry. The girl's name was Ji Shu Man, and she was also a freshman student at Shanghai University. Zhu Man had a delicate figure, her face value was around 85 points, and she was the department flower of the Chinese department. The first time he saw Yu Man, Lin Ji was deeply attracted to her and vowed to take her. In the beginning, Yu Shu Man was indifferent to him, but he did not give up and persistently sent Shu Man various gifts. In the end, under the attack of money, Yi Shu Man promised to go out with him. Today he brought Yu Man to World City and bought her luxury goods in the hope that he could go further with Yi Shu Man. Gradually, Lin Ji's gaze became obscene as he looked at Zhu Man. Zhu Man was a little unhappy in her heart when she noticed it. If it wasn't for Lin Ji's generous hand, she wouldn't have bothered with him at all, based on his height of about 1.7 meters, and his ordinary looks. Wanting to follow her further was impossible, but there were benefits to be gained. She wouldn't be soft. Lin Ji, does it look good? Yi Shu Man stretched out her slender wrist and asked Lin Ji. What she was wearing on her wrist was Cartier's latest bracelet. Lin Ji looked at Shu Man's charming smile and immediately nodded his head. Good looking, man, whatever you wear looks good. Really? Of course it's true. Lin Ji nodded his head, and then turned his head to greet the staff. Wrap this bracelet up. Okay. The staff member nodded in a hurry. The smile on Yi Shu Man's face increased. A few moments later, the staff packed the bracelet and said to Lin Ji with a smile, Hello sir, the total is 65,000. How much? Lin Ji asked incredulously. The staff still had a polite smile on their face, $65,000. Hearing this, Lin Ji's smile froze. It was actually so expensive. He thought that this bracelet at most would be like $10,000. The staff could see that Lin Ji's face was not good, and hurriedly explained with a smile, Sir, this bracelet is our Cartier's newest model with. Lin Ji didn't listen to the staff's words, he just smiled and said to Shu Man, Man. Actually, I don't think this bracelet is particularly suitable for you either. Why don't you pick another style? His pocket money for a month was only $10,000. For a woman, spending half a year of his pocket money was not worth it. The most crucial thing was that he didn't have any of his monthly pocket money left over, so he simply couldn't afford such an expensive bracelet. Yu Shu Man sniffed and immediately looked aggrieved, but this is what people want. Lin Ji, you wouldn't want to buy it for me, would you? No. Lin Ji saw that Shu Man's face was already a bit ugly, so he quickly shook his head. He really quite liked Shu Man. In order to pursue Shu Man, he had smashed quite a bit of money, and if it was because of this matter that his relationship with Yi Shu Man deteriorated, then it would be too unprofitable. But he also really do not have money to buy. How to do? Just when Lin Ji was in a dilemma, a familiar figure appeared. Is it him? Lin Ji's pupils shrunk, somewhat surprised. How did he come here? But then he was overjoyed, he had finally found a step down. Man, I just saw an acquaintance. Let's go say hello. After saying that, Lin Ji had already lifted his leg and headed out of the store. Zhu Man frowned. She felt that this was Lin Ji's excuse for not wanting to buy her a bracelet. But Lin Ji had left, it was useless for her to continue to stay here, and if she didn't have Lin Ji, her days wouldn't have been so nourishing. After weighing her options, Yi Shu-man still lifted her leg and followed Lin Ji. Yi Feng. A voice came from the back. Yi Feng's footsteps lurched, he didn't need to turn around to know who it was, the owner of this voice, it was too annoying. Turning around. Sure enough, he only saw Lin Ji with his hands in his pants pockets, walking towards him step by step. Behind Lin Ji, there was also this innocent girl. When Lin Ji looked at Yi Feng, there was undisguised contempt in his eyes. Yi Xiu-man, on the other hand, was staring at Yi Feng's face with some surprise. So handsome. But when she saw that Yi Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes, her gaze went cold again. Yi Feng also did not expect to run into Lin Ji here. Before, Little Fatty had even told him that Lin Ji had gone to pick up a girl, he didn't expect to meet him in a turn of events. What bad luck. He didn't bother to pretend, he just asked in a cold voice, "What are you calling me for?" Something wrong? Nothing, it's not seeing an old acquaintance come over to say hello. We are very familiar. A dormitory, can't we not be familiar? Say Yi Feng, why are you here? Lin Ji knew that Yi Feng didn't treat him well, and he didn't want to pay any attention to Yi Feng, but he was really curious about the reason why Yi Feng was here. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng smiled. Is this place run by your family? I have to report to you when I come here? Seeing that Lin Ji was defeated, Yi Feng didn't bother to entangle with him and immediately turned around to leave. Lin Ji's face was a bit ugly. He was a rich second generation, taking the initiative to greet Yi Feng was to look up to him, but he didn't give himself any face. It was too much. Seeing Yi Feng walking towards a luxury clothing store, Lin Ji became even more curious. With his understanding of Yi Feng's family situation, Yi Feng would never be able to afford the things in that store. Could it be that Yi Feng was going to look for a part-time job? Thinking of this, Lin Ji hurriedly followed. Yi Shu-man hesitated for a few seconds and similarly followed. Unlike Lin Ji, who wanted to see Yi Feng's jokes, she was simply attracted by Yi Feng's handsome appearance. 166 looking so handsome, how come you don't have any money? Shu-man couldn't help but let out a sigh. Yi Feng also saw Lin Ji and Zhu-man who were following him, but he didn't care, he just raised his leg and walked towards the luxury store. Hello sir, welcome, how can I help you? Soon, the shopper saw Yi Feng and hurriedly went forward to ask. She didn't look down on Yi Feng because he was dressed in ordinary clothes, and always had a gentle smile on her face. Yi Feng had a good impression of the shopper guide, so he smiled and said, I want to buy a few sets of clothes, but I don't know which one suits me, can you give me a recommendation? Lin Ji, who had just walked into the store, froze when he heard this. Yi Feng was actually here to buy clothes. Could he afford it? Beside him, Yi Xiu-man was equally surprised. Could it be that Yi Feng is actually a hidden tycoon? Instantly, Yi Xiu-man's mind began to come alive. Yi Feng glanced at Lin Ji and the two of them, then he continued to look at the shopping guide lady. The shopping guide smiled and nodded. Of course you can, seeing that you are so young sir, a too formal version is not quite suitable for you. We have a few casual dresses in the store, should we bring them for you to take a look? Okay, thanks. Yi Feng nodded his head. Soon, the shopper returned with a few tops that were on the casual side. Yi Feng tried them on and the effect was not bad. Wrap these pieces up for me, in addition, help me match the pants. Okay, what size do you wear, sir? With these words between Yi Feng and the shopper, Lin Ji and Zhu-man on the side had been stunned. Even if they hadn't seen the prices of those sets of clothes, they understood that things in this kind of store wouldn't be cheap. But Yi Feng actually chose several sets without hesitation. When did he become so rich? Lin Ji's face was full of disbelief. Zhu-man, on the other hand, stared at Yi Feng with glowing eyes. However, she wasn't sure if Yi Feng was really rich since she hadn't checked out yet, so she didn't act rashly. On the other side, the shopper matched the clothes for Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked at the effect, and it was quite good, so he was ready to but the checkout. But just walked 2 steps, he stopped again. The hand seems to be missing something. The shopper noticed Yi Feng's abnormality and had a few doubts on his face. Mister. Yi, may I ask what's the problem? No problem. Yi Feng shook his head and asked again, do you sell watches here? Upon hearing that it wasn't a question of clothes, the shopper was relieved. Afterwards, the smile on her face became even brighter and she nodded her head in a hurry. Of course we do. Our store has cooperation with several world-famous brands. I don't know which brand of watches you like. I'll take a look first. Yi Feng thought about it and said. For the watch brand he didn't care at all. Anyway, he had plenty of money now, he could afford to buy even the most expensive ones, as long as they were to his liking. Okay, you wait a moment. The shopper first poured a glass of water for Yi Feng before holding 3 watch books over. Mr. Yi, all the watches in our store are here, take your time to look, greet me if you have a preference. Yi Feng nodded. After the shopper left, he flipped through the famous watch books. The first book was Patek Philippe watches. After Yi Feng finished looking through it, he didn't find anything he liked, so he looked at the second watch book. In this one, there were various pictures of Bulgari. Business, leisure, sports. All types are available. The prices ranged from several $100,000 to several million. Yi Feng flipped through page after page. Suddenly he fixed his eyes on an everyday watch. Bulgari Octo 103195, a wristwatch caused by complex and exquisite craftsmanship. Sapphire crystal glass, smoky-colored sapphire dial, set with cut diamonds. This was it. Yi Feng took a glance at this watch. The price of more than $6 million was nothing to him nowadays. Immediately Yi Feng called the shopping guide. Mr. Yi, may I ask which one you have your eye on? The shopping guide asked with a smile on her face. Yi Feng pointed to the picture on the famous watch book and asked, is this one in stock? Mr. Yi, you really have a good eye. This one watch is the pinnacle of the Bulgari Octo series, limited to 8 pieces worldwide. Miss, I'm sorry, I just want to know if this one is in stock. Yi Feng couldn't help but interrupt the shopping guide. He didn't know much about wristwatches and didn't want to know that much, as long as the appearance was to his liking. Yes. The shopping guide nodded. Coincidentally, they happened to have a wristwatch of this style in their store. Can you let me take a look? The shopper guide considered and nodded. Yes, you can wait a moment. The watch was quickly fetched. Opening the exquisite box, an exquisite wristwatch was presented in front of him. Exactly the same as in the picture. Yi Feng looked at it twice and was satisfied. Wrap it up. Ah? This wristwatch, I want it. That. You don't need to learn more about it? The shopper kindly reminded. After all, this was more than $6 million. After the endless stupor, Shi Yu violently got up from the bed. To read the latest chapter content, please update the latest chapter content. He breathed in the fresh air in large gulps, his chest trembling. Confusion, disbelief, and all sorts of emotions flooded his mind. Where is this? Then Shi Yu subconsciously looked around, then became even more confused. A single dormitory. Even if he managed to get rescued, he should still be in a hospital room right now. There was also how his own body was not injured at all. With doubts, Shi Yu's eyes quickly swept through the room, and finally his gaze rested on a mirror above his bed. The mirror illuminated his current appearance, about 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome appearance. But the problem was, it wasn't him. Read the latest chapter content without ads for free. The previous self was a handsome young man in his 20s with an extraordinary aura, who had been working for a while. And now, how does this appearance look? Just the age of a high school student. This change made Shi Yu froze for a long time. Never tell him that the surgery was successful. The body and appearance have all changed. It is not even a question of surgery or not anymore. It is an immortal art. He actually turned into a completely different person. Could it be that he had crossed over? In addition to the mirror on the bed that was placed in a position that was obviously bad feng shui, Shi Yu also found 3 books on the side. Shi Yu picked up a look, and the titles of the books instantly silenced him. The Essential Beast Breeding Manual for Novice Breeders, Postpartum Care for Favored Beasts, A Guide to Evaluating Fey Race Beast Ear Nymphs. Shi Yu. The names of the first 2 books are fairly normal. What's wrong with you in the last one? Ahem. Shi Yu's gaze was solemn as he extended his hand, but his arms soon froze. Just as he wanted to flip open the 3rd book to see what it was all about, his brain tingled violently, and a large number of memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Ice Plains City. Favored Beast Breeding Base. Intern Pet Beast Breeder. The website is about to close. providing you with the opening of the great god Yifan Benzun picked up $1 billion in a rented house pet beast breeder? Yifeng shook his head. No need, check out. Okay. Your side please. The guide had an excited face and hurriedly led Yifeng towards the cashier. Not far away, Lin Ji and Zhu Man had been dumbfounded. Looking at Yifeng's back, Lin Ji's gaze was filled with doubt. Yu Man, on the other hand, her eyes were glowing. Even if she didn't know much about watches, she knew that Bvlgari wristwatches were top-tier luxury goods. Even the cheapest one would cost more than $100,000. And Yifeng just looked at it twice and decided to buy it. This was too luxurious. Lin Ji, you still know such a rich classmate? Returning to her senses, Yi Shu Man asked at Lin Ji. Lin Ji felt that Zhu Man's eyes were a bit off, but when he looked closely, he didn't see anything unusual, so he shook his head. He's in a dormitory with him, I can still not know him. Where does he have any money? His parents are ordinary workers, and his living expenses are only 1 or 2,000 a month. He was also puzzled. With Yifeng's financial ability, there was no way he could come here to spend money. But Yifeng looks like he is bottoming out. Is Yifeng crazy? Or did he win the lotto? Not being able to understand, Lin Ji decided to follow him over to take a look. Yishu Man also wanted to see if Yifeng was really rich, so he and Lin Ji went to the cash register together. In front of the cash register. Hello sir, the total is $7,650,000. May I ask if you have a membership card? If you have a membership card, you can get a 10% discount. The store manager said to Yifeng with a smile. Originally, there was no need for the store manager to personally come out for such a small matter as settling the bill. But Yifeng was too generous. In less than 20 minutes after entering the store, he had placed an order of more than $7 million. This kind of divine customer, naturally, the store manager had to show up in order to show his respect for Yifeng. No. Yifeng was about to shake his head when he suddenly thought that he had a World City's black gold card. So, he took out the black gold card and handed it to the store manager. When the store manager saw the black gold card, he was first stunned, and then his eyes widened with disbelief. Could this be World City's black gold card? She naturally recognized it. But the two that owned the black gold card, she knew them all, and she had never heard of those two giving the black gold card away. Or was Yifeng the third one? This question, the store manager did not dare to ask and could only return the black gold card to Yifeng. Mr. Yi, I am very sorry, with my authority, there is no way to help you with the checkout procedure. Can you wait here for a moment? When he said this, the store manager had an apprehensive look on his face, afraid that he would offend Yifeng if he didn't pay attention. Yifeng saw that it was still early, so he nodded his head and agreed. The store manager was relieved. Thank you. After letting the shopkeeper treat Yifeng well, the shopkeeper hurriedly made a call to the secretary of the top management of World City. The top floor of World City. In a luxurious office, Tan Yun, the person in charge of World City, was looking over last month's financial statement. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door suddenly sounded. Without lifting her head, Tan Yun shouted, "Come in." The next moment, Secretary Xiao Yu pushed the door open. Mr. Tan. What is it? Someone came to our World City with a black gold card. The secretary reported truthfully. The moment Tan Yun heard that it was related to the black gold card, her eyes widened with incredulity. All the black gold cards in World City were in the hands of Tan Bo Hong. To be able to make Tan Bo Hong give out black gold cards, the other party's identity must be extraordinary. Such a person, even she wouldn't dare to offend. Go take a look. After saying that, Tan Yun directly got up and headed out of the office. Secretary Xiao Yu followed closely behind. Soon, the duo arrived at the luxury store in a flurry of activity. When the store manager saw Tan Yun, he hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Mr. Tan. Where is everyone?" Tan Yun asked as she searched the store. After scanning around, she focused her gaze on a young man in the rest area. At the same time, the sales clerk's voice came through. The one sitting in the rest area is Mr. Ye. Tan Yun nodded and lifted her leg towards the rest area. Yifeng noticed someone approaching and looked up, only to see the store manager and two women walking this way. The woman at the front looked like 27 or 88, her face value was around 90 points, she had short hair and was wearing a small suit. Her temperament was very similar to Lin Qian, but different. Lin Qian gives people the feeling of being a thunderous bear royalty, while the woman in front of her is equally capable, but more gentle. The other woman, with a face value of around 80 points and a slim body shape, was not Yi Feng's favorite type. So after only a glance he averted his gaze. At this time, Tan Yun also came in front of Yi Feng, smiled and reached out her hand. "Hello Mr. Yi, I'm Tan Yun, the person in charge of World City." "Hello Mr. Tan." Yi Feng smiled and shook hands with Tan Yun. "Mr. Yi, can you show me your black gold card?" "Sure." After saying that, Yi Feng handed the black gold card to Tan Yun. Tan Yun took it with a smile. A moment later, she suddenly stared. She was very familiar with the black gold card. There were several markings on it. It was simply impossible to forge it, so this card, it was real. Immediately, Tan Yun hurriedly returned the card to Yi Feng and made amends. "Mr. Yi, I apologize to you for my suspicions just now." "No harm done." Yi Feng waved his hand and expressed his understanding. After all, the black gold card was so important, it was fine for Tan Yun to be cautious. She just asked, "Can we check out now?" "Of course." Tan Yun nodded her head in a hurry and personally went to handle it for Yi Feng. Even though she had already thought that the amount of Yi Feng's consumption would not be small, she still could not help but be surprised when she saw the price of $7,650,000 displayed on the screen. "Mr. Yi, you have the black gold card, and you can get a 60% discount on everything you charge in World City. The price after the discount is $5,499,000. I can personally make the decision to erase the change of $9,000 for you. You just give $5,440,000. Yi Feng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the black gold card's discount was actually that great. It saved more than $2 million. Even though he didn't lack money, he was still happy to be able to spend less. "Okay, thanks." Yi Feng smiled at Tan Yun and then handed over the bank card. Not far away, Lin Ji and Shu Man were shocked when they heard these words. Lin Ji didn't expect that Yi Feng's black gold card was actually real. One had to know that in the entire Shanghai city, not counting Yi Feng, there were only 2 people who possessed the black gold card. And those 2 people, both had extraordinary status in Shanghai city. How could Yi Feng become the 3rd person to have a black gold card? This was not scientific. Shu Man didn't know much about the black gold card, her focus was more on the price. Yi Feng had only been in the store for less than half an hour and had actually spent over $5 million. This was also too luxurious. As the duo watched, Tan Yun took the bank card from Yi Feng. In a few seconds, the bill was settled. Tan Yun smiled and returned the bank card to Yi Feng. Yi Feng took it with a bland face, as if what he had just used out was not $5 million, but $500. Seeing this, Lin Ji and Shu Man were even more shocked. How could he be so rich? Lin Ji's heart was very complicated. Thanks to the fact that he had variously looked down on Yi Feng before, he didn't expect his face to hurt. Shu Man, on the other hand, stared at Yi Feng with glowing eyes. Young, handsome and golden. Is simply the ideal male friend. If she could get Yi Feng's favor, she would have nothing to worry about in her life. At once, Yi Shu Man had a bold idea. Yi Feng noticed Lin Ji and Shu Man's gazes. Especially Shu Man, it made him feel a little strange. However, he didn't think much about it, and after collecting his bank card, Yi Feng was ready to leave World City. At this time, Tan Yun suddenly said, "Mr. Yi, can you leave a contact information?" She was really curious about Yi Feng. Obviously so rich, yet he was dressed so plainly. Of course, what made her care more was the relationship between Yi Feng and Tan Bo Hong. She was a distant relative of Tan Bo Hong, and knew that if it was just an ordinary person, Tan Bo Hong would never give a black gold card. If she could make a good relationship with Yi Feng, maybe she could go farther in the business world. Yi Feng sniffed and was a bit puzzled. Seeing this, Tan Yun hurriedly explained, "You are our World City's VIP, if you have any problems in the future, you can contact me directly." Seeing Tan Yun so impatient to explain, Yi Feng was even more puzzled. Although he couldn't figure out what purpose Tan Yun had, he didn't refuse since it wasn't bad for him. After exchanging contact information with Tan Yun, Yi Feng saw that it was already past 5 o'clock, and he was afraid that he would be late for another trip back to the villa, so he decided to change his clothes here. After exchanging greetings with Tan Yun, Yi Feng picked one that was on the casual side and walked towards the fitting room. A few minutes later, Yi Feng came out from the fitting room. At once, Tan Yun, Yu Shu Man, Lin Ji and the others all focused their eyes on him. It was said that people depended on their clothes. Before, Yi Feng could only be considered as a good-looking man, but at this moment, after he changed into these clothes, his entire temperament was instantly elevated. At this moment, he was like a beam of light in the darkness, so that people couldn't help but focus their eyes on him. Tan Yun, Shu Man and the other girls, all of them were stunned by Yi Feng and directly looked at him with flowery eyes. Lin Ji, on the other hand, was somewhat ashamed of himself. He used to target Yi Feng a lot. Besides looking down on Yi Feng himself, it was also because Yi Feng was more handsome than him. And now Yi Feng is not only more handsome than him but also richer than him. It is really too devastating. Some passers-by too were unintentionally attracted by Yi Feng. Look, handsome guy. So handsome, is he a star? It seems like I know that little handsome guy. The women were all attracted by Yi Feng's face value. Some of the bold ones even went up to Yi Feng to ask for WeChat. Yi Feng politely refused, although there were a few girls who did look good. But since he had met Jie Qiu, his eyes had become picky, and girls with 60 or 70 points of face value were not worth his time. Afterward, he walked towards Tan Yun and said goodbye to her before leaving with his things. Tan Yun, her secretary and the others, hurriedly and respectfully sent Yi Feng to the door. Behind them there were a Shu Man and Lin Ji. Shu Man had wanted to find a chance to talk to Yi Feng, but Lin Ji had been following her, so she could only wait for later. Sighing slightly, Yi Shu Man prepared to leave, but found that there were quite a number of people surrounding the parking lot. What happened? Yi Shu Man was a little curious. Lin Ji was equally curious. Glancing at each other, the two of them very silently walked towards the crowd. As they got closer, the chatter of the crowd reached the ears of the duo. What a domineering car. Too cool. This car shouldn't be cheap, right? Nonsense, can a Ferrari be cheap? And this is still a Ferrari Enzo. Is the Ferrari Enzo expensive? Of course, Ferrari Enzo is the king of Ferrari. Other series of cars are just a younger brother in front of it. Whose car is this? Just as the crowd was talking, Yi Feng pushed through the crowd and walked over. Little brother, this car is very expensive. I advise you not to go over there. If you accidentally scratch the car, you will only be able to work to pay off your debts in this life. Seeing this, an old brother kindly reminded Yi Feng. The crowd present, although they all wanted to go and take a picture with the Ferrari Enzo to show off, but the price of the car made the crowd not dare to go forward. Yi Feng smiled lightly when he heard this. It's fine. After saying that, he directly took out the car key and pressed it against the Ferrari Enzo. Instantly, the gullwing car door rose. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. What? This car actually belongs to this little brother? Having a top-of-the-line supercar at such a young age, I'm so sour. Whether there is a supercar or not is not important. The important thing is that the little brother is so handsome. Can you add a WeChat? Yi Feng didn't care about the crowd's reaction and directly started the car. A low rumbling sound came out from the Ferrari Enzo. The crowd hurriedly made way. The Ferrari Enzo drove off into the distance and soon disappeared from the crowd's sight. Yi Shu Man also withdrew her gaze. Although she didn't recognize the Ferrari Enzo, she knew that Yi Feng's ride wasn't cheap when she saw the Ferrari's badge. Yi Feng was even richer than she had imagined. This golden son-in-law she had to catch. Regarding her body and looks, Yi Shu Man was still very confident. As long as she took the initiative, Yi Feng definitely wouldn't refuse. Lin Ji didn't notice Yi Shu Man's abnormality but just said, Man, let's go, I'll take you to Pine Crane House for dinner. Songhe, Louisiana was one of the highest class restaurants in Shanghai City. Yi Shu Man had always wanted to go there, but he couldn't afford to spend the money, but now that he had been stimulated by Yi Feng, he didn't want to act too stingy in front of his beautiful wife. If it was before, when she heard this, Yi Shu Man must have been very happy. But at this moment she shook her head, no need. Why man? Lin Ji, can you take me to your dormitory? Without waiting for Lin Ji to finish, Yi Shu Man interrupted him. Huh? Lin Ji was surprised. Yi Shu Man, on the other hand, revealed a touch of shyness and said, Isn't there a saying that if you want to understand a person, you should first understand his living environment? Upon hearing this, Lin Ji was somewhat flattered. He had also said before that he would bring Shu Man to his dormitory to take a look, but Shu Man had always disagreed. How come today? Yi Shu Man saw that Lin Ji hesitated and immediately frowned. What? Lin Ji, don't you want me to know more about you? No. Lin Ji saw that Shu Man was about to get angry and quickly shook his head. Let's go back to school then. Good. Lin Ji nodded his head in a hurry and reached out to hold Zhu Man's hand. Zhu Man hastily dodged away. Seeing that Lin Ji seemed a bit angry, she hurriedly said with a resigned face, "Lin Ji, before I get to know you, I don't want us to progress too fast. You can understand me, right? Good, I respect your choice." Although Lin Ji was a little depressed, he was also afraid of scaring Zhu Man away, so he nodded. He then walked towards his car. Where he couldn't see, the gentleness on Zhu Man's face had been replaced by contempt. Lin Ji was really stupid. She went to Lin Ji's dormitory just to know more about Yifeng. The reason she casually made up Lin Ji actually believed it. It was really good to cheat. Lin Ji seemed to feel something and looked back at Zhu Man. Zhu Man still has a gentle face. Could it be my illusion? Lin Ji scratched his head. He always felt where it was wrong but could not say. The Phoenix Hotel is located in the center of the city, with 30 floors. Whether it is hotel services or facilities, in the 5-star hotels in Shanghai City, it is the top. Countless stars and celebrities would choose to stay here when they came to Shanghai City. Jia Qiyu was staying in the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the Phoenix City Hotel. At this moment she was bugging her agent, Sister Wang. "Sister Wang, when you go down to pick up Yifeng in a while, your attitude must be easygoing, don't scare people. Looking at what he's wearing, his family should be very ordinary. When you speak, you have to pay more attention, don't hurt his pride." Also, although Sister Wang didn't like Yifeng very much, she also understood that Yifeng had sort of saved her life, so she wrote them down one by one. When it was about time, she said hello to Xia Qiyu and went downstairs. By the time she got downstairs, it was already 5:55. Sister Wang waited for 2 to 3 minutes, but still didn't see Yifeng. What a lack of punctuality. Sister Wang couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Yifeng in her heart, and then she took out her cell phone and dialed Yifeng's number. "Hello?" Yifeng was driving, and when he heard his cell phone ringing, he answered it without looking at the screen. "Mr. Yi, where have you arrived?" Soon, a woman's voice came from the cell phone with a somewhat cold tone. Yifeng heard that it was Sister Wang, so he said, "Sister Wang, I've arrived downstairs at the hotel. Where? How come I don't see you?" Sister Wang looked around. At this time a black supercar drove in from outside. Sister Wang's eyes were immediately attracted to it. It was actually a Ferrari Enzo. As Jia Yui's agent, she was very eagle-eyed and recognized the model of the supercar at a glance, and also knew that the car was worth more than $30 million. Moreover, this was a limited edition, and there were only 400 of them in the world, so it wasn't that one could buy it just because they had money, they also needed a certain background. Such a car, even in a big city like Yanjing, it was rare to see one. I didn't think that Shanghai would have one. I don't know who the owner of the car is. Just as she was curious, the Ferrari Enzo stopped not far in front of her. Immediately, the car window dropped, revealing a young and handsome face. Yifeng. After seeing the person in the driver's seat clearly, Sister Wang was filled with astonishment. Yifeng smiled at Sister Wang and then hung up the phone. Immediately afterward, the gull-wing car door slowly rose. Yifeng got down from the car and handed the car keys to the parking attendant, who greeted him before lifting his leg and walking towards Sister Wang. Looking at Yifeng, who was dressed in a famous brand and had an expensive look, Sister Wang was instantly more surprised. If she is not wrong, Yifeng this outfit, at least more than 100,000 yuan, plus that watch. Eventually she came to a conclusion: Yifeng is very rich. Then why was he dressed so down before? Sister Wang, long time waiting. Yifeng came to Sister Wang and said with a smile, "You're welcome, I've only just arrived." Sister Wang came back to her senses and hurriedly shook her head with a smile, while her tone was also unconsciously much more polite. At this moment, the dissatisfaction in her heart towards Yifeng's late arrival had long since dissipated. Instead she said with a smile, "Mr. Ye Xiaoxia has already arrived at the restaurant, I'll take you there now." Trouble Sister Wang. Yifeng nodded. "You are too polite, Mr. Yi." Saying that, Sister Wang took the initiative to help Yifeng push open the door of the hotel. Yifeng was slightly stunned. He remembered that before, Sister Wang didn't seem to like him very much. Why was she suddenly so enthusiastic? However, he didn't think much about it, and after saying thanks, he took the lead and walked into the hotel. Immediately after, the two of them got on the elevator. Not a moment later, the elevator stopped on the 5th floor. Sister Wang brought Yi Feng to a 3-star Michelin restaurant and walked through a long corridor to the door of a chic and elegant private room. Jia Yu was standing right in front of the entrance of the private room, still with that pure and moving face, paired with an exaggerated body. Wearing a white t-shirt and tight jeans, outlining the perfect curves of the body, there was no trace of makeup on her face, but she was beautiful and moving. When Yi Feng sized up Xia Qiaoyu was also sizing him up. Yi Feng was already good-looking, and at this moment, with the lining of the famous brand, the whole person was even more imposing and sunny and handsome. Even though Xia Qiaoyu had seen a lot of handsome men in the entertainment industry, a flash of amazement appeared in her eyes. But soon she returned to normal. Although she was a bit puzzled as to how Yi Feng, a poor student, could afford luxury clothing, she didn't ask, but just smiled and greeted Yi Feng. "Yi Feng, you're here." Looking at Jia Qiaoyu, who didn't have the slightest bit of a star's stance and was easygoing, just like a big sister next door. Yi Feng smiled slightly at the sound. His impression of her got better and greeted her as well. "Ms. Ye, good evening." "Good evening." Xia Qiaoyu also returned a smile, then sidestepped to make way. "Yi Feng, let's go in and talk." Yi Feng nodded, then he and Xia Qiaoyu walked towards the private room together. Sister Wang, on the other hand, went to inform the waiter to serve the dishes. While waiting for the food to be served, Yi Feng and Xia Qiaoyu made small talk. At first, Xia Qiaoyu was afraid that Yi Feng would be uncomfortable. However, when she saw Yi Feng talking to herself, she was relaxed and not at all formal, so she couldn't help but appreciate Yi Feng a little. Unintentionally, when her eyes swept over Yi Feng's wrist, she froze. "BVL Gari Octo?" If she remembered correctly, this watch is a limited edition. Each piece is sold for more than $6 million, and there are only 8 pieces in the world. How could Yi Feng own it? Could it be an imitation? But soon she dismissed this thought. She had once endorsed Bulgari's wristwatches and was very sure that the piece on Yi Feng's wrist was the genuine article. At once her gaze at Yi Feng became a bit odd. Yi Feng noticed Xia Qiaoyu's strange color, so he asked, "Miss Yaya, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Xia Qiaoyu shook her head and looked at Yi Feng again when he finished and exclaimed, "Nice table." "Thank you, I also think this watch is quite nice, so I bought it." Yi Feng laughed. When Xia Qiaoyu heard this, she couldn't help but have her eyes fluctuate a bit. A watch of over $6 million, how could it come out of Yi Feng's mouth as if it just cost over $60? Just how rich was he? Xia Qiaoyu didn't ask rashly, but just silently stuffed the bank card back into her bag. There are 5 million in the bank card. Originally she was prepared to give Yi Feng a thank you gift, but now, people a watch are more than 6 million, and then use this money as a thank you gift, is not to look down on people. The two of them chatted for a while. The waiter began to serve food. A total of 15 dishes, color and flavor. Just looking at it makes people's fingers move. "Ms. Xie, just the two of us, ordering a little too much." Yi Feng looked at the large table of dishes and said. Xia Yu lightly smiled and shook her head. "It's fine, you quickly taste it, see if it suits your appetite." "Good." Saying that, Yi Feng picked up his chopsticks and clamped a piece of roast duck into his mouth. "Not bad. This duck meat is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, oily but not greasy, delicious. It's good that you like it. Eat more, don't ever be polite." Yi Feng nodded. He didn't intend to be polite with Jia Yu either, and happened to be hungry as well, so he immediately feasted on it. Jia Qiaoyu only ate a few bites before putting down her chopsticks. He didn't know if it was unappetizing or he didn't dare to eat more in order to maintain his figure. When Yi Feng had almost eaten, Xia Qiaoyu suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Yi Feng, I really thank you too much today. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have had the chance to sit and eat dinner with you." She had always felt that what happened today was not a coincidence. After looking at the road surveillance, she was even more certain of her suspicion that Yi Feng was deliberately trying to save her. But the reason why the tanker hit the guardrail was because the driver was fatigued, and there was no human factor. How did Yi Feng know that the tanker would explode? Moreover, her whereabouts hadn't been leaked, so how did Yi Feng precisely find her RV? Xia Yu had countless little question marks in her head, and couldn't wait to know the answer. Upon hearing this, Yi Feng put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a paper towel before smiling. "Ms. Xia, whatever you want to ask, just ask directly." He knew that Jia Qiaoyu's invitation to dinner was definitely not just to thank him. Jia Qiaoyu didn't expect Yi Feng to be so frank, and slightly froze before saying, "You deliberately went to save me, right?" Then, Xia, do you believe that people can predict the future? Yifeng asked without answering. Don't believe. Xia Qiyu shook her head. She was a materialist. Predicting the future was not scientific at all, so she didn't believe it. Upon hearing this, Yifeng smiled. That's right. So what happened today is just a coincidence. Really just a coincidence? Xia Yu opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Yifeng didn't want to talk about it, there was no point in her continuing to pursue it. She just looked at Yifeng curiously. Suddenly, Xia Qiyu's cell phone rang with an incoming call. Xia Yu was startled and hurriedly went to get the cell phone that was placed on the table, but her hand slipped and didn't hold it steady, and the cell phone directly fell on the ground. Yifeng saw that the cell phone was closer to him, so he bent down to pick it up. As a result, the hand just grabbed the phone, and the back of the hand came with a slightly cool, soft touch. It was Xia Qiyu's hand. Yifeng subconsciously looked at Xia Qiyu. Xia Qiyu was also looking at him. With four eyes facing each other, a blush rose on Xia Yu's face. In the next second, as if electrocuted, Xia Qiyu hastily withdrew her hand. Yifeng had some regrets. This was the hand of a national goddess. The touch was not generally good. However, he did not think too much about it, and just picked up the phone and handed it to Xia Qiyu. Thanks. Xia Qiyu took the phone and thanked him, looking at Yifeng with a somewhat odd gaze, but it flickered. Yifeng also didn't notice Xia Qiyu's abnormality, and just asked, Miss Ye, the phone didn't break, right? Xia Qiyu checked the phone and shook her head, no. And even if it was broken, it was fine. A cell phone was just a cell phone, it was nothing to her at all. Afterward, she checked the missed calls. Seeing that the call just now was from Sister Wang, she couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the matter wasn't negotiated? Just as she was about to send a message to ask Sister Wang, a knock came from the door of the private room. Come in. Xia Qiyu said. Soon, the sad-faced Sister Wang pushed the door and walked in. As soon as she saw Sister Wang's appearance, a bad feeling rose in Xia Qiyu's heart, but she didn't rush to ask. Instead, Sister Wang barely managed to squeeze out a smile and greeted Yifeng before walking towards Xia Qiyu. That person is unwilling to help us. Sure enough. Although Xia Qiyu had already guessed it, her gaze was still dimmed at once. Then she looked at Yifeng, who was on the side, and said, Sister Wang, you go out first, we'll talk about this matter later. Sister Wang nodded and prepared to leave. At this time Yifeng spoke, Mia Ca, are you in some kind of trouble? He could see that the matter that Sister Wang was talking about should be very important to Xia Qiyu, and it was only because he was still here that Xia Yu didn't go and solve it immediately. He had a good impression of Xia Qiyu, and when he heard this situation at this moment, he asked curiously in passing. Xia Qiyu also didn't think Yifeng could help, so he didn't rush to speak. However, Sister Wang did not think so, and thinking that Yifeng came in a Ferrari Enzo, she hastily nodded her head and said, Mr. Yi, we are indeed in trouble. Sister Wang. Xia Qiyu guessed that Yifeng shouldn't be able to help, and not wanting to trouble him, she was about to stop Sister Wang from continuing. But without waiting for her to finish, Sister Wang continued to speak to Yifeng, Mr. Yi. The matter is like this. It turned out that it was related to Xia Qiyu's new movie. Now that Xia Qiyu had reached the top in the singing world, there wasn't much room for progress, so she wanted to break into the movie market. With Xia Qiyu's fame, as long as she said something, there would naturally be people rushing to send script resources, but Xia Yu was very demanding and didn't want to make a bad movie. This time it is hard to find a good script, as the scale is a little sensitive, probably not over the trial, but Xia Qiyu is unwilling to give up such a good script, so they want to find a relationship to operate a little. After they asked around, they realized that Tan Bo Hong is quite wild, and has a lot of energy in this area. However, Tan Bo Hong, like the business sector, the duo naturally cannot see. Therefore Xia Qiyu looked for a middleman, wanting the middleman to help matchmaking. But that middleman also felt that Xia Qiyu did not have enough weight, and was unwilling to help. So that's what happened. After understanding what happened, Yifeng immediately smiled. If it was someone else that Xia Qiyu was looking for, he might not really be able to do anything, but if it was Tan Bo Hong, it was a trivial matter. Sister Wang had been observing Yifeng's expression, and when she saw this, her heart suddenly lit up with hope. Mister? Yeah, you know Tan Dong? Recognize. When Xie Qiu and Sister Wang heard this, they were both a little surprised. Still really knew each other. Immediately, Sister Wang hurriedly asked then, Mr. Yi, can you help make a connection? After saying that, she only thought that she was still not accurate about how Yifeng and Tan Bohong's relationship was. If Yifeng didn't have enough weight in Tan Bohong's heart, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to help them. So, she hastened to add, if you can't, it's okay, you don't have to make it difficult. Not difficult. Yifeng waved his hand and interrupted Sister Wang's words. Immediately after, he took out his cell phone and dialed Tan Bohong's phone number. Soon, a somewhat puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello? Hello, Elder Tan, this is Yifeng. Yifeng hurriedly introduced himself. As soon as Tan Bohong heard that the call was from Yifeng, his tone immediately became cordial. So it's Mr. Little Yi. Elder Tan, taking the liberty of calling you, didn't disturb you? No. After exchanging pleasantries, he began to get to the point. Elder Tan, I want to ask you for a favor. Yifeng said, you say. It's like this. Yifeng gave Tan Bohong the whole story. There was a quick reply on the other end of the phone. Okay, Mr. Little Yi, let them come and meet me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xiaoyu Kuyu was just a star, and really wasn't qualified to have him personally appear. However, he had to sell Yifeng a face. Thank you, Elder Tan. Yifeng hurriedly thanked him. You're welcome. After chatting for a couple more sentences, the call ended. Yifeng looked at Xie Qiu and Sister Wang. Miss Xia, Elder Tan has agreed to meet you tomorrow morning. After telling the two women the time and address that Tan Bohong had arranged, Yifeng stuffed the phone back into his pocket. When Yifeng and Tan Bohong talked, their voices were not too small, coupled with the fact that it was very quiet in the private room. The content of the phone call, Xie Qiu and Sister Wang also heard it. Seeing that Tan Bohong had a very unusual attitude towards Yifeng, the two women's hearts were a little complicated. Especially Sister Wang. Thinking that she had looked down on Yifeng before. She was grateful in her heart, but she was also more embarrassed and apologetic. Yifeng? Thank you. Xie Qiu quickly came back to her senses and excitedly grabbed Yifeng's hand to thank him. Haha, it's just a matter of lifting my hand, Ms. Xie doesn't need to take it to heart. Yifeng did not care and just stared at Xie Qiu's hand, soft as bone. Unfortunately, not more than a few seconds later, Xie Qiu realized that she had lost her temper, her face flushed, and she hastily withdrew her hand. It's just a hand up for you, but for us, it's a big favor for us. I'll be sure to thank you properly when we've finalized the negotiations with Tan Dong. As she spoke, Xie Yu was filled with gratitude and curiosity. Seeing that Xie Qiu insisted, Yifeng didn't push back, so he smiled and said, Good, then I'll be waiting for Miss Xiao's thanks. Xie Yu smiled faintly and added, Yifeng? Let's add a WeChat, so we can contact each other often in the future. These words, she said after thinking about it again and again. Originally, she was prepared to use $5 million and a meal to pay back Yifeng's favor for saving her, but now that Yifeng had helped her again, and she also had some curiosity about Yifeng, she was prepared to add a WeChat to slowly get to know each other. The national goddess took the initiative to add WeChat. Yifeng naturally will not refuse. After adding his friends, Yifeng put away his cell phone and got up to say goodbye. Thanks to Ms. Xiao's hospitality, it's getting late, I'll leave first. Good. Xie Qiu nodded her head and suddenly thought of something as if she hurriedly shoved 2 cards into Yifeng's hand. If you have time the day after tomorrow, remember to come to my concert. Yifeng didn't look at it carefully, guessing that what Xie Yu gave him should be concert tickets, so he nodded okay. Collecting the card, Yifeng walked towards the outside of the private room. Xie Qiu had wanted to personally send Yifeng downstairs, but considering his own identity, he had to give up and asked Sister Wang to send Yifeng. Soon, the elevator stopped on the first floor. When Yifeng walked out of the lobby on the first floor, the parking attendant had already driven the Ferrari Enzo to him. Receiving the car keys, Yifeng rewarded the parking attendant with a 200 tip, and then drove away under Sister Wang's respectful gaze. Only until the car completely disappeared from view did Sister Wang turn around and head for the top floor of the hotel. In the presidential suite, Xie Qiu stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing into the distance. Suddenly the sound of the door lock opening sounded and Sister Wang walked in. After seeing Xie Qiayu, she also walked towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Xie, mister. Yi has already left. Sister Wang, it's been hard on you. You girl, why are you still polite with me? Xie Qiayu smiled, then asked, by the way, Sister Wang, how did you know that Yi Feng, he can do us a favor? I'm actually not sure, but, said Sister Wang. She paused before continuing, his ride is a Ferrari Enzo. Ferrari Enzo? Hearing these 5 words, Xie Qiayu's pupils instantly shrank. She naturally knew what the Ferrari Enzo represented. Then when she thought about Yi Feng's Bulgari watch, Sister Wang, it seems like we still underestimated him. After sighing with emotion, Xie Qiayu didn't continue to dwell on this issue, but just asked, Sister Wang, what's on my schedule for tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, meeting with Tan Dong, 11 o'clock. Sister Wang opened the memo and read Xie Qiayu's schedule to her. After listening, Xie Qiayu said, Sister Wang, that interview at noon, help me push it off. Xie, it's not good, you didn't go to the charity gala tonight, there are already some people who are dissatisfied, if the interview tomorrow. Push it. Okay. Seeing that Xie Qiayu insisted, Sister Wang knew that it was useless to say anything, so she didn't try to persuade her anymore, but just asked, what are your plans for tomorrow at noon? Thank Yi Feng. Sister Wang was a bit speechless. She felt that Xie Qiayu was a bit too attached to Yi Feng. Right now they hadn't even met with Tan Bohong yet. How could they be sure that Tan Bohong would definitely help them? Seeing Sister Wang's disbelief, Xie Qiayu smiled faintly. Tan Dong's time, it's worth a lot. Upon hearing this, Sister Wang was stunned, but then she figured it out. Yes, Tan Bohong was a busy man. If he was not prepared to help them, even if Yi Feng opened his mouth, the other party might not be willing to see them. Since he had decided to see them, it meant that this had a high chance of success. Compared to Xie Qiayu's movie career, what was an exclusive interview? Xie, your insistence is right, mister. Ye deserves our friendship. After saying that, Sister Wang called to put off tomorrow's exclusive interview. On the other hand, after Yi Feng drove out of the hotel, he parked his car on the side of the road and took out the cards that Xie Qiayu had stuffed to him and looked at them. He guessed correctly that one of the cards was, indeed, a concert ticket. But the difference was that this one was a super VIP card for the independent rooms at the concert site. For the entire concert, there were only 3 independent private rooms. Now the most ordinary concert tickets have been speculated to thousands apiece, but also in short supply. This super VIP card in his hand, if he puts it out, it is estimated that it can be sold for tens of thousands. However, he is not short of money now, naturally he will not take it to sell. If there is time the day after tomorrow, it is not bad to go to the scene to see the concert. Collecting the concert independent room card, Yi Feng looked at the second card. It was Xie Qiayu's private business card. Yi Feng was a little surprised, then he put the card away and drove towards Zhongqin Lakeview No. 1 Villa. After returning home, Yi Feng simply washed up and collapsed on the bed and huffed and puffed. There were no words in the night. The next morning, after Yi Feng woke up, he didn't rush to school but asked the property to help him contact a van. He didn't have classes this morning, so he was going to take advantage of this time to move all the things in his dorm room to Zhongqin Lakeview No. 1 Villa. Soon, the van that the property found came to Villa 1. Yi Feng didn't intend to drive the Ferrari Enzo either, and directly went back to the school with the van. More than an hour later, the van stopped under the boys' dormitory of Zhonghai University. Yi Feng asked the driver to wait for him downstairs, and after he went up to pack his things first, he walked towards the dormitory building. 509 Dormitory.
Guys, if you want subtitles, you can include them on the video.
Yi Feng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, the door of the dormitory was opened, and the doorway revealed a big fat face. It was Fatty Chu. As soon as Fatty Chu saw that the person at the door was Yi Feng, he immediately smiled. Brother Feng, you're back. Saying that, he hurriedly sidestepped and let Yi Feng into the dormitory. Yi Feng walked into the dormitory. When Ma Hongfei, who was reading a book, saw Yi Feng, he also smiled and greeted him. Good morning, Brother Feng. Good morning. Yi Feng nodded and then looked at Lin Jai's bed. There was no shadow of Lin Jai on the messy bed. Fatty Chu could see Yi Feng's doubts, so he said, Brother Feng, that kid Lin Jai went out for a date early in the morning. Yi Feng nodded and didn't answer. It was best not to be there. It just so happened that he didn't want to see that guy either. Afterward, he started to pack up. Seeing this, Fatty Chu asked, "Brother Feng, are you planning to move out today?" Yi Feng nodded. "Do you want old Ma and I to help you?" "No need. I've already called the moving company." Yi Feng shook his head. "So that van downstairs was called by you?" Landlord. Fatty Chu was a little staggered at the sound. Although, it was not expensive to find a moving company. But such a big van with so many people helping to move it. At least 1,000 several $100. Enough to cover the living expenses of an ordinary college student for more than a month. Yi Feng smiled and did not talk. Fatty Chu also did not care. Just began to help Yi Feng pack up. Ma Hongfei also came over to help. The three of them chatted as they cleaned up. As they talked, they chatted about ZQ's concert. When mentioning this, Fatty Chu was obviously a bit excited. "Brother Feng, old Ma, do you know how expensive the tickets for ZQ's concert are now?" Yi Feng shook his head, while Ma Hongfei asked, "How expensive?" "The most inferior ordinary tickets are sold to nearly 1,000. Fatty Chu had an expression of lying down. Summer and autumn tickets. Concerts were divided into 3 types: ordinary tickets, VIP tickets, and independent private rooms. In the ordinary tickets, by the distance from the stage, they were divided into first class, second class, third class and last class tickets. The last class ticket is the furthest from the stage and the cheapest. The official website sells for $500. I didn't expect that in the hands of the scalper. It was actually speculated to nearly 1,000. It is indeed quite expensive, Yi Feng thought. Ma Hongfei was also surprised by the price. So expensive, no one should buy it, right? This you are wrong, old horse. Want to buy a lot of people? And this has been counted as cheap. Ordinary first-class tickets now are already 3,000 to start with. As for the first few rows of VIP tickets, no $10,000. Simply take not come down, crap. Ma Hongfei couldn't help but shake his hands. He was not a star chaser, and couldn't understand the thoughts of those star chasers. Spending so much money just to go see someone sing a few songs, was it worth it? Seeing this, Fatty Chu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This scares you? Then you don't know the price of a diamond card for an independent private room. How expensive is it? It is rumored that someone is willing to offer $100,000 for it. Hiss. Ma Hongfei couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. 100,000 are enough for the down payment of a suite in Shanghai City. Star chasers are really too crazy. Fatty Chu heatedly smiled. But the diamond card is not sold publicly, and we do not have much to do with it, or to talk about what happened in the school. I heard that there are girls who are willing to use a one-night date in exchange for a general first-class ticket. Tusk, said Chu Fatty. His smile also became subtle. Ma Hongfei couldn't help but shake his head when he heard this. It was obvious that he couldn't understand those girls' thoughts. Yi Feng also felt that his 3 views had collapsed a little. An ordinary first-class ticket could find a girlfriend. Then wouldn't this diamond card in his hand make countless girls throw themselves at it? However, after seeing Zia Q's magnificent beauty, he could no longer look at the girls in the school. Seeing that Fatty Chu's words were full of yearning for the concert, he asked, "Fatty, you also want to go to the concert?" "Of course I want to." Fatty Chu nodded his head busily. Not just him. There was almost no one in the school who didn't want to. It's just that many people couldn't grab the tickets, and didn't want to buy the overpriced tickets in the hands of scalpers. So they could only think about it. Yi Feng let out a light smile and nodded. "Okay, I'll take you there tomorrow night." Upon hearing this, Fatty Chu and Ma Hongfei were stunned. Both of them stared at Yi Feng with unbelievable eyes. After a moment, Fatty Chu was the first to come back to his senses and hurriedly asked, "Brother Feng, you grabbed the ticket. How many classes of ordinary?" Yi Feng did not answer. and only placed a black card on the table. Fatty Chu gazed at it and immediately widened his eyes. Crouching. This. This is a diamond card. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongfei immediately looked like he had seen a ghost. Fatty, you can't be mistaken, right? Didn't Fatty just say that the diamond card cost more than $100 and was not sold publicly? How could Yi Feng have it? Fatty Chu quickly shook his head. There's no mistake. This is the diamond card. He would go to the official website every day to brush the tickets, and he had long memorized the look of the various levels of tickets. So there was definitely no mistake. Afterwards, he hurriedly looked at Yi Feng. Brother Feng, where did you get this card from? You guess, Fatty Chu drawled. Where would he guess? However, he didn't dwell on it too much, and waited until he reacted to it to immediately say thank you. Great kindness is not to be repaid. Only. Yi Feng directly gave him a look to let him experience it himself. Fatty Chu also pointed to the point. After Hei's smile, will turn his eyes to Ma Hongfei. Old horse, you go. Ma Hongfei shook his head with a bitter smile. Thank you, Brother Feng, I won't go. His family's condition was very bad. As soon as he was free, he had to do a part-time job to earn tuition and living expenses. Having fun was too extravagant for him. Yi Feng knew Ma Hongfei's difficulties and didn't persuade him anymore. Continue to clean up. Fatty Chu, on the other hand, took out his cell phone and shot at the diamond card for a while. And after getting Yi Feng's permission, he sent several friend circles in a row. Fatty Chu himself did not expect his circle of friends actually fire. He had a lot of friends in his circle of friends. Coupled with the concert, diamond card, and these appealing words, there were soon hundreds of people giving him likes and comments. Some of the ones who had good relations with Fatty Chu even more directly asked about the authenticity of the diamond card in a private message. However, Fatty Chu was busy helping Yi Feng pack his luggage at this moment, and his cell phone was on mute, so he didn't know what was going on WeChat at all. Friends C cannot get a reply. Have screenshots of the circle of friends forwarded to the group. Please others to identify. Crap, diamond card. Really fake. It looks exactly like the picture on the official website. Where was this picture taken from? An alumni circle of friends. This person is from our school. Someone from our school can actually get a diamond card. It's impossible. There are only 3 diamond cards for the ZAQ concert site. It's incredibly precious. Who in our school is so capable of owning an independent private room? It's hard to say. What if the person has been very low-key before? 3 minutes. I want all the information of Fatty Chu's roommate, or I'll beat everyone here to death. Miss 36D. Online for Fatty Chu's contact information. After some discussion, many people thought that Fatty Chu's diamond card was real. Thus, the entire school boiled over in just 10 short minutes. The diamond card surprisingly appearing in school became a hot topic within the campus of Shanghai University. More people knew about this matter. Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible. But after seeing the diamond card on the screenshot, most people chose to believe it and began to be envious and jealous. There were also those who hate that they didn't have that kind of a loaded card, and hate that they didn't have a tycoon roommate. But more people were still digging their heels in to inquire about Fatty Chu and his roommate who had a diamond card, especially the girls who wanted to go to the concert. The diamond card for the concert had a fatal attraction for them. In the boys' dormitory, Yi Feng and Fatty Chu and Ma Hongfei were still packing up their things and were still ignorant of everything that happened outside the dormitory. A few minutes later, Yi Feng's luggage was finished packing. He took out his cell phone and made a call to the people from the moving company. Soon, the employees of the moving company went upstairs and carried all his things down. After Yi Feng greeted Fatty Chu and Ma Hongfei, he followed the truck back to the villa. He hadn't left for a while when a large group of sisters surrounded the entrance of the 509 dormitory. "Who are you looking for?" Fatty Chu looked at the girls with his jaw dropped. "You are Chu's school brother?" "Right, good day Chu school brother. I'm from the Chinese department." "Chu school brother, can I ask you something? Who owns the diamond card that you sent in your circle of friends?" Many of these sisters have a very capable face value. Fatty Chu's entire body was giddy, and without noticing, he confessed Yi Feng. When the girls heard Yi Feng's name, they immediately brightened up and asked for Yi Feng's information. Fatty Chu had already made a mistake just now. He didn't dare to make another mistake, and hurriedly closed the dormitory door. The girls were a bit reluctant, but since Yi Feng wasn't here, there was no point in them continuing to stay here. Moreover, there was more than just Fatty Chu who knew Yi Feng. And if Fatty Chu didn't say anything, they could still find someone else to inquire. Fatty Chu saw from the cat's eye that the girls had left the mouth and was relieved. Afterwards, he hurriedly dialed Yi Feng's phone in the van. Yi Feng saw that the caller ID was Chu Fatty and casually connected it. When he picked up, he originally thought it was something, waiting to hear Chu Fatty with an apologetic tone of voice to say the matter just now, and then apologized repeatedly. "Brother Feng, I'm sorry for you." He immediately faintly smiled and said, "That's it," said. Also ignored the phone side of the Chu Fat man stunned. 3 words after the end of the call. Hung up the phone. Yi Feng is ready to put the phone back in the pocket. Did not expect a burst of WeChat message alert sound rang. Tap to see. Almost all friend application, obviously. It was the other people in the school who knew him who had leaked his message. Looking at more and more friend applications, some verification messages are also written very revealing. Yi Feng cannot help but shake his head. Not as pretty as Zia Q, but still want to seduce him, want to fart eat it. Ignoring those friend applications, Yi Feng checked the private messages of his friends, without exception. The people who sent private messages were all here to find Yi Feng to ask for proof of the authenticity of Zia Q's card. After learning that the card was real, the people began to play the emotional card again, hoping that Yi Feng would take them to the concert tomorrow night. Even the class flower of his class at Shanghai University, who obviously didn't have much interaction with Yi Feng on weekdays, started to find reasons to actively ask him to dinner today. In this regard, Yi Feng just a smile. What the hell did he do earlier? Previously, did not see these people have much enthusiasm for him, and now see that there are benefits to come up. It's too late, shaking his head. Yi Feng put away his cell phone and didn't bother to pay attention to those people. Soon, the truck drove to the entrance of Zhongshan Lake, one villa. Yi Feng also put what happened just now behind him and started to move the luggage with the employees of the moving company. Inside Shanghai University School, the heat of the shocking appearance of Zia Q's concert diamond card in the boys' dormitory was getting higher and higher, and a group chat exploded. A perennial diver popped up. "I guess Yi Feng rejected you guys because that card is fake." "Huh, really fake? How do you know his diamond card is fake?" In the face of the crowd's questions, the man quickly released a series of messages. Yi Feng's family is actually very ordinary. It's impossible for him to have a card of this level. Don't believe me? There's a picture and the truth. This old neighborhood is Yi Feng's house. Why do I know? Because Yi Feng and I are classmates. We've been classmates since elementary school. As the man took out more and more evidence, the crowd in the group directly boiled over and hurriedly sent the screenshots of the chat to the school forum. Soon, this exposure post was hung on the front page of the forum. Countless people were shocked after reading it. Crap, Yi Feng is not a rich second generation. He's just from an ordinary family. His family doesn't have relatives with powerful backgrounds either. So how did he get that summer and autumn concert diamond card? Fake. His card is definitely fake. No wonder he rejected me. So, it's because the card is fake and he's afraid of being victimized. But if the card is fake, how is he going to get into the concert tomorrow night? It's easy. Just say he lost his card. Cam, what a scumbag. Central C University. Inside the office of the outreach department of the University Student Union. What are you guys talking about? Zooman had just arrived at the outreach department and saw the crowd talking and laughing. So, she inquired curiously. Schoolmates Zoo were talking about the fake diamond card for the ZAQ concert. A boy replied with a smile. Zooman was dumbfounded. When the crowd saw this, they asked, "You still don't know about such a big deal?" Schoolmates Zoo, Zooman shook her head. She had been staying with Lin Jai before. Wanting to dig up more information about Yi Feng from Lin Jai. How could she have the time to pay attention to these gossips? Seeing this, the crowd gave Zooman the story of what happened. After hearing this, Zooman snorted, "No way, these days. There are actually people who use fake concert tickets to cheat. The key is that there are still so many people who believe it. Who says it's not? It's too magical. I also didn't expect that things can actually be so reversed. Bah, shameless, losing our kook people." A boy even said with a face of disgust. Without waiting for him to finish, Zooman interrupted, "Senior Wang, what did you just say that person's name was?" Seeing Zooman's overreaction, Senior Wang didn't think much about it and just said, "Yi Feng." After saying that, he also pulled up a photo and showed it to Zooman. "Sister Zoo, look carefully. It's this person. You mustn't be fooled by him. It's actually him." Zooman's eyes widened as she stared straight at the photo. Although it was a bit blurry, she still recognized that the con man Yi Feng that the crowd was talking about was Lin Jai's roommate. Yi Feng. Yi Feng needed to use a fake card to cheat people. This was simply impossible. Immediately, she rushed the crowd and said, "If it's him, the card must be real." At these words, the entire outreach department was silent. Everyone stared blankly at Zooman. Zooman hurriedly explained, "Yesterday, I saw him spend more than $5 million on clothes and watches in one go. And moreover, he also holds the World City's black gold card. Do you guys think that it's still necessary for such a person to get a fake concert diamond card to cheat people? Really fake, Schoolmates Zoo? You wouldn't have recognized the wrong person, would you?" The exposure post said that his family is very average. After hearing Zooman's words, the crowd's first reaction was disbelief. "I definitely didn't recognize the wrong person," Zooman firmly said. Although she didn't understand why Yi Feng could have the World City's black gold card despite his average family conditions, she knew that she hadn't misjudged him. It was rare for the crowd to see Zooman so persistent. And they also believed in her words for a few minutes. However, there were still people who felt that Zooman was just looking at Yi Feng's good looks, and that was why she was helping him out. Zooman did not continue to explain. Just took out her cell phone, opened the campus forum, browsed the exposure post. Seeing that almost all of the exposure posts were comments scolding Yi Feng, she was a bit delighted. When everyone was scolding Yi Feng, she stood firmly on his side. He must be very touched, right? Even if he wasn't moved, he would definitely be impressed with her. Thinking this way, Zooman hurriedly spoke up for Yi Feng, stating that Yi Feng had the World City's black gold card. So there was no need to cheat people with a fake card for a concert. Zooman's pretty appearance and her ability to get things done made her a little famous in Shanghai University. Therefore, as soon as the message was sent out, it immediately caused many people to crowd around. No way. Goddess Zhu is actually helping Yi Feng. It can't be that the goddess had her number stolen. Right? Can you guys focus on the point? Black gold card. Yi Feng has World City's black gold card. This is absolutely impossible. World City's black gold card is something 1,000 times more precious than the diamond card of the ZAQ concert. How could Yi Feng, an ordinary person, get it? It can't be a fake card again, ha ha ha. I think it's possible. Goddess, you're confused, even if you want to help Yifeng speak. Make up a practical reason, with the efforts of the people who were eating it. Soon, Zhu Man's comment was topped to the front page of the post. More people saw her comment. Many were shocked by the weight of the black gold card. But more people still felt that Zhu Man was bullshitting. In Zhongshan Lake, one villa. Yifeng was still completely unaware of what had happened at school. And after rearranging and primping his new home, he sat and rested for a few moments before turning back to school. Just after primping his new home, he realized that there were still some small items that he had forgotten to pack. Immediately, he drove his Ferrari Enzo and returned to Shanghai University. Meanwhile, inside the Shanghai Club in Shanghai City, in an independent private room, Tan Bo Hong was holding a pile of information and reading it. Zia Q was sitting opposite Tan Bo Hong, looking as usual, but her hands on her lap were clenched tightly together, exposing her nervousness. Sister Wang, who was standing behind her, had already begun to sweat on her palms. What Tan Bo Hong was looking at was the information related to the movie that Zia Q was preparing to act in. This pile of information was related to whether Zia Q could successfully enter the movie industry. So she couldn't help but be nervous. In the entire private room, the atmosphere was somewhat dull. Fortunately, it didn't last long. Tan Bo Hong put down the information and looked at Zia Q with a gentle smile on his face. Seeing this, both Zia Q and Sister Wang were quite relieved. The fact that Tan Bo Hong had finished reading the script and didn't immediately get up and leave meant that it was still possible to talk about it. Tan Dong, this script. Zia Q opened her mouth and tested Tan Bo Hong's attitude. Tan Bo Hong smiled. Ms. Zia, you have a good eye, this script is good. Hearing this, the smile on Zia Q's face brightened a few more points. Then what do you mean, Tan Dong, although the script is okay? It's a bit worse than what I expected. At that moment, the smile on Zia Q's face became stiff. Could it be that Tan Bo Hong was not going to help? Just as he was worried, he saw Tan Bo Hong add, however, since Miss Zia is a friend of Mr. Zhao Yi, I'll help you guys out for once. Hearing this, Zia Q and Sister Wang were finally completely relieved. Thank you, Mr. Tan. The duo hurriedly thanked them. While thanking them, Zia Q recalled Tan Bo Hong's words just now. and Yifeng's figure unconsciously appeared in her mind again. After a flash of color in her eyes, she quickly withdrew her thoughts. On the other hand, Tan Bo Hong smiled gently, satisfied with the attitude of the two of them. Subsequently, the three of them began to talk about cooperation matters. By the time everything was finalized and the contract was signed, it was already after 11 o'clock. Zia Q wanted to invite Tan Bo Hong for a meal. Tan Bo Hong declined. Afterward, he headed out of the private room. Zia Q and Sister Wang hurriedly got up to see him off. After seeing Tan Bo Hong's convoy leave, Zia Q also flew into his Mercedes-Benz RV. Go to Shanghai University? After speaking to the driver, she turned her head to look at Sister Wang. Sister Wang sniffed and seemed to realize what Zia Q meant, and was somewhat surprised, but when she was surprised, her expression was a bit tangled. Seeing her desire to speak, Zia Q asked, "Sister Wang, is there something you want to tell me?" Sister Wang hesitated and finally nodded. "There is indeed something. It's about Mr. Yi's. What happened?" Zhu Man was a little curious. Lin Jai was equally curious. Glancing at each other, the two of them very silently walked towards the crowd. As they got closer, the crowd's murmurs reached the ears of the duo. "What a domineering car, too cool. This car shouldn't be cheap." "Right, nonsense, can a Ferrari be cheap? And this is still a Ferrari Enzo." "Is the Ferrari Enzo expensive?" "Of course, Ferrari Enzo is the king of Ferrari. Other series of cars are just a younger brother in front of it." "Whose car is this?" Just as the crowd was talking, Yi Feng pushed through the crowd and walked over. Little brother, this car is very expensive. I advise you not to go over there. If you accidentally scratch the car, you will only be able to work to pay off your debts in this life. Seeing this, an old brother kindly reminded Yi Feng. The crowd present, although they all wanted to go and take a picture with the Ferrari Enzo to show off, but the price of the car made the crowd not dare to go forward. Yi Feng smiled lightly when he heard this. It's fine. After saying that, he directly took out the car key and pressed it against the Ferrari Enzo. Instantly, the gull-wing car door rose when the crowd saw this scene. They were all shocked. What? This car actually belongs to this little brother. Having a top-of-the-line supercar at such a young age. I'm so sour. Whether there is a supercar or not is not important. The important thing is that the little brother is so handsome. Can you add a WeChat? Yi Feng didn't care about the crowd's reaction and directly started the car. A low rumbling sound came out from the Ferrari Enzo. The crowd hurriedly made way. The Ferrari Enzo drove off into the distance and soon disappeared from the crowd's sight. Zhu Man also withdrew her gaze. Although she didn't recognize the Ferrari Enzo, she knew that Yi Feng's ride wasn't cheap when she saw the Ferrari's badge. Yi Feng was even richer than she had imagined. This golden son-in-law she had to catch, regarding her body and looks. Zhu Man was still very confident. As long as she took the initiative, Yi Feng definitely wouldn't refuse. Lin Jai didn't notice Zhu Man's abnormality, but just said, Man, let's go. I'll take you to Pine Crane House for dinner. Song Lu was one of the highest class restaurants in Shanghai City. Zhu Man had always wanted to go there, but he couldn't afford to spend the money. But now that he had been stimulated by Yi Feng, he didn't want to act too stingy in front of his beautiful wife. If it was before, when she heard this, Zhu Man must have been very happy. But at this moment, she shook her head. No need. Why man, Lin Jai. Can you take me to your dormitory? Without waiting for Lin Jai to finish, Zhu Man interrupted him. Lin Jai was surprised. Zhu Man, on the other hand, revealed a touch of shyness and said, Isn't there a saying that if you want to understand a person, you should first understand his living environment? Upon hearing this, Lin Jai was somewhat flattered. He had also said before that he would bring Zhu Man to his dormitory to take a look. But Zhu Man had always disagreed. How come today? Zhu Man saw that Lin Jai hesitated and immediately frowned. What, Lin Jai? Don't you want me to know more about you? No. Lin Jai saw that Zhu Man was about to get angry and quickly shook his head. Let's go back to school then. Good. Lin Jai nodded his head in a hurry and reached out to hold Zhu Man's hand. Zhu Man hastily dodged away. Seeing that Lin Jai seemed to be a bit angry, she hurriedly said with a resigned face, Lin Jai, before I get to know you, I don't want us to progress too fast. You can understand me, right? Good, I respect your choice. Although Lin Jai was a little depressed, he was also afraid of scaring Zhu Man away. So he nodded. He then walked towards his car where he couldn't see. The gentleness on Zhu Man's face had been replaced by contempt. Lin Jai was really stupid. She went to Lin Jai's dormitory just to know more about Yi Feng. The reason she casually made up Lin Jai actually believed it. It was really good to cheat. Lin Jai seemed to feel something and looked back at Zhu Man. Zhu Man still has a gentle face. Could it be my illusion? Lin Jai scratched his head. He always felt where it was wrong, but could not say. The Phoenix Hotel is located in the center of the city, with 30 floors. Whether it is hotel services or facilities, in the 5-star hotels in Shanghai City, it is the top. Countless stars and celebrities would choose to stay here when they came to Shanghai City. Zia Q was staying in the luxurious presidential suite on the top floor of the Phoenix City Hotel. At this moment, she was bugging her agent, Sister Wang, when you go down to pick up Yi Feng in a while. Your attitude must be easygoing. Don't scare people, looking at what he's wearing. His family should be very ordinary. When you speak, you have to pay more attention, don't hurt his pride, also. Although Sister Wang didn't like Yi Feng very much, she also understood that Yi Feng had sort of saved her life. So she wrote them down one by one. When it was about time, she said hello to Zia Q and went downstairs. By the time she got downstairs, it was already 5:55. Sister Wang waited for 2 to 3 minutes, but still didn't see Yi Feng. What a lack of punctuality! Sister Wang couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Yi Feng in her heart. And then she took out her cell phone and dialed Yi Feng's number. And as Yi Feng left, the crowd, who were originally either ashamed or embarrassed or envious, suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. The crowd unanimously breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at Fatty Chu beside the Ferrari Enzo. At the bottom of their eyes, they were full of envy and jealousy and remorse. And with the news spreading from this side, soon, the entire 16 boys' dormitory building knew about Yi Feng having a Ferrari Enzo. Those who doubted Yi Feng's strength before immediately shut up. Many people even purposely came to the downstairs of the boys' dormitory, just to catch a glimpse of the king of Ferrari. Thus, when Yi Feng came down with his things, he saw a black pressurized crowd surrounding the Ferrari Enzo. Seeing Yi Feng, many of them changed their previous attitude, and their faces obviously had a few more points of warmth. Brother Feng, good day Brother Feng is here. Quickly make way for Brother Feng. Yi Feng didn't say much either, just smiled faintly and didn't even bother to pay attention to them. After putting the things on the Ferrari Enzo, he waved his hand at Fatty Chu and prepared to say goodbye. Fatty Chu was also smart. Seeing this, he immediately retreated a bit to the side, while laughing. Brother Feng, there is a chance to also let me sit in your luxury car and experience it. Yi Feng didn't care about this and casually said, you can, but I have an appointment today, so I can only do it another day. When Fatty Chu and the crowd heard this, they were curious about who Yi Feng had an appointment with. When a Mercedes-Benz saloon car drove over and parked next to the Ferrari Enzo, then a few competent bodyguards got out of the car and protected the surrounding area, and at the same time, pulled open the rear door. Immediately afterward, a woman so beautiful that she looked like she had walked out of a painting walked out of the car. As soon as they saw her, Fatty Chu and the others instantly all widened their eyes. Heavens, it's Zia Q. Ah, it really is Goddess Zia Q. Zia Q actually came to our university. Finally seeing the goddess herself. The goddess walked towards Yi Feng. Could it be that Yi Feng and the goddess know each other? In the crowd's gaze, Zia Q came to Yi Feng's side, the corner of her mouth hooked up in a nice arc. Yi Feng, Miss Zia. Yi Feng nodded and greeted Zia Q. When the crowd saw this, they became even more sensational. Originally, there was still a small portion of people who still suspected that Yi Feng's Zia Q concert diamond card was fake. But now that Zia Q's own father had come, who dared to question it, at that moment, when many people looked at Yi Feng again, their gazes unconsciously changed again. Yi Feng also sensed all of this, but he didn't say anything more, although he wondered why Zia Q would personally get out of the car to look for him. This was not the time to talk nonsense. Seeing more and more people running this way, Yi Feng hurriedly said, Ms. Zia, let's leave here first. Good. Zia Q also understood that the situation in front of her should not stay too long, and hurriedly got into the car under the protection of her bodyguards. Soon, the Mercedes-Benz saloon car drove out of Shanghai University. Yi Feng followed closely behind in his Ferrari Enzo. However, although they left Shanghai University, however, did not calm down because of their departure. Hey, have you guys heard about this? Goddess Zia Q actually came to our school to look for a freshman named Yi Feng. I'm so envious of Yi Feng. I actually know my goddess. What kind of person is Yi Feng? actually has the ability to make the goddess personally come to look for him. Who said before that his ZQ concert diamond card was fake? MD have the guts to stand out now. See if I don't give him a buff. Still saying that Yi Feng is an ordinary person. God damn ordinary people. Ordinary people can know ZQ goddess. The goddess smiled so gently at Yi Feng. Don't talk nonsense. The goddess won't be with Yi Feng. Even if Yi Feng is rich again, he can't match my goddess for a while. The entire High University was talking about Yi Feng and Zia Q's relationship everywhere. At the same time, there were also people speculating about Yi Feng's real identity. Some people said that Yi Feng was the illegitimate son of some big brother. Others said that Yi Feng was actually the son of some super rich man. There are also people who say that Yi Feng is a crowned second generation with an extremely deep background. These little rumors were rumored to have a nose and eyes. And there are really a part of the people who believe in it. And all of them are incomparably envious of Yi Feng. And under the 16 dormitory buildings. Chu Fat Man also because in Yi Feng good relationship. All of a sudden became everyone sought after meat and potatoes. Brother Chu. You and Brother Feng are on such good terms. Can you reveal to us what exactly is Brother Feng's identity? Brother Chu. You were just about to go to the cafeteria to eat. Right, how about this? How about little brother treats you to eat outside, Brother Chu? As long as you can help me get a signature from Goddess Zia Q. You'll be my own brother from now on. And where no one noticed. Zhu Man's beautiful eyes were in shock after receiving the live photos and messages from her classmates. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng and Zia Q were actually so familiar. She originally thought that Yi Feng was just rich. But now it seems that it was still too simple for her to think. An ordinary rich man would not be qualified to be friends with a superstar like Zia Q. Thinking of this, Zhu Man hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed Lin Jai's phone number. Soon, Lin Jai's voice came from the phone. Man, Lin Jai, let's go eat together at noon. Zhu Man said in a gentle tone. On the other end of the cell phone, Lin Jai saw that Zhu Man actually took the initiative to ask him out. He was instantly overjoyed and quickly agreed okay. Okay, man, where do you want to go eat, just decide. Then go to Pine Crane House, yeah. Zhu Man's tone was still gentle. Anyway, she was only looking for Lin Jai to find out information about Yi Feng. So it didn't matter where she went to eat. Okay. Then I'll book Pine Crane House first. Right man, where are you? I'll go pick you up. Okay, see you in a while. After hanging up the phone, Zhu Man hummed disdainfully. If it wasn't for Yi Feng's sake. A person like Lin Jai wouldn't even be worthy of being her tool person. Acting against him, so disgusting heart. Meanwhile, in the student union of Shanghai University, the members were dealing with affairs in their positions. Many of the male members would steal a glance at the president's position from time to time. On the president's position, there was a girl wearing a light blue dress that looked very soft and cute. The male members peeked at her. Not because she was the president of the student council, but because of her worldly looks. Fair skin, delicate features, and a pair of eyes that were even more animated. As if they could speak. If the total score of face value was 100 points, then this soft and cute Q-bomb girl's face value was definitely above 95 points. The girl's name is Shen Beishan. She was a junior at China Sea University. At the same time, she was also the recognized soft and cute schoolgirl of Shanghai University. In the entire school, there was almost no student who didn't recognize her. Shen Beishan naturally felt the boys peeking. But she didn't care. Just propped up her face with one hand and slid the mouse with the other, browsing through the posts on campus. Suddenly, a post titled Ferrari Enzo surprisingly appears underneath the boys' dormitory caught her attention. She was a supercar enthusiast herself, and the Ferrari Enzo, she knew about it. That car she wasn't even qualified to own. She didn't expect it to appear in the school. It was also unknown that its owner, which big shot was it? Curious, Shenbai sweetly clicked on the post. At once, a black supercar appeared on the computer screen, domineering and cold and dazzling. Too handsome, Shen Beishan couldn't help but widen her eyes, having an indescribable fondness for the car in the photo. After looking at it for a while, she continued to slide the mouse. There was indeed a message from the owner of the car below. Yi Feng, freshman. After reading it, Shen Beishan had a puzzled look on her face. Among freshmen, was there a big brother like that? How come she didn't know? After thinking for half a day, Shen Beishan didn't match Yi Feng with the big brother she knew. So she stopped dwelling on it and continued to look at the picture of the Ferrari Enzo. Only deep inside, she was a little curious about Yi Feng. On the other hand, Yi Feng was completely unaware of everything that happened on the Shanghai campus. He just followed Zia Q's car all the way, and eventually stopped in front of Cloud Water Pavilion. Cloud Water Pavilion was a private dining hall that only the upper-class people in Shanghai City knew about, and only the upper-class people on this side of Shanghai could enter. This was also the reason why Zia Q had set the place to eat here. After all, she was too hot right now. If she went to another restaurant, she might be spotted by her fans just as soon as she got off the bus. After getting off the bus, Yi Feng followed Zia Q inside. The private room that Zia Q booked was on the south side of the third floor. Outside the window was a lake, surrounded by green willows, and there were lotus flowers planted in the lake. But unfortunately, it was now past the flowering period, and only a turquoise lotus leaf could be seen. The layout of the room is also quite elegant. Leaning against the left wall, there is a mahogany bagu shelf, which is decorated with a variety of porcelain vases. The two of them chatted idly while waiting for the dishes to be served. As they talked about what happened in the school just now. Yi Feng was a bit curious as to why Zia Q personally got out of the car to look for him. So he asked, "If I personally appear, won't the rumors go away?" After Zia Q finished with a smile, a few apologies appeared on his face. In the end, this matter is also because of me, Yi Feng. I've let you suffer. I'll make amends to you with tea instead of wine. After saying that, Zia Q raised her teacup. Yi Feng smiled, not really caring. Miss Zia doesn't need to blame herself. Although those rumors were indeed infuriating, he never wanted to go over and prove anything to those people. A group of insignificant people only. Not worth wasting time. However, when it comes to the concert, right, Miss Zia? Tomorrow night's concert? I'm going to bring a few friends over, Yi Feng said. Although he had an independent private room and could bring anyone he wanted, it was still good to greet Zia Q in advance. No problem, just feel free with these. Zia Q smiled slightly, then joked, "Is it a girlfriend, Miss Zia? Don't joke. I'm a single dog. Where would I get a girlfriend?" Yi Feng laughed and shook his head. Hearing this, Zia Q was a bit surprised. Yi Feng was so outstanding. But he actually didn't have a girlfriend, however. Her relationship with Yi Feng wasn't good enough to speak freely. So she didn't continue to pursue the question, and just laughed and said, "When the time comes, just go ahead and bring someone. The scene will be arranged in advance." Yi Feng sniffed and didn't mention anything more. Chatting with Zia Q, he started to enjoy his lunch, and just inside the private room next door to Yi Feng, Jiang Hao was drinking with a few of his fox friends when suddenly, the door of the private room was pushed open. Then, a youth with dyed yellow hair walked in. The yellow hair walked quickly to Jiang Hao's side with an inviting smile on his face. "Brother Hao, I have good news for you." Jiang Hao was drinking in the heat of the moment. When he saw him rushing in, he was originally a bit displeased, and immediately said in a bad mood, "Speak." Yellow Hair obviously also saw his displeasure and hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and quickly said, Zia Q also came here to eat. He knew that Jiang Hao had always been interested in Zia Q, and he had just noticed the clues, which was why he hurriedly barged in without even forgetting to knock on the door. And not to his surprise, after hearing the word Zia Q, Jiang Hao, who had just been a bit unhappy, his eyes brightened up significantly. Really, Yellow Hair was busy nodding. I just saw Zia Q's manager, Sister Wang, downstairs. And then I followed her all the way and found that she stopped right in front of the next door of the private room. Then, I peeked inside while the waiter was serving the food. And Zia Q and a young man were eating inside. Hearing this, Jiang Hao immediately collapsed. The expressions of the other few rich young men also became subtle. Jiang Hao had asked Zia Q out so many times, and Zia Q had refused to eat with him. But now it turned out to be. Who is that man? Jiang Hao asked in a deep voice. Yellow Hair shook his head. Don't know, so, not someone from our circle. Yellow Hair thought for a moment and shook his head. I don't think so, anyway. It looks quite familiar. I haven't seen it before. He had seen most of the rich and powerful second generation in Shanghai City, and Yi Feng was too faceless. He shouldn't be someone from the second generation circle. Hearing this, Jiang Hao couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Since it was just a guy with little background, he wouldn't be polite. Right away, Jiang Hao waved his hand and said, Brothers, since Zia Q is right here, it's not good not to go and say hello. Go with that. He led a group of people to the next private room, on the other side. Almost as soon as Jiang Hao led the people over together, Sister Wang, who was standing at the entrance of the private room, noticed it. Her face changed slightly, and she quickly tried to stop it. Jiang Xiao, but before Sister Wang could finish her sentence, Jiang Hao impatiently pushed her away. Get lost. Afterward, the crowd pushed the door open. The moment the door was pushed open, Jiang Hao saw Zia Q on the dining table at a glance. He was full of joy, and while striding inside, he said with a slightly flirtatious tone, Miss Zia, it's really you. Before, I've always wanted to invite you to dinner without a chance to come. I didn't expect to be here today. As he was saying this, he violently noticed that the one beside Zia Q's body the man looked over. Jiang Hao also subconsciously looked over. Then, his voice came to an abrupt end, because he saw the man beside Zia Q clearly. Yi Feng, how could it be him? Jiang Hao's footsteps also froze in place all of a sudden. And on top of the table in the private room, Zia Q hadn't yet noticed Jiang Hao's abnormality. Seeing Jiang Hao and his group come in force, she couldn't help but clench her fingers. A hint of uneasiness in her eyes. For Jiang Hao, she hated it. But she was also a little afraid. The Jiang family is not small in Shanghai City. She is a foreign artist. The strong dragon cannot suppress the snake in the ground. What's more, the concert is starting soon. She really does not want to cause trouble. At this moment, seeing Jiang Hao staring straight at Yi Feng, she was thinking about what to do in order to escape when she, beside her, Yi Feng suddenly looked at Jiang Hao with a smile, not a laugh, and said, Jiang Da Xiao is so powerful. Zia Q thought she had heard wrongly, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Yi Feng. And Sister Wang, who was obviously also a bit confused, similarly looked over. As for Jiang Hao's gang of friends, one by one, they obviously did not react, and they all turned their heads to Jiang Hao, ready to see his face. However, out of their expectations, almost at the same time they looked over, Jiang Hao's legs went soft. Almost didn't give Yi Feng a knee on the spot. Jiang Hao's friends thought that they had misread him, but Jiang Hao himself was busy waving his hands. His forehead obviously seeped out some cold sweat. Yi Feng, misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. While waving his hands, he also subconsciously backed up. Now, not only his friends were confused, even Zia Q and Wang's sister were a bit dumbfounded. Yi Feng, however, didn't care about the reactions of the people around him. He just drank tea without any hurry and smiled lightly. Is that so? When Jiang Hao saw this, his legs and stomach began to tremble, and his voice also shivered a little. I'm sorry, Yi Feng. I really didn't mean to disturb your meal. I'll go now. Saying this, Jiang Hao wanted to take his minions to bolt. Yi Feng, however, put his teacup on the table. If you want to leave, did I agree? He was indeed a bit unhappy now. Originally, he was having a good meal. But Jiang Hao suddenly brought people to break in and spoil the mood, really thinking that he was easy to bully. Jiang Hao's body trembled even more when he heard this. Yi Feng, what happened today is indeed my fault. What will you do to make me leave? Yi Feng was someone that even his old man had to flatter. Without Yi Feng's permission, he didn't dare to leave at all. Stay away from me and Miss Zia Q in the future. Yi Feng's expression remained unchanged. Jiang Hao immediately nodded his head busily. Understood. When I see you and Miss Zia in the future, I'll back away. He was a bit impulsive, but not a fool. With these two experiences, he was crazy to mess with Yi Feng and Zia Q again. After saying that, he looked at Yi Feng curtly. Can I leave now? Yi Feng, however, ignored his ingratiating gaze and said with an indifferent look, since you have also expressed your sincerity, then courtesy is reciprocated. Where's the waiter? Serve a bottle of King Doc. Saying this, he waited until the waiter had sent the wine up, before turning to Jiang Hao once again. Nothing else. This bottle of wine, you can leave after you finish it. Looking at the wine placed in front of him, Jiang Hao's legs and stomach went a little soft again. King Doc was one of the strongest wines in the world, as high as 75 degrees. If he drank this whole bottle, he would probably have to have a headache for several days. But looking at Yi Feng's meaning, it seems that if he doesn't drink, he is afraid that he can't end up well today. In the end, Jiang Hao clenched his teeth, picked up the bottle and began to pour it into his mouth. When Zia Q saw this, her beautiful eyes were colorful. Jiang Hao, but after the local snake, I didn't expect Yi Feng to be able to restrain him into submission. Moreover, after thinking for half a day, she couldn't match the Shanghai City big brother in her memory with Yi Feng. On the side, Sister Wang also felt that Yi Feng was probably a hidden super big brother, and looked at him with even more awe. As for Jiang Hao's group of juniors, when they saw Jiang Hao concede, they realized that Yi Feng was not simple. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Hao didn't have the slightest temper in front of Yi Feng, the crowd realized that Yi Feng was afraid that his head was even bigger than they had imagined, and they all followed on the sidelines trembling. In no time, Jiang Hao drank the whole bottle of King Doc. At that time, he only felt that his throat hurt like a knife cut, and his stomach turned over, but even so, he could only endure the discomfort, and looked at Yi Feng with a slightly pleasing look. I'm done drinking. Yi Feng nodded and casually waved his hand, signaling that he could get lost. Jiang Hao, however, was like an amnesty, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the private room, staggering and even nearly hitting the door of the private room. At that moment, Zia Q's bodyguards finally arrived. Seeing the earth-colored Jiang Hao and his group, the bodyguards were a bit bewildered. Just now, when Sister Wang secretly contacted them, she said that there was big trouble. But now, it looked like it wasn't Miss Zia who was in trouble, but more like Jiang Hao and the others. Sister Wang probably also saw the bewilderment of these people, and waited until Jiang Hao and his group left, then hurriedly brought the door of the private room with her. Then, in a few words, she stood outside the door and explained a few things to these bodyguards. Meanwhile, as the door of the private room was brought on again, Zia Q also looked at Yi Feng gratefully. Thank you. Yi Feng had helped her solve her long agonizing matter with just one sentence. She was really grateful to Yi Feng. Yi Feng, however, was a bit unimpressed and casually waved his hand. It's just a small thing. Zia Q, however, was still a bit overjoyed. I'm really sorry. I originally said I would invite you to dinner, but it turned out to be a mess like this. Yi Feng didn't care much about it, seeing that things were over here. After wiping his mouth with a paper towel, he laughed and said, "This meal is also quite good. I still have classes in the afternoon." Wait. Zia Q obviously also saw that Yi Feng was going to leave and hurriedly called out to him. Afterward, he hurriedly took out a document from his bag. "Yi Feng, this is a little token of my appreciation. Thanks to you setting up a line." Tan Dong agreed to help. Yi Feng didn't rush to take it, but just roughly scanned that document. When he saw that the document was actually a partial equity transfer contract for that movie project of Zia Q, he was slightly surprised. 20% of the revenue share as a thank you gift. You're really generous. Zia Q, however, frankly said, compared to your help, this is not worth mentioning at all. However, this is also what I can give back to you to the greatest extent possible. Please also be sure to accept it. When Yi Feng heard her say this, he didn't say anything more and simply took the contract. Although this movie of Zia Q's was a big production, coupled with Zia Q's fame, the income after its release would definitely not be low. 1/5 of the revenue was certainly not a small amount. However, for him today, it wasn't anything very expensive, since Zia Q had said so. Then casually accepting it was. When Zia Q saw that Yi Feng didn't even fluctuate when he accepted it, her heart was suddenly startled again. In fact, at the beginning, she was only prepared to give Yi Feng 1/10 of the movie project's revenue share as a thank you. But, after Jiang Hao's incident, she decided to give Yi Feng an additional 10% of the movie project's profit sharing. But I didn't expect this kind of chips. It seems that still didn't get into Yi Feng's eyes. On the other hand, Yi Feng didn't think much about it, and after greeting Zia Q, he drove away. After the Ferrari Enzo drove out of the restaurant, Zia Q and Sister Wang also got into the car. After getting into the car, Sister Wang thought back to the scene in the private room earlier and was filled with emotion. Even the youngest son of the Jiang family is so afraid of Mr. Yi. It seems that Mr. Yi's origin is even bigger than we imagined. Zia, you must not offend him. Zia Q nodded at the sound and didn't answer. Even if Sister Wang didn't say anything, she wouldn't be stupid enough to go against Yi Feng. Seeing this, Sister Wang was quite emotional. I just don't know what Mr. Yi is really from. She was familiar with all the bigwigs in Shanghai City, but had never heard of Yi Feng. Thinking of this, she tried, Zia. Do you want me to send someone to check it out? No need. Zia Q waved her hand. She liked the feeling of getting along with Yi Feng, because Yi Feng didn't treat her as a big star, but as an ordinary person. That relaxed, can be yourself feeling was good. She was afraid that secretly investigating would cause Yi Feng's dissatisfaction, and if she lost a friend because of this, it would be too unworthy. However, although she refused Sister Wang's proposal, she couldn't help but be a little curious. Yi Feng, what is his origin? Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Feng still didn't know everything that happened on Zia Q's side. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the school in his Ferrari Enzo. After parking his car, Yi Feng walked directly towards the school building. On the way, there were quite a few students. Because of what happened in the morning, he had become the talk of the school, and many students recognized him. Quickly look, he is Yi Feng. Yi Feng, the man who has the diamond card for the Zia Q concert. So handsome. That car he's driving, it's a Ferrari, right? This kind of car. I can't even think about it. The crowd was talking. Yi Feng, however, did not care at all. After parking his car, he went straight to the classroom. But what he didn't expect was that when he just walked to the classroom door, he ran into the class flower of his class. When that class flower saw Yi Feng, she was first stunned. Then she revealed a shy smile. Yifeng. Do you have time in the evening? I want to invite you for dinner. Yifeng immediately directly interrupted the class flower's words. No time, saying that. He also ignored this wallflower's embarrassed expression and directly walked into the classroom. In the classroom, the students who were originally chatting obviously also noticed what had just happened at the classroom door. And they all looked towards him in unison, and, when looking over, everyone's color was different. Yifeng didn't care about them and directly walked over towards where Fatty Chu was sitting. Fatty Chu was holding a cell phone and smiling. When he saw him walking over, he hurriedly waved at him. Yifeng walked over and sat down naturally, casually asking, "What are you looking at, laughing so happily?" "No, nothing," Fatty Chu shook his head. "It's just that you have dipped into Brother Feng's light, and all of a sudden, you have become the meat and potatoes." Yifeng smiled at the sound and did not answer. However, Fatty Chu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked, "By the way, Brother Feng, if you live outside the school, have you done your walking permit yet?" "A walking permit?" Yifeng was a bit surprised. He didn't know about this before. Fatty Chu nodded. "Yeah. As long as you are a freshman and want to live outside, you have to do a walking permit. Otherwise the school won't allow it." Saying this, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly became subtle. Yifeng noticed it and casually asked, "Fatty, what's wrong?" Fatty Chu hurriedly gave Yifeng the process of doing the walkout formalities. "I heard that it's troublesome to do the walkout formalities. You need to file and fill out the walkout application form first. According to common sense, it's not something that can be done in a short while. And if it doesn't get done, you can't live off campus until then." When Yifeng heard this, he realized why he had that look on his face and immediately asked, "Is there a faster way?" Fatty Chu nodded, "Yes. As long as you have connections over at the student union, it can be done quickly." "Brother Feng, do you have any friends in the student union?" Yifeng shook his head. Seeing this, Fatty Chu sighed, "I don't have any either. Otherwise I would be able to help." When Yifeng heard this, he was thinking if there was any way to solve it when the class bell rang. He didn't continue to dwell on this issue, and waited until after school was over, which was when he headed over to the student union to try his luck. But what he didn't expect was that just as he was on his way to the student union, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. "Discovered a new treasure land, worth $10 million. Walking navigation begins. Please host along the current position. Set off directly ahead, turn right after 100 meters. Treasure worth 10 million. Yifeng's eyes immediately lit up. Although with his current worth, 10 million was nothing to him, but who would mind having too much money? Immediately, he embarked on the treasure hunting road, following the route given by the system all the way forward. Gradually, he began to deviate from the main road and came to a secluded forest. Please host, continue forward. Turn left after 6 meters. And you will arrive at the end after going straight for 200 meters. Hearing this, Yifeng continued to lift his leg and walk forward. According to the guidelines given by the system, Yifeng finally arrived at the place where the treasure was located. Just how was there a beautiful woman wearing a blue skirt and looking super soft and cute at the location of the treasure land? In addition to the soft and cute beauty, there is only the stone she is sitting on. Could it be that the stone is the treasure? Or is the treasure in the stone, as Yifeng was thinking? The soft and cute beauty who was rubbing her ankle with her head down seemed to feel something and looked up towards this side. Seeing the girl's appearance, Yifeng was a bit stunned. The face value was at least 95 points, too beautiful. The most beautiful girl he had ever seen was Zia Q. But this soft and cute beauty in front of him was no less than Zia Q. But soon, he averted his gaze. Girls and whatnot. Was it as important as the treasure? He was now certain that the treasure that the system was talking about was the rock that Shen Beishan was sitting on. What would it take to get Shen Beishan to leave? Shen Beishan was a little surprised to see that Yi Feng didn't keep staring at him. She had to know that on weekdays, other boys were dying to stick their eyes directly on her. So her senses towards Yi Feng were not bad. Classmate, can you do me a favor? Shen Beishan opened her mouth to inquire. Schoolmate Shen, what kind of favor? Yi Feng asked. You know me, Yi Feng nodded. School sister Shen is a popular figure in our school, of course I know her. As a matter of fact, at the first sight of Shen Beishan, he recognized the soft and cute beauty in front of him as the legendary school beauty of their school. Shen Beishan, hearing Yi Feng say this, Shen Bei Tian smiled, and then didn't dwell on this matter anymore. Classmate, my foot is twisted. Can you help me back to the student union? She asked. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't even need to ask. Just say it, and there would be countless boys who would want to help her. But Yi Feng, she wasn't sure. It was impossible to say why. She always felt that Yi Feng was different from other people. Yi Feng was worried that he couldn't find a way to get Shen Beishan to leave. And when he heard this, he quickly agreed, of course. I'm the most helpful person. Seeing that Yi Feng agreed so quickly, Shen Beishan instead regretted a little. Yi Feng wouldn't take the opportunity to take advantage of her. Right, but the words had already been said. Moreover, the sun was still very poisonous at this moment. Even in the woods, she could still get sunlight. And she really didn't want to continue staying here. Senior sister Shen, can you stand up by yourself? Coming to Shen Beishan's side, Yi Feng asked. Shen Beishan tried, then frowned. No, it hurts too much. Okay, Yi Feng nodded, then stretched out his body. Shen Beishan's pretty face was slightly red. Growing up, she hadn't held a boy's hand yet. But this place was too remote, and on the other hand, she hadn't brought her cell phone. So, if she refused Yi Feng, she didn't know when someone would come again. So after only a few seconds of hesitation, she placed her hand on Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng grabbed Shen Beishan's hand. It was soft as if it was boneless, white and delicate. The hand felt good, however. He wasn't lewd enough to take advantage of someone. Shen Beishan saw that Yi Feng was really just holding her up, not taking advantage of her. And her senses towards Yi Feng got a few more points better. After Yi Feng helped Shen Beishan up, he was ready to send her back to the student union first, and then come back to get the treasure himself. But Shen Beishan didn't have the intention to leave. What's wrong? Yi Feng was puzzled. My shoes are broken, Shen Beishan said, pointing to the high heels on the ground. She had just twisted her foot because the heel of her high heel had suddenly broken. And that shoe obviously couldn't be worn anymore. With only one high heel left, how could she walk? Did she have to walk back barefoot? Yi Feng, why are you looking at me when your shoe is broken? Do you want my shoes? Sister Shen, why don't you wait for me here for a while and I'll go buy you a pair of shoes? Yi Feng asked. Shen Beishan nodded. Thank you, you're welcome. After saying that, Yi Feng let go of Shen Beishan and ran outside the woods. Looking at Yi Feng's background, Shen Beishan cried and laughed a little. She suddenly felt that Yi Feng was quite cute. It was just a bit too straight male. If it was any other boy, he would probably immediately take off his shoes and give them to her. 10 minutes later, Yi Feng returned to the woods. Shen Beishan was still standing in the same place waiting for him. And when she saw him coming back, there were a few hints of resentment in her eyes. School brother, it's a bit too long for you to go buy shoes. She had been standing here for 10 minutes, and her legs were almost soft. Yi Feng was really something too. Couldn't he help her back to sit on the rock before leaving? You can't blame me for this. This place is too remote. Yi Feng was somewhat helpless. This place was more than 1,000 meters away from the nearest supermarket, and it was already considered fast for him to be able to rush back within 10 minutes. After saying that, he took the shoes out. Seeing the shoes, Shen Beishan's face was a bit odd. What Yi Feng bought was actually a pair of men's slippers. And the size of these slippers, at first glance, was not suitable. Yifeng was also helpless. He arrived at the supermarket before remembering that he forgot to ask Shen Beishan what size shoes she wore. However, such a large size of slippers was definitely wearable. Senior sister Shen, you can put your shoes on first. After saying that, he placed the slippers on the ground. Shen Beishan wasn't picky, and after saying thanks, she started to change her shoes. Yifeng supported Shen Beishan and watched her change her shoes. It had to be said that Shen Beishan's feet were really good looking. Fair, slender, without a single flaw, just like white jade carved. The beauty of it was that her right ankle was red and swollen, and it looked a little serious. Senior sister Shen, do you want to send you to the school infirmary first? Yifeng asked, seeing that highly swollen foot. He was a little worried. Shen Beishan shook her head. No, just send me back to the student union. As the words fell, she also put on her slippers. Okay, Yifeng nodded. Afterward, he began to help Shen Beishan walk towards the outside of the woods. After going out of the woods, the crowd started to grow. The students were shocked to see that the famous schoolgirl Shen was actually in a man's arms at this moment. Someone actually raided school flower Shen. This is big news. Goddess ah. My goddess ah. How come you're in someone else's arms? I've fallen out of love. There were even quite a few people who started to take out their cell phones to take pictures and put the photos of the two of them on the school's forum. More than 20 minutes later, Yifeng and Shen Beishan arrived at the student union. Originally, from the forest to the student union, it would only take 10 minutes at most. But Shen Beishan's feet were injured, so Yifeng slowed down his pace, helping Shen Beishan into the student union. Immediately, the people in the student union all placed their eyes on the two of them, or curious or jealous or surprised. Yifeng didn't pay attention to them, just followed Shen Beitian's instructions and helped her into the office. After the office door closed, in the quiet student union, fierce murmurs erupted. Crap. What's the situation? This. I've never seen President Shen get this close to a boy before. Who the hell is that boy and what makes him win President Shen's favor? With that said, the crowd very silently plopped down on the office door, wanting to hear what Yifeng and Shen Beitian said inside. In the office, Yifeng helped Shen Beishan to the sofa. After she sat down and stabilized, he immediately let go of her. Seeing this, Shen Beishan's senses towards Yifeng got better. But at the same time, there was a faint trace of loss in her heart. Not taking advantage at all. Was she that unattractive to Yifeng? Bah, what are you thinking about? As soon as this thought popped up, Shen Beishan's face instantly turned red. How could she think that way? Sneaking a glance at Yifeng. It was good that Yifeng's attention wasn't on her face at the moment. Otherwise it would have been too embarrassing. Senior sister Shen, do you have medicine in your office? Yifeng asked. He saw that Shen Beishan's feet were even more swollen than before, so he planned to help her find some medicine to put on it first. Shen Beishan nodded her head. Seeing that Yifeng was ready to look for medicine, she hurriedly said, "Don't bother, schoolmate. I'll just put on the medicine myself in a while. Okay, school brother, I'm really too thankful to you today. By the way, I still don't know how to call you, Yifeng." Yifeng informed Shen Beishan of his name. After Shen Beishan heard it, she was surprised. Yifeng, it was the one in the campus forum. Yifeng, who owned a Ferrari Enzo and also had an unusual relationship with Zia Q. Although there was a picture of Yifeng in the forum. But before her attention was on the Ferrari Enzo, she didn't even bother to look at Yifeng. So she wasn't sure for a moment if he was the same Yifeng. Of course, she wouldn't ask directly. She just smiled and said, "Schoolmate Yifeng, thank you for today. I'll treat you to dinner if it's convenient at any time." Yifeng, however, didn't think much about it and casually refused. No need. Senior sister Shen, hearing this, Shen Beishan was slightly stunned. She took the initiative to invite for dinner and was actually rejected. To know, it was usually others who couldn't wait to beg to invite her to dinner. Right at this moment, Yi Feng's voice came again. If you really want to thank me, help me with the walk-in procedures. Shen Beishan was a bit skeptical that the reason he was willing to send himself back to the student union was because of this. She looked at Yi Feng seriously. Yi Feng, however, was not the least bit aware of this, and when he saw her looking over, he just said with some uncertainty, "What's the matter, is this troublesome?" Shen Beishan didn't humiliate herself any further. Silently took a breath before withdrawing her gaze and shook her head. "It's not that difficult. I can do it for you now." Now, Yi Feng looked at her feet. "Your feet." Shen Beishan, however, waved her hand in a budding manner. "It's okay. I'll make a call and let the following people do it for you. It should be done soon. If it's fast, it's probably just a matter of minutes." Saying that, he made a phone call in front of Yi Feng, on the side. Yi Feng couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. It's still good to have someone in the dynasty. After saying thanks, he helped Shen Beishan sit on the office chair. Immediately, he followed Shen Beishan's guidelines and submitted some information. However, after a few minutes of work, Yi Feng successfully got the walking certificate. After he got the certificate of enrollment, Yi Feng was ready to say goodbye. However, he didn't expect that when he said thank you and was ready to leave, Shen Beishan suddenly raised her head and said with some embarrassment that, "Yi Feng, can you take me to Zia Q's concert?" Yi Feng was not in a hurry to say yes, but just looked back at her. Shen Beishan was more and more embarrassed by his look. And after subconsciously poking her little finger, she softly said, "In fact, I am also a fan of Zia Q. However, Zia Q is really too hot, and I only managed to get a VIP ticket by all means. So there's no way to compare it to your independent private room. So, if it's possible, I still hope that schoolmate Yi Feng can bring me along to better experience Zia Q's concert together in the independent private room." Yi Feng was a bit budded by her, but, still, he didn't rush to open his mouth. As for Shen Beishan, she was obviously also very shrewd. And after secretly glancing at Yi Feng's side, she hurriedly added, "If school brother can agree to it, when the concert is over, you can make a request with me that is not excessive." Yi Feng saw that she had spoken to this point and didn't refuse anymore, and immediately laughed. "Does senior sister Shen have a car?" Although Shen Beishan didn't understand why he suddenly jumped to this question, she still answered honestly, "Yes." Seeing this, Yi Feng didn't explain that his car could only sit 2 people, and just nodded, "That's good. Then tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. I'll wait for you downstairs in the boys' dormitory." After saying that, he walked towards the door. When he left the student union, he didn't forget about the hidden treasure land, and hurriedly walked towards the woods again. 10 minutes later, according to the guidance of the navigation, Yi Feng once again came to the hidden treasure land. This time, seeing that no one was around, he was not polite anymore. Directly following the guidance of the navigation, he picked up the stone that Shen Beishan was sitting on before, and ruthlessly fell towards the ground. Boom! The stone fell to the ground and instantly made a loud noise, startling some birds on the trees. At the same time, Yi Feng vaguely heard that a faint clicking sound seemed to have appeared under the stone. He hurriedly moved the stone again, and then, sure enough, in the crater that the stone smashed open, some porcelain fragments could be vaguely seen stabbing out of the ground. And between the porcelain shards, there seemed to be some golden color. Yi Feng hurriedly looked for some branches and used them as a makeshift shovel, and plowed around that piece. And it is also with such a planing that originally in the mound under the stone, the golden object wrapped by the glaze finally showed its true colors. Herein is a large piece of dog head gold. When he saw the dog head gold, Yi Feng was unconsciously stunned for a moment. Although he does not know much about gold and jade, But he is very sure that this piece of metal shaped like a dog's head in front of him must be a dog's head gold undoubtedly. Moreover, the weight of this piece of dog head gold was obviously quite heavy. However, before he could think deeply about it, the familiar system tone appeared. Congratulations to the host for completing the treasure hunt and obtaining the reward of 60 of the shares of the Zhang-hai Yuanfang Cultural and Creative Land Company Limited. Reward issuance is complete. Please check and receive by the host. Yi Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath at once. If he remembered correctly, the market value of Zhang-hai Yuanfang Wenchuang Land Company Limited should be around 1 billion. 60 of the shares. That is at least 600 million. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, the venue for Zia Q's concert Huayuan Stadium was the property of Zhang-hai Yuanfang Cultural and Creative Land Company Limited. This time, a big harvest. Thinking of this, Yi Feng hurriedly shaved out this whole piece of dog head gold. After planing out, he realized that this piece of dog's head gold is really not small. The weight is estimated to be at least 10 pounds or more. It's not easy to carry such a piece of dog's head gold around. Yi Feng saw the situation. Hurriedly find a big black plastic bag from the surrounding, while no one attention to it to wrap up. Waiting until the package is good, no one can see out. This is carried back to the car. Directly carried back to the home. Back to Zhongshan Lakeview Villa. Yi Feng will be this piece of dog head gold cleaned again. Originally prepared as a decoration placed up. But after looking around the house, he couldn't find a suitable place to put it. Moreover, if he really said it, he himself also felt that he did not like this kind of overly golden decorations. Thinking of this, he simply put this thing in the storage room once again, ready to find a place to sell it after the concert. And that is, when he sent the dog head gold to the storage room, his cell phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Only when he connected it, a calm male voice immediately came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Yi Feng? You are? Yi Feng was a little confused about the other party's intention. Hello Mr. Yi, I am Qin Yuan, the legal affairs of Zhang-hai Yuanfang Wenchuang Land Limited. The man hurriedly introduced himself, and then he stated his purpose. It's like this, Mr. Yi. I wanted to ask you, when is it convenient for you to come over to do a handover of equity? Only then did Yi Feng realize what was going on. After secretly sighing at the efficiency of the system, he thought that he happened to be going to a concert tomorrow night, and simply said, let's say tomorrow night at 7:00 p.m. It just so happens that I'm going to go over to listen to a concert. Okay, Mr. Yi, we'll be waiting for you tomorrow night at the Huayuan Stadium. Qin Yuan, on the other side of the phone, was obviously extraordinarily respectful, and directly agreed without any nonsense. Seeing this, Yi Feng didn't be polite with him and hung up the phone directly after sniffing. 6:30 in the evening of the second day. Just as the people of Shanghai University were discussing Zia Q's concert, and Yi Feng, who held a diamond card, downstairs of the boys' dormitory, a sharp brake sounded. Immediately after, the domineering Ferrari Enzo stopped at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. The crowd under the dormitory floor was immediately attracted by the Ferrari Enzo. Look, it's Yi Feng. So handsome, the car is handsome. The person is even more handsome, mama yeah. I seem to be in love. Don't dream, Yi Feng is already with schoolgirl Shen. You don't have a chance. Hearing the crowd's comments, Yi Feng didn't care. He just searched the crowd with his eyes, on the side. Fatty Chu didn't need him to say much and hurriedly trotted over. When Yi Feng saw this, he also just smiled and did not hurry to drive. Seeing this, Fatty Chu was a little curious. Brother Feng, is there anyone else? Yi Feng smiled mysteriously. You'll know in a moment. Seeing this, Fatty Chu didn't ask any further questions, but just sat on the Ferrari Enzo co-pilot very carefully. On the side, when the crowd saw this scene, they were quite envious. And Fatty Chu obviously enjoyed this kind of gaze. And after sensing the gazes of the crowd, he immediately looked at Yi Feng with some slight gratitude. Brother Feng, everyone knows that I have a good relationship with you. Brother Feng. And only in the past 2 days there have been a lot of girls who want to get to know you through me. Brother Feng, do you want to add them a little? There are quite a few beauties among them. Oh. Yi Feng smiled at the sound and waved his hand at the same time. Fatty Chu was a bit surprised to see this. You don't even want to know who wants to add you. Several of them are still department flowers. The kind that many people chase after. Yi Feng once again returned a smile. Department flower, so what? Is it as pretty as Zia Qiu and Shen Beishan? Seeing this, Fatty Chu was finding it hard to understand. Suddenly, a beetle came from the distance and stopped next to the Ferrari Enzo. The car window dropped, revealing Shen Beishan's unbelievably beautiful face. Then, a smile blossomed on Shen Beishan's face as she waved her hand at the side of the Ferrari Enzo school mate Yi Feng. Fatty Chu was instantly stunned. Yi Feng, on the other hand, didn't seem to be the slightest bit bothered, and just smiled at Shen Beishan, then nodded his head and said, "People have arrived, let's go." With that, he directly started the Ferrari Enzo downstairs of the boys' dormitory. Many people originally did not understand why Shen Beishan suddenly appeared here. At this moment, when they saw Shen Beishan greeting Yi Feng again and following him around, they all quieted down at once. In the Ferrari Enzo car, Fatty Chu was likewise still in shock. Until the car drove out of the school gate, he only came back to his senses. Brother Feng, you're also too cowhide. Actually, even the Shen Bai sweet big school flower can be soaked. No wonder you don't care about all those departmental flowers I said before. Yi Feng glanced at him at the sound of his voice, and faintly said, "Don't talk nonsense. Shen Beishan and I are just ordinary friends." However, Fatty Chu was clearly not convinced at all. After all, who in the entire Shanghai University didn't know that Shen Beishan had never gotten close to any member of the opposite sex? But today, she personally came down to the boys' dormitory to look for Yi Feng, saying that she has nothing to do with Yi Feng. No boy at Shanghai University would believe it. Yi Feng also saw that Fatty Chu didn't believe himself. Seeing that Fatty Chu looked like "You're teasing me," he just smiled faintly and didn't bother to explain too much. More than half an hour later, Yi Feng and Shen Beishan's car arrived at a place about 1 kilometer away from Huayuan Stadium. At this time, there were obviously more cars on the road, and the road was much more congested. Some of the people who were anxious began to press the horn non-stop, and some people cursed. The whole road seemed to be colored with a trace of impatience. Yi Feng is okay, just a little helpless, but Fatty Chu was anxious. So many cars to be blocked until when? Won't the concert be over by the time we arrive? It shouldn't be. Yi Feng shook his head. They were now only a kilometer away from the stadium, and the concert would only start at 8 o'clock. There was still more than an hour, which was completely enough. It was just that he didn't know that in the stadium there were still no parking spaces. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and inquired. Unsurprisingly, the parking spaces in the stadium were already full. Fatty Chu also saw the situation in his cell phone and was even more anxious. There is no parking space in the gym either. So what to do? Yi Feng was thinking about what to do when suddenly his cell phone rang with the incoming ringtone. It was Sister Wang calling. "Mr. Yi, hello. May I ask if you and your friends have arrived at the stadium?" Yi Feng sniffed and immediately told Sister Wang about the situation over here. After hearing that, Sister Wang quickly said, "Mr. Yi, no need to be so troublesome. You tell me the location. I will immediately arrange a special channel for you and your friends." Yi Feng didn't push back. After telling Sister Wang his location, he sent a message to Shen Beishan. asking her to follow him through the special passage at the back. Shen Beishan was a bit surprised after reading the message. Her family was considered quite energetic in Shanghai, and they couldn't even get the stadium to open up privileges for her. But now, Yi Feng actually said he could do it, this guy, in the end. What was his origin? Yi Feng did not know that he casually a message set off shock waves in the heart of Shen Beishan. A few minutes later, seeing that the car in front of him finally started to move, he hurriedly drove to follow. Seeing that Sister Wang was already waiting at the east gate of the gymnasium, he hurriedly hit the steering wheel and drove towards the east gate. Shen Beishan followed closely behind. Around them, the other car owners were surprised when they saw this. Why are they driving towards the east gate? Isn't the east gate not allowed to enter? Oh, people are rich. Don't you see that the person in front is driving a Ferrari? So what if it's a luxury car? I just saw a man in a Lamborghini trying to enter through the east gate. But in the end he was driven away. Sit back and wait to be punched in the face. But just as the crowd was talking and planning to watch Yi Feng and Shen Beishan laugh, the barricade at the east gate went up. Yi Feng and Shen Beishan's car drove into the stadium unhindered. Those car owners who were still talking about it were quiet. The crowd's reaction was naturally unknown to Yi Feng. After driving his car into the stadium, he first greeted Sister Wang and then drove behind her car. Within the Ferrari, when Fatty Chu saw this scene, he was filled with admiration. Brother Feng, you're too good. You actually managed to get ZQ's manager to personally come and pick you up. Yi Feng smiled and did not respond. While at the back, when Shen Beiswang saw that Yi Feng could actually let Sister Wang personally come to pick him up, then the bottom of his eyes unconsciously flickered with another burst of color. A few minutes later, Yi Feng and Shen Beishan's car arrived at the VIP parking area. Seeing this, Sister Wang was planning to take Yi Feng and them to the concert room. At this moment, a group of people in suits with extraordinary demeanor walked over. At the head of the group was a man who looked to be in his 50s with a somewhat fat body. The man walked quickly to Yi Feng and extended his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Yi, I am Huang Zhiyuan. Hello, Mr. Huang. Yi Feng responded with a smile. Yesterday, he had checked the information of Yuanfang Wenchuang Real Estate. Huang Zhiyuan, he naturally knew, the owner of faraway cultural and creative real estate. His family was not wealthy, and he had some weight in the business world of Shanghai City. After shaking hands, Huang Zhiyuan suddenly said with an apologetic face, Mr. Yi, I am really very sorry, we came late and didn't receive you well. At these words, Sister Wang was directly stunned. What's the situation? Why would the chairman of Faraway Cultural and Creative Properties apologize to Yi Feng? Fatty Chu, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Shen Beishan's complexion was still relatively normal, but she was also a little surprised. She was aware of Huang Zhiyuan's identity. An existence of this level could be unassuming even in the face of the bigwigs of Shanghai City. But just because he didn't come in time to greet Yi Feng, he actually wanted to apologize to Yi Feng. It was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? Yi Feng was very calm. It's okay. He waved his hand and didn't take this matter to heart. Seeing that Yi Feng wasn't angry, Huang Zhiyuan and the others were relieved. After complimenting Yi Feng some more, Huang Zhiyuan asked, Mr. Yi, do you think it's better to go to the conference room first, or wait for the concert to finish before you go? Go to the conference room first. Yi Feng did not think twice. Okay. Huang Zhiyuan nodded at the sound and then looked at Shen Beishan and the others. Shen Beishan and Fatty Chu, Sister Wang, were currently looking at Yi Feng and Huang Zhiyuan curiously. Huang Zhiyuan looked at Yi Feng and saw that he didn't seem to have the intention to hide. So he said to the three of them, Mr. Yi is the new chairman of our company, and we would like to ask Mr. Yi to go over to do a handover of equity. Fatty Chu sniffed and was immediately stunned. and Sister Wang was a burst of happiness. Fortunately, she did not rashly go to investigate Yi Feng before. As for Shen Beishan, after listening to Huang Zhiyuan's explanation, she looked at Yi Feng's eyes unconsciously changed again. Yi Feng, although he also sensed a change in the trio's complexion, but did not say much. Yi Feng, although he also perceived the change in the three people's expression, did not say anything more. After letting Sister Wang take Shen Beishan to the private room, he followed Huang Zhiyuan and the others to the conference room. He was blissfully unaware that just after he went to the conference room, Sister Wang took Shen Beishan into the private room and hurriedly ran to the backstage of the show to wait for him to do a good job of handing over. But also in the Huang Zhiyuan's personal lead down to the private room, not a moment's time after the work, the door of the private room will be knocked on. Then, a woman in a long white dress, as beautiful as if she had walked out of a painting, walked in with Sister Wang. "Mr. Yi, are you still satisfied with this place, in front of Shen Beishan and Fatty Chu?" Zia Q looked extremely reserved. "Not bad," Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. "Feel free to order whatever you want to drink. It's all on my tab." Zia Q's demeanor was generous. "Just like a host, don't worry, won't save money for you." Yi Feng didn't take himself as an outsider at all. Hearing his words, Zia Q looked very happy. "It's going to be on stage soon. I'll go get ready first." After saying that, she politely nodded towards the other two. Turning around, she went out of the box. It was only then that Fatty Chu on the side exclaimed, "Brother Feng, what exactly is your relationship with Zia Q?" Yi Feng shrugged. "Just ordinary friends." Fatty Chu's voice raised a few octaves again. "Ordinary friends? The concert is about to start. She also came over to greet you. Can this be an ordinary friend?" Yi Feng lightly waved his hand. Low key, isn't it just a greeting? What's all the shouting about?" Fatty Chu was completely speechless. The blow Yi Feng had caused him in the past 2 days was too great. And now he was starting to become somewhat numb. Now, he wouldn't feel too surprised even if he hooked shoulders with the President of the United States. On the other hand, Shen Beishan, who was on the side, was sizing up Yi Feng with a very complicated gaze. There were quite a lot of secrets on this guy. Yi Feng was a little creeped out by this gaze of hers. It was good that the concert started at this time. All three people's gazes were attracted to the stage. It had to be said that the Zia Q on stage was really radiant. It was different from the easygoing kind in private. On stage, she was simply domineering, holding the entire stage with every move. She already has the momentum of a singing diva. The entire concert site climaxed repeatedly. The atmosphere was very warm. Just as the more than 2-hour concert was nearing its end, Zia Q suddenly walked to the center of the stage and looked down at the tens of thousands of viewers in the audience. "This next song, Because of You, I want to give it to someone. Without him, I probably wouldn't have stood here today." Saying this, she looked up at the location of Yi Feng's box. Yi Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. Looking at her across the room, his heart could not help but move. "I never thought that there would be such a day when I would think so much about someone. You are always unintentional, appearing in my heart." Zia Q's sweet singing voice resounded throughout the stadium. Yi Feng couldn't help but scratch his head a little when he heard the lyrics. This song seemed to be sung to lovers. Right, isn't it a bit abrupt to send it to him, on the side? Shen Beishan. Her gaze kept lingering between him and Zia Q. With her keen sixth sense as a woman, she seemed to have detected something. As for the concert site, Zia Q's fans were even more horrified. Their goddess, surprisingly. She openly dedicated a love song to a mysterious person. "I just don't know if this person is a man or a woman. If it's a woman, it's okay. If it is a man, you can imagine how much waves will be created in the entertainment industry." The concert finally ended. The audience began to disperse unfulfilled. Yi Feng's trio was also preparing to leave. At this time, the door of the box was pushed open again. He saw Zia Q, still wearing the grand attire from the stage, walk in. Are you going to leave? Listening to her tone, she seemed a bit reluctant. Yeah. What's wrong? Yi Feng was confused. What do you think of my singing? Zia Q nervously grabbed the hem of her skirt, completely missing the domineering spirit on stage just now. It's good. Especially that last song. Is it for me? Yi Feng, whichever pot is not open. Yes, no, that I. Zia Q was a little incoherent. That song was sung by her on an impromptu basis, and when she sang it halfway through, she had already noticed that it was wrong. Because it was a love song, giving it to a boy who had just met a few times seemed a little inappropriate. Yi Feng couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her incoherent appearance. He didn't say anything more and led the two of them, Fatty Chu and Shen Beishan, outside, when walking to the door, suddenly turned back and said, I like it, until the silhouettes of the three disappeared. Zia Q still hadn't come back to his senses. What did he mean when he said he liked it? Did he like that song, or thinking about it? Her eyes involuntarily fluctuated for a while. Give me your WeChat. Yi Feng's three people arrived at the parking lot. Shen Beishan, who was silent on the way, suddenly summoned up the courage to speak. Huh? Yi Feng could not help but freeze. Shen Beishan's pretty face slightly reddened as she grabbed his cell phone and friended the two of them. Then she threw her cell phone to him, turned around and got into her Beetle, and left. Only left Yi Feng frozen in place. At this time, Fatty Chu on the side suddenly opened his mouth. Brother Feng, you're also too angry. Right, not only are you driving a tens of millions of dollars of luxury cars, the big bosses are nodding their heads when they see you. And there are so many beautiful women who take the initiative to throw their arms around you. Brother Feng, are you still short of lapdogs? I'll be the first to sign up. Yi Feng kicked him in a good mood. Your girl is not a good person. So like to be a dog, ah. Fatty Chu was not ashamed but rather honored. As long as the money is in place, I will be in any position the next day. Because it was Saturday, there was no need to go to school. Yi Feng got up early in the morning, took the piece of dog head gold that was the size of a human head, and drove to the antique market. The antique street in Shanghai City is a prestigious antique mecca. Early in the morning has been crowded, very lively. These people all came with the mindset of picking up leaks, all expecting to get rich overnight, since the car could not be driven in. Yi Feng simply parked his car at the street entrance and planned to enter on foot. Just as he had parked his car, a system beep suddenly appeared in his mind. A new place of opportunity has been detected. The system has opened route planning for you. Please ask the host to go straight along the current street, and after 500 meters turn right into the antique trading market. Estimated time 5 minutes. Yi Feng was instantly happy. The dog's head gold on his hand hadn't been dealt with yet, but he actually had a new chance to navigate. This system was also too much fun. Not daring to be slow, he hurriedly took the dog head gold from the trunk and followed the system's guidance into the antique street. When he came to the trading market, he saw that on the trading square in front of him, there were a lot of people surrounding him in 3 layers. In the center of the crowd, there were several experts who looked very dignified. They were commenting on some antiques on the table. Yi Feng twisted his head to look at an old man beside him who was also watching the scene. Old sir, what is this doing? The old man was wearing a white coat and was spinning 2 walnuts in his left hand. He looked like he had an extraordinary temperament. This is an appraisal activity organized by Antique Street, the top appraisal experts in Shanghai. I have been invited to do appraisals for free. That old man said and pointed to the expert sitting in the very center. See that one? That's the premier appraisal master in Shanghai City, Mei Donghai, who has been in the business for decades and has never hit his eyes once. Yi Feng couldn't help but look at that Master Mei one more time. He really had a bit of immortal flavor. At this time, a woman's voice was suddenly heard coming out from the crowd. Impossible. This jade cup of mine is an ancestor's heirloom. How can it be worth only 100,000? The crowd's gazes were immediately drawn over. They saw a woman dressed in a black suit, glaring indignantly at a few experts. It was obvious that she was dissatisfied with their assessment. With Yi Feng's current vision, the woman's face value was at least around 90 points. This was still because there was no makeup and her look was a bit haggard. Otherwise, the score would have to go up. The crowd of onlookers was also shocked by the woman's face value for a moment. Only then did they turn their eyes to the jade cup in her hand. It was a jade cup that was turquoise in color and looked very eye-catching. Hai took the jade cup and looked at it carefully again before shaking his head in disappointment. This jade cup of yours really isn't considered a fine piece of art. And the market price is just over $100,000. In Shanghai, Master Mei's words were an iron law. If even he said that this jade cup was ordinary, then it must be just an ordinary jade cup. The woman looked incredibly lost and was about to leave with the jade cup. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up and called out to her, "This lady, how much do you want to sell this jade cup for?" The woman stopped and looked at Yi Feng suspiciously. $30 million. Saying this figure, a blush appeared on her originally high and cold face. An ordinary jade cup worth $100,000. She actually wanted to sell it for $30 million. It was simply whimsical. However, Yi Feng did not laugh at her. "I'll offer $50 million, huh?" That woman immediately opened her mouth wide in shock. The crowd of onlookers were also stunned by Yi Feng's words. Is this kid crazy? Master Mei said that this jade cup is only worth $100,000, and he actually offered $50 million. He doesn't even believe Master Mei's words. People are stupid and have too much money. This kind of person deserves to be pitched. This guy isn't a shill, is he? The woman looked at him with some suspicion. Are you sure you're going to offer $50 million? Yi Feng nodded his head with great certainty. If you don't believe me, we can pay with one hand and deliver with the other right now. Before the woman agreed, Hai on the side had already risen angrily. Young man, are you questioning my appraisal level? Several other appraisal experts, their faces were a bit not so good. The old man next to Yi Feng, who had an extraordinary demeanor, also hurriedly persuaded. Young man, don't be impulsive. Master Mei is the master of the appraisal world. Can what he said still be false? Yi Feng shrugged. What a master says may not always be trustworthy. Hai smiled angrily at his words. Then I would like to hear this little friend's high opinion. If I am wrong, I am willing to apologize to this lady. For a while, all the gazes on the scene converged on Yi Feng. Looking at that situation, if he didn't give a statement today, I'm afraid it would be hard for him to walk out of the venue. Yi Feng had no choice but to take the jade cup in the woman's hand. This jade cup is not an ordinary jade cup, but it is from the 9 Dragon Cup set. When Hai and those experts heard this, their faces changed dramatically at the same time. Obviously, they were all stunned by his words. 9 Dragon Cup set. What is the 9 Dragon Cup set? That dignified old man hurriedly asked after him. This 9 Dragon Cup set is made from the trimmings of the year when the heirloom jade seal was created, and is divided into 1 pot and 9 cups. It's just a pity that it was lost at the end of the Qin dynasty when the war broke out. All of this information was provided by the system, and Yi Feng was just reading off of it. Hai grabbed his words and counterattacked. These are just legends. There are no clear records at all. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Who said there are no clear records? In the 3rd volume of the Jade Canon, page 18. The 2nd volume of the Ancient Treasures, page 3. And the 5th volume of the Ancient Explorations, page 72. There are all detailed records about the 9-Dragon Cup. Mei Dong, Hai's few people glanced at each other. None of them could tell whether Yi Feng's words were true or false. Go and find these several canonical books. Mei Dong, Hai hurriedly gave the order. Someone soon found these several ancient books. Mei Dong, Hai as well as several experts scrambled to consult them. With every book they searched, the shocked expressions on the faces of the several people increased by 1 point. Until all 3 books were finished. When they looked at Yi Feng again, it was as if they had seen a ghost. In these 3 canonical books, there were indeed records about the 9 Dragons Cup. And even the number of pages was exactly the same as what Yi Feng said. Is this still human? A few people couldn't care about being surprised. Then they took over the jade cup and scrutinized it for a long time with a magnifying glass. Surprisingly, it's really a 9-dragon cup, Mei Dong, Hai exclaimed in shock, falling on his butt in his chair. On the one hand, he was shocked because of the fact that a supreme treasure like the 9 Dragons Cup had come out. On the other hand, it was shocked because of Yi Feng. This young man not only had amazing eyesight, but also had rich experience. He was simply a supreme genius. When Master Mei said this, it could be considered as dropping a heavy bomb in the crowd. My goodness, surprisingly, Master Mei was wrong. How is this possible? This kid, no. This little gentleman is even better than Master Mei. Master, take a look at my treasure. It's possible that mine is also a 9-dragon cup. Look at mine. Mine is the 9 Dragons Cup. The old man, with an extraordinary demeanor, looked deeply at Yi Feng. I am Shen Guanlin. I don't know how to address my young friend. Yi Feng also dropped his name. My name is Yi Feng. Shen Guanlin memorized the name in his heart, then turned his head to look at the owner of the 9-dragon cup. This lady. I am willing to offer $80 million to buy this 9-dragon cup. I wonder if you are willing to part with it. When that woman heard this, she didn't react for a long time. $80 million. This had exceeded her mental expectations too much. She was thinking of selling her family's heirloom because of the problems with the company's capital chain. Her mental expectation was only $30 million. But the other party was willing to offer $80 million. So she was naturally willing to do so. Shen Guanlin asked for her consent, without saying a word, took out his checkbook, and was about to write the number, but the woman suddenly interrupted. You write 2. One for 70 million and one for 10 million. Shen Guanlin also had no objections and wrote 2 checks on the spot. At the same time, a system beep sounded in Yi Feng's ears. Congratulations to the host. Completing the navigation of chance. Rewarding a school district house worth 800 million yuan. Yi Feng's heart was instantly ecstatic. This system was really generous. At this time, the woman put away the check for $70 million and then turned her head to look over. Hello, Mr. Yi. My name is Chen Xuan. If it wasn't for you today, I probably wouldn't have been able to sell for so much money. Please make sure you accept this $10 million check. Consider it as a little bit of thanks from me. Yi Feng didn't be polite with her and immediately accepted the check. This money was indeed what he deserved. If he hadn't pointed it out, this jade cup wouldn't have sold for even $300 dollars, not to mention $30 million. But compared to the system's reward, this $10 million was simply a drop in the bucket. Chen Xuan was relieved when she saw him take the check. Then she asked Yi Feng for his contact information and said that she would invite him for dinner sometime, and left with hurried steps. Shen Guanlin took that 9 Dragons cup and played with it for a while, and after exchanging a few pleasantries with Yi Feng, he also left satisfied. Only then did that Master Mei Dong Hai take the initiative to walk up and look at Yi Feng with a shameful face. Alas, thanks to little friend Yi's hand today. Otherwise, old man, I would have really fallen this time. Yi Feng waved his hand. A wise man must have made a mistake. Master Mei doesn't need to take it too personally. Mei Dong, I nodded gratefully. Little friend Yi, if you need any help in the future, feel free to come to me. I will be obliged. Yi Feng suddenly remembered the purpose of coming here today. It just so happens that there is something I want to ask Master Mei. I have a piece of dog head gold here that I want to get rid of. I don't know where I can go to sell it. Mei Donghai's eyes lit up. Oh, can you let the old man take a look at it first? Yi Feng immediately put the piece of dog head gold on the table. Mei Dong. Hai took a magnifying glass and scrutinized it for a moment, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Only after hanging up the phone did he explain to Yi Feng. It just so happens that a few days ago a buyer found me. Her grandfather had a few days of big hands. Want me to help find a piece of dog head gold as a birthday gift. I did not expect to step through the iron shoes without looking for a place to get all the work, haha. Yi Feng is also very pleased, which saves him from having to go around to peddle it. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a petite figure hurriedly came. Master Mei. Where is the dog head gold I want? Yi Feng heard a voice that sounded a bit familiar, turned around and froze. Why is it you? The girl looked back and froze in place as well. How is it you? If you don't say, there is no coincidence. There is no coincidence. The buyer of that dog's head gold was surprisingly Shen Beishan. This dog head gold is yours. Huh? Shen Beishan came back to her senses, somewhat incredulous. Yeah. The two of us are really destined to meet here. Yi Feng couldn't help but snicker. Who has fate with you? Shen Beishan's face was a bit unsettled. I can say it first. We know each other. If your dog's head gold color is not good, I won't want it either. Finished. Turned his head to look at the piece of dog head gold. At this glance, he was immediately stunned. This piece of dog's head gold, whether it was the weight or the color, was definitely called an excellent product. Where did you get this dog head gold from? Shen Beishan inquired curiously. This was dug out from underneath the butt of a dull goose. Yi Feng couldn't help but flirt. This piece of dog head gold was dug out from under the rock that Shen Beishan had sat on. It was estimated that she had never dreamed that she was once only one step away from this piece of dog head gold. Right, under the butt of a dorky goose. That must be a lucky dorky goose. Shen Beishan thought she was being humorous. A lucky dorky goose indeed. Yi Feng nodded with approval. All right. I'll take this piece of dog's head gold. You name your price. Shen Beishan made an instant decision. We are so familiar. Let's give you a friendly price. 1,000. 5 million. Yi Feng casually quoted a price and waited for the other party to cut the price. In fact, his mental price was only $10 million. Okay. Deal. Shen Beishan agreed without even thinking about it. Then she took out her checkbook and brushed the numbers. This made Yi Feng a little embarrassed. As if he had taken advantage of her. Let me carry it to the car for you. After earning the other party an extra $5 million. Yi Feng was more or less a little bit overjoyed and took the initiative to come forward to help. This piece of dog's head gold weighed more than 10 pounds. And it was indeed a bit of a struggle for a girl to move it. Thank you. Shen Beishan was still a little embarrassed. Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head with emotion. This woman had been sold and was still counting money for others. The two of them went to the parking lot one after the other and found Shen Beishan's beetle. Yi Feng immediately went to open the trunk. Shen Beishan suddenly remembered something. Suddenly exclaimed. Wait a minute, said. Hurriedly grabbed in front of Yi Feng to open the trunk. Then in a panic, she took out a pack of donks from it and put it behind her. Yi Feng put the dog's head gold into the trunk. And only then did he look over curiously. What is it? Mysterious. No, nothing. Shen Beishan shook her head in a hurry. Don't let C forget it. Yi Feng pretended to turn around, but suddenly probed his hand when she let her guard down, wanting to snatch it from behind her. Shen Beishan shrieked in shock and also fought to snatch it. With the two of them tearing so much, the wrapping paper was immediately torn. A piece of white floral auntie's napkin spilled out onto the ground. The air instantly froze. Yi Feng still maintained the position of a ring hug and was petrified. Shen Beishan also stared with wide eyes, not knowing how to react. The two of them just remained in a slightly ambiguous position, not moving at all. This scene happened to be seen by a passing student of Shanghai University. Shocked, that student scrambled to take out his cell phone and took a picture of it, then sent it to the school forum, and also took a sensational title. Shanghai schoolgirl parking lot rendezvous with mysterious boyfriend. The man is actually him. As soon as this post was released, it made huge waves in Shanghai University. I'll go. My goddess even has a boyfriend, which asshole stole my goddess in the end. I'm going to fight him to the death. That guy seems to be Yi Feng. Who is Yi Feng? Is he as handsome as me? He seems to be the newest school bully. Is he richer than me? He drives a $30 million Ferrari Enzo. I wish them an early birth. Bye. For a while, all kinds of rumors about the two were rampant. In just a few minutes, several versions of the story appeared. There was the infatuated tycoon chasing after the high and cold schoolgirl. There was the gold-digging girl who was crazy about the overbearing president. In short, the two quickly became the talk of the school. Yi Feng knew nothing about this. When he came back to his senses, he immediately left Shen Beishan behind and fled in disgrace. Shen Beishan looked at his wretched back and was immediately amused. It was rare to see this guy in such a sorry state. It was really interesting. On the way back, Shen Baitian received a call from her best friend. From her best friend, she learned about the fact that she and Yi Feng were on the school forum hot search at the same time. Baitian, are you really good with that Yi Feng? The best friend was also very curious about this matter. No, Shen Beishan replied perfunctorily while driving. Then do you want to go to the forum to explain? The girlfriend asked with concern. Why should I explain? Shen Beishan was unconcerned about it. So that people don't misunderstand you. Misunderstanding is also quite good. Saving that bunch of fly-like men from pestering me again. But, well, I'm still driving, I won't talk to you first. Shen Beishan hung up her best friend's phone, and Yi Feng's figure once again surfaced in her mind. The corner of her mouth inadvertently hooked up a good-looking arc. That said, Grandpa's birthday banquet was coming up soon, and he was still missing a male companion. This guy was a good candidate. Just don't know if he would agree. HMPH, he dared to disagree just now. He caused himself to make such a big fool of himself. If he dares to disagree. Humph, after leaving the antique street, Yi Feng first went to the bank. The money on the 2 checks was transferred to his bank card. Then, he received a call from the supervisor of the sales office of that school district house, asking him to go and do the title handover. Yi Feng saw that it was still early in the day, so he drove there. The neighborhood where that school district house was located was called Lijingyuan. There were several key primary and middle schools in the neighborhood, and none of them were too far from Shanghai University. Other hospitals, subways and other facilities are also readily available. It can be said that it is a prime location. When Yi Feng rushed to the sales office of Lijing Court, it was already crowded with people. A large group of men and women were scrambling to be the first to buy. Looking at the situation, it didn't look like they were snapping up properties, but rather like they were snapping up cabbages. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, and was about to go to the supervisor of the sales office. At this time, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was actually the old boss of Zhongshan Property, Lin Qian. At this moment, she was no longer as capable as usual, and she even looked a bit lousy. She was following the crowd and squeezing around. General Manager Lin, what are you doing? Yi Feng pulled her out from the crowd. Lin Qian was about to get angry, but after seeing that it was Yi Feng, she hurriedly suppressed her fire. Mr. Yi, are you here to buy a house too? Yi Feng felt amused when he saw her sweating. You are at least a person of status. Do you need to be like this to buy a house? Lin Qian looked at the increasingly spectacular crowd with some anxiety. Mr. Yi, you don't know. This district is one of the best school district houses in Shanghai City location. Money can't even buy it. If you want to buy it, you have to hurry up. Yi Feng looked at the crowd that was like crazy and couldn't help but shake his head. Is it that exaggerated, saying that? He dialed the phone number of the sales department supervisor. I'm here, right in the sales hall. Lin Qian was not in the mood to continue wasting time with him. Mr. Yi, I'll leave you alone for now. I have to continue lining up to snatch it. After saying that, she was about to rush into the crowd again. At this moment, the sales office supervisor was suddenly seen, with a large group of staff, walking towards this side with hurried steps. You are Mr. Yi, right? I'm Wang Ming, the supervisor of Lijing Court's sales department. Nice to meet you. As soon as that man came up, he enthusiastically grabbed Yi Feng's hand and shook it. By the looks of it, there was a bit of bashfulness. Lin Qian immediately froze in place. Just now, she came to the sales office and introduced herself as the general manager of Zhongshan Property, hoping that the other party would take care of her. However, this supervisor Wang just came up with a salty, "There are too many people purchasing properties. I can't help it." Now he was so enthusiastic about Yi Feng, it was like a different person. The staff of Lijing Yuan also showed shocked expressions and sized up Yi Feng. It was unknown what this young man was about. How could he make Supervisor Wang personally come out to greet him? Yi Feng just nodded his head in a nonchalant manner. Supervisor Wang, my time is limited. Let's just hand over quickly. Supervisor Wang nodded his head busily. The contract is all ready. You can hand it over at any time. Saying this, he took a thick stack of contracts from his subordinate. This scene immediately silenced the entire sales office. Looking at the contracts in that Supervisor Wang's hands, there were at the very least a dozen of them. Could it be that this young man had purchased a dozen sets of school district rooms at once? Supervisor Wang quickly gave the answer. Mr. Yi, this is all the purchase contracts for Building 8. The king of our district, please take a look. Once he said this, the sales hall once again boiled over. Surprisingly, he bought the entire building. And it was also Building No. 8. That was the king of Lijing Court. You can't even buy a golden building with money. Lin Qian was also completely stunned. Although she knew that Yi Feng was very strong, she didn't expect it to be this strong. She's been squeezing her head to buy a schoolroom, and he had easily gotten the king of Lijing Court. People are more angry than people. Ah, the handover process is very smooth. Less than half an hour to complete all the processing. Now the king of Lijing Court Building 8. It was formally transferred into Yi Feng's name. Holding that thick pile of contracts and property rights certificates, Yi Feng's heart has no ripples. A school building in the district is only worth $800 million. What's the big fuss about it? Inside the sales hall, everyone was staring blearily at the contract in his hand. The gazes were like hungry wolves who hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Lin Qian gritted her teeth and summoned up the courage to walk up. Mr. Yi, I have an ungrateful request. Can you sell me a set? I promise to bid higher than the market price. She also seemed to feel that this request was a bit excessive, and hurriedly added, It's okay if you don't agree. Just pretend I didn't ask. Yi Feng smiled faintly. Fine. Pick whichever set you want with that. He handed over the pile of contracts. Lin Qian's little mouth opened wide, somewhat incredulous. She just casually asked, not expecting the other party to really agree. Yi Feng saw that she refused to take it over for a long time and couldn't help but snicker. What? Don't want it again? Lin Kian took the pile of contracts with her hands and feet and searched for her favorite floor. Everyone in the sales office cast envious glances at her. If you're pretty, you're treated differently. Lin Kian searched for a while and finally found a house on the 16th floor. The building has 17 floors in total, and the 16th floor can be said to be the best floor, of course. The price is also the most expensive. If the price is based on the market price, it will cost at least $50 million. Lin Kian added an extra $5 million as a token of appreciation. Even so, she actually took advantage of it. A school district house with a great location like Lai Jingyuan is definitely priced out of the market, as long as she is willing to sell it for $60 million. There are people who will grab it. She guessed that she also knew that she had taken a big advantage. And after the handover of the property rights was completed, she took the initiative to invite Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, if you don't have any arrangements for the evening, why don't I invite you for a meal? Yi Feng thought about it and nodded in agreement. He didn't have any other invitations in the evening anyway. And it was not bad to have a beautiful woman accompanying him for dinner. Watching the two of them walking out together, the crowd in the hall could be described as having mixed feelings. Most of the women envied Lin Kian. Not only did she buy the house of her choice, but she also caught such a young and rich super tycoon. And most of the men envied Yi Feng. Not only was he handsome, he was also so rich. Even such a beautiful woman took the initiative to throw herself at him. It's really enviable. Lin Kian was obviously much more familiar with Zhang Hai than Yi Feng. Under her guidance, the two of them soon arrived at a private restaurant called Yu Jai. From afar, they see a Chinese-style mansion built on a hill, with birdsong echoing in the mountains, making it quite quiet. The two had just entered Lin Kian's pre-booked box, when Yi Feng suddenly heard a system prompt. 100-year-old wild ginseng detected, worth $50 million. Treasure hunting system is navigating for you. Please extend the current road to go out and turn left. Yi Feng did not move and looked at Lin Kian. You order first. I'll go to the restroom. Lin Kian did not doubt and ordered her own food. Yi Feng went out of the compartment and followed the system's guide all the way, and soon went out of the private dining hall and entered the back of the mountain. At this time, the sky was already a bit dark, and the vision in the mountains was already a bit blurry. However, he still held onto his trust in the system and went deeper all the way. After about 10 minutes, he finally found the 100-year-old wild ginseng under an ancient pine tree. At this time, the system had already sent him all the information about this wild ginseng, including the method on how to dig it out. Yi Feng followed the method given by the system and carefully dug it out. It took another 10 minutes before the palm-sized wild ginseng was completely dug out. The roots and whiskers were well preserved and not damaged at all. At the same time, the system's beep sounded again. Congratulations to the host. This treasure hunting mission is complete. The system rewards 60 of the shares of Lingyan Real Estate, with a market value of $2 billion. This was really a good thing. After Yi Feng was elated, he carefully put away the wild ginseng and returned along the original path. When he returned to the box, Lin Kian had been waiting for a long time. I thought I was stood up by you. There was more or less a bit of sultriness in her tone. Sorry, I got lost just now. Yi Feng told a not-so-small lie to round up the matter. Lin Kian didn't pursue the matter and helped him with a few small dishes. Since both of them were driving, they didn't order any drinks. Mr. Lin, I've taken advantage of you today. I really don't know how to thank you. If you need me in the future, you mustn't be polite. Lin Kian's pair of big watery eyes flickered and flashed. Very charming. You want to buy a school district house so badly. Are you planning to prepare for your child's schooling? Yi Feng asked casually while eating his food. What are you saying, Mr. Yi? I don't even have a boyfriend yet. Where would I get a child? Lin Qianqian's tone carried a few hints of pout. I'm sorry, I thought that a girl as outstanding as MS Lin should have quite a few suitors. Right, how could there be no boyfriend? Yi Feng made a mess and was more or less embarrassed. Maybe the more outstanding a person is, the less they can find a suitable one, doesn't Mr. Yi also not have a girlfriend? Cough cough cough. Yi Feng suddenly choked and coughed violently. Lin Qianqian saw that her joke had gone too far. She panicked and came over to help him pat his back. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, I'm just joking with you. She was at this point. Due to bending over, her neckline was immediately wide open. Yi Feng unintentionally glanced at the corner of his eye and saw two smudges of whiteness, only to feel his breath suffocating. Your joke is indeed a bit big. Lin Qianqian heard that his tone was not right and looked down along with his line of sight. Her pretty face immediately reddened to the root of her ears. Immediately slapped Yi Feng hard on his back. Big bad egg. Then he sat back to his position with a puff of air. It had to be said that this woman, whether it was her face value or her body, was definitely considered to be an extremely good quality. This also made her angry look. Instead of being a bit shocking, she had a bit more of a delicate feeling. Yi Feng was a bit distracted and was about to go forward to continue teasing. Coincidentally, at this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. His interest immediately greatly reduced. Angry, pick up the phone. Who ah? The opposite party seemed to hear that he was not in a good mood and paused. Followed by a woman's voice. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zhang Yuting, the legal director of Lingyan Real Estate. Do you have time to come to the company now to do the equity handover, on Sunday morning? Yi Feng slept until the sun was up. He ate breakfast unhurriedly, and then changed into a brand new suit before driving to Lingyan Real Estate. The headquarters building of Lingyan Real Estate is very grand. Quite a bit of ambitious momentum. Yi Feng found a parking space, parked the Ferrari Enzo, and entered the building while enjoying the scenery along the road. It was unlucky to say that as soon as he stepped through the door, a flustered figure, unguarded, crashed into his arms. Ouch! The other party let out a cry and was about to fall backwards. Yi Feng didn't think much about it and hurriedly copied her waist and hooked her back. Are you okay? Although it was the other party who hit him, out of politeness, he asked with concern. Who would have thought that the woman didn't appreciate it at all, but instead angrily scolded. You walk without eyes. Yi Feng was a bit confused. This lady, it seems like you hit me first. Right, this woman was good looking, but I didn't expect her to be so unreasonable. The woman glared at him with contempt. I bumped into you, it was clearly you who hit me. Okay, I've seen a lot of men like you, sneaking around in the shadows, pretending to bump into girls, but actually taking advantage of them when they have the chance. Being yelled at by her. The staff in the hall all looked at Yi Feng. There was some contempt in their eyes. Yi Feng was here to do the equity delivery today and had no time to waste with this kind of woman. Immediately, he was about to turn around and leave unexpectedly. The woman was unforgiving and grabbed his clothes. You haven't apologized yet, and you want to leave like this, you're sick. Right. Yi Feng was also a bit angry and shook off her hand. Actually, his force was very light. He just wanted to get rid of the other party's entanglement. Unexpectedly, that woman was possessed by the playwright and fell to the ground in a smooth manner. Then it started to cry and howl. This time the people in the hall all gathered towards Yi Feng. How can you do this to a girl? That's right. Are you still a man? This lady, don't be afraid. All of us will do it for you. Call the police and bring this lewd and violent man to justice. Everyone rallied in a group, especially the few men who rushed to the front. They all took the initiative to jump out as protectors. The woman who was crying on the ground couldn't help but feel secretly happy. She had come to Lingyan Real Estate today for an interview. But the chances of passing were slim. If she could take this opportunity to alert the company's leaders, maybe the other party would have mercy and recruit her into the company. When she thought of this, she cried even harder. When Yi Feng was being pestered by her at his wits' end, a woman's voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Is it, Mr. Yi?" Yi Feng heard the voice and looked back. He saw a woman wearing a black all suit with a somewhat high and cold temperament. It was actually the woman who sold the 9-dragon cup in the antique market yesterday. It seems to be called Chen Xuan, right? Ms. Chen, what a coincidence, are you working here? Yi Feng took the initiative to greet her. At the same time, he also found that the staff members in the hall who were originally righteously indignant, all had a bit of a somewhat silenced expression. Especially those few men who were yelling to bring him to justice, revealed a look of fear. Surprisingly, "It's really Mr. Yi." Chen Xuan quickly stepped forward and greeted him warmly. "Yeah, I work here. I'm the chairman and general manager of Ling Yun Real Estate." The woman who was crying on the ground immediately revealed a look of disbelief. The guy he just touched actually knew the boss of Ling Yun Real Estate. Then he hadn't kicked the can down the road. Chen Xuan had long noticed this woman, and immediately looked at Yi Feng without moving. "Mr. Yi, what's going on?" Yi Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders and briefly talked about what happened just now. Chen Xuan once again resumed her high and cold demeanor when she looked at the woman. "Are you saying that Mr. Yi deliberately bumped into you and took advantage of you?" That woman scrambled up from the ground and smiled sardonically. "Maybe it was a misunderstanding." The corner of Chen Xuan's mouth hooked up a cold smile. "Don't possibly ah. Yes it is. No it isn't. Exactly who is harboring evil intentions? Tune the surveillance video. Naturally the water will come out." That woman instantly panicked. Hastily waving her hand, "There's really no need. It's me who misunderstood Mr. Yi, I apologize to him." Chen Xuan, however, pressed on. "I'm afraid it's not a misunderstanding, right? It was you who deliberately slandered him, right?" The woman immediately lowered her head as a thief, not daring to squeak again. Chen Xuan turned her head to look at the staff in the hall again. "Did you hear me clearly? In the future, don't take sides indiscriminately if you're not clear about the inner workings." The gang of staff members all lowered their heads in shame. Chen Xuan was too lazy to bother with them again and turned her head to look at Yi Feng. "Mr. Yi, I'm going to meet a very important guest later. You wait for me for a while. I'll treat you to dinner at noon." Yi Feng was about to reply. At this moment, a woman wearing a red women's suit walked quickly. "Mr. Chen, the handover documents are all ready." Chen Xuan nodded gruffly. "Yu Ting, when will that Mr. Yi arrive?" This woman in red was the company's legal director. "Zhang Yuting, her right-hand man. It should be soon, right? I'll call again and ask." Zhang Yuting hurriedly took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Immediately after, Yi Feng's cell phone rang. Chen Xuan's eyes immediately widened with some disbelief. Could he be the same Mr. Yi who had acquired his company? How could this be possible? Yi Feng saw Chen Xuan's doubts, so he answered his cell phone without any delay. Zhang Yuting hadn't reacted yet and immediately asked, "Mr. Yi, where are you now?" Yi Feng held back his laughter, "Far away and near." Zhang Yuting turned around in surprise and looked at Yi Feng dumbfounded. This young man in front of her was the same Mr. Yi who had acquired 60 of their company's equity. "I didn't expect to be so young." It looked even younger than his own age. Chen Xuan's surprise was much stronger than hers. "It was you who acquired my company." Yi Feng smiled faintly. "Why can't it be me?" Chen Xuan hurriedly waved her hand. "Don't misunderstand me. I'm just too surprised. There are only a handful of people in the entire Shanghai city who have the ability to acquire Ling Yun Real Estate. I didn't expect you to have this kind of strength," said. The eyes actually began to red. Eyes are about to fall tears. Yi Feng was startled. "What are you crying for if you don't want to?" Can't I just not acquire it? Chen Xuan quickly shook her head. No, I'm just too happy without you. My company will probably face bankruptcy. Really, thank you. Yi Feng then put down his heart. So he was crying with joy. As for that, hearing the conversation between the two, the staff of Ling Yun Real Estate were all alarmed. They didn't expect that this guy, who they had just misunderstood as a lewd man, was actually their new boss. Then, they wouldn't get their shoes worn in the future. Would they? Especially those men who threatened to bring Yi Feng to justice had the feeling that the end was near. They felt that their days in the company were coming to an end. The woman who intentionally touched Yi Feng was even more regretful. If she had known that this guy was the new boss of Lingyun Real Estate, how would she dare to touch each other? Thinking of this, she hurriedly threw a few winks at Yi Feng, hoping to try her best to salvage her image. This scene was seen in Chen Xuan's eyes, immediately making her furious. Please leave here immediately. Our Ling Yun Real Estate will never recruit an employee like you. The woman instantly panicked and quickly grabbed Yi Feng's hand and begged. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please give me another chance, I really want this job. Yi Feng wanted to shake her off. Nay, this woman was like a dog-skin plaster. She couldn't even shake her off. Yi Feng didn't bother to entangle with her anymore and directly asked the security guard to take her out. Hearing the woman's heartbreaking cries, the employees of Lingyun Real Estate at the scene didn't even dare to take a breath. The few people who spoke for the woman just now were even sweating coldly, afraid that they would be implicated. But Yi Feng is too lazy to bother with a bunch of small employees. Afterwards, he was invited by Chen Xuan and the two of them to the president's office to handle the handover procedures. Yi Feng was already familiar with this kind of procedure and completed it in less than half an hour. Chen Xuan signed and stamped the documents and then let out a long breath of relief. She felt that the burden on her body was instantly lighter. In a good mood, she took the initiative to help Yi Feng pour a cup of tea. Zhang Yuding, who was organizing the documents on the side, was shocked. Mr. Chen in the company has the nickname of Iceberg Devulus. When has he ever been so attentive to others? Especially if the other party is a man. This is simply unprecedented. Could there be something unknown between these two? This is extremely likely. Otherwise, why would this Mr. Yi come to acquire their company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy? It had to be said that Director Zhang's association ability was still very rich. Soon from a cup of tea, associated with the two adultery, thinking of this, hastily found an excuse to leave. In the large president's office, only Yi Feng and Chen Xuan were left. The atmosphere was once very awkward. What does Mr. Yi think about the real estate market? Chen Xuan asked without words. Real estate, to be honest, I haven't really understood it specifically. Yi Feng was truthful and honest. It was all acquired by the system for him. He really didn't know much about this market. Don't understand. Chen Xuan was completely dumbfounded now. The other party had acquired 60 of her company's shares. But he didn't know anything about the real estate market. Could it be that people were stupid and had too much money? Of course it couldn't be. How could a man who could recognize the 9 Dragons Cup be a fool? Then there is only one possibility. He did not come to acquire the company, just to come to help her through the difficult times. It all made sense when you thought about it that way. But why would he do that? Could it be that he likes himself? When she thought of this, Chen Xuan's pretty face suddenly reddened. Yi Feng was admiring the decor of Chen Xuan's office when he suddenly saw her pretty face reddening. He couldn't help but be a little strange. Are you all right? Chen Xuan was still looking down, thinking about her mind, and ignored him. Yi Feng had to raise his voice. Are you all right? Chen Xuan was startled. The teacup in her hand shook, and the tea immediately splashed on her legs. It hurts. Seeing this, Yi Feng panicked and lifted up her skirt. Just to see her white legs, they were already red. Don't. Chen Qiuan was even more shocked this time, and panicked to push him away. Don't move, Yi Feng chided. The voice carried a tone that could not be disobeyed. Chen Qiuan, who was usually very authoritative in front of her employees, immediately did not dare to move again. Is there a medicine box? Yi Feng looked at the burned area and then looked up. There. Chen Qiuan pointed to the top of the data cabinet. Yi Feng hurriedly took the medicine box over, dipped a cotton swab in the scald medicine, and gently wiped it on her white legs. Well, you're gentle, it hurts. Chen Qiuan's cries of pain kept coming from the president's office. It made Zhang Yuting, who was standing outside, hear her face redden. She hated to disappear from here immediately, but she was afraid that if she left, others would see Mr. Chen's adultery and affect her reputation. She could only continue to guard the door to keep a lookout. The heart is infinite bleak. I can't think of myself as a director of the legal department, but will be reduced to a pair of adulterers lookout point. Inside the office, Yi Feng helped Chen Qiuan to apply the wound medicine and bandage it with gauze. You'd better go to the hospital later to take care of it again, so as not to inflame the wound. Chen Qiuan nodded her head obediently. She also did not know why she would listen to his words, obviously. The two had only met twice. It was only until this moment that Yi Feng realized that the posture of the two seemed a bit indecent. Chen Qiuan's jade leg was resting on his leg, which seemed very ambiguous. So what? You can take your leg down. Yi Feng saw that she had no intention of removing her leg for a long time, so he had to remind her. Chen Qiuan's pretty face reddened once again, panicked and put her legs back, and put down the hem of her skirt. The deer in her heart was thumping. A feeling she had never felt before surged to her heart. Yi Feng did not think much about it. Now that the handover procedures had been completed, he had no excuse to stay. He immediately got up to say goodbye. Chen Qiuan hurriedly limped up to see her off, outside the door. Zhang Yuting saw Chen Qiuan's limping appearance and her skirt wrinkled, further confirming the conjecture in her heart. These two had just been inside, and had definitely not done anything good. Yuting, I'm a bit uncomfortable, help me send Mr. Yi off. Chen Qiuan really couldn't walk down the road, so she had to instruct Zhang Yuting, as you wish. Zhang Yuting immediately agreed and threw her I've seen through everything look. Chen Qiuan, however, did not know what was going on in this woman's head. Otherwise she would not be able to spare her. Zhang Yuting sent Yi Feng all the way downstairs, and dropped a sentence that made Yi Feng confused. If you dare to do something wrong to Qiuan in the future, I won't be able to spare you. Then she turned around and walked back. Yi Feng looked at her back and scratched his head, nervous at the same time. Inside a luxurious villa. Rubbish! A man's angry roar was accompanied by a slap. A woman was slapped to the ground. I'm sorry, young Jiang. It's all because I'm useless. The woman scrambled up from the ground and apologized. If Yi Feng was present at this moment, he would have recognized this woman. The same woman who had bumped into him at Ling Yun Real Estate. I asked you to penetrate into Ling Yun Real Estate and monitor Chen Qiuan's every move. But you came to tell me that you didn't succeed in the interview. What use do I have for you then? The man was in his mid-20s and quite handsome. It was only the hint of shadiness that flashed under his eyes from time to time that was chilling. The woman panicked and explained. I was 100 able to get the interview, but it was spoiled by a man. The man slowly narrowed his eyes. A man, what man? The woman recalled. I think it was called Yi something or other. Supposedly to acquire Ling Yun Real Estate. The man stared viciously into her eyes. You better not lie to me. The woman panicked and assured. If I say a single false word, I shall not be allowed to die. The man then let her go and slowly lifted the red wine glass on the table. The man surnamed Yi. How dare you badmouth my Jiang Sheiji? He had always been salivating over Chen Qiuan. It was a pity that the other party never looked at him squarely. The recent successive problems with Ling Yun real estate were actually all due to him secretly playing tricks. The purpose was to force Chen Xuan to bow to him. Seeing that the ploy was about to succeed, he didn't expect to be interfered with. How could this breath be swallowed? I don't care who you are. Since you chose to make an enemy of me, Jiang Shaoji, then go to hell. Jiang Shaoji's handsome face became hideous. In the next 2 days, Yi Feng had a rare leisurely day of sleeping until you wake up naturally, counting money until your hands cramp. He has already seen from the school forum about his and Shen Beitian's scandal. In order to avoid the wind, these 2 days did not go to school. Originally thought that this kind of leisurely life can continue. Who would have thought that a phone call from Shen Beitian would break his quiet life? What? Attending your grandfather's birthday banquet? What a joke! Yi Feng immediately exploded when he heard Shen Beitian's request on the phone. Not joking with you. I'm sincerely inviting you to attend. Shen Beitian spoke kindly on the other end of the phone. I don't know your grandfather. What's the point of me going? Yi Feng still refused. It doesn't matter if you don't know my grandfather. Wouldn't it be fine to know me? Don't you want to see what the real high society is like? Shen Beitian continued to assiduously lure. Don't want to. Yi Feng didn't even think about it and refused again. Are you coming or not? Shen Beitian's tone was a little less favorable. Don't go to death. Yi Feng Wang Bao ate weight and ironed his heart. But because last time was caught in the wind and sent to our school forum, everyone thought that our two relationships are extraordinary. You do not come. How can I explain to my family? Shen Beitian's voice began to soften. How about this? You can do me a favor and accompany me to my grandfather's birthday banquet. Afterwards, I can promise you a request that doesn't violate my principles and bottom line. Yi Feng heard her even say this, and deliberated a little for a moment before his tone loosened up a bit. Going is fine. But you don't expect me to send any birthday gifts. I'm poor. You're poor. Shen Beitian wouldn't believe this nonsense of his. A man who could afford to drive a Ferrari Enzo, who could still be invited by Zia Q to watch concerts and enjoy independent private rooms. Now he was actually crying poor with her. Besides, he only made $15 million from himself 2 days ago. Forget it. As long as he can come. Just gouge a little. Thinking of this, she still responded, as long as the person arrives. Yi Feng drove the Ferrari Enzo and navigated all the way there according to the address given by Shen Beitian. When he waited for his destination and saw the huge Chinese-style building built on the mountain, only then did he realize that Shen Beitian's family turned out to be so luxurious as well. Just this set of courtyard alone was many times more luxurious than his Zhongshan Lakeview villa. Outside the courtyard, there were already many luxury cars parked. Among them, there was no lack of cars that were more expensive than his Enzo. Compared to these people, his heritage was still too shallow. Yi Feng was not ashamed of himself. While humming a little song, he searched for a parking space. Just when he found a parking space and was about to park in it, boom! A black Koenigsegg X grabbed him before him and drove into the parking space. As far as he knew, the market price of that Koenigsegg X was at least $20 million. It wasn't much worse than this Enzo of his. Afterwards, a handsome-looking man opened the door and got out of the car and threw a contemptuous look his way. Yi Feng frowned slightly. He clearly felt the other party's hostility, but he did not know this person at all. So where was the hatred? He could not figure it out for a moment, and he was too lazy to think about it. Directly changed a parking space and stopped. Just as he walked to the door of the Shen residence, ready to go in. The man just now also didn't know where he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and blocked his way. Elder Shen's birthday banquet. Can any cat or dog enter? Yi Feng raised his head to meet his eyes. Do I know you? A cold smile appeared at the corner of that man's mouth. Although you don't know me, I know you. You are the Yi Feng who acquired Ling Yun real estate. Right? Yi Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. You investigate me. The man didn't have the slightest fear. So what if I am? I forgot to introduce. My name is Zhang Sheyaji. Chen Xuan is the woman I'm looking at. You better stay away from her in the future. Otherwise don't blame me for not being polite. Yi Feng smiled disdainfully. Originally, I didn't have any idea about her. But after hearing you say that, I'm really a bit interested in her. A few hints of gloom flashed in Zhang Sheyaji's eyes. Kid, I'm afraid you don't know the strength of my Zhang family yet. Right, I can make you disappear from this world in minutes, do you believe me? Yi Feng did not budge. Then I really want to see it. At this time, a lot of guests had already gathered in front of the door. Zhang Sheyaji was immediately a bit embarrassed when he was confronted by the other party in public. Brat, this is your own death, said the man, about to charge up. At this time, a rebuke was suddenly heard from the courtyard. Zhang Sheyaji, today is my grandfather's birthday banquet. If you dare to make trouble, you're an enemy of our Shen family. As soon as the words fell, Shen Beitian was seen wearing a small white gown and walked out from inside with a flourish. There were also quite a few flamboyantly dressed celebrities present. But the moment Shen Beitian appeared, everyone lost their colors. This was called being colorful and overwhelming. Zhang Sheyaji immediately revealed a pleasing smile when he saw Shen Beitian. Little sweet, long time no see. Shen Beitian glared at him without any good humor. Zhang Xiaojai, it seems I didn't invite you. Right, Zhang Sheyaji panicked and nodded his head in response. You didn't invite me. But today is Grandpa Shen's birthday. As a junior, how can I not come to congratulate him? Shen Beitian didn't want to cause trouble at the birthday banquet, and immediately snorted coldly. Then you'd better be honest. If you dare to cause trouble for me, let's see how I'll clean you up. Zhang Sheyaji hurriedly cried out. Injustice. It's this kid who wanted to mix into the birthday banquet to steal something. I caught him in the act. What do you say to deal with it? Saying that, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Yi Feng. Shen Beitian looked at him without moving. What makes you say he tried to steal something? Do you have evidence? Zhang Sheyaji hurriedly looked at the people present. Do any of you recognize him? The guests at the scene all shook their heads, indicating that they didn't recognize him. Zhang Sheyaji looked at Shen Beitian in triumph. See, no one knows him at all. Surely he's either a traitor or a thief. Shen Beitian coldly glared at him. Yi Feng was invited by me. Are you saying that he and I are accomplices? Zhang Sheyaji was completely confused this time. You invited him? Shen Beitian stepped across and walked to Yi Feng's side, intimately taking his arm. Yeah. He's my boyfriend. He came to attend my grandfather's birthday ceremony. What's wrong with that? When the guests present saw this scene, their jaws dropped in shock. Shen Beitian's grandfather. That was the invisible richest man in Shanghai. Whoever married Shen Beitian would be equivalent to inheriting the Shen family's huge fortune. Where the hell did this guy come from? The crowd speculated about Yi Feng's identity. Zhang Sheyaji was even more furious. This kid called Yi Feng. Where exactly was he better than him? Why were Chen Xuan, Shen Beitian, and all these outstanding girls involved with him? Since he was a child, he tasted the flavor of jealousy for the first time, and it was a jealous frenzy. Just at this moment, a slightly aged voice suddenly came out from inside. Sweetness. What happened outside? Everyone immediately perked up when they heard this voice. This old man was no one else. It was none other than the head of the Shen family, Shen Guanlin. When Yi Feng saw the legendary Shen family head, his entire body froze. Wasn't this the old man who had spent $80 million to buy away the 9 dragons cup at the antique market a few days ago? And Shen Guanlin also froze when he saw Yi Feng. Obviously, he didn't expect to see him here either. When Jiang Shaoji saw Shen Guanlin, his eyes immediately turned. Although Shen Beishan said in public that Yi Feng was her boyfriend, Shen Guanlin might not agree. After all, how could a big family like the Shen family find a wild boy who came out of nowhere to be their son-in-law? Doesn't this kid want to climb the ladder, as long as he spoiled his dream? Let's see what he can still fight with himself. Thinking of this, he hurriedly looked at Shen Guanlin. Grandpa Shen, Xiao Tian said that this is her boyfriend. Do you know? Shen Guanlin froze at the words and looked at Shen Beishan and Yi Feng with disbelief. Sweetie, is this really true? Jiang Shaoji took one look at Shen Guanling's expression and knew that he didn't know beforehand. Now there was a good show to watch. Shen Beishan was also a bit flustered at this time. She was just trying to get back for Yi Feng, so she pretended to admit that he was her boyfriend, now in front of Grandpa. How could she not say this? She was really afraid that Grandpa would get angry and break Yi Feng's legs. However, Shen Guanlin's next move made her, as well as everyone present, drop their eyes, only to see Shen Guanlin walking down the steps with flying steps and grabbing Yi Feng's hand. Little friend Yi, are you really Sweetie's boyfriend? That's really great. I, Shen Guanlin, can have a granddaughter-in-law like you. I have no regrets in death. Wahahahaha. PFFD. Jiang Shaoji nearly had a mouthful of blood out of his mouth. What is this situation? When Shen Guanlin heard this news, shouldn't he be furious and order people to throw that Yi Feng kid out? Why is it like seeing his long-lost grandson? Shen Beishan was also a little puzzled. Grandpa was usually very dignified in front of her and did not show his anger or joy. Why, after seeing Yi Feng, he was as happy as a silly boy of more than 100 pounds. The guests at the scene were also shocked. Master Shen even personally recognized this granddaughter-in-law. It seems that the business world in Shanghai City is about to change. Yi Feng was the only one who was most embarrassed. Recognize is not, deny is not, dilemma. Fortunately, Shen Guanlin didn't make it too difficult for him and cordially took his hand. Yi little friend, no. Little Feng, don't stand outside, hurry in. Just take this as your own home. Shen Beishan looked at the back of his grandfather and Yi Feng, and felt the sky rolling with lightning. If Grandpa determines that Yi Feng is her boyfriend, then what to do in the future? Should she simply make a mistake thinking of this? Her pretty face immediately turned red, panicked and covered her small face and followed up. Jiang Shaoji at this time really want to cry, in his heart. The jealousy of Yi Feng became a few points heavier. How come all the good things were caught up by this kid? I am not convinced. Having been recognized by Elder Shen himself, Yi Feng instantly became the protagonist of the banquet. A lot of people who are famous in Shanghai City have taken the initiative to come up and make friends with him. Before the banquet even started, he had already received a thick pile of business cards in his hand. There were also a few room cards mixed in, which were secretly stuffed into his hands by some famous women. Yi Feng smiled blandly, turned around and threw the stack of business cards with the room cards into the trash can. Shen Beite, who was busy dealing with the guests, saw this scene and couldn't help but have a sweet smile on her face. In fact, she had been secretly observing Yi Feng. Naturally, she had also seen many demonic bitches stuffing their room cards to him. She was still worried in her heart for a while. After all, there were indeed a few well-presented cross-dressers inside. Most men might not be able to resist this kind of temptation. She didn't expect Yi Feng to be so upright. For a while, Yi Feng's image in her heart grew a few points taller. It was already time for the banquet to start. However, the banquet was delayed. The Shen family seemed to be waiting for someone. This made Yi Feng a little curious. With the Shen family's status in Shanghai, what person was worth making them wait for? Just as he was wondering, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. New chance mission detected. System navigation open. Target is approaching 10 meters. 8 meters. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Feng was a little confused. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, where the mission target was actively approaching him. Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly heard a warm voice coming in from outside. Elder Shen, I'm really sorry. There was an accident on the road, so I made you wait for a long time. Immediately afterward, he saw a man, with fast footsteps, walk into the courtyard. The man was probably in his 30s, and there was an air of superiority between his hands and feet. Shen Guanlin didn't dare to be slow and scrambled to get up to greet him. When Yi Feng saw this scene, he was even more puzzled. What was the origin of this young man that could make Elder Shen rise to greet him? Shen Beishan, who was beside him, could see his doubts and hurriedly explained in a low voice. This is Zhao Fulan, the son of Zhao Yuesheng, the richest man in Zhongshan province. Even if the leaders of the province meet him, they all have to respect him 3 times. When Yi Feng heard her introduction, he couldn't help but look at which son of Zhao one more time. Could it be that his chance this time was in this person? Yi Feng was going to find a random seat, but he was suddenly called by Shen Guanlin. Little Feng, come and sit over here. Hearing Elder Shen's words, the gazes of everyone present converged on Yi Feng. Filled with envy, at the main table, those seated were the core members of the Shen family, as well as some VIP. Even Shen Beishan was not qualified to sit over there. It could be seen how much importance Elder Shen attached to Yi Feng, although Yi Feng did not want to be too high profile. But since Elder Shen had invited him, he had no choice but to sit over. As he walked over, Yi Feng incidentally swept a glance at Mr. Zhao, who was sitting next to Shen Guanlin. Although that Mr. Zhao had a smile on his face, there were some hidden worries in the bottom of his eyes, as if he had something on his mind, and even Yi Feng could see that. How could Shen Guanlin not see it? After 3 rounds of wine, Elder Shen suddenly took the initiative to ask Fulan, do you have something on your mind? Zhao Fulan froze for a moment and immediately smiled bitterly. Elder Shen can see it, alas, truth be told. My father recently had a serious illness and was nearly not saved. Shen Guanlin exclaimed in shock. There is actually this matter. I wonder what kind of disease your father had. Old me does know a few divine doctors who can help introduce him. Zhao Fulan shook his head. We have already found the best doctors in the province, and his condition has stabilized. It's just that this serious illness has caused my father's vitality to be greatly injured. The doctor said that it's best to find a wild ginseng with more than 50 years of age to strengthen his vitality. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he won't be able to last much longer. Shen Guanlin immediately fell into silence upon hearing this. If it was another favor, he might still be able to help. But finding a 50-year-old wild ginseng, this really wasn't something that could be bought with money. Not to mention 50-year-old ones. 30-year-old ones were rare. Zhao Fulan hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. Elder Shen is well-traveled. I hope you can help put the word out. If anyone has a 50-year-old wild ginseng, I'm willing to buy it for $3 million. And my Zhao family is also willing to take on a big favor from him, which can be honored at any time. When he said this, the banquet site immediately boiled over. Actually, this $3 million price wasn't too scary. Who would care about this amount of money if they could come to Shen Guanlin's birthday banquet? What mattered was this big favor from the Zhao family. The Zhao family was the richest in Zhongshan province, and their influence was unrivaled. To be able to make them owe a big favor, it was by no means something that could be measured with money. 166 novels. It was a pity that this 50-year-old wild ginseng was just too rare. Even if they wanted to befriend the Zhao family, they didn't have the ability to do so. At this time, Yi Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his mouth. Does it have to be a 50-year-old wild mountain ginseng? Zhao Fulan looked squarely at this young man for the first time. The doctor said that it must be at least 50 years old. Otherwise it is ineffective. How many years old do you have in your hand? Yi Feng shook his head. I don't have a 50-year-old wild ginseng. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Shaoji from the neighboring table took the opportunity to mock. Mr. Zhao, you really think too highly of him. Just his poor look. Does he look like he has 50 years of wild mountain ginseng? Ha ha ha, Yi Feng ignored him. I don't have a 50-year-old wild ginseng. But I do have a 100-year-old one in my hand. I don't know if I can use it. What? When Zhao Fulan heard this, he stood up from his seat with a miso. Then he rushed to Yi Feng in big strides and grabbed him with both hands in a death grip. It was like grabbing a life-saving straw. Are you serious about this? Yi Feng frowned. Mr. Zhao, your grip hurts me. Zhao Fulan panicked and let go of his hand. Apologizing, I'm really sorry, I was just too excited. Do you really have a 100-year-old mountain ginseng in your hand? Yi Feng nodded. It's sitting in my car, I'll go get it now, I'll accompany you. Zhao Fulan couldn't wait and scrambled to follow him. Shen Guanlin also curiously got up to follow. The hosts all followed. And the guests at the banquet naturally all got up after them. The group of people came to the parking lot in great numbers. When they saw Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo, many of them were shocked. It didn't appear that this young man was so rich. A supercar with tens of millions of dollars was not something that ordinary people could afford to drive. Yi Feng didn't bother about what others thought. He directly opened the trunk and slipped out a plastic bag covered in dirt. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. This guy will not be that valuable wild ginseng in this garbage bag. Right? Yi Feng quickly gave the answer. When he opened the plastic bag and revealed the palm-sized wild ginseng, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. They had also all seen the world, and had never seen such a large and complete wild ginseng. Zhao Fulan was even so excited that he lost his manners and snatched the wild ginseng over. Then he quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the video call of the divine doctor that the Zhao family had invited. Soon, an immortal old Chinese doctor appeared in the screen. The old man was drinking tea unhurriedly. What does Mr. Zhao want to see me about? Zhao Fulan hurriedly spoke. Divine Dr. Zhu, I found a wild ginseng in Shanghai. I wonder if it can cure my father's illness. That divine Dr. Zhu stroked his goatee, acting like a highbrow. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Nowadays wild ginseng with 50 years portion is basically extinct. If the seller tells you that it's 50 years old, you've more than likely encountered a fraud. Zhao Fulan hurriedly aimed his cell phone at the wild ginseng. He said it was 100 years old. Divine Dr. Zhu glanced at the wild ginseng carelessly. 100 years? This kind of bullshit poof. Halfway through his words, a large mouthful of tea spewed out. After the endless stupor, Shiyu violently got up from the bed. Want to read the latest chapter content? Please update the latest chapter content. He took a big breath of fresh air. His chest trembling, confusion, disbelief, and all sorts of emotions flooded his mind. Where is this, then? Shiyu subconsciously looked around, then became even more confused. A single dormitory? Even if he managed to get rescued, he should still be in a hospital room right now. There was also how his own body was not injured at all, with doubts. Shiyu's eyes quickly swept through the room, and finally his gaze rested on a mirror above his bed. The mirror illuminated his current appearance. About 17 or 18 years old, with a handsome appearance. But the problem was, it wasn't him. Read the latest chapter content without ads for free. The previous self was a handsome young man in his 20s with an extraordinary aura, who had been working for a while, and now, how does this appearance look? Just the age of a high school student. This change made Shiyu froze for a long time. Never tell him that the surgery was successful. The body and appearance have all changed. It is not even a question of surgery or not anymore. It is an immortal art. He actually turned into a completely different person. Could it be that he had crossed over? In addition to the mirror on the bed that was placed in a position that was obviously bad feng shui, Shi Yu also found 3 books on the side. Shi Yu picked up a look, and the titles of the books instantly silenced him. The Essential Beast Breeding Manual for Novice Breeders. Postpartum Care for Favored Beasts. A Guide to Evaluating Fey-Eared Nymphs. Shi Yu. The names of the first 2 books are fairly normal. What's wrong with you in the last one? Ahem. Shi Yu's gaze was solemn as he extended his hand, but his arms soon froze. Just as he wanted to open the 3rd book to see what it was all about, his brain tingled violently, and a large number of memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Ice Plains City. Favored Beast Breeding Base. Intern Pet Beast Breeder. The website is about to close. Providing you with the opening of the great god Yifen, honored one picked up $1 billion in a rented house. A pet beast breeder? Surprisingly, it's really 100-year-old wild ginseng. That divine Dr. Zhu's voice trembled a little, as if he had seen a ghost. Divine Dr. Zhu, are you all right? Zhao Fulan was a little worried about his life. Buy it, hurry up and buy it. No matter how much money you spend. This is a life-saving miracle medicine. Divine Dr. Zhu no longer had a bit of his immortal demeanor. So, this wild ginseng is really 100 years old. Zhao Fulan's voice began to tremble as well. This wild ginseng was his father's life-saving medicine. It was also the life-saving medicine for the entire Zhao family. How could he not be excited? I've been practicing medicine for 50 years. Do I not even have this much eyesight? I'll vouch for my life. This is definitely 100-year-old wild ginseng. Divine Dr. Zhu was sure of everything and packed his bags. Zhao Fulan hung up the video call and turned his head to look at Yi Feng. Little brother, I'm willing to offer $10 million to buy this wild ginseng. If you're too little, go ahead and make an offer. I'll never counter-offer. Yi Feng smiled bashfully. 10 million then. This wild ginseng is useless in my hands. If it can help Mr. Zhao, then it's its blessing. Zhao Fulan's impression of Yi Feng got a few points better. Good. Just because of your coolness, I, Zhao Fulan, recognize you as my brother. This time, my Zhao family owes you a big favor. In the future, if there is anything we can use our Zhao family for, feel free to ask. Hearing Zhao Fulan's promise, everyone present was envious, with the Zhao family as an umbrella. Then wouldn't Yi Feng walk horizontally in Shanghai City in the future? Shen Beishan's gaze toward Yi Feng was filled with little stars. This guy was really getting more and more powerful. Jiang Shaoji, on the other hand, was a little crazy with jealousy, and sourly came up with, villainous. Zhao Fulan had obviously noticed him. This person had crossed his brother Yi 3 times. How could he just sit back and do nothing? How dare a dog like you spew shit in front of me? Jiang Shaoji was so scared that he lost his color when he was rebuked by him. His Jiang family was not bad in Shanghai City, but if placed in Zhongshan province, it was nothing at all, especially compared to a giant like the Zhao family. It was simply like an ant compared to an elephant. Mr. Zhao, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about this kid. Jiang Shaoji still wanted to explain. Zhao Fulan directly waved his hand towards a few bodyguards. Throw this dog out to me, without saying a word. Those few bodyguards directly picked up Jiang Shaoji and walked outside. The poor Jiang Shaoji was dragged away like a dead dog. Among the people present, there was no lack of people who were friends with Jiang Shaoji, but who dared to speak for him now, in front of the son of the richest man in Zhongshan province. Even Elder Shen had to be courteous. The others simply didn't even have the qualifications to speak. Zhao Fulan then wrote a $10 million check to Yi Feng. And Yi Feng didn't make any false excuses and handed the check down. Brother Yi, I have to rush back to deliver the medicine now, so when I have the chance next time, I will treat you to a good drink. Zhao Fulan asked Yi Feng for his contact information again, then hurriedly left. At the same time, Yi Feng's ears once again sounded the system beep. Chance navigation completed. Reward Lycan Supercar A has been parked in the host's garage. Please pay attention to check. Cool. Yi Feng was in a great mood, a wild ginseng. Not only did he sell $10 million, he also made the Zhao family owe a big favor. Now he actually got a luxury supercar. As soon as he mentioned Lycan, Yi Feng remembered the shocking scene of leaping over a skyscraper inside Fast and Furious 7. When he watched the movie at that time, he was fantasizing that if one day he had such a supercar, then he would have no regrets about dying. He didn't expect this day to come so fast. This car was said to be limited to 7 cars worldwide, and was worth at least $60 to $70 million. It was definitely the car that all men dreamed of. Thinking of this, he could no longer hold back his excitement, directly ignoring the many celebrities who were secretly looking at him. He got up and bid farewell to Shen Guanlin. Although Elder Shen was a bit reluctant to let go, he still personally sent him out the door, giving him enough face. After today's banquet, I'm afraid that the high society in Shanghai City will know the name Yi Feng, a man who was listed as the guest of honor by the Shen family, and owed a big favor by the Zhao family. No one would dare to ignore him. When Yi Feng rushed back home and opened the garage, a cool red supercar was there. An incredibly cool red supercar was already parked there. The body lines were exaggerated to the extreme, giving an extremely strong visual impact. When Yi Feng sat inside the car, a sense of fit that seemed to be connected to his blood came out. It was as if this supercar was customized for him, and on the passenger seat, there was also a Cirrus Klepsi's exclusive customized watch attached. With a market price of at least over $1 million. Luxury car, famous watch. This is the standard for every successful man. Yi Feng put on the watch and drove the car out of the garage with a direct kick of the gas, flying on the wide lanes of the villa area, as if soaring in the sky. Pedestrians on the roadside all looked at the faraway supercar with an envious gaze, unable to return to their senses for a long time. This level of luxury car was unheard of even in a high-end villa area like Zhongshan Lake. A lot of girls are making a nymphomania, wanting to sit on the co-pilot immediately to experience it. However, before they could even think about it, the Lycan had already left a red residual shadow and disappeared from view, became their unattainable existence. Going out for a round of car, when he returned home, it was already very late. Yi Feng first went to the bathtub to soak for a while, then wrapped in a bathrobe, poured a cup of red wine, and sat on the deck chair on the balcony, blowing the evening breeze, enjoying the moonlight. Very cozy. But this kind of coziness didn't last too long. A sudden phone call interrupted his excitement. Caller ID Zhu Xiao. Yi Feng was still a little drunk and immediately sobered up after seeing this name. A shy and innocent girl immediately appeared in front of his eyes. The two had known each other since they were very young, and could be considered childhood friends. In fact, he had always had a crush on her back then. And Yi Feng could also feel that she had a good feeling about him as well. It's a pity that at that time, Yi Feng's family was not well off, and he had a bit of an inferiority complex, so he never dared to confess to her. Since Yi Feng went to college, the two have never had contact. At this moment, suddenly received her phone call. Yi Feng also a little panic. After calming down for a long time, he then picked up the phone. Hey, old friend, still remember me? As soon as the phone was connected, a fresh voice rang out from the opposite side. Yi Feng let his tone try to seem as flat as possible. How could I not remember? You still owe me a ham sausage, he. Zhu Xiao was amused by his slightly humorous words. Did you call me for something? Yi Feng felt slightly less strange. So he opened the question directly. What? I can't call you if there's nothing wrong. Zhu Xiao feigned anger, of course not. I just feel a bit surprised. Yi Feng hurriedly explained. Okay, not to tease you. I'm informing you to come to the pre-wedding party tomorrow. Zhu Xiao immediately surfaced her intention. You're getting married. When Yi Feng heard this news, it was as if he was hit hard inside. What nonsense! It's Liu Jai who is getting married and wants to get together with his old friends before the wedding. Didn't you guys have a little conflict before? He was too embarrassed to inform you and asked me to pass on the message. Zhu Xiao smiled and explained. Oh, it's Liu Jai, it's been so many years, and he still holds a grudge. Liu Jai was also a hairdresser who had played with Yi Feng since childhood, and was 3 years older than him. Later on, they had a small conflict and never spoke again until today. Zhu Xiao immediately giggled. The two of them chatted for a few more sentences before hanging up the phone. When he thought of seeing Zhu Xiao tomorrow, Yi Feng was still a bit nervous. I don't know if she's changed now, she was so pretty. There should be quite a few people pursuing her. Right, I wonder if she has a boyfriend now. One after another questions came into his mind, without realizing it. Yi Feng had fallen asleep. The next morning, Yi Feng originally changed into a Zegna customized suit. But after thinking about it, isn't it a bit too formal to wear like this? After all, he was going to see his young friend, so it was not good to make it too grand. Then he changed a set of his old clothes. Is the roadside stalls dozens of dollars a piece of the kind? Then, they drove the Lycan supercar out of the villa area. It had to be said that the turnover rate of this supercar was too high. Along the way, it attracted countless people's envious gazes. Liu Jai had booked a 5-star hotel called Star Joy, and there were a lot of luxury cars parked in front of the entrance. But when this Lycan supercar drove in, all the luxury cars were instantly eclipsed. Yi Feng parked his car, then got up and walked towards the hotel. Just when he was about to step into the front door of the hotel, he suddenly heard a woman's voice ringing behind him. Is it Yi Feng? Yi Feng looked back. Then he was frozen on the spot. The one who appeared in front of him was none other than Zhu Xiao, who had once made his soul haunted. She wore a white dress today. Although it wasn't considered expensive, but there was an indescribable flavor when she wore it on her body. She wore light makeup on her face, making her already innocent cheeks look even more fresh. Coupled with a 92-point face value and a figure of 90 points or more, there was truly a charm of a woman who was getting better and better as she got older and older. Book. Yi Feng didn't know why, but suddenly stuttered a little. Uncle, I'm still an auntie. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but flirt. Shu Yao, long time no see. Yi Feng reverted back to that shy and bashful big boy in front of her. Yeah. It's been so long, you never gave me a call. Zhu Xiao's tone carried a hint of sultry flavor, coupled with her glowering eyes. It suddenly gave Yi Feng a deep sense of guilt. He didn't know how to explain. I can't say that I used to have low self-esteem and feel unworthy of you. Right, Zhu Xiao didn't let him be too embarrassed and hurriedly pushed him. Just kidding with you. Why are you so humorless, still the same as before? After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the hotel. Yi Feng hurriedly followed in her footsteps. The seat that Liu Jai had booked was in the lobby on the first floor. In terms of an ordinary person's economic status, this was already very costly. As for the private rooms, don't even think about it. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. When Yi Feng and his 2 men arrived, there were already quite a few people around the table. All of them were their young friends who had played together until they were old enough. Seeing Yi Feng and the 2 of them arrive at the same time, the people were up in arms. Ouch, you two came together. Isn't there some secret you can't tell? You've said it's an ulterior motive. Can people tell you that they were together last night? When I was a kid, I thought you two were interesting. I didn't realize that after a few years, the old lovers have rekindled their love. Looks like we're going to have a double happiness, hearing the crowds flirting. Zhu Xiao's pretty face immediately reddened. Don't talk nonsense. What if someone Yi Feng has a girlfriend? It's not good to let his girlfriend know. Yi Feng heard this and immediately shook his head. I don't have a girlfriend. The moment he said this, the ghosts and wolves once again cried out in the box. Zhu Xiao's pretty face turned even redder. Only at the bottom of her eyes, a trace of worry flashed inadvertently. In fact, when Zhu Xiao saw Yi Feng again, the sentiments that had been buried deep for many years were also hooked up again. Only, there was another concern in her mind. Seeing how Yi Feng was dressed today, it was estimated that his financial condition was not too good. Of course, it wasn't that she cared about these things, rather, it was her snobbish parents who cared a lot. During this period of time, her Zhu Xiao's parents had been introducing her to some so-called successful people, and with conditions like Yi Feng's, they definitely wouldn't accept them. Zhu Xiao had always listened to her parents since she was a child, and didn't dare to defy their will at all. Therefore, she was very entangled inside, and just as the old friends were laughing and joking, Liu Jai, the main character of today's banquet, finally came late. After seeing Yi Feng, he came up with a solid hug. Good brother. I was afraid that you would hold a grudge and not come today. Yi Feng whacked him on the chest. It's all a matter of the past. Do you still remember it? I have long forgotten. Speaking of which, there was no deep hatred between the two. It was when Liu Jai stepped on the flowers he was going to give to Zhu Xiao. Then the two of them had a fight, and haven't spoken since then. Thinking about these childhood events now, it was laughable. Liu Jai then greeted his other old friends before returning to their respective places. By the way, when I came in just now, do you guys know what I saw downstairs? Liu Jai took the lead in stirring up the conversation after sitting down. Seeing a beautiful woman, someone flirted. Fuck off, dude is about to get married. What beautiful women are floating clouds in my eyes? Liu Jai spoke with a bragging tone. All right. Stop spreading dog food. Quickly say, what did you see? Someone hurriedly urged. I fucking saw a Lycan supercar. It's the one in Speed 7. It's just cool. Liu Jai had a ravishing look on his face. Really? There are still such tycoons in Shanghai City. That car isn't cheap. Is it? What do you mean it's not cheap? $60 to $70 million. It can buy several large villas. Gee. Isn't it just 4 wheels? What's the difference between it and my Mazda except that it satisfies my vanity? Don't say sour grapes when you can't eat grapes. You still have the face to compare your broken Mazda with others. Tusk, these rich people. They're just not human. Yi Feng, who is sitting on the side and quietly drinking water, nearly sprayed out a mouthful of water. What's wrong with being rich? How is it not human? These guys are also too hateful to the rich. Aren't they? Zhu Xiao, who was sitting next to him, saw that he looked a little off, thinking that their words had hit his pride. She hurriedly changed the topic. Right, why didn't Ma Deong come? Did none of you inform him? Liu Jai sniffed. Couldn't help but smile to himself. People are now developed. I notified him yesterday. He said that he was a bit busy these days and couldn't leave. He transferred a big red packet of $2,000 to me. Hearing his words, someone exclaimed in shock. I'll go, a big red packet of $2,000. What is Da Yang doing now, so dirt cheap? An envious look appeared in Liu Jai's eyes. He's now the sales team leader of Lingyun Real Estate. Base salary plus commission. At least 20 to 30,000 a month. I go, Lingyun Real Estate That is our Shanghai City counts the big company I went to the interview. The first round of the interview was brushed off. It seems that in our small group of friends, it's Danyong who is the best. Alas, people are more angry than others. Liu Jai saw that Yi Feng had been silent, so he took the initiative to lead the topic to him. Little Feng, you are the youngest in our gang. Being an older brother to give you a piece of advice. Graduating and looking for a job. You must find a big company like Ling Yun Real Estate. The others also spoke in the tone of an old man. Liu Jai is right. You have to look for a big company to find a job, good treatment, promising, and also have face when you talk about it. Right, like our kind of small company, at any time, anywhere face layoffs. Live too suffocating, look at Dare. He earns 20,000 to 30,000 dollars a month, unlike us who are so miserable. Aren't we talking about Xiao Feng? Why are you talking about Dare? People mixed is bullish. You cannot convince. Just when the crowd you a word I a word blowing bullish. A male waiter quickly walked to the side of Yi Feng. This gentleman, that lichen outside is yours, right? Yi Feng froze for a moment. Yes, why? The male waiter's tone was respectful. It's like this. A gentleman's car is blocked by your car. Can you go and help move the car? Yi Feng thought about it and took out the car keys from his pocket. You can move it for me, thanks. That waitress almost jumped up with joy. Holding Lycan's car keys with both hands was like holding a supreme treasure. This kind of level of luxury car. He usually didn't even dare to hope for a chance to touch it. Now he was even allowed to drive it. This is simply more happy than winning $5 million. The waiter immediately jogged away, sending the waiter away. Yi Feng once again turned back. He found that the atmosphere at the table was very strange. Everyone's eyes were staring blankly at him. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Feng coughed awkwardly. Why are they all silent? Where did we chat about just now? Yeah, chatting about Darangong, right? Continue. Liu Jai was the first to come back to his senses. He immediately turned to look at the person next to him. Did I just hear it wrong? What kind of car did the waiter say? It seems like it was talking about the Lekin. Right, the dude wasn't too sure and returned the question. Lekin, is that a new domestic car? It's got to be over $100,000. Right, someone else interjected. Lekin. Liu Jai pondered for a moment and stood up violently, looking at Yi Feng with disbelief. The Lycan supercar parked outside is your car. The moment he said this, everyone at the table all stood up. All eyes converged on Yi Feng. Yi Feng let out a long sigh. Originally, I wanted to get along with you guys as ordinary people, but I didn't expect. Well, I am a billionaire. I showed my cards. The crowd was originally still a little shocked, hearing his slightly flirtatious words. Instead, they all calmed down and took their seats again. Definitely not his. How can he afford to drive Lycan? That's right. That car at least $60 to $70 million. Driving that kind of car at least must have a few $100 million of family background. False alarm. I thought we really have a billionaire here. It wasn't that they looked down on Yi Feng. The main reason was that Yi Feng's family was really bad, and was considered to be the worst in their area. Moreover, he was only in his first year of college now. How could he afford to drive a supercar with tens of millions of dollars? Isn't this a dream? Yi Feng didn't intend to explain too much, just like what he just said. He only wanted to use the identity of an ordinary person to get along with this group of youngsters. He didn't want to mix too many complicated factors. However, the heavens were not to his liking. As much as he wanted to keep a low profile, the conditions didn't allow it. Just when he thought that this little episode had passed, he suddenly heard someone behind him call him, Yi Feng. Yi Feng turned around to look and his head immediately grew big. That person was no one else but Zhao Fulan, who he had met at the Shen family banquet yesterday. Behind Zhao Fulan, there was a large group of successful people in suits. It's really you, huh? I thought I had blurred my eyes. Zhao Fulan immediately came up enthusiastically to greet him. Yeah, what a coincidence. Yi Feng also had to get up to greet him. The gang of hairdressers on the table were all a bit confused, not knowing what this person's identity was. Just from the gang's temperament, it didn't look like ordinary people. At this time, Liu Jai suddenly exclaimed, "Boss." Then he quickly walked to a middle-aged man who was following Zhao Fulan and bowed respectfully. That middle-aged man looked at Yi Feng and Zhao Fulan, and their relationship seemed to be very good. And Liu Jai is eating at a table with Yi Feng. Thinking of this, he panicked and helped Liu Jai up. Oops, it's little Liu eating here with friends. What do you want to eat? Just order. All counted on my account. Liu Jai was confused by the boss's enthusiasm. This boss usually has a bossy look when he sees him, and never looks at him with a straight face. What is this situation today? Zhao Fulan looked at Liu Jai and then turned back to Yi Feng. Is this your friend? Yi Feng nodded. He's my hairdresser. Zhao Fulan immediately understood, and immediately said to that middle-aged boss, Boss Liu, I didn't expect that your subordinate is actually a friend of my little brother. It seems that we are all quite destined to be together. That Liu boss immediately understood and nodded his head hurriedly. Little Liu has performed very well in our company. I am recently interested in promoting him to be the department manager. Liu Jai almost jumped up in joy when he heard this. If he were to follow the normal situation, he would need at least 10 years or more if he wanted to make it to the position of department manager. This was still without making any mistakes, and now, it was a direct jump of several levels. This was simply pie in the sky. While being surprised, he was more curious about what this friend of Yi Feng's was all about. How did his own boss feel like a horseman in front of this person? The other party's casual words could make his boss do whatever he wanted. Zhao Fulan naturally wouldn't take this kind of small matter to heart, and turned his head to look at Yi Feng again. Why is elder brother Yi eating at a place like this? I have a reserved heaven box in this restaurant. Why don't you and your friend come with me to eat there? He didn't want to show off, but he really wanted to treat Yi Feng to a meal, thanking Yi Feng for the favor of that wild mountain ginseng. When the people at the table heard this, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped. The heaven size box was the top-class box of the Xing Yu Grand Hotel. Generally, those who can go there to eat are either rich or noble, and not just any rich or noble. It had to be the top rich and powerful, coupled with boss Liu Jai's respectful attitude towards this person. The crowd could already probably imagine how big this person's origin was. At the same time, a huge question surged into the minds of the crowd. How could a poor boy like Yi Feng, who had no money and no background, know such a big shot? And it looked like the relationship was extraordinary. When Yi Feng heard Zhao Fulan's invitation, he immediately shook his head. Thanks to brother Zhao's kindness, we've almost eaten, so we won't bother you. Zhao Fulan nodded with some disappointment. All right then. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will invite you alone. After walking out a few steps, he suddenly turned back and added, Right. I heard that you acquired 60 of the shares of Ling Yun Real Estate. I personally think highly of Ling Yun Real Estate. Do a good job. There is a future. After saying that, he led the people upstairs and left. As for Yi Feng's table, it suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Ling Yun Real Estate. 60 of the shares, Yi Feng. Yi Feng pulled 2 mouthfuls of food into his mouth and saw that everyone was staring at him with astonished gazes. What's wrong? Do I have flowers on my face? What are all looking at me for? Liu Jai spoke in a hard voice. Little Feng, what that big brother said just now is true. You really acquired 60 of Ling Yun Real Estate. Yi Feng smiled disdainfully. It's just a small business. It's not worth mentioning. Eat your vegetables. The group of hairy men looked at each other in disbelief. They were all a bit embarrassed. They had just been lecturing people with a big brotherly demeanor about what kind of job to look for after graduation. Unexpectedly, people were already big bosses of Lingyun real estate. After all this, the clown is actually myself. Yikes, so Danyong is now Xiao Feng's subordinate as well. One of my hairdressers suddenly came to his senses. The crowd also came back to their senses. Ma Dayong is now the head of the sales team of Lingyun Real Estate. Yi Feng is the big boss of Lingyun Real Estate. To put it bluntly, it was indeed a superior subordinate relationship. But the level in the middle is 100,000 miles away. What's funny is that they had just bragged about Ma Dayong. In retrospect, it was really a bit of an unseen appearance. Big brother, begging for a hug, I'll be hanging out with you from now on. Liu Jai immediately used a joking tone to ease the embarrassment. Everyone else also surrounded Yi Feng, with an attitude that they wanted to eat him alive. Yi Feng also laughed and joked with them. Zhu Xiao, who was sitting on the side, had her eyes flowing by now, when she looked at Yi Feng. The emotions that she had been restraining had surged up like crazy. She was originally worried that Yi Feng was not financially strong enough and would be disliked by his parents. Now, the last obstacle blocking the middle of the two had been removed. Then what else did she have to worry about? Which of the guys her parents introduced her to was as good as Yi Feng? He drove a luxury supercar. He was also a brother to the top tycoons. Now he's also the big boss of a real estate company. With his condition, her snobbish parents can't wait to flatter him. How dare they dislike him? I'm afraid that only they would dislike them. Right, only with his current conditions. What kind of women can not find? I'm afraid he may not be interested in himself. Zhu Shai, our heart mixed feelings, a meal to the end. Liu Jai proposed to build a hair small group. The crowd naturally did not respond. Yi Feng also did not reject people. Followed to join the group chat. Originally, he also intended to go by the way to settle the bill. But after thinking about it, he gave up. So as not to make Liu Jai and the others think that he was deliberately showing off his wealth. After settling the bill, a group of people swarmed out of the hotel and found their respective cars. When Yi Feng drove that blinding Lycan supercar over, everyone was once again shocked. Although they already knew that this supercar belonged to Yi Feng, but when seeing him drive it over with their own eyes, it was still a bit unbelievable. Yi Feng, can you give me a ride? It's not too good to take a taxi here. At this time, Zhu Xiao, who was standing on the side of the road, gathered her courage and took the initiative to walk over. Wow! A group of hairy kids were once again uproarious, looking at the two of them with eyes filled with strange colors. Zhu Xiao's pretty face was slightly red, which made her look even more flavorful. Yi Feng touched his nose. My appearance fee is very expensive. If you want me to be a full-time driver, you mustn't show it. Zhu Xiao stared with a pair of big eyes. How to show, not waiting for Yi Feng to answer. The surrounding gang of livestock had already started to shout in unison. A kiss, a kiss. Zhu Xiao's pretty face was completely red this time. Forget it if you don't send me. I'll take my own taxi back, said, is going to gamble away. Yi Feng immediately called her to stop. I'm just kidding with you. It's certainly my honor to send you big beautiful girl home. Hurry up and get on the car. Zhu Xiao raised her proud little face. That's more like it. Then reluctantly got into the passenger side. Brothers, see you next time. Yi Feng greeted a bunch of his hairy friends, then stepped on the gas. Boom, the engine of the Lycan supercar let out a roar. Then it turned into a red lightning and disappeared in front of the crowd. When Yi Feng sent Zhu Xiao to her downstairs, it was already very late. This is where you live now? Huh? Yi Feng looked out curiously. The environment here wasn't really good. And there was still a lot of garbage piled up on the street that no one had cleaned up. From time to time, tattooed and bare-chested street skaters walked by the street. and the security may not be as good as it could be. Alas, in a place like Shanghai where every inch of land is gold, it's good to have a place to live. Zhu Xiao was somewhat helpless. I forgot to ask. What kind of work are you doing now? Yi Feng turned back to look at her. He had to admit that her side face was really pretty. The white cheeks were like jelly, making people want to take a bite. I'm a senior this year. I'm interning at a hotel, and my monthly salary is barely enough to pay the rent. Zhu Xiao did not hide her situation. Yi Feng nodded slightly and didn't pursue further. All right. I'll go upstairs first. Thank you for sending me back. Zhu Xiao had some fondness in her demeanor. Not inviting me up for a drink? Yi Feng asked in a joking tone, after drinking. Are you still planning to take a bath? And after that, are you still planning to borrow a room for the night? Zhu Xiao also joked. This is all seen by you. It's not good for a woman to be too smart. Yi Feng looked at her with a bad smile on his face. Zhu Xiao hung her head in silence for a moment and suddenly brought her small head over. She gave a slapdash kiss on Yi Feng's face, then was about to push the door to escape. However, she was grabbed back by Yi Feng. You want to run away after stealing a kiss from me? Zhu Xiao had a pair of big watery eyes and looked at him nervously. Before she could finish, Yi Feng had already taken the initiative up. Well, Zhu Xiao was as if she was electrocuted. Her body was tingling, and her will to resist at all could not rise. Yi Feng only felt as if a monster was awakening in his body. His hands began to be dishonest. There was a great intention to put her on the spot. Zhu Xiao also finally came to her senses and panicked as she pushed him away. Little bad guy. Then she pushed open the car door and fled in a sorry state. Yi Feng looked at her flustered back and burst out laughing. Hey. Woman, mouth and body, under the teaching building of Shanghai University. Although the scandal between Yi Feng and Shen Beite had been rumored for a while, the heat had not decreased at all. Talking about some gossips outside of the boring courses was also a good spice. I don't think Shen Beite is good enough for Yi Feng. He's handsome and rich. She must have taken the initiative to seduce him. A freckle-faced girl said with strong words. Nonsense. I'm afraid you still don't know Shen Beitian's family history. Right, it's many times stronger than Yi Feng. It must be that he chased Shen Beitian with some despicable means. A boy immediately defended the goddess of his heart. That's right. What part of Yi Feng is worthy of Shen Beitian? What else does he have besides money? Is he as good a student as me? Is he as handsome as me? Alas. Shen Beitian is really blind. Boom, right at this moment. A motor roar suddenly came, immediately afterward. A red lightning bolt was seen suddenly weaving in. Squeak, in an ear-splitting brake sound, a handsome, red Lycan supercar slid through a beautiful arc and parked into the parking space. Passing students stopped to look up. Wow, this sports car is too handsome. Right. It looks like it must be at least several $1 million. Right, several millions, are you dreaming? This is a Lycan supercar. At least $60 to $70 million. This seems to be the car that leaps over skyscrapers in Fast and Furious 7. Right, it's true. This is the car every man dreams of. Look at people's car. It's much more handsome than Yi Feng's. That's just when everyone was speculating about what kind of god the owner of this car was. The door of the Lycan supercar slowly opened, and a familiar figure appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than Yi Feng, who had been at the center of public opinion recently. Yi Feng, surprisingly. It was Yi Feng. This guy even changed his car again, last time. He drove a Ferrari Enzo worth tens of millions of dollars. Today, he drove an even more luxurious Lycan supercar. This guy is too rich, right? There were a few bold girls that immediately surrounded them. Young Feng, this new car of yours is too handsome. I wonder if you can give me a ride after school this afternoon. Young Feng, can I have dinner with you tonight? I have a few questions about relationships I want to ask you. Young Feng, can we watch a movie together tonight? I know a private theater with a big and comfortable bed. A few girls frantically scratched their heads, hoping to get Yi Feng's favor. This made the surrounding boys go crazy with jealousy. These girls usually acted like high goddesses in front of them. But in front of Yi Feng, they were like a bunch of bitches in heat. Yi Feng himself naturally couldn't look at these mediocre girls. He just threw a polite smile towards a few girls before turning around and walking away. Wow, young Feng smiled at me, he smiled at me. Don't flatter yourself. Feng Xiao is smiling at me, okay. Contracting Feng Xiao this smile, Yi Feng had now become the focal point of Shanghai University. No matter where he went, he would immediately become the center of conversation. When he just walked into the classroom, Fatty Chu, who was bragging with his classmates, immediately greeted him. Brother Feng, I heard that you're with Shen Beishan. Is that true? The other students in the class also cast curious gazes. Yi Feng glared at him without any good humor. When did you become so gossipy too? Fatty Chu heatedly smiled. I'm not curious. Shen Beishan is the schoolflower of Shanghai University. If you really good with her, brother, I also have face. Yi Feng was a bit speechless. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just an ordinary friend with her. Fatty Chu didn't believe it. Really just ordinary friends, Yi Feng helplessly guaranteed. I swear, really just ordinary friends. Not waiting for him to finish his words, the cell phone suddenly rang. Caller ID Shen Beishan. Yi Feng was a bit confused. This call came in a really timely however, he couldn't not answer it. Otherwise it would be even more difficult to explain. Thinking of this, he could only connect the phone. Hey Yi Feng, where are you now? Shen Beishan's sweet voice came from the cell phone. The classroom was immediately so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. And everyone held their breath and listened. I'm at school. Yi Feng dryly coughed twice. It just so happens that I'm also at school. Are you free at noon today? I want to treat you to a meal to thank you for coming to my grandfather's birthday ceremony last time. Shen Beishan immediately made the invitation. When the people in the classroom heard this, they all revealed an expression of I'm sure it's like this. It turned out that Yi Feng had attended Shen Beishan's grandfather's birthday ceremony. Does this count as meeting the parents? Yi Feng actually denied it just now. Did he really think they were that easy to fool? Yi Feng was a bit helpless. Missy, I'm explaining our relationship to them. Aren't you letting them misunderstand deeper? Shen Beishan smiled. What is there to explain? Is it so embarrassing to have a scandal with me? Yi Feng also laughed. I don't have a problem with being able to gossip with Miss Shen. But this will affect my ability to find a girlfriend. So you'll have to be responsible for me when the time comes. Shen Beishan followed and joked, good. If you really end up being a bachelor, this young lady will reluctantly take you on hehe. The two joked a few more times and agreed on a meeting place, then hung up. Brother Feng, you still dare to say that you and Shen Beishan are just ordinary friends? I see that the two of you are close to getting a license now. Right? Fatty Chu immediately flirted. The other students in the class also followed suit. Yi Feng immediately had a headache. His romance with Shen Beishan was now considered a stone hammer. But Yi Feng is also really wronged until now. Even her hand has not been pulled it. After the morning class, Yi Feng drove his Lycan out of the school. The meeting place he had agreed with Shen Beitian was just across the street from the school. When he arrived, he saw from afar Shen big schoolgirl wearing a white dress. The wind was blowing and she was floating. Yi Feng parked the Lycan next to her and lowered the window. Beautiful girl. Brother will take you to have fun. Shen Bai's sweet head did not lift. Some disgusted back a step. No need. Yi Feng held back his laughter. Really, don't you want to get in the car? Only then did Shen Beishan raise her head. When she saw that it was Yi Feng in the car, she was shocked. You bought a new car again. She naturally recognized the car in front of her as a Lycan supercar. As far as she knew, this car was extremely expensive. It was even more expensive than the Ferrari Enzo that Yi Feng had last time. Where on earth did this guy get so much money? Yi Feng skimmed his mouth in disbelief. Someone else gave it to me. Shen Beishan rolled her eyes, bragging, who would send him such an expensive car? Although she didn't believe it, she still immediately sat in the passenger side, looking at the luxurious interior of the car. She couldn't help but lament Yi Feng's trenchant nature. I heard that this car also comes with $1 million Cirrus Klepsi's watch, right? Yi Feng was somewhat impressed. I didn't expect you to know quite a lot. Immediately, the Cirrus Klepsi's watch worn on his wrist was removed. If you like it, it's yours. Shen Beishan just scrutinized it for a moment, then returned it to him. I don't want such an expensive thing. In case you have something against me. Yi Feng immediately rolled up his eyes. Don't forget it. A dog biting El Dongbin doesn't know what's good for him. Who are you calling a dog? Whoever admits it is talking about who? I'll bite you to death. You really are a dog. Yi Feng and Shen Beishan joked for a while and were about to start the car. At this time, a system beep sounded abruptly in his ears. Detected one of Picasso's famous painting, The Lady in the Red Hat. The treasure hunting system is navigating for you. Driving navigation begins. Please go straight along the current position for 60 meters, and then turn left. Yi Feng immediately made a sharp break. Shen Beishan was unsure and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Yi Feng casually made up an excuse. I suddenly remembered something. I need to make a detour first. After saying that, without waiting for Shen Beishan to agree, he started the car again. Following the system's guidance all the way, it eventually drove into an upscale neighborhood. Walking navigation started. Please go straight south along the current position for 12 meters and turn right. Yi Feng pushed the door and got out of the car, leading Shen Beishan to continue forward. Shen Beishan was confused at this point, but in the spirit of unconditional trust in Yi Feng, she did not raise any questions. After walking for less than a while, the two came to the front of a luxurious villa. This is the place. Yi Feng was in a somewhat excited mood. In front of the villa, there was a van parked. A rich middle-aged man was directing a few movers to move furniture out from the house. Yi Feng immediately walked up. Hello, are you the owner of this house? The middle-aged man sounded a bit impatient. Yes, what's wrong? Yi Feng still greeted him with a smile. I quite like this house of yours. I don't know if you plan to sell it. The middle-aged man sniffed. And only then did he take a proper look at him. But looking at the age of these two people, they looked like college students who hadn't graduated yet. Could they afford this house? Sorry, not for sale. The middle-aged man responded coldly. Yi Feng, forget it. If you want to buy a house, let's look elsewhere. Seeing the middle-aged man's refusal, Shen Beishan turned her head to look at Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng was persistent and continued to speak. Can you reconsider? I really quite like this suite. The middle-aged man was a bit hesitant when he saw him speaking so seriously. The main thing is that I've already sold this house. Yi Feng did not say anything. How much does the other party offer? I'll double it. That middle-aged man's eyes immediately brightened up. He offered 5 million. Yi Feng immediately took out his checkbook. Brush wrote a check for 30 million. The middle-aged man took the check. Excited hands are a little shaky. You wait a moment. I first called to confirm. After saying that, he hurriedly went to confirm the authenticity of the check. Only then did Shen Beishan pull Yi Feng to one side. Are you crazy? This house is only worth $20 million. Why did you give him so much? Yi Feng smiled indifferently. Just buy it if you like it. I don't like to be a grumpy person. Shen Beishan was completely speechless. This guy is simply a loser. If you get married in the future, what's wrong with that? How did he think of getting married? How could he think of getting married? Who would want to marry him? A few moments later, that landlord confirmed the authenticity of the check and came back with gusto. We can do the formalities now. Yifeng nodded, then pretended as if nothing had happened. By the way, don't move the furniture inside. I'm too lazy to buy new ones. That landlord didn't hesitate for a second and directly nodded in agreement. Inside now, there was only some old furniture left, as well as some modern decorative paintings and artifacts that he had bought at the beginning in order to attach himself to it. Not worth a few dollars. The two of them then went to go through the closing procedures. The landlord then handed over the house book to Yi Feng along with the key and left satisfied. Only then did Yi Feng step into the villa with Shen Beishan. The villa was divided into 2 floors and was very luxuriously decorated. However, Yi Feng didn't pay attention to this at all, but continued to follow the tips of the navigation and walk towards the study. You have arrived at your destination. Navigation ended in the study of the original owner. There were various oil paintings, landscape paintings, calligraphy works, and sketches hanging all over the place, of course. They were basically all ground floor goods and craft imitations that weren't worth a few dollars. It can be seen that the original owner is trying to put on an elegant appearance. However, a philosopher once said that elegance is not pretending, but grandchildren are pretending. Culture is something, there is not is not. Pretend is not pretend. Yi Feng did not have time to flirt with the original owner's taste, and immediately went in to rummage carefully. When Shen Beishan saw his appearance, she felt a little funny. What are you looking for? You don't still want to find an authentic painting from here, right? I advise you to die. I've already looked. All of them are imitations here. None of them are real. Yi Feng, however, was unmoved. What if there will be a miracle? Shen Beishan was completely speechless. Then you might as well go buy a lottery ticket. The odds are greater than this. Yi Feng ignored it and continued to rummage. After searching for about 10 more minutes, Shen Beitian was already a bit impatient. At this time, Yi Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. In the original owner's bookcase, there was an unopened box that had already accumulated a layer of dust on it. Yi Feng immediately removed the box, blew off the dust, and carefully opened it. Shen Beishan was already a bit angry at this point. Yi Feng, don't waste your time here. If you can find a valuable painting from here, I'll eat all the paintings and calligraphy here. At this moment, Yi Feng was seen slowly unfolding the painting in the box. An oil painting that looked quite a bit dated was immediately presented. A girl wearing a red hat, without any expression or emotional fluctuation on her face, just calmly sitting there. Shen Beishan's eyes immediately widened. She had received a good artistic cultivation since she was a child, and was still quite knowledgeable about oil paintings. To her eyes, this painting was completely different from the other imitations in the study. An indescribable feeling welled up from her heart. Wait a moment, I'll take a picture first. After scrutinizing the painting for a while, Shen Beishan was a bit startled. Hurriedly taking out her cell phone, she took a picture and sent it to an appraisal master she knew. However, Yi Feng did not have the slightest doubt about the authenticity of the painting, because at this time, the system prompt had already sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. Completing this treasure hunting navigation task, rewarding 10 apartment buildings in Binshan district, with a total value of 1 billion. Yi Feng couldn't help but marvel at the system's generosity. A shot is 10 apartment buildings. This is to let him on the road of chartered, never to return. At the time of his surprise, Shen Beishan's side also received a reply from the appraisal master Ms. Shen. Where did you get this painting? The appraisal master sent a voice, and his excitement could be heard. Shen Beishan hurriedly replied, It's my friends. I would like to ask you to appraise the authenticity. The appraisal master was a bit excited. Of course it's real. This is Picasso's The Woman in the Red Hat. It has been missing for many years. I didn't expect it to be in your friend's hands. This friend of yours is really a man of God. Shen Beishan glanced at Yi Feng in surprise. This painting was actually real. Surprisingly, it really made this guy pick up a treasure inside a pile of rags. If she hadn't been present for the whole thing, she would have doubted the authenticity of this matter. Master Liu, please take a closer look and make sure it's real. I guarantee with the honor I've accumulated over the years that this painting is 99 authentic Picasso. Unless that counterfeiter has gone super god. It's impossible to fool my eyes. And how much is this painting worth now? It would be insulting for such a great work to be measured in terms of money. But judging from my many years of experience, the market price is at least 500 million. Shen Beishan was completely shocked this time. This painting was actually worth $500 million. She had originally thought that Yi Feng spending $30 million to buy this house was a loser's behavior. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, it had earned more than 10 times? Is this guy a blind cat who stumbled upon a dead rat? Or is he really hiding something? Yi Feng was a little creeped out by her gaze. What are you looking at me like that for? Shen Beishan's eyes stared at him. How on earth do I know that there is a valuable oil painting hidden in this study? Yi Feng snorted. How could I possibly know? I was just casually rummaging around, and I didn't expect to be lucky. Shen Beishan took a step closer to him. This is called good luck. This is simply luck against the heavens. Okay, I sometimes wonder, are you an earthling or not? Yi Feng joked. I'll tell you a secret, in fact. I'm an alien who penetrated into the interior of the earth. Shen Beishan, however, was not moved by his nonsense. Honestly, what secret are you hiding in your body? Yi Feng stared at her without budging. There are a lot of secrets hidden in me. Do you really want to know? The two of them were so close at this time that they could even feel each other's breath. Shen Beishan's aura immediately weakened. Nerve saying that. She was about to turn around and walk away. Yi Feng, however, pulled her back with one hand, looking down at her exquisite little face. Woman, you'd better not be curious about a man. Curiosity killed the cat. Haven't you heard of it? Shen Beishan looked at his eyes from a close distance, and her heart began to deer in the headlights. Yi Feng slowly hung his head down. Shen Beishan's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. What is he going to do? He's not going to molest me, is he? Then what should I do now? Should I push him away? Or, I'm hungry, go eat. Just as Shen Beishan was thinking about it, she suddenly heard Yi Feng come up with this sentence. Then he released her and took the lead to walk out of the study. Shen Beishan looked at his back, and the more she looked, the more mysterious she felt. Hey, I asked you guys to investigate Yi Feng's background. How's the investigation going? What are you guys doing for food? It's been such a long time and there's still no progress at all. I don't want to hear excuses. You guys better give me an answer as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Shen Beishan calmed down and hurriedly caught up with Yi Feng's footsteps. No matter how many secrets are hidden in you, I'm going to dig them all out. After having lunch with Shen Beishan at noon, Yi Feng didn't go to school anymore and went directly back to his villa. Just as he was quietly enjoying the painting woman in red hat, his cell phone suddenly boom boom boom, several WeChat alerts popped up continuously. And the beeps were still ringing. Yi Feng picked up his cell phone and found that the messages came from a small group. This could not help but make him feel strange. In the past 2 days since he joined the hair small group, the group had been very quiet. Who was so boring to send so many messages in a row? When he clicked in, he saw that the name of the person's note was Tang Xinyuan. Seeing this name, Yi Feng's brows immediately wrinkled. This Tang Xinyuan was also considered to be his childhood friend, who had played with them since they were old. However, his father had suddenly made a fortune, and the whole family had moved to a luxurious neighborhood. And he had gone to an aristocratic school. When he occasionally appeared in their field of vision, he drove a luxury car to show off his wealth. Therefore, the relationship with their group of people also gradually estranged. When did this guy enter the group? Then look at the messages he sent is shy. Oh here. Why have you been avoiding me lately? You don't answer your phone calls or reply to your messages. Xiao, did you move? I went to the place where you lived before to look for you. But no one was there. Shu Yao, you reply me instead. If you don't reply me, I'll keep sending. Shy. Oh shy, oh is there more than 20 consecutive articles? All of them were on Zhu Xiao, and they were still swiping the screen. Yi Feng was a bit enraged and immediately replied back. Is there an end to this? Tang Xinyuan quickly replied. Yo, who did I think it was? This is not little Feng. Long time no see. I heard you've gotten rich, is that true? You kid can still get rich. Yi Feng frowned even tighter. Does it have anything to do with you if I get rich or not? Tang Xinyuan sent over a smiley face. If you really got rich, I wouldn't be happy. But I'm afraid that some people are suffering from low self-esteem and purposely act like they're rich. Puffing up their faces, Yi Feng sneered, You're talking about yourself, right? Tang Xinyuan was immediately displeased. I'm just richer than you. Is there still a need to pretend? Only those with inferiority complexes need to pretend. Who am I talking about? Who knows in their heart? Before Yi Feng could reply, Zhu Xiao suddenly stepped in. Tang Xinyuan, make it clear. How did Yi Feng pretend? All of us were present that day. Yi Feng drove a luxury supercar, and many other bigwigs in the business world came over to greet him on their own initiative. And he also acquired 60 of the shares of Ling Yun Real Estate, which is much better than you. Seeing her speak in Yi Feng's favor, Tang Xinyuan immediately became jealous. You guys are too good at cheating, aren't you? Don't you guys know that sports cars can be rented? The so-called bigwigs in the business world could also have gotten someone to pretend to be them. And as for the acquisition of Ling Yun Real Estate, did you guys see it with your own eyes? Liu Jai, who had been silent, also came out to speak for Yi Feng. Our boss was also present at the time, and I later heard him say that the big shot who took the initiative to greet Yi Feng was Zhao Fulan, the son of Zhao Yuesheng, the richest man in Zhongshan province. The moment he said this, it was as if he had thrown a heavy bomb. The group immediately exploded. Really? The son of the richest man in Zhongshan province? Holy shit. I said, why is that person's temperament so good? So he's the son of the richest man, my god. I actually had close contact with the son of the richest man. This is too magical. Little Feng can actually know a big shot of this level. That's so awesome. Tang Xinyuan was even more enraged when he saw the crowd bragging about Yi Feng, who said that the Zhao family is the richest in Zhongshan province. There are many more bullish than them. It's just that people keep a low profile. These insider secrets, people of your level won't understand. Zhu Xiao spoke up again. Even if the Zhao family isn't the richest, it's still very powerful. And the fact that little Feng can know a bigwig of this level proves his strength. Tang Xinyuan continued his sophistry. So what if I know them? I know Zhao Fulan as well. Is it useful? The fact that people take the initiative to say hello proves that they are cultured and sociable. It doesn't mean you're a bully. You guys don't understand even if you say it. Yi Feng saw that he was still pretending, and was about to reply with 2 more sentences. At this time, he suddenly received a call. It was a call from the legal affairs of Binshan apartment, asking him to do a handover. It was then that he remembered that after completing the treasure hunting mission at noon, the system had rewarded him with 10 apartment buildings. After hanging up the phone, he thought about it and then got Zhu Xiao in the group. Oh, are you free this afternoon? I happen to be on rotation today. What's up? Then let's meet at Binshan apartment later. I'll give you a surprise. What surprise? Is it still a surprise if you say it out loud? You're being secretive? Okay then. See you later. See you later. Seeing that these two actually ignored him and flirted in front of him, Tang Xinyuan was a bit enraged. It just so happens that I don't have anything to do in the afternoon. So, why don't I go and witness it as well? And see what kind of surprise our great young Yi has prepared. Do any of you want to go together, then? There were a few people who enthusiastically signed up. Yi Feng couldn't help but sneer. Tang Xinyuan was determined to fight him to the end. In that case, then come on, hopefully, when the time came, he wouldn't knock out his own front teeth. When Yi Feng arrived at the Binshan apartments in his Lycan supercar, Zhu Xiao was already waiting at the entrance of the apartment for a long time. She was wearing a burgundy dress today, and a pair of red high heels on her feet. Her face was also rarely painted with exquisite makeup. The whole person looked like a passionate flame. Yi Feng parked his sports car in front of her, and leaned on the car window and teased with a smile. Do you need to dress up so beautifully to meet with me? Zhu Xiao ruffled a few strands of broken hair in front of her eyes. It was called a flavorful look. Come to meet our young master Yi. Of course I have to dress up pretty. I can't disgrace you. Yi Feng touched his nose. This is called a woman who pleases herself, right? Zhu Xiao's pretty face blushed. Poor choice of words, just when the two were talking and laughing. A red Porsche Panamera sped up. An ear-piercing brake sounded, and the car stopped behind Yi Feng. Behind this Porsche Panamera, there were a few ordinary family cars following. It was none other than Tang Xinyuan and a few of his hairdressers who had come together to join in the fun. Shu Yao, I've been looking for you for such a long time, but you've been avoiding me. Yi Feng asked you out with a single word. Aren't you afraid that I'll get jealous? Tang Xinyuan saw Yi Feng and Zhu Xiao behaving intimately. He was instantly jealous. Tang Xinyuan, is this interesting to you? I don't have any relationship with you. What makes you jealous? Zhu Xiao's eyes flashed with a flash of disgust upon seeing Tang Xinyuan. This Tang Xinyuan had been pestering her for a long time. She was getting annoyed. Tang Xinyuan had some anger in his heart, but he didn't dare to snap at Zhu Xiao. So he could only turn his head and look at Yi Feng. Yo, this is your Lycan supercar. It's not cheap to rent such a car. Right? Yi Feng naturally put his hand on Zhu Xiao's shoulder and looked at him provocatively. I didn't expect you to actually come. When Tang Xinyuan saw this action of his heart was even more enraged. Of course, I really want to see what young Master Yi can pull off. Didn't you say you prepared a surprise for Shu Yao? Where is the surprise? Yi Feng didn't bother with him anymore and directly walked towards the apartment with Zhu Xiao in his arms. And Zhu Xiao was very well behaved, without any resistance. Tang Xinyuan was just behind the two of them, and fire was about to come out of his eyes. Brat, I'm just going to reveal your true colors today. Let Shu Yao see just who is worthy of her. Yi Feng, what exactly are you doing bringing me here? Zhu Xiao couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire. What do you think of this place? Yi Feng didn't answer her directly, but asked a rhetorical question. It's very good. The location here is very good. The surrounding facilities are also very complete. And the apartment is also very beautifully built. It's considered a luxury apartment. Zhu Xiao answered, clearly having studied this area as well. If you like it, move here. Yi Feng took the opportunity to propose. The rent here isn't cheap, right? I can't afford to rent it. Zhu Xiao hastily shook her head. No need to pay rent. Live for free. Yi Feng had a smile on his lips. You've already paid the rent. Zhu Xiao didn't react. That's not true. I just bought 10 apartment buildings here. Yi Feng's tone was very calm, but the message contained in his words was not calm at all. Zhu Xiao looked at him dumbfounded. What did you say? You bought 10 apartment buildings here, really? Yi Feng smiled in disbelief. Of course it's true. I invited you over today because I want you to help me manage these 10 apartment buildings. Usually help collect rents and help tenants solve some problems. Zhu Xiao was even more surprised now. You want me to help you manage the apartment buildings? Yi Feng scratched on her nose. What? Unwilling? Don't worry. I won't treat you poorly in terms of salary. I guarantee that it's much better than your current job. Zhu Xiao hastily shook her head. I don't mean that. I'm just too surprised. How much money must these 10 apartment buildings cost? Before Yi Feng could answer, Tang Xinyuan, who had been following behind, finally found a chance to speak. Oh, you mustn't believe his bullshit. This kid is lying to you. Do you know how much it costs to buy 10 apartment buildings here? What a toad yawning, what a big mouth. Zhu Xiao glared at him in disgust. I believe Yi Feng wouldn't lie to me. Tang Xinyuan hated him. Oh, I'm doing this for your own good. If you want to buy 10 apartment buildings here, it's impossible without $1 billion. Does he have that much money? I think he just wants to plot against you. Yi Feng sneered. Tang Xinyuan, don't think everyone is as shameless as you. Tang Xinyuan glared at him. Yi Feng, you can fool Shu Yao but not me. If you can really buy 10 apartment buildings here, I'll go eat shit immediately. Yi Feng's mouth smiled. You like eating shit that much, no wonder your mouth stinks. Tang Xinyuan was unmoved. If you have the ability, prove it to me first. If you can't, then you'll go and eat shit. Do you dare to bet? Yi Feng laughed out loud. It's a deal. Just then, a woman wearing a black professional suit walked over quickly. The woman was probably in her 30s, and her 2 legs wrapped in black stockings were slim and slender, extremely seductive. The gazes of everyone present were attracted to her. Then they saw the woman walk straight over to Yi Feng goddess. You are Mr. Yi Feng, right? I am Zhang Hui, the legal affairs of Binshan apartment. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing these words from the woman, everyone present was petrified. Sorry, there was a delay on the road. Yi Feng casually explained. Mr. Yi, the contracts and transfer procedures for your 10 apartment buildings are ready. You just need to sign them. Zhang Hui showed good professionalism. Her demeanor was very decent. Tang Xinyuan on the side hurriedly jumped out. What did you just say? He really bought 10 of your apartment buildings. Zhang Hui glanced at him strangely. Yes, what's the problem? Tang Xinyuan was a bit confused. You can't be mistaken, right? How could he possibly afford so many apartment buildings? Zhang Hui was a bit dissatisfied. Are you questioning my professionalism? After saying that, she no longer cared about him, but continued to look at Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, let's go for the handover procedures. Yi Feng nodded, then turned back towards Tang Xinyuan and cast a scornful look. Didn't you just say you wanted to eat shit? Go find some fresh ones to eat. If you really can't find any, I can provide it for free. It's absolutely filling. Zhu Xiao covered her small mouth and laughed, then reproachfully pushed Yi Feng. You're also too disgusting. Tang Xinyuan's face was that ugly. He had come all the way here today, originally wanting to see Yi Feng make a fool of himself. Unexpectedly, the clown was actually himself. At the same time, his heart was very shocked. Where on earth did Yi Feng get so much money to be able to buy 10 apartment buildings here in one go? How rich and generous must he be? A few of his friends who came along to watch the fun immediately sent the news to the group. The group once again exploded. They had been refuted by Tang Xinyuan, and were a bit skeptical that Yi Feng was cheating them. Now the facts proved that Yi Feng did have the strength, buying 10 apartment buildings in one breath. In the future, even if he didn't do anything, just lying down and collecting rents, he would still live a dashing life compared to the vast majority of people. It simply makes people crazy with jealousy. The handover process was very smooth. After Yi Feng signed the last word, Zhang Hui took the initiative to reach out and congratulate him. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You will be the real owner of Binshan apartment from now on. Thanks. Yi Feng reached out and shook her hand. He only felt that her hand was soft as if it was boneless, and her skin seemed to be as silky as satin. His heart couldn't help but flutter. The charm of a young woman was really not something that ordinary people could resist. Mr. Yi, why don't we add a WeChat? In the future, if there are legal issues, you can contact me at any time. Jiang Hui took the initiative to propose. She could naturally see Yi Feng's strong strength. Befriending more with such a person would only benefit her and do her no harm. Yi Feng naturally begged for it and immediately added WeChat with her. Are these people friends of Mr. Yi? Jiang Hui looked at Tang Xinyuan and raised a question. If Yi Feng answered yes, she would most likely add them by the way. Those few people also looked at Yi Feng with bated breath. They all wanted to add the WeChat of this superb young woman, although they knew that this kind of woman was an existence that was beyond their reach. But at least taking it out and showing it off to others was quite dignified. However, Yi Feng shook his head. I'm not very familiar with them. These few people, including Tang Xinyuan, were either coming to see him make a fool of himself or were suspicious of him. For this kind of people, he naturally wouldn't scruple a bit of sentimentality. Several people, Tang Xinyuan, were a bit groundless. Hurriedly, they fled in ashes. Zhu Xiao's heart was unbridled as she watched these people in a sorry state. Let you all look down on Yi Feng again. Jiang Hui then explained a few more sentences to Yi Feng before she excused herself and left. Yi Feng looked at her enchanting back and couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. Still looking. Eyes are going to fall out if you look again. Zhu Xiao on the side sourly teased. Cough cough. I just think that this MS. Jiang is quite capable. Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. Then what do you mean, I can't do it? Zhu Xiao was unforgiving. Capable and capable, you are also very capable. Yi Feng hurriedly admitted defeat. Then where am I capable? Zhu Xiao broke the sand pot and asked to the end. Yi Feng was asked with some headache. He simply countered with an attack. Where can I be able to do it? That's for you to ask yourself. Zhu Xiao first froze for a moment, and quickly reacted that he was making a double entendre. Her pretty face reddened to the roots of her ears. She was about to run away immediately. Yi Feng pulled her into his arms. What are you running for, housekeeper? Zhu Xiao was a bit unhappy. Who are you calling a housekeeper? Yi Feng had a bad smile on his face. From now on, this place will be under your management. I'll be a landlord at ease, and you'll honestly be my housekeeper. His words were too revealing. Zhu Xiao scolded shyly. Shameless, who wants to be a housekeeper for you? Yi Feng's gaze carried a threat. Who are you saying is shameless? Zhu Xiao didn't have the slightest fear. You, then I'll show you even more shameless, Yi Feng said, and immediately went over. Zhu Xiao was suddenly sneak attacked, and immediately panicked. Her hands kept slapping his chest, however, with her little strength, she was unable to move the other party in the slightest. Only when both of them were almost out of breath did Yi Feng release her. Big bad guy. Zhu Xiao's pretty face had already reddened to the roots of her ears. Putting down a sentence, she turned around and fled. Yi Feng slowly caught up with Zhu Xiao in his lichen and stayed side by side with her. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Yi Feng rested his chin on the car window and smiled shamelessly. No need. Zhu Xiao put her head away, feigning anger. Really angry? Yi Feng asked knowingly. HMPH. Zhu Xiao stopped ignoring him and walked on her own. Yi Feng accelerated and stopped the sports car in front of her, then stepped down from the car. Yi Feng, what do you take me for? Do you think that you can do whatever you want to me just because you gave me these apartments to manage? Zhu Xiao was still a little puffed up. I definitely don't mean that, Yi Feng wanted to say. Just what? Zhu Xiao pursued. It's just that you're too beautiful, I can't control myself. Yi Feng gave a very reasonable explanation. PFFD, Zhu Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud and scolded with a smile. Oily mouth. Yi Feng saw her break into a smile. Then he let go of his heart and went forward to pull her jade hand. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. As an apology to you. Then I'll have to properly slaughter you. Zhu Xiao threatened ferociously. Although it sounded like a threat, it was clear that she had already forgiven Yi Feng for his presumptuous behavior just now. No problem. You can pick any restaurant in the whole of Shanghai. Yi Feng attentively helped her pull open the car door. Yi Feng brought Zhu Xiao to the nearest Shangri-La hotel. Earlier, he had heard Shen Beitei recommend it, saying that there was a star restaurant here that was very good. Just as the two of them walked into the Shangri-La hotel, a system beep suddenly sounded in Yi Feng's ears. New chance mission detected completing a Sotheby's consignment mission. System navigation is on. Please travel 12 meters along the current position and take the elevator to arrive at the 12th floor. Yi Feng's heart was stirred, and he immediately pulled Zhu Xiao towards the elevator. When the two of them arrived at the 12th floor according to the tips of the navigation, they found that inside was a huge meeting hall. The venue was overcrowded at this time. What are they doing? Zhu Xiao was a bit curious. Go over and take a look. Yi Feng didn't explain too much and immediately walked into the crowd. At this time, he saw a middle-aged man with a refined temperament, standing on the stage and loudly proclaiming, "Hello everyone, I am Chen Qiushan, the general manager of Sotheby's Auction House China. And I think the reason for gathering everyone here today is already clear to everyone. Sotheby's summer auction will be held next month. It's just a pity that so far, there hasn't been a single fine piece that's good enough to hold down the fort. I've heard that there are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the collecting world of Shanghai. That's why I've come here rashly, hoping that everyone can help us at Sotheby's. If any of you have a collection today that can meet this standard, we at Sotheby's are willing to provide auction services for free without charging a penny in commission." After hearing his speech, the people in the venue were all agitated. Sotheby's was the most well-known auction house in the world. Collections that were auctioned at this auction house often fetched sky-high prices. Which collector didn't want to put their collection up for auction at Sotheby's? Only the threshold of Sotheby's is very high. The general collectibles people certainly do not see. Secondly, the commission they charge is very high. So many collectors are heartbroken. And now this Chen general manager gave a promise. As long as can get a fine enough to calm the scene, can be exempted from all commissions. No wonder they are not moved. They all enthusiastically took their own collections and waited in line. There were a few Sotheby's appraisers at the scene, who were carefully helping the crowd to make appraisals. Yi Feng's heart moved and asked Zhu Xiao to wait here for a while. Then he turned around and went downstairs. Went to his car and took out the painting The Lady in the Red Hat. When he returned to the venue, the appraisal was still continuing. What are you holding in your hand? Zhu Xiao couldn't help but be a little curious when she saw him holding a packing box in his hand. You'll know later. Yi Feng intentionally sold a secret, then went over to wait in line. Sotheby's appraisers were very professional, and the appraisal process was very fast. It was soon Yi Feng's turn. When he unfolded the painting, it immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. A woman in a red hat. There was no lack of people present who had a sharp eye and naturally knew the origin of his painting. It was just that they didn't know if it was real or fake. Little brother, this painting of yours looks fake. So it's better not to come and join the fun. A middle-aged man who was behind Yi Feng in line made an appearance of knowing what he was talking about. How can you tell it's fake? Yi Feng asked back. Is there any need to ask? Everyone knows that The Lady in the Red Hat is one of Picasso's masterpieces. And if it's genuine, the value is simply incalculable. How could a collectible of this level be in the hands of a young man like you? The surrounding crowd nodded their heads as they listened to his analysis. Every one of Picasso's works could fetch a sky-high price. Nowadays, if anyone has a Picasso painting in their hands, they are just sitting and waiting for the value to increase. How could they possibly put it up for auction? Yi Feng didn't pay any more attention to the crowd, and directly handed the painting over to Sotheby's appraiser. The appraiser took his painting somewhat carelessly. Obviously, he didn't have much hope. However, when that appraiser's eyes fell on the painting, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Due to various problems, the address changed to please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please read the latest chapter. New for you to provide the fastest opening in the rental house. Picked up a billion updates. 61. A look is fake. Read for free. The crowd in line saw that the appraiser looked different and gathered around. This painting is really fake. The middle-aged man who had just concluded that Yi Feng's painting was an imitation hurriedly asked. The appraiser wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurriedly gathered several other appraisers over. Several people surrounded the painting for a while and scrutinized it, their expressions becoming more and more grave. Surprisingly, it really is an authentic Picasso. After a while, one of the appraisers exclaimed loudly. The moment he said this, the originally chaotic venue immediately quieted down. Everyone was startled by his words. Surprisingly, an authentic Picasso painting had really appeared. Really, Picasso's painting, that's worth a fortune. Where did this young man come from? We haven't heard of him in the collection industry in Shanghai City. You can't tell the face from the face. How can such a young man come up with an authentic Picasso? We can't be sure that it's the real one yet. Right, what if these appraisers are wrong? The crowd murmured, all of them a bit stunned. The main reason was that this news was just too shocking. Most people were unable to accept it for a moment. At this time, Chen Qiushan, the general manager of Sotheby's auction house China, rushed over at the news. When he saw the painting woman in red hat, he was struck by lightning and rushed forward to take a closer look. After a long time, he looked up at Yi Feng incredulously. This friend, where did you get this painting? Yi Feng frowned. General Manager Chen, I'm afraid it's not quite in line with the rules for you to ask this. Right, this already belonged to the scope of privacy. And the other party asking the question rashly was obviously a bit presumptuous. Chen Qiushan also reacted and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. It's me who took the liberty. I was just too shocked. This painting has disappeared for many years. I didn't expect it to reappear in Shanghai City. His words were undoubtedly a hammer blow. Even the general manager of Sotheby's auction house had recognized it as Picasso's authentic painting. Who would dare to say it was fake? This time, the entire venue was abuzz. They had undoubtedly witnessed a piece of history. It could be imagined that when the news of Picasso's authentic masterpiece appearing in the world spread, what kind of ripples would be set off in the entire collection world. Chen Qiushan excitedly held Yi Feng's hand. This friend, you must give this painting to our Sotheby's auction house. The starting price of this painting is at least 500 million, and I believe that the final price of the sale is much more than that. His words once again dropped a heavy bomb in the venue. Although everyone knew that Picasso's painting was worth a lot of money, they didn't expect it to be so valuable. The starting price was actually $500 million. This was too scary. Right, Zhu Xiao, who was just next to Yi Feng, was already too shocked to speak. Although she already knew Yi Feng's strength. But, when he casually took out a painting that could be sold for more than $500 million, it still gave her an unreal feeling. That was $500 million. For an ordinary person like her, it was definitely an unimaginable astronomical amount. I'm afraid that only Yi Feng in the whole room was still able to remain calm. because he had already known the value of this painting. It's also my honor to give this painting to Sotheby's for auction. Chen Qiushan immediately gave a thumbs up when he saw how calm he was. This friend is young, yet his mind is so calm. It's really rare. If you don't mind, let's make a friend, and in the future, if there's anything you can use me for, just ask. As soon as he said this, the several Sotheby's staff members following him all revealed shocked expressions. They were all well aware of Chen Qiushan's origins. He was much more than the general manager of Sotheby's auction house China. The energy behind him was extremely terrifying. This was the first time they had seen Chen Qiushan take the initiative to befriend someone. And it was still a young man, however. Yi Feng did not know the weight of this friendship of the other party at this time, and only nodded gently. He took the initiative to report his name, and then exchanged contact information again. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in his mind once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the chance navigation mission. The system rewards investment information worth $500 million. Immediately afterward, the charts of the 3 stocks were reflected in his mind. Yi Feng could not help but be surprised. The system did not reward him with physical objects such as real estate and sports cars this time, but the charts of 3 stocks. This was intended to let him enter the financial industry. Brother Yi, if it's convenient, why don't I treat you to a meal tonight? After completing the consignment procedures, Chen Qiushan took the initiative to extend the invitation. Yi Feng smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, I already have a dinner date with this lady. Saying that, he pointed at Zhu Xiao next to him. Chen Qiushan immediately revealed a knowing smile. I see. Then let's make another appointment sometime later. The group of staff members who followed him all looked at Yi Feng with dumbfounded eyes. This guy had actually rejected General Manager Chen's invitation for the sake of a woman. I'm afraid he didn't know what this meant. Right, and Zhu Xiao on the side was also a bit incredulous. He was the general manager of Sotheby's auction house, now taking the initiative to invite Yi Feng for dinner. This guy even refused. Was he out of his mind? Yi Feng ignored the thoughts of the crowd. Not to mention that the other party was the general manager of Sotheby's auction house. Even if it was the president of the rice country, he didn't know that he was going to flatter. After saying goodbye to Chen Qiushan, he directly pulled Zhu Xiao out of the venue. Chen Qiushan looked at his back and revealed an appreciative smile. Somewhat interesting, while eating with Zhu Xiao, Yi Feng was still thinking about those 3 stock information. Zhu Xiao could see that he had something on his mind and thoughtfully inquired. Have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me, I might be able to help you. Yi Feng deliberated for a while. I recently wanted to buy a few stocks for fun, but I don't know anything about this area. I want to find a professional to help me with the operation, but I don't know any talents in this area. Zhu Xiao's eyes turned after listening to his statement. I do know a professional. She's working as a trading manager at Dong'an Securities right now. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. Can you introduce me? Zhu Xiao covered her mouth and smiled. You know this person too? Yi Feng was instantly confused. I know him too. Who is it? Zhu Xiao unhurriedly ate 2 bites of food, and slowly drank 2 more sips of her drink, until Yi Feng was already in a hurry. Only then did she speak again. Sister Zhu Man, have you forgotten? You guys used to be neighbors. When Yi Feng heard her reminder, the figure of a mature woman immediately flashed in his mind. The one she was talking about, Zhu Man, used to live next door to his house and was a few years older than him. She had always taken care of him like a real sister. Then later, she went to college and worked outside during summer and winter vacations, rarely coming home. The chances of the 2 of them seeing each other became less and less. If it wasn't for Zhu Xiao mentioning her at this time, he would have almost forgotten about such a person. From his cell phone. He pulled out the number that he hadn't dialed for a long time. Yi Feng gathered enough courage and called it. The phone was quickly connected. A slightly lazy voice came. "Hello, who is it?" Yi Feng's heart beat wildly twice. "Sister Zhu man, I'm Yi Feng." The opposite party was silent for a few seconds before suddenly raising a few octaves. "From which side did the sun set today? You actually took the initiative to call me. Oh my god." Yi Feng was a bit speechless when he heard her exaggerated voice. "Sister Zhu man, I have something I want to ask for your help." Zhu man's tone carried a hint of grudge. "I knew you're a little slick. You won't think of me if there's nothing wrong. Tell me, what is it? I can say it first. I can't help with big favors, and I'm too lazy to care about small ones." Yi Feng touched his nose. "It's like this. I recently wanted to buy a few stocks, but I don't know anything about it. I heard that Sister Zhu man is now in a securities company, so I want you to help operate it." Zhu man's voice suddenly became serious. "Zhao Feng, you are still in school now. Right, listen to my sister's advice. You must not speculate in stocks with a speculative mentality. Otherwise there will be a time for you to cry." Yi Feng scratched his head. "Don't worry. I'm just playing around. I won't put all my fortune into it." Zhu man was silent for a while again and spoke again. "It's good that you know the depths. It's okay to let me operate for you. I will only charge you the lowest commission, with me helping you keep an eye on it. Although I can't guarantee that you'll make money, but at least you won't lose much." Yi Feng hurriedly thanked. "Then thank you, Sister Zhu man. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time." Zhu man once again resumed her lazy temperament. "Don't be free. You come to my company tomorrow. I'll give you some guidance by the way, and then tell you some insider information, so that you don't get deeper and deeper in this." Yi Feng's heart warmed when he heard her words. Good. The two then chatted for a couple more sentences before hanging up the phone. When Zhu Xiao saw the two chatting so vigorously, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. Why did she mention Zhu man to him? Isn't this making a big enemy for herself for nothing? When she thought of this, she suddenly regretted in her heart. The next morning, Yi Feng changed into a brand new suit. After looking in the mirror for half a day and confirming that there wasn't a single thing wrong, he drove Lycan out the door and went. When he arrived at Dongan Securities, it was 9:30 in the morning. The office building of Dongan Securities was very imposing, about a dozen floors high and imposing. Yi Feng walked into the lobby and went straight to the front desk. "Hello, I'm looking for Zhu man, we already have an appointment." The girl in charge of reception at the front desk immediately wore a smile. "You are Mr. Yi Feng. Right, Manager Zhu is in a meeting right now, but she has instructed, if you are here, let me take you directly to her office. This way please with that." He enthusiastically guided Yi Feng towards the upper floor. Yi Feng was quite touched in his heart. He didn't expect Zhu man to be so attentive to his affairs, and specially instructed her subordinates to receive him during her busy schedule. Zhu man's office was located on the third floor. When he was introduced to her office by the female receptionist, he saw that the desk and carpet were filled with various flowers. Yi Feng looked at the female receptionist doubtfully. "These are all sent by Manager Zhu's suitors. And every day they have to get cleaning staff to come over specifically to clean them up once. And they will continue to pile up the next day." The female receptionist explained in an envious tone. "Your Manager Zhu is quite popular with men." Yi Feng couldn't help but feel emotional. "Not only men. We women also like Manager Zhu a lot. She's beautiful and has a strong working ability. She's a model for all of us women to learn from." The female receptionist's eyes were full of little stars as soon as she talked about Zhu man. It was like a brainwashed fan. "Is she as good as you say?" Yi Feng was a bit half-hearted. He remembered that Zhu man always bullied him when he was a child, and it was only right that she was living like a female devil, of course. Everyone in our company admires Manager Zhu to the core. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask around, seeing that he didn't believe it. The female receptionist became a bit anxious. Right at this moment, a lazy woman's voice was suddenly heard. Inquire about what? Yi Feng looked back. Then, the whole person was petrified. Zhu Man was wearing a red lady's suit. And under her feet was a pair of red diamond-encrusted high heels. Ahead of big waves, trembling with her sharp steps. Her fair cheeks and bright red lips were as if a plum blossom had been dotted on rice paper. The whole person exuded a soul-stealing charm. Yi Feng couldn't help but swallow 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Was this still the usual unkempt female psycho he remembered? This was simply a goddess. What? Don't recognize your sister? Zhu Man walked to him and reached out to shake her hand in front of his eyes. You have plastic surgery? Right. Yi Feng held his tongue for half a day and held out this sentence. Get lost, you're looking for a fight. Right. Zhu Man glared at him without good humor. The two of them laughed and cursed twice. And that trace of strangeness was immediately completely eliminated. Okay, you're a man now, these clothes aren't cheap, are they? Zhu Man carefully sized up Yi Feng, and a trace of color flashed in her eyes. She remembered that Yi Feng used to be very inferior in front of her, speaking and doing things in a twisted manner. While the current Yi Feng, he vaguely carried a powerful confidence. This kind of aura could only be seen on those who were successful. Not bad, Yi Feng smiled faintly. Listen to my sister's advice. You are still in school and your family's condition is not that good. So you should use your money where it should be used instead of pursuing these external vanities. Zhu Man knew that Yi Feng's family was poor. And he had just started his first year of college this year. So his life must be very tight. It was probably because she was afraid that she would look down on him, that she bought such expensive clothes. Right, Yi Feng knew that she also had good intentions. So he could only nod his head in agreement. Afterwards, Zhu Man personally helped Yi Feng open an account and signed a power of attorney. When she was done with these formalities, she sent her assistant out and then waved at Yi Feng. Come here. Yi Feng obediently walked over. A faint perfume flavor immediately hit his nose, making him a little distracted. Zhu Man did not pay attention to his look, but pointed to the computer screen. If you must speculate in the stock market, then my sister will recommend this stock to you. I received insider information. The next trend of this stock will be very good. Yi Feng nodded his head repeatedly while secretly sizing up Zhu Man. He had to say that this neighboring sister was really getting more and more charming now. No wonder she received so many flowers every day. Zhu Man explained to him for more than half an hour. But he didn't really listen to more than a few sentences. And most of his time was spent observing Zhu Man. All right. Let's stop here today. You can't digest too much. You go back and think about it. Just let me know when you've considered which stock to buy. Zhu Man stood up and stretched. Man's marvelous figure was unobstructed. Yi Feng almost spewed out blood and hastily moved his eyes away. Sister Zhu Man, are you free today? Let me treat you to a meal. Zhu Man sighed. There are still a lot of things to do today. It's better to wait for another day. Yi Feng nodded. Good. Then let's make an appointment for another day. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the office. Zhu Man personally sent him to the elevator entrance. The passing employees of the securities company all looked on curiously. Manager Zhu was usually very high-strung. Guests who could be personally sent out by her were all extremely honorable. What exactly was this young man's origin? After sending Yi Feng away, Zhu Man was about to return to the office. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a bit of a shaved head walked quickly towards this side. Manager Zhu, out to see off a guest. When Zhu Man saw this person, his eyebrows inadvertently wrinkled. This person's name was Wang Chengjiang, and he was considered her biggest competitor in Dong'an Securities. Usually, in order to compete for clients, He hadn't given her a hard time. Yes. Does Manager Wang want to see me for something? Years of experience in the workplace had already allowed Zhu Man to practice the ability to keep her joy and anger at bay. That person just now is your newly signed big customer. Wang Chengjing saw Zhu Man personally send that young man out the door and thought it was some big client. No, it's my neighbor, still in college. Wants me to help him pick a few stocks and earn some living expenses. Zhu Man did not hide anything. When Wang Chengjing heard this, he immediately sighed in relief. So it's a neighbor. Manager Zhu still has the leisure to help her neighbor manipulate stocks now. Zhu Man had a faint smile on her face. What do you mean? Wang Chengjing smiled smugly. Your performance this month is not very good. Have been left far behind me. Manager Zhu, you have to work harder. When Zhu Man saw his villainous look, she couldn't be more fed up in her heart. But the other party was telling the truth. Her performance this month was indeed very poor, and she was completely left behind by the other party. The other party mocked her, and she had no temper. She was about to turn around and walk away, avoiding the front line for the time being. At this time, her assistant suddenly ran over quickly. Sister Man, that new account you manage bought 3 stocks in one breath. Zhu Man froze for a moment at the words, then reacted. It should be Yi Feng who bought them, right, but she had only recommended one to him. How did he buy 3 at once, this guy? He hasn't even learned how to crawl yet. And he wants to learn how to run. How much did you buy? Zhu Man asked as if nothing had happened. $100 million was bought for each stock. The assistant looked excited. How much? Zhu Man and Wang Chengjing exclaimed at the same time. 3 stocks bought in $100 million each. This was a super large order. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Zhu Man froze for half a day. Still somewhat not quite sure. The assistant nodded his head with great certainty. It's true. I've confirmed it several times. He did buy 3 stocks worth more than $100 million respectively. Wang Chengjing on the side immediately glared angrily at Zhu Man. Manager Zhu, didn't you say that young man is just your neighbor? How do you explain it now, originally? His performance this month had already surpassed Zhu Man's, and it was the only time ever. It had been thought that he could finally raise his eyebrows. He didn't expect to be overtaken again by the other party before his butt could sit still. In his heart, he was not to mention how angry he was. When Zhu Man heard this tone of his, her face immediately sank. Do I need to explain myself to you? Wang Chengjing's complexion immediately became awkward, standing in place so angry that he couldn't speak for half a day. After a long time, he seemed to have slowed down a bit, and said, Okay, count on you, we'll see. After saying that, he left in a rage. Zhu Man did not pay attention to him, but hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Yi Feng. Yi Feng, just now those 3 stocks were bought by you, yeah. What's wrong? Yi Feng's tone was very calm, as if he didn't buy $300 million worth of stocks, but 3 packs of instant noodles. Where did you get that much money? Zhu Man's head was still confused until now. Somewhat incredulous. Made a small fortune some time ago. Yi Feng casually found an excuse. 300 million is still called a small fortune. Then how much is called big? Zhu Man almost shouted out, drawing stares from many people passing by. It was no wonder she was making a fuss with Yi Feng's family. What kind of big opportunity would it have to be to earn $300 million? If she didn't know Yi Feng's character, she would have to wonder if Yi Feng was doing any illegal activities. Don't worry, sister man, don't you understand me? This money is absolutely clean. Yi Feng had guessed what she had in mind and immediately explained. That would be best. But didn't I recommend a stock to you? Why did you go AWOL and buy 3 junk stocks? Zhu Man's heart, which had just been put down, once again lifted up. From her years of experience in the industry, the trend of those 3 stocks that Yi Feng had bought was not good. It could even be said that they were garbage stocks. This kind of stock who bought fell for it. I think these three stocks have quite a potential. What if they create a miracle? Yi Feng's tone carried a powerful confidence. This made Zhu Man a little surprised. Do you have any insider information? Since Yi Feng was able to have several $100 million of assets in such a short period of time, perhaps he had really embraced the thighs of a certain big brother. Yi Feng smiled inscrutable. If Sister Zhu Man trusts me, may as well follow the buy a little. Earned counted your, lost counted my. Zhu Man is very disdainful. That kind of garbage stock, I'm not buying it. The two chatted a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Zhu Man frowned and fell into deep thought. Listening to Yi Feng's tone, it seemed like he was very confident in these three stocks. Should she follow suit and buy some? She had saved up some savings over the past few years. Probably more than $5 million. But according to her own judgment, these three stocks obviously can't go up. What if it goes down the drain? The small assistant at the side saw her frown and couldn't help but be a little worried. Sister Man, are you all right? Zhu Man slowly raised her head, as if she had made some kind of determination. You go and buy all the funds in my account heavily into these three stocks. After hesitating for a while, she decided to trust Yi Feng for once. For what exactly? She couldn't say. That little assistant was stunned. Sister Man, you're not kidding, right? These three stocks have been falling. It's simply a bottomless pit. Zhu Man's gaze gradually became firm, following Yi Feng's tone. I think these three stocks have quite a potential. What if they create a miracle? The little assistant had no choice but to follow her instructions. But in his heart, he secretly reproached. Sister Man had always been steady in her maneuvering. Why did she seem like a different person after making a phone call? Really dim head. Time passed by minute by minute. Zhu Man has been sitting in the office, slowly and methodically drinking tea. The surface looked very calm, but the water cup in her hand kept shaking, betraying her inner tension. She didn't even dare to turn on the computer. She was afraid to see the scene of those three stocks continuing to fall. After all, she had put her entire fortune into it. If she lost it, then her several years of struggle would all go down the drain. She didn't know why she had a hot head and followed Yi Feng to go crazy. Now it's too late to regret. She could only listen to God's fate. Just when she was suffering in her heart, the office door was violently pushed open. Little assistant panicked and walked in. Sister Man, those three stocks, due to too much excitement, so that the words are not clear. Zhu Man's heart thumped. Could it be a plunge? Those three stocks went crazy. The little assistant took Zhu Man's cup of water and drank a mouthful before exclaiming, Really? How much have they gone up? Zhu Man immediately stood up in surprise. From 10 minutes ago, it has been rising, and the rate of increase is very fast. Now it has risen by almost 5. Before the little assistant could finish, Zhu Man had already opened her computer and looked at the general market trend. Sure enough, the three stocks that Yi Feng asked her to buy have gone up from the previous downward state. And compared to the previous decline, the rise was getting faster and faster. The total increase was 8, 12, 15, 18. Zhu Man has been engaged in the securities industry for a few years and has never seen such a crazy uptrend. Her heart was in her throat. Hurriedly dialed Yi Feng's phone. Yi Feng, what's going on here? What's wrong, Sister Man? When he received Zhu Man's call, Yi Feng had just returned to the villa and was about to take a hot bath. Hearing her tone of panic, he thought that something had gone wrong. Those three stocks you bought went up like crazy. Zhu Man's voice was a little shaky. Isn't that a good thing? What's the point of panicking? Yi Feng then put down his heart and stepped into the bathtub. Can I not panic? I've been in the industry for so many years, and I've never seen such a crazy rise. Zhu Man listened to his tone so calm, but she looked like she was rare and strange. People live for a long time. They can see anything. Just get used to it, right? How much has it gone up now? Yifeng picked up a cup of red wine from the edge of the bathtub and shook it. It was called a cozy. Now plus after the rise, fill in the 10 decline. Cumulative has risen 18, no. Already 20. Let's hurry to see the good. Zuman found herself talking to Yifeng's kung fu went up another 2. She felt that her heart has been a little unbearable. There's no rush. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Yifeng's tone was full of confidence. Yifeng listened to my advice. Speculating in stocks is most avoiding insatiable greed. We have earned enough now, hurry up and throw it away. Zuman was a little anxious. You just need to do what I said. Wait for the stock to rise to 30 before dumping. Yifeng gave a number, when to buy and when to dump. These were all told to him by the system. That's why he was able to sit steadily. Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Zuman had no choice but to hang up the phone. But the heart and cannot let go. Had to stare at the market trend. The slightest little fluctuation can make her nerves tense. Then she saw the 3 stocks soaring in front of her eyes, accumulating a 23 gain, together with the portion of the losses to be covered. It accumulates a 25 gain, accumulated 27 gain, 30 profit. The further back the K line goes, the slower the rate of increase becomes. Dump it, dump it. Dump it all. Zuman saw that those 3 stocks had risen to the critical point that Yifeng had mentioned, and hurriedly shouted loudly. That little assistant came back to her senses at this time, and hurriedly operated. Even Zuman had never seen such a crazy upward trend, let alone a small assistant. The hand that was operating the computer was still shaking. At the same time, her heart regretted. If she had known that these 3 stocks had risen so perversely, she would have followed Zuman and bought them together. Just a moment of work went up 30. This is simply picking up money. Ridiculous that she was just laughing at Zuman's dizziness. The original clown is actually myself, under the assistant's operation. The 3 stocks were all thrown out. Zuman was like dehydrated, paralyzed in the boss chair. The thrilling process just now was tantamount to a war. It left her entire body exhausted. But the harvest this time was also too big. In just a moment's work, after shaving off $5 million of principal and some handling fees, she had made nearly $1.5 million. This gave her a sense of unreality. She had only saved more than $5 million after so many years of hard work. What she had earned in just a moment was almost half of her fortune. This was simply too crazy. However, this amount of her income was nothing compared to Yifeng. After this short-term operation, Yifeng's assets grew by 90 million. It was really a horror like that. Just as she froze, suddenly, she heard a cry of alarm from her little assistant. It's falling, sister man. Those 3 stocks are starting to fall. Zuman hurriedly turned around to look, and saw that the 3 stocks that had been soaring all the way up suddenly plunged all the way down without warning. In just 10 minutes, they fell back to the lowest point when she bought them, and still keep falling. Cannot see the end. This cannot help but let her cold sweat. If she sold a little later, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, a huge question appeared in her mind. How on earth did Yifeng predict so accurately? Not only did he know that these 3 stocks were going to soar today, he was also able to accurately cash out at the highest point. Did he have some kind of special ability? Thinking of this, she hurriedly picked up the phone and called Yifeng. Have you dumped them all? Before she could open her mouth, Yifeng was already the first to ask a rhetorical question. Yifeng, tell me honestly, what the hell are you doing? Before she could ask, she had already been interrupted by Yifeng. Don't ask anything. I won't say anything even if you ask. Zuman was immediately amused by his words. Indeed, Everyone had secrets that were not known to others. Why would one bother to get to the bottom of it? After all, he had followed and taken such a big advantage this time. One had to know how to take what was good for them. Good, then I won't ask, are you free later? I'll treat you to tea. Zooman took the initiative to make an invitation. I helped you make such a huge amount of money. And you're just treating me to a cup of tea. It's too stingy. Isn't it? Yi Feng teased with a smile. Then what do you want to eat? You can pick any restaurant in Shanghai City. Zooman's spirit was high when he was happy. And his speech was also a bit bold. Forget it. Just drink tea. Send me the address later. Yi Feng hung up the phone and changed into a brand new suit. Then he drove his Ferrari Enzo and rushed to the location he had arranged with Zooman, just as he was humming a little song while enjoying the scenery along the way. The system's prompt once again sounded in his head. New treasure hunting mission detected extreme imperial green jadeite raw stone. System navigation is on. Please drive along the current road and turn right after 100 meters. Yi Feng was stunned to hear this. There was a new treasure hunting mission. Hurriedly, he sent a message to Zooman, saying that he had encountered something on the road and would be a little late. Then he followed the route provided by the system navigation and changed direction. Yi Feng followed the system navigation all the way. After about half an hour or so, the car drove into a construction site that was under construction. The workers, who were busy in full swing, saw an incomparably cool-looking sports car drive in. They all put down their work and watched in amazement. For them living in the bottom of the society, this level of sports car, they only saw in the TV. Unexpectedly, they could see it in reality, due to the potholes on the road. It was difficult for the sports car to travel. Yi Feng had to park the car outside the construction site and follow the system navigation to continue walking. In less than a moment's work, he arrived in front of a pile of rubble. End of navigation. Could it be that the jadeite raw stone was actually in this pile of rubble? Looking at the hill-like pile of stones, he began to beat a retreat. However, once he thought of that valuable piece of imperial green raw stone, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and climbed up the pile of stones, and began to rummage through it. The workers on the construction site all stared blankly at Yi Feng. I do not know what this rich man suddenly crazy. Even began to move the stone. We don't know, and we don't dare to ask. Yi Feng, after all, is a college student who neglected to exercise. Moved less than a moment to get tired and panting. Had to stop. Then towards the not far away watching a few workers waved. You help move a little. Move the end of each, give you $1,000. Those few workers heard that they were asked to help, and instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, watching a rich man get tired like a dog in front of them was also a kind of fun. But as soon as they heard that there was also a reward of $1,000, they could no longer care about watching the fun and immediately scrambled to rush up. They worked hard at the construction site and only earned about $200 a day. Now just move a pile of stones can earn 1,000. This is simply pie in the sky. It had to be said that there were specialties in the arts. The speed of these workers to move the stone. Then Yi Feng do not know how many times faster. Less than a moment of work to move off a large part. Just then, Yi Feng suddenly saw a worker picking up a pitch-black stone. The worker's mouth also cursed. This piece of stone is really fucking heavy. Doggone. Yi Feng rushed up without saying a word and snatched the stone from his hands. Before he could scrutinize it, he heard the system's beeps ringing in his ears again. Congratulations to the host for completing the treasure hunting navigation and reaping additional system rewards, rewarding all the shares of the Shanghai Hot Spring Resort base worth 600 million yuan. Yi Feng was immediately overjoyed and didn't bother to look at it again, directly carrying the piece of jadeite raw stone to the trunk. Then took out a pile of banknotes and threw it to those workers without even counting. Then, drove the Ferrari and left, leaving those few people in the wind messy. The world of the rich. I do not understand. Yi Feng drove to the tea room and found the box that Zhu Man had ordered. He saw that she was slowly drinking tea inside. Seeing Yi Feng arrive, she hurriedly and excitedly greeted her. Yi Feng, I made one. 5 million today, the whole one. 5 million, ah. She was a bit in disbelief until now that she had made so much money in half a day. Isn't it just one? 5 million, do you need to be so excited? Yi Feng calmly sat down opposite her and poured himself a cup of tea. Compared to a big tycoon like you, of course it's nothing. But to a poor person like me, it's a lot of money. Seeing that he didn't look half as happy, Zhu Man felt bored. That's just where it's at. There are plenty of opportunities to make money in the future, Yi Feng said in an inscrutable manner. You still have insider information. Zhu Man's eyes immediately lit up. Secret? Yi Feng deliberately played a dumb question. Forget it if you don't say it. Anyway, I'll hold this thigh of yours. Don't think of dumping me. Humph, Zhu Man's tone carried a bit of petulance. This made Yi Feng's little heart follow the fluttering, wildly beating twice. This woman is too seductive. Isn't this a test of a cotter? You honestly explain. How much money do you have now? Zhu Man's big watery eyes looked at Yi Feng curiously. I'm just a poor man. That $300 million is all I have. Yi Feng immediately cried poor. Really? Zhu Man was a little disbelieving. 1,000 times true. Do you think I look like the kind of person who would lie? Yi Feng's gaze was incomparably sincere. Right at this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. A text message from the bank and a cell phone WeChat banking message popped up almost simultaneously. Your bank card with the tail number 1263 received a transfer of 100 million yuan. PFFT. Zhu Man, who was drinking tea, directly sprayed a mouthful of tea onto his face. At the same time, the water in the teacup also spilled onto his chest. I'm sorry. When she realized that she had lost her temper, Chosen hurriedly reached out to help Yi Feng wipe the water stains on his face. You didn't burn, did you? Yi Feng also hurriedly picked up a tissue and helped her wipe the water stains on her heart. Then, the air in the tea room suddenly became frozen. The two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes, and both of them fell into petrification. After a long while, Zhu Man was the first to come back to her senses, panicked and pushed him away, sitting back in her seat. And Yi Feng also withdrew his hand very awkwardly. The fingers even secretly rubbed twice. You drink tea, I'm not hungry, have a snack, I'm not thirsty. After that shy scene just now, the atmosphere between the two was more or less odd. Just then, Yi Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. This was what made him feel relieved and hurriedly put the call through. Hello. Mr. Yi, your painting Lady in the Red Hat has been sold. It was auctioned for a total of 100 million. It has all been credited to your bank card. Have you received it? Zhu Man vaguely heard the content on the phone. Then she opened her mouth vigorously in surprise. A painting was auctioned for $100 million. The phone call was from Chen Qiushan, the general manager of Sotheby's auction house. Already received it, thank you, Mr. Chen, Yi Feng immediately replied. Mr. Yi is really too polite. You've done me a big favor this time. If I didn't have this painting of yours to hold the stage, I would have lost my face this time. Mr. Chen is polite. I have to thank you for this painting fetching such a high price. Well, we don't need to be so polite. This time just as a friend, in the future what I can help. You just ask. Coincidentally, I happen to have one thing I want to ask you about. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened his mouth. You say. Chen Qiushan hurriedly agreed. It's like this. I have a piece of jadeite raw stone in my hand that I want to offer for sale. I don't know if you have any channels. Yi Feng's attitude was very sincere. Hey, I thought it was something. It's such a small thing. Chen Qiushan had some disappointment in his tone, but still gave a quick reply. I have a very good friend who opened a gambling store in Shanghai. I'll say hello for you. You go directly to him. Then he sent an address to Yi Feng. Thanks, Mr. Chen. Yi Feng chatted with Chen Qiushan for a few more sentences and then hung up the phone. Zhu Man, who had been eavesdropping from the side, hurriedly spoke. Who is this Mr. Chen you are talking about? Yi Feng picked up his teacup and took a small sip. Chen Qiushan from Sotheby's auction house. Chen Qiushan? Zhu Man was stunned. What, is he famous? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little like laughing when he saw this expression on her face. More than famous. He is a legend in the business world. Many of his business cases have been written into business textbooks. I didn't expect you to know him. It seems I really have to be impressed with you. Zhu Man's gaze towards Yi Feng was filled with curiosity. For this boy next door that she had watched grow up, she really had some trouble understanding him. What exactly had this guy gone through? How could he undergo such a drastic change in such a short period of time? Yi Feng couldn't help but feel a little helpless when she looked at him with this gaze. Wasn't it just knowing a Chen Qiushan? As for this, after the two of them had afternoon tea, as Zhu Man still had work to deal with, she went back to the company first. Yi Feng, on the other hand, took the jadate raw stone and rushed to the stone quarry that Chen Qiushan said. When he arrived at his destination, he was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him. This gambling stone field covered an area of at least tens of thousands of square meters. The market was filled with stalls. Large and small raw stones were piled up on the stalls. The flow of people in the gambling quarry was so large that it looked as chaotic as a food market. After all, the last thing in this world was people who were delusional about getting rich overnight. Let me die. I put all my family's assets into this, and I can't believe that the gambling has collapsed. Then, what's the point of me living? As soon as Yi Feng walked into the market, he saw a middle-aged man with a disheveled head wailing in pain. But soon, that man was racked out by the security guards. His heart-rending voice could still be heard from afar. This kind of thing, gambling on stones, to put it bluntly, was one slice of heaven and one slice of hell. Some people win the bet. Then they get rich overnight, luxury cars, beautiful women, villas, have everything. And the people who lost the bet, it is likely that the family lost all their money. After all, gambling this kind of thing, uncertainty is too big. No one has perspective eyes, can see the situation inside the stone. One could only bet on luck. Yi Feng shook his head and was about to call the friend introduced by Chen Qiushan. Just at this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Congratulations to the host. Triggering the system depth navigation function. This function can automatically scan for hidden treasures within 1 meter of the surrounding area. Unlocking this function requires a cost of 10,000. Is it unlocked? Yi Feng froze when he heard the system prompt. It could still be played like this, without any hesitation. He immediately chose OK. But it was only a mere 10 million. For the current him, it was nothing at all. The system depth navigation function is on. As the system prompted again, a magical scene appeared. Those raw stones whose surfaces were pitch black and couldn't be seen in any way were actually labeled by the system. Ordinary stone, valued at 0. Glutinous seed jadate, about kilograms, valued at about 2 million. Ice seed jadate? About kilograms. The information of each piece of raw stone was listed in detail. Yi Feng's heart immediately beat wildly twice. This was simply a gold mountain, and still casually pick up more than one kind. Then the question came. Since the depth navigation system could show the information of the raw stone, could it show the information of the person? For example, what color underwear is worn inside? What's the size? What style? Just at this moment, a female staff member of the gambling parlor came over. "Sir, how can I help you?" Yi Feng swept his gaze towards her before he sighed in disappointment. It seemed that this depth navigation could only be used for treasure hunting. It was ineffective for people. "No need, I'll just take a look." Yi Feng rejected her good intentions and directly walked to a stall. Picking out a few pieces of jadeite raw stones. "I'll take these pieces." Then he walked to another stall. "I'll take that piece, and that piece." He walked through the stalls like this. This strange behavior of his immediately drew the attention of many people in the gambling arena. Was this guy here to buy raw stones? Or was he here to buy food? This guy is really a fool with a lot of money. Yes, which one buys raw stones like this? Isn't this taking money down the drain? There is a lot to learn about stone gambling. How can this kind of rookie understand? Wait and see. He won't even have a place to cry later. Seeing this, the veteran players in the quarry all sneered at Yi Feng's amateurish behavior. And Yi Feng didn't care about it. After picking 8 or 9 raw stones in a row, then he did not continue. Although in the depth of the navigation prompt, the scene, there are still a lot of material raw stone. But either the color is not too good, or the content is too little. Although it can also earn a little money, but it is not worth his time. At this time, the people watching began to coax. "This brother, take the stone you bought and solve it. Let us all see it. Yeah. I have not seen such a buy raw stone. This brother is really ruthless." Don't say that. It's called a wide net to get more fish. In case the blind cat meets the dead mouse. Oh, if those stones of his can cut out something, I'll eat all the stones here. Hearing the crowd murmur, Yi Feng just laughed lightly. "Fine, then I'll let you all see." Saying that, Yi Feng then asked the staff of the gambling parlor to help him and move those stones to the decanting parlor. Chi, saying he's fat and he's really panting. "Do you really consider yourself a jade master?" The crowd sneered as they followed. At the same time, not far away was a raw stone stall. A woman in white who was selecting raw stones slowly raised her head. A beautiful face full of doubts. "Uncle Liu, what happened over there?" An old man following behind the woman respectfully replied. "It should be someone who wants to unravel the stones." "Right," making the woman instantly curious. "Let's go over and take a look." That old man sniffed and scrambled to follow in his footsteps. His sharp gaze was always aware of the movements around him. It was like a falcon. Yi Feng asked the staff to help move those raw stones to the stone-solving yard. Then, he picked the most inconspicuous piece and drew a mark on it with a pen. Then he handed it to the master who was in charge of the stone decomposition. "Just cut it according to the mark I drew." The master who was deciphering the stone shook his head and sighed while placing the raw stone on the stone decomposer. Obviously, he didn't think highly of the stones that Yi Feng had picked. However, out of professional ethics, he still started the machine. The crowd of spectators were eagerly waiting. They all wanted to see the wonderful expression on that loser's face when this piece of raw stone collapsed. Just at this moment, the astonished voice of the stone-solving master was suddenly heard. It actually went up. The voice carried an incredulous tone. The onlookers all widened their eyes when they heard this. "It's gone up. How was this possible?" The few stones that kid randomly picked could actually rise. Immediately, there were a few acute people who quickly walked over to check. Then they saw a touch of mesmerizing green color flowing out from the cracks of the rocks. It really went up. Those few people turned back to look at Yi Feng. Their gazes were filled with amazement. Yi Feng's expression was very calm, and he just nodded to the stone-solving master. "Continue." The stone-cutting master hurriedly put away his shocked expression and continued cutting. Soon after, he finished deciphering that piece of raw stone. Taking it out, he took a look. A touch of refreshing green color. It was presented in front of the crowd. The white-clothed woman in the crowd. Her eyes followed suit and brightened up. Actually really let him bet up, and it's still a glutinous seed. Such a big piece. At least it can be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right, this kid is really lucky. Randomly picked a few pieces can bet up. Who just said that if he bets up, he will eat all the stones here, he. This is a blind cat touched a dead rat. Capable of letting him pick up to solve a piece. This time if you can still win. Who does not eat who is a son of a bitch? Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to the crowd's remarks. He took the piece of raw stone and looked at it. Then casually threw it to the side. It was like throwing away garbage. Afterwards, he picked out a piece of raw stone from the pile, drew a marking line, and handed it to the master who was deciphering the stone. Continue. Although the master was a bit impressed with Yi Feng, he didn't believe that he could gamble up 2 pieces in a row. How can anyone get lucky twice in a row? Despite thinking so, he continued to turn on the machine, chop chop chop. The grinding wheel turned again. The grinding wheel had just cut in less than an inch. Suddenly, a dazzling green color permeated out. The master who was deciphering the stone's hand shook and almost cut off. Another. Rise again. His voice was already shaking a little. However, the shock caused to the crowd present did not diminish at all. Betting up again, crowd is surge. All want to go forward to check. At this time, the master who was looking at the stone removed the piece of raw stone from the machine with trembling hands. Ice seed, surprisingly. It's ice seed. This is much better than the piece of glutinous seed just now. This kid's luck is also too heaven-defying. Right, I've been gambling for a few years now. But I've never won an ice seed before. Yes, God is blind, the crowd immediately exploded. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. More were still mad with hatred. Why were they not as lucky as a rash kid after so many years of gambling with stones? The woman in white also looked at Yi Feng with a stunned face. Although she hadn't played with gambling stones for a long time, she knew how small the chances of having 2 pieces go up in a row were. Was this luck or strength? Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he handed the 3rd piece of raw stone to that stone-solving master. Continue. At this point, that master of stone deciphering already had no more contempt for Yi Feng. What kind of joke is this? He didn't believe in luck. To be able to gamble up 2 raw stones in a row. This was enough to prove that the young man in front of him was somewhat capable. Carefully receiving the piece of raw stone, the master who was deciphering the stone once again started the sander. Chop chop chop. This time, the master of stone solving didn't let out any exclamations of surprise. The crowd of onlookers looked at each other. What does it mean? Could it be that the unraveling collapsed this time? The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. If this kid had gambled up 3 pieces in a row, they really would have even had the heart to die. However, before they could be happy, they saw the master who was solving the stone remove the raw stone from the machine. A touch of green color that was even more dazzling than the 2 pieces just now was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Glass seed. The crowd of onlookers were struck by lightning, and they all froze on the spot. Glass seed water emerald. That is extremely rare. Many of the old players who have played gambling stones for a lifetime have never won a bet. And this young man, who was just laughed at by them as a loser, even won 3 pieces in a row. Moreover, the 3rd piece, even a rare glass seed. How could this make them embarrassed? The woman in white turned back to the old man behind her. Uncle Liu, what do you think? The old man called Uncle Liu looked at Yi Feng with a sharp gaze. This kid. It's not simple. The woman in white couldn't help but be staggered. This was the first time she had heard from Uncle Liu's mouth such praise for a young man. It seemed that this person, indeed, was somewhat interesting. However, the matter that left the crowd dumbfounded was not yet over. The 4th piece went up, 5th block. Up, the 6th block went up again, soon. Yi Feng's 9 pieces of raw stone were all finished. All of them were up. Without exception, now. Even a fool can see that this young man is no loser. This young man is not a loser. He is a real master. No, he's even better than a master. If he doesn't make a move, it's a sure thing. This is simply turning stones into gold. Everyone looked at Yi Feng again with a gaze filled with admiration. That white-clothed woman pondered for a moment and immediately took a step towards Yi Feng. "Hello, this gentleman. My name is Zhu Jingxin. Can I get to know you?" Yi Feng froze for a moment and was about to reply. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a plump body walked quickly. "Hello. It's Mr. Yi, right? I'm a friend of Mr. Chen. My name is Tian Daguang." Yi Feng couldn't care less about Zhu Jingxin. He hurriedly shook hands with Tian Daguang. "Hello, Mr. Tian. Mr. Chen should have told you about my intention, right?" Tian Daguang nodded his head hurriedly. He said that Mr. Yi has a piece of raw stone that he wants to offer for sale. If you are a friend of Mr. Chen, then you are my friend. I guarantee that I won't let you suffer. Yi Feng smiled faintly. "Please wait for a moment. Mr. Tian, I will go and fetch that piece of raw stone." After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the stone quarry. Zhu Jingxin, who was left out in the cold, frowned slightly when she saw this. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to befriend a member of the opposite sex. Unexpectedly, she was hung out to the side by the other party. "This guy, shelf is really big." Yi Feng quickly went and returned, holding the piece of jadeite raw stone found from the construction site. Then use a marker to draw a good marking line on it. This is carefully handed over to the master of the stone, and repeatedly instructed. Cutting time must be careful. The master immediately felt a great deal of pressure. Just now, when deciphering that pile of raw stones, the other party had not been so careful to advise. But he only paid such attention to this piece of raw stone. Could it be that there was something special about this stone? The crowd that was still watching was even more filled with anticipation. The master of the stone decomposition took a deep breath, put the piece of raw stone on the stone decomposition machine and fixed it, then started the grinding wheel. Chop, chop, chop. The sound of the grinding wheel slicing into the raw stone resounded once again. Everyone held their breath and waited in eager anticipation. Kada, the first cut was finished. The master who was solving the stone directly froze on the spot. It was as if he was petrified. There was no reaction. "What's the situation? Why don't you cut, master? What are you waiting for? Say something, Aya. I'm dying of anxiety. Why don't you give a quick word?" The crowd saw that he did not have any reaction. They all urged, after a long time. That master of stone decomposition only came back to his senses. Then tremblingly, he removed the piece of raw stone that had been opened, and raised it over his head as if it was a pilgrimage. Extreme Imperial Green. I actually solved the Emperor Green, with the sound of his excited voice. The entire quarry suddenly fell silent. Everyone stared at the raw stone with wide eyes and open mouths, dumbfounded. That green light was so green that it mesmerized people. It was the most beautiful color in the world. It was so beautiful that it moved the heart. It was as if it had a deadly magic. One couldn't help but be mesmerized by it. Zhu Jingxin was also stunned by this scene. Extreme Imperial Green. As the name suggests, this is the Emperor of Emeralds, also known as Emerald. Even a piece the size of a finger belly is enough to be used as a family heirloom. And I'm afraid this piece of raw stone in front of me must be several kilograms. Right, in front of the Emperor Green. All emeralds are the same as the stones in the pit. Instantly lost its luster. Even Yi Feng himself was deeply attracted by this Imperial Green. He didn't expect this Imperial Green to be so brilliant. It was dazzling. Tian Daguang was the first to react and hurriedly pulled over Yi Feng's hand. "Mr. Yi, you must sell me this piece of raw stone. I am willing to pay 600 million to buy it." Wow, as soon as he said this, the entire quarry boiling over. 600 million for a single stone. He had earned money that he wouldn't be able to spend in several lifetimes. It simply made people crazy with jealousy. Yi Feng shook his head after a moment of contemplation. Sorry. I don't want to sell this piece of raw stone. As soon as Tian Daguang heard that Yi Feng didn't want to sell it, he immediately became anxious. Mr. Yi, are you not satisfied with the price I offered? The price is whatever you want. I will never counter-offer. Yi Feng shook his head. It's not about the money, but I suddenly changed my mind. Tian Daguang was instantly a little disappointed, but he couldn't say anything else. Since the other party could know someone of Chen Qiushan's level, he must not be an ordinary person either. It was true that he would not care about this amount of money. Yi Feng was more or less a little bit overjoyed. I still have a bunch of raw stones there. If Boss Tian doesn't mind, just take them and give them at any price. Only then did Tian Daguang turn from sadness to joy. Although that a bunch of raw stone together cannot compare to this piece of imperial green, but at least are rare good material, roughly estimated, probably worth more than $30 million. Tian Daguang transferred the money to Yi Feng on the spot. Yi Feng was very satisfied with this. After deducting the cost of upgrading the navigation system and purchasing those raw stones, he had earned more than $10 million. It was not until then that Zhu Jingxin found the opportunity to come forward again. Mr. Yi, can we talk now? Yi Feng looked at her strangely. Do you have something to say? Zhu Jingxin had a charming smile on her face. I've been very interested in gambling stones recently. I wonder if I can ask Mr. Yi for knowledge about gambling stones. When Yi Feng heard this, he immediately shook his head and refused. I'm sorry. It's also my first time playing today. There's nothing I can teach you. He was telling the truth. The reason why he was able to continuously gamble up was entirely due to the system's instructions. In fact, he himself knew nothing about gambling on stones. But these words meant something else in Zhu Jingxin's ears. This guy was clearly stalling her. How dare he say it was his first day of play when he could continuously gamble up so many raw stones? How dare he say it's his first day? This was the first time she had ever been rejected by a guy in her entire life. She was about to say something else. Yi Feng did not give her this opportunity. Directly holding that piece of imperial green raw stone and left. Zhu Jingxin looked at his back, the curiosity in her gaze growing stronger and stronger. At this time, Uncle Liu, who was following her slowly, walked over. Miss, do you need me to investigate his background? Zhu Jingxin pondered for a moment and eventually shook her head. How pointless would that be? If I want to know his background, I'll naturally go check it out myself. Uncle Liu sniffed and sighed helplessly. This young lady of my home was good at everything, but she was just too curious. Didn't she know that being curious about a man was a very dangerous thing? Yi Feng put the piece of jadeite raw stone into the trunk and was about to start the car. At this time, he suddenly received a call from the Zhanghai Hot Springs Resort base, saying that he was asked to go and handle the handover procedures. Yi Feng then remembered that after completing the treasure hunting mission today, the system had rewarded him with a vacation base. Immediately, he started the car and rushed towards the vacation base. In fact, he had long heard of this vacation base. It was said to be very luxurious, and those who could generally come here to spend money were all rich people with more than $10 million. For the previous him, he naturally did not dare to hope for it. He didn't expect that one day he would become the owner of this place. When Yi Feng arrived at the vacation base, he saw a group of the base's executives waiting expectantly at the entrance. Seeing him arrive, one of them, a middle-aged man with a rather imposing look, took the lead in welcoming him. You are Mr. Yi, right? I am Huo Wenming, the chairman of the Hot Spring Resort base. Yi Feng politely shook his hand. Good day, Chairman Huo. Are the handover documents ready? Hua Wenming quickly nods, all ready, just waiting for Mr. Yi to sign. Yi Feng didn't say anything more, and was directly flanked by a group of executives as he walked into the office building. For this kind of handover, he had long been familiar with it. It took less than half an hour to complete all the handover work. Hua Wenming stood up as if relieved. Congratulations to Mr. Yi, no, Chairman Yi. From now on you are the owner of this hot spring resort base. Saying that, he took a black card from his subordinate's hand. This is the Super VIP card of our hot spring vacation base. Number 001. Please also accept it. Yi Feng curiously receives the black card. What can this VIP card do? Hua Wenming hurriedly explains. Our resort base has a prestigious heavenly pool. Only with this kind of Super VIP card can you go in and experience it. Yi Feng is instantly aroused. How many of these cards are there in total? Hua Wenming stretched out 3 fingers. There are only 3 in total now. The other 2 were gifted to 2 bigwigs in Shanghai. Yi Feng instantly became interested. Then I really want to go and experience it. Hua Wenming hurriedly spoke. I've already prepared dinner for Chairman Yi. Why don't we wait until after dinner? Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. Dinner is not necessary. Let's wait for the next opportunity. Hua Wenming sees that he insists, so he doesn't say anything more. He personally sent him to the door. Yi Feng walked alone in the vacation base, enjoying the surrounding scenery. This hot spring vacation base really lived up to its name. The scenery was very pleasant. There was an endless stream of tourists coming to the resort. Just then, he suddenly saw a large group of people surrounding him in front. There were also a few quarrels coming from the crowd from time to time. Could it be that there was some kind of dispute? Curious, Yi Feng walked over. Then, a familiar figure was seen in the crowd. Wasn't that Zia Q? Due to various problems, the address has changed to please bookmark the new address to avoid getting lost. The chapter content of the web version is slow. Please read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please read the latest chapter. The new provides you with the fastest opening to pick up 1 billion updates in the rental house. 71. The first day of play, lying to the ghost, read for free. Yi Feng completely did not expect that he would meet Zia Q here. Behind her, there was also a group of crew members with camera equipment. It looked like they should have come here to take scenes, but they seemed to be in some trouble at this moment. A bearded, middle-aged man who looked like a director was arguing with the staff of the vacation base. How much do you guys want? Can't we just give it? Why don't you let us in? The staff of the base had a very tough attitude. I'm really sorry, the base has regulations. The heavenly pool is not open to the public. If you guys want to shoot, you can go to the ordinary bathhouse. The bearded director was angry and laughed at his words. That's ridiculous. It's the same as your vacation base. Why is the heavenly pool not open to the public? Are you afraid that we can't afford it? How about you say it? How much will it cost to let us in? That staff member was also a bit angry. I've already said that the heavenly pool is specially set up for Super VIP. Unless you have a Super VIP card, you won't be able to get in for any amount of money. The bearded director tried to suppress his anger. Fine. Then tell me where to go to apply for the Super VIP card. We'll go and apply for it now. The staff indifferently shook their heads. Can't do it. The bearded director couldn't hold back any longer. You're deliberately making things difficult for us. Right, you said that only Super VIP can enter. And now you're saying that you can't do it with a Super VIP card. Are you playing with us? The staff laughed coldly. Because our Super VIP card is only given to the top big shots. So far only 2 have been given out. It's not something you can do just because you have money. The implication was, if you want to get a Super VIP card, you are not worthy. The bearded director was trembling with anger and wanted to continue arguing. At this time, ZQ hurriedly dragged him to a stop. Director, forget it. since they won't let us in. Let's just film at another venue. The bearded director was instantly anxious. That's not good. This scene is the main event. Where are we going to find another venue at a moment's notice? ZQ didn't know what to do either. Just then, she suddenly glanced at a familiar figure in the crowd. Thinking she had misread it, she took a closer look. It wasn't Yi Feng. Yi Feng, she immediately greeted with surprise, hearing her shout. Everyone at the scene turned around to look, especially among the crowd of onlookers. There were quite a few of her fans. All wanted to see what kind of person could make their idol so delighted. Yi Feng originally did not want to draw too much attention. But since he had already been called out by ZQ, he had no choice but to walk forward. What a coincidence to meet you here. ZQ's pair of beautiful eyes stared at him dead on. Yes, someone didn't know to give me a call. Do you want me, a girl, to take the initiative to call you? Her words would easily cause ambiguity. It was as if a girl in love was pampering her boyfriend. Sister Wang on the side was afraid of causing misunderstanding among the fans, and hurriedly coughed twice. Mr. Yi, long time no see. Yi Feng greeted Sister Wang. Did you guys encounter any difficulties? Sister Wang sighed. Speaking of this matter, I have to thank you. Last time, Elder Tan did a favor for your sake. The above sort of passed our script, and now it has entered the shooting stage. Yi Feng nodded. Isn't this a good thing? Sister Wang was a bit sad. Today, we had planned to come to the Tianch to shoot a heavy scene. But the staff died and wouldn't let us in. Yi Feng turned his head to look at ZQ. Does this scene have to be filmed? ZQ gently nodded. This scene is the most important scene of the whole movie. We looked for many venues, but this is the most suitable. Yi Feng pondered for a moment and immediately got up and walked in front of that staff. Anyway, it's empty inside now, so let them go in and shoot. Hearing his words, everyone at the scene was stunned. Just now, that staff member had already said that this heavenly pool was only open for Super VIP. That bearded director had already spoken bitterly for half a day. But it was simply futile. Wasn't this guy making a fool of himself? That bearded director couldn't help but roll his eyes. He really didn't know how ZQ knew this kind of flunky. It couldn't be that he was fooled by his flowery words, could it? ZQ also hurried over at this time and tugged on Yi Feng. Forget it, they won't let us in. Sure enough, the staff member also revealed a disdainful expression. Who do you think you are if you say you'll let us in? You can go in if you want to. As long as you bring your Super VIP card over, I guarantee to let you guys in without saying a word. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Yi Feng pull a black card out of his pocket and hand it over to him. Can I enter now? That staff member's eyes immediately widened. Super VIP card. The moment he said this, everyone present was stunned. From the staff member's words just now, they could also hear how precious this Super VIP card was. There were currently only 2 of them given away in total. Only super powerful people could have them. Then how terrifying must the background of this young man in front of them be? That bearded director was also taken aback. ZQ actually knew someone of this level. That was too frightening. Right, not to mention him. Even ZQ and Sister Wang were completely confused. Although they knew that Yi Feng was powerful, but they also didn't expect that Yi Feng could be powerful to such an extent. To be able to have such a precious Super VIP card was enough to show how much the vacation base valued him, how many more secrets were hidden in him. And when that staff member saw the number on that Super VIP card, he was so scared that he almost sat on the ground. Surprisingly, it was card number 001. One had to know that those 2 top bigwigs of Shanghai City had only been given card numbers 002 and 003. One could imagine how precious this 001 card was. Now, can I bring them in? Yi Feng inquired once again. Can. I'll take you in now. That staff member panicked and led the way in front. Due to various problems, the address changed to please collect the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please read the latest chapter. The new provides you with the fastest opening in the rental house to pick up a billion updates. 72. Do you still want me to be a girl to take the initiative to call you? Read for free. Zia Q. What is this friend of yours from? The crew followed that staff and Yi Feng into the Tianshai. The bearded director found an opportunity and hurriedly inquired to Zia Q. Several core members of the crew also looked over curiously. To be honest, I'm not too sure. I've only met him a few times. Zia Q answered honestly. But everyone else was obviously not too convinced. After only meeting a few times, the other party was willing to do such a great favor. But it's true that this script of ours was able to pass the review because of him. Zia Q added another sentence. The few people were shocked when they heard this. They were all still wondering, having previously entrusted a lot of connections. This script had never been able to pass the vetting. But a few days ago, they suddenly received a call from Zia Q, saying that the script had passed the review. They were all guessing who had so much energy, unexpectedly. It was this young man for a while. Several core members of the crew were in awe of Yi Feng. While talking, several people had already entered the interior of the heavenly pool. Then, everyone was completely shocked by the beauty in front of them. The interior of the heavenly pool was richly decorated, perfectly combining both classical and modern elements. There was a huge hot spring pool in the center, which was surrounded by white mist. It made the entire Tianshai look like a fairyland. All the people in the crew couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It was as if Liu Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. Zia Q also couldn't help but marvel. It's so beautiful here. Yi Feng, who was walking next to her, was very calm. It's all right. Seeing this, Zia Q couldn't help but skim her mouth. He was so calm. But it looked like he was a bit of an underachiever. I'm going to change clothes first. After saying this, she beamed and walked away. Yi Feng shook his head and smiled, finding an empty seat to sit down and rest. The staff member who had stopped the door before immediately brought a cup of drink. Sir, just now my tone was a bit not so good. I'm really sorry. Since the other party possessed the 001 Super VIP card, the status was definitely extraordinary. As long as the other party gave a word, he or she would probably have to roll up and leave. Yi Feng took the drink and took a sip. You are also duty-bound. I won't make things difficult for you. That staff member smiled and hurriedly thanked him 1,000 times. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. No wonder the other party could have VIP card number 001. Look at this measure of others. It's just not the same. Yi Feng didn't bother with him anymore and turned his head to enjoy the scenery of the heavenly pond. No wonder this place had become the holy land of the hot spring vacation base. This scenery, indeed, makes people linger on and enjoy the beauty. Just at this moment, he suddenly heard Zia Q's voice ringing behind him. What are you looking at? Yi Feng turned back as if nothing had happened. Then, the whole person froze, only to see Zia Q at this moment, standing there wearing a white muslin robe and bare jade feet. A head of long waterfall-like hair was casually spread out. A breeze blew by, causing her entire body to float. It was a few points more beautiful than the scenery in the heavenly pond. Yi Feng's heart beat wildly, uncontrollably. When Zia Q saw this expression on his face, she was secretly happy in her heart. However, he purposely made a face. Mr. Yi, isn't it a bit impolite for you to look at a girl with such eyes? Yi Feng hurriedly coughed twice and averted his gaze. It was rare for Zia Q to see him embarrassed. So, she finally couldn't help herself and laughed out with a giggle. Only then did Yi Feng realize that she was deliberately teasing him. He cast a blank stare in a bad mood. This slightly intimate interaction between the two fell in the eyes of Sister Wang, who was not far away. This couldn't help but make her mind turn. A few contacts had given her a clear understanding of Yi Feng's strength. This young man's energy was simply beyond her expectations. Every time something they couldn't solve with all their efforts, it was solved in Yi Feng's hands. It was enough to prove the terrifying strength of the other party. If Zia Q could have such a backer, wouldn't she walk sideways in the entertainment industry in the future? If Zia Q had a backer, then she, the agent, would naturally rise. Thinking of this, she gradually had an idea in her mind. Just as Yi Feng and Zia Q were having a casual conversation without a word. At this time, another noise was suddenly heard coming from them. The two turned around and looked. They saw the bearded director arguing about something with the staff member from before again. What's going on? Yi Feng saw that the two were getting more and more noisy, so he had to interrupt out loud. The bearded director hurriedly came over. Mr. Yi, because of the shooting needs, we want to rearranging the scenes here. But he stopped and didn't allow it. That staff member was also very aggrieved. Mr. Yi, the decor in the Heavenly Pond are all very expensive. If I let them do whatever they want, I can't afford the responsibility. Yi Feng immediately waved his hand. Let them do it. I'll be responsible for any problems. That staff member's tone also became a few points tougher. Mr. Yi, although you are our super VIP here, you don't have the power to make changes to the heavenly pool unless you have the consent of our chairman. When Zia Q and the others heard this, they were all a bit helpless. The other party didn't even give face to the super VIP. So it seemed that it really didn't make sense this time. Yi Feng, however, didn't move as he took out his phone and called Huo Wenming. Spoke about what happened here. Huo Wenming hurriedly compensates. Mr. Yi, it's me who didn't think things through. You give the phone to the staff. Yi Feng didn't say any more and directly handed the phone to that staff member. That staff member hesitantly took the phone. Huo Dong, this is Zhao Xiaming. As soon as he opened his mouth, he heard Huo Wenming's angry voice come through. Are you fucking blind? Mr. Yi is the new chairman of our base. Even Lao Zai has to listen to him now. What qualifications do you have to stand in the way of Dong Yi? Do you still want to work? Huo Wenming cursed for a few minutes before hanging up the phone. The staff member named Zhao Xiaming was on the verge of crying from the scolding. Both hands handed the cell phone back to Yi Feng, pulling out a smile that was worse than crying. Yi Dong, I really don't know that you are actually the new boss here. If I knew that, even if I were given 100 guts, I wouldn't dare to block you. Once he said this, the entire crew was stunned. Especially Zia Q and Sister Wang. How could they not expect that Yi Feng was the new boss of this hot spring vacation base? This news was too scary. This hot spring vacation base, I'm afraid it was worth at least a few $100 million. Right? If you can acquire this place, then the assets must be at least a few billion. Right, to be so young and have billions of dollars. This is simply too horrible. Comparatively speaking, Zia Q was quite calm. Whether Yi Feng was a billionaire or a pauper, to her, it didn't make much difference. At most, she was just surprised. However, Sister Wang's thoughts were different from hers. The stronger Yi Feng was, the more it strengthened her idea of setting up Zia Q and Yi Feng together. In the entertainment circle, having a backer and not having a backer were simply two different concepts. This script review was an example. Besides, Yi Feng was young, rich, and quite handsome. It was always much better than some female stars' godfathers. Right? Zia Q didn't know right now that this agent of hers was already planning to pimp her and Yi Feng. After chatting with Yi Feng for a while longer, the crew side had already set up the scene, so they got up and went to start shooting. Lighting team prepare. Recording team get ready. Camera team get ready. 3, 2, 1. Action. With the director's order, the entire crew moved. Yi Feng just sat in the leisure area, sipping a drink while watching them shoot with great interest. Without realizing it, the first scene was already finished. At this time, it was already getting late. The director looked at the time and announced that they would shoot here today and continue tomorrow. Zia Q dragged her tired body and walked back. How do you think I acted? She looked at Yi Feng with a pair of big eyes full of anticipation. It was like an elementary school student waiting for a teacher to praise her. Yi Feng pondered for a moment. I think you'd better go back to singing. When Zia Q heard this, she was a bit irritated. Can't you encourage people? Yi Feng instantly smiled. Just kidding with you. You act very well and have the potential to become a movie queen. Zia Q was still not satisfied. Not sincere at all. Yi Feng immediately cried out, Missy, it's not okay for me to say you acted poorly. And it's not okay for me to say you acted well. So how should I answer? Zia Q righteously pointed out. When I ask you, the first thing you should do is to praise me. And your expression should be stale. Your eyes should be sincere, and your tone should be firm. Yi Feng listened to her chanting like pointing out. And it was so depressing. I am really too difficult. Zia Q put away her joking expression. Just kidding. You helped us so much today. I'll treat you to a meal tonight. Yi Feng shook his head. Forget it. I plan to soak in the hot spring for a while. When the passing crew members heard this, they all nearly fell head over heels. What was this guy thinking? People like Zia Q were at least a big star, taking the initiative to invite you to dinner. And you actually want to go to a hot spring? This was like the Monkey King fixing the 7 fairies but running off to pick peaches. It was simply a disgrace for men. Zia Q was not angry when he rejected her. But I don't like to owe people favors. Tell me, how do you want me to repay you? Yi Feng saw that she was so persistent, so he joked. Then you stay and accompany me in the hot spring. As soon as he said this, the entire crew cast a look of contempt. Letting a girl accompany you to the hot spring? Are you sure it's just a hot spring? Stinky table face. Zia Q obviously thought of something as well. And her pretty face instantly reddened to the roots of her ears. Who wants to soak in a hot spring with you? She glared at him in annoyance, who knew that at this time. Sister Wang suddenly interjected. It just so happens that you've been filming for a day today, and your body is a bit tired. So why don't you accompany Mr. Yi to soak for a while? When Zia Q heard the agent's words, her small mouth immediately opened wide. Normally, Sister Wang was very protective of her, and without exaggeration, she was on the verge of banning her from all contact with the opposite sex. But today, she would actually take the initiative to let her soak in a hot spring with a man. Although Zia Q was still a bit shy. But Yi Feng and Sister Wang both said so. She was too embarrassed to refuse anymore. She could only lower her head and agree. Then, I'll go change my clothes first. Then, it was a quick step to run away. This time it was Yi Feng's turn to be confused. He was just joking. Who knew that the other party actually agreed? What to do now? Really want to soak in a hot spring with a woman? This is not too good. Right? He was a serious person. Sister Wang, didn't you used to not let me have too much contact with the opposite sex? What's going on today? Zia Q entered the dressing room and looked at Sister Wang in puzzlement. Are you stupid? This is the time and the other is the time. Understand, Sister Wang was a bit hateful. Don't understand? Zia Q shook her head. Sister Wang was speechless and had to change her words. Mr. Yi has helped us so much. Shouldn't you be grateful? Zia Q nodded this time. I should. That's why I wanted to invite him for dinner. But he refused. Sister Wang nudged her on the forehead. If I didn't say you're stupid. Mr. Yi was there to protect you. If you guys go out to eat, in case you are photographed by the paparazzi, it will have a great impact on you. When Zia Q heard it, it seemed to be a bit reasonable, but letting me soak in a hot spring with him? It's too embarrassing. Right, we've only known each other for a short while. Sister Wang hurriedly comforted. Don't worry, I'll go in later to accompany you, all right. Hurry up and go change your clothes, don't let Mr. Yi wait too long. Ziyu always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say. It could only twist her head and walk into the changing room. By the time Yi Feng changed his clothes and came out, the crew had all been evacuated. Only a pile of equipment was left behind, ready to continue filming tomorrow. He walked to the side of the hot spring pool and tried the water temperature. It was slightly hot. After several consecutive tries, he didn't dare to step down. Just then, he suddenly heard a sound of footsteps behind him. Turning back to look, he saw Ziyu wearing a white bathrobe, walking in style. There was a ribbon tied in the middle of the bathrobe, strangling her waist to a full grip. The hem of the bathrobe revealed 2 cuts of white and slender calves, which was particularly tantalizing. He was instantly dumbfounded, was about to get up to greet. At this time, there was a sudden slip under his feet. Flop, the entire person fell into the hot spring pool. It splashed a large amount of water. Ziyu was still a bit nervous, but when she saw his wretched appearance, she burst out laughing. Yi Feng flopped in the water for a while before he was able to stand still. Seeing Ziyu laughing at the edge of the pool, he was suddenly in a mischievous mood. With one hand, he grabbed her delicate ankle and gently pulled it. Ah! Ziyu screamed and fell into the water with a thud. Yi Feng was also afraid of choking her and hurriedly helped her up again. Yi Feng, you big bad guy. Ziyu was already scared out of her wits and immediately punched him on the shoulder. Seeing this scene, Sister Wang immediately smiled heartily and quietly retreated. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was looking at Ziyu blankly at this moment, and was instantly mesmerized. At this time, the bathrobe on her body was already completely wet and tightly stuck to her body. The already perfect figure was even more curvaceous and proud now. His breathing gradually began to get rough. Ziyu met his aggressive gaze, and her entire body instantly panicked, hurriedly turning back to seek help from Sister Wang. However, Sister Wang had already disappeared without a trace. Now, even if she was stupid, she had already reacted. Sister Wang obviously wanted her to climb up the mountain of Yi Feng and deliberately set her up. Thinking about this, her whole body's nerves immediately tensed up. The gaze that looked at Yi Feng was filled with fear. Are you all right? Yi Feng took the initiative to open his mouth to apologize while taking a step forward. You don't come over. Ziyu hurriedly took a step backward. What are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you up. Yi Feng felt funny when he saw her looking so wary. Ouch. Ziyu was about to open her mouth when she suddenly cried out in pain and was about to fall down immediately. Yi Feng's eyes and hands were quick and hurriedly held her up. What's wrong? Ziyu's face showed a painful expression. I have a cramp in my foot. Yi Feng sniffed and immediately picked her up. What are you doing? Ziyu's voice was a little shaky. Yi Feng didn't answer and directly carried her to the open space by the pool. Which foot has a cramp? His tone was a bit overbearing. This one. Ziyu hastily pointed to her right foot. Yi Feng didn't say anything more and hurriedly grabbed her jade foot and gently rubbed it. Ziyu lightly hummed. Her pretty face red. It wasn't known if it was from being steamed by the water vapor of the hot spring pool, or because of something else. She had never had such intimate contact with the opposite sex when she grew up. In the past, when she was in school, her parents were very strict with her. When she went to college, she was selected by an entertainment company and started to enter the entertainment industry. The agent watched over her even more tightly. In addition to her work, in private, she was not allowed to contact anyone of the opposite sex. Yi Feng could be said to be the male she had the most contact with other than her colleagues at work. After a few contacts, The charm emanating from the other party gradually gave her a hint of a strange feeling. Gradually, her eyes began to become mesmerized. Yi Feng helped her massage her for a while before raising his head. "How is it now?" Zia Q immediately averted her gaze. Can do it." Yi Feng didn't think much about it. Slowly stood up. "It seems that this hot spring can't be soaked. So let's go back today." Zia Q hurriedly nodded her head. I'll go change clothes first." After saying that, she quickly fled. Yi Feng looked at her flustered back and couldn't help but scratch his head. What was wrong with her? Alas! A girl's mind is so hard to guess. After the two changed their clothes, they walked out of the Tianchi together. Sister Wang, who was waiting outside, hurriedly greeted her. Out so soon? As soon as Zia Q saw her, she immediately became annoyed. "Wait for me to go back and settle the score with you." Sister Wang immediately shrank back in fear, not daring to say anything more. Zia Q calmed down a bit and turned her head to look at Yi Feng. After a while, "Can you come to my greeting ceremony?" Yi Feng scratched his head. "I'm not a member of the crew. It's not quite appropriate." Right, Zia Q was a bit anxious. "What's inappropriate? This is my first movie. It's important to me." Yi Feng saw that she had said so, and already agreed in his heart. However, his mouth was another way of saying, "It's important to you. What does it have to do with me? What kind of person am I to you?" Zia Q suddenly opened her mouth and didn't know how to answer. Yi Feng saw this dilemma of hers and couldn't help but smile smugly. "Nothing else. Then I'll leave first." Zia Q was a bit anxious. "Then are you coming or not? Depends on whether I have the time or not," Yi Feng said, walking away without looking back. Zia Q looked at his back, unable to return to her senses for a long time. In her heart, she was angry, shy, and a little reluctant. Sister Wang on the side once again came over. "He has already left. We should also go back." Zia Q looked back over, her eyes full of anger. "What do you mean today? What do you take me for? That's also for your own good." Such a young and rich man is not rare. If you don't do it quickly, it will be snatched away by someone else. What does whether he has money or not have anything to do with me? Am I that kind of woman? You're not. I am. Okay, then why don't you go to the hot springs with him? I'd like to, but he doesn't see me. Then can he look at me? That depends on whether you try hard enough. I will bite you to death. The next day after coming back from the hot spring vacation base, Yi Feng drove his Lycan supercar early in the morning, ready to go to school. But just as he drove out of the villa, he suddenly received a call from Fatty Chu. "Brother Feng, are you coming to school today?" Fatty Chu's voice was a bit anxious. What's wrong? Yi Feng was unsure. "Then you have to be careful. Du Ming might want to find trouble with you." Fatty Chu hurriedly reminded. Who is Du Ming? Yi Feng couldn't recall that he knew such a person. "You don't even know Du Ming. He is the head of the discipline department of the student union, specializing in rectifying discipline." Fatty Chu gave him a brief introduction. "What does the Minister of Discipline have to do with me?" Yi Feng still didn't figure it out. "Aren't you always not coming to class lately?" He grabbed the pigtails, and even let slip that he wanted to take you to set a typical example and deal with it seriously. Fatty Chu's tone was a little anxious. "Is he not sick? There are more people who skip classes. Why take me to set a typical?" Yi Feng was a bit enraged. "I heard that he has been chasing after Shen Beishan. But School Flower Shen has been ignoring him. And now School Flower Shen has hooked up with you. He must be trying to take personal revenge." Fatty Chu gave him a little analysis. "Fuck off. What do you mean hooked up? Can you speak?" Yi Feng was dissatisfied with his wording. "That's not the point. The point is that Du Ming wants to fix you. You must be careful." Fatty Chu instructed in a serious tone. He want to fix me? Then we have to see if he has that ability." Yi Feng laughed coldly and hung up the phone, not putting that what's-her-name Du Ming on his mind. with his current strength. Not to mention that the other party was just a small school's disciplinary department head. Even if he was the school's leader. So what, if he dared to mess with him? He was just looking for death. Just at this moment, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. New chance navigation found. System navigation is on. Please drive in a straight line along the current street and turn left after 200 meters. Yi Feng was instantly happy and immediately traveled according to the navigation guidelines. He soon saw an old man with white hair on the roadside in front of him, waving at the oncoming vehicles. Beside the old man was an old sedan, which looked like it should have broken down. Next to the car, there was an old woman with a pained expression on her face. Although the old man sold the help, but the passing cars simply no one stopped. These days, there were too many people who touched the porcelain, and no one was willing to meddle. Yi Feng sighed and directly drove the car over and pushed the door to get out. Grandpa. What happened? That old man had already despaired. At this moment, he suddenly saw a car stop and once again, hope rose. Little brother, my old partner had a heart attack. Urgently need to send to the hospital, please help us. Get in the car. Without saying a word, Yi Feng hurriedly joined hands with the old man to help the old lady into the car. Then he stepped on the gas pedal to the end. The lichened supercar left a gorgeous residual shadow and disappeared in the same place. Passing pedestrians saw this scene and shook their heads and sighed. This idiot still has not suffered the social beatings. After being pitched a few times, he knows that people's hearts are treacherous. Yi Feng didn't care about what other people thought, and directly raised the speed of the car to the limit. Under his skillful operation, the car flew through the traffic. The nearest hospital, according to the normal speed, it would take at least more than 20 minutes to arrive, but it only took him less than 10 minutes to drive into the hospital's courtyard. Doctor, there is a patient here. Yi Feng helped the old lady out of the car and hurriedly called out. The medical staff rushed to the scene and hurriedly sent the old lady to the emergency room. It was only until then that Yi Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of chance, rewarding 30 of the shares of Southwind Civic Entertainment Limited. Yi Feng couldn't help but freeze when he heard the name Southwind Entertainment. This name, why was it so familiar? It seemed like he had heard it somewhere before he could think about it in detail. At this time, the old man walked over quickly. Little brother, I really don't know how to thank you. This time, if you didn't help me out, my old companion is afraid that this time, I will be, he said, and was about to kneel down towards him. Seeing this, Yi Feng quickly helped him up. Grandpa, what are you doing? I'm just lifting my hand. The old man's face was full of gratitude. For you it's a show of hands, but for us it's a life-saving favor. I still have a few tens of thousands of dollars here. Consider it a thank you gift. Saying that, from the bag he was carrying, he pulled out a bunch of thick bills. Yi Feng was instantly a bit displeased. Grandpa, aren't you scolding me? I only saved you guys out of kindness, not for this amount of money from you. That old man's old face turned red and hurriedly put the money away. It's me who was abrupt. Alas. Good children like you are really rare nowadays. Looking at your age and appearance, you're still a student, right? I don't know which school it is that can teach a good boy like you. Yi Feng answered honestly. I'm from Shanghai University. The old man froze. You are from Shanghai University. Yi Feng felt a little strange when he saw his expression. Yeah, what's wrong? The old man froze for a long time, then suddenly threw back his head and laughed. Don't you recognize me? Yi Feng was a bit confused. Should I know you? The old man had an odd smile on his face. Then it seems that you are not a good student either. You don't even recognize me as the principal? It was Yi Feng's turn to look dumbfounded. You mean, you are the principal of Shanghai University? The old man smiled and nodded. I am Hu Donghai. the president of Shanghai University, as if I were a fake. But it's not your fault. I'm older now and usually go to school less often. It's normal that you don't recognize me. Yi Feng smiled awkwardly. President who? Well, at this time, he received another call from Fatty Chu, which temporarily relieved Yi Feng of his embarrassment. He hurriedly picked up the phone. What's wrong, Fatty, brother Feng? You hurry to come to school now. Du Ming just came to the class to take roll call. Saw you didn't come again. Said that he is going to apply to the school today to give you a disciplinary action. Yi Feng frowned after listening to Fatty Chu's words. Good. I know. I'll go back to school now. After hanging up the phone, he hurriedly smiled apologetically to Hu Donghai. Principal, I have to hurry back to school. If I don't go back, I will be treated as a typical case. Hu Donghai nodded his head in understanding. Then you go back first. Drive carefully on the road. Yi Feng was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Hu Donghai suddenly called him back. Right, I still don't know what's your name, Yi Feng hurriedly replied. My name is Yi Feng, Hu Donghai silently recited his name twice, memorizing it. Let's leave a contact information for each other. If there are any difficulties, remember to call me. Yi Feng didn't think much about it and immediately exchanged contact information with him. Then, he left in a hurry. When he arrived at the school, it was recess time. As soon as Yi Feng walked into the classroom, Fatty Chu eagerly greeted him. Brother Feng, that Du Ming is the head of the discipline department of the school student union. This time he caught your pigtail again. You must not play hardball with him. The big deal is that if you let him out of his anger, maybe it will pass. Yi Feng was about to reply. At this time, he suddenly heard someone shouting at him from the door. Yi Feng, come to the student union. Yi Feng turned around and looked at the person. A cold smile appeared on his face. It was estimated that Du Ming had long arranged for someone to wait for him near the classroom. Otherwise, it couldn't be such a coincidence. As soon as he entered the classroom, the other party happened to come over. Since the other party wanted to mess with Yi Feng with all his heart, then he naturally did not have the reason to retreat. Yi Feng immediately turned around and walked out of the classroom. Fatty Chu was afraid that he would be impulsive and hurriedly followed him. Seeing this, the other students in the classroom also followed and wanted to see what was going on. When Yi Feng arrived at the student union, he saw several people sitting in the room. There were both men and women, and everyone's expression was very serious. Fatty Chu hurriedly pointed to a boy with glasses sitting in the center and whispered to him. That's Du Ming. Yi Feng looked in the direction he pointed. Seeing that Du Ming's good looks, he seemed to be the kind of good student who was liked by the teacher. Only, this heart is a bit too small. Right, we are looking for Yi Feng. Everyone else go out. Du Ming first blasted Fatty Chu and the others out of the room before turning his head to look at Yi Feng. You are Yi Feng. Yi Feng pulled a chair and sat down. Why do you need to knowingly ask, seeing how arrogant he was? Du Ming slammed the table. Did I tell you to sit down? Yi Feng looked at him with a calm face. Are you interrogating a prisoner? Even if you are interrogating a prisoner, you have to let the prisoner sit down before interrogating him. Right, Du Ming's face became grim. Yi Feng, I see that you haven't realized your mistake yet. Yi Feng huffed as if nothing had happened. What mistake did I make? Du Ming slapped a record book on the table. You have been absent from class for many days in a row. The impact is very bad. Do you still want to argue? Yi Feng let out a light laugh. Who hasn't missed classes? You haven't, or haven't they? Do you guys dare to check the records? The faces of the few people sitting with Du Ming were a bit not so good. How many people who went to college didn't miss classes? Especially a lot of boring classes. They all found excuses to say that the student union had something to do. And most of them didn't go to them. Really want to break up, each of them. Really have truancy records. At the door to watch the fat man chew a few people. All shouted overjoyed. Usually, This group of people from the student union always flaunted their power in front of them. But not many people dared to dislike them to their faces. Today, Yi Feng could be considered to have taken out a breath of bad luck for them. Seeing that his side's momentum was suppressed, Du Ming once again slapped the table. Can you compare with us? We are busy with the student council. We are serving our classmates. Can that be called absenteeism? Yi Feng nodded in agreement. Well said. Then how do you know that I am not serving my classmates? Du Ming sneered. Then tell me, how did you serve your classmates? Yi Feng had a serious expression on his face. I'm a person with a quirk. If the class time is too long, I get easily annoyed, and when I'm annoyed, I want to beat people up. So, for the sake of the safety of my classmates, I don't come to class. Don't you think I'm great, Puhahaha? Fatty Chu and the others sniffed and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Anyone could hear that Yi Feng was talking nonsense. However, it was just so cool to hear. Even the few people from the student council, they all couldn't help but laugh a little. But they all quickly held it in. Du Ming's face was so dark that it was scary. Yi Feng, I'm telling you this much for your own good. If you still have this attitude, then I can only apply to the school and give you a demerit. When Fatty Chu and the others heard this, their faces changed dramatically at the same time. This Du Ming was also too ruthless. Right, wasn't it just missing a few classes? As for giving someone a demerit, this was something that had to be written in the file. And it would affect one's ability to find a job after graduation. He's trying to ruin Yi Feng's future, of course, with Yi Feng's current wealth. He doesn't care about the file. Let's just say that this person's intention is sinister, so they will be chilled by it. Du Ming looked at Yi Feng proudly. Kid, still want to fight with me, scared? Yi Feng smiled disdainfully and was about to open his mouth. At this time, he saw Shen Beite huffing and puffing as she walked in. Du Ming, what the hell do you want? Seeing her arrival, Du Ming stood up in a panic and accompanied her with a smiling face. President Shen, why are you here? Shen Beishan glared at him with hatred. Then she turned to look at Yi Feng with a very nervous expression. They didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Yi Feng threw her a comforting look. That's not true. It's me who's making things difficult for them. Shen Baitian glared at him without any good humor. It's already time. And you're still not serious in your speech. Although it was the same glare. The 2 times before and after had very different meanings. Moreover, the tone of the two conversing was very intimate. To the ears of those present, it was like a conversation between a boyfriend and girlfriend. It seemed that the rumor that the two were in a relationship was not an empty rumor. When Du Ming saw this scene, his face became more and more gloomy. President Shen, this matter has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't interfere. When Du Ming saw the intimate interaction between Shen Beishan and Yi Feng, his face immediately turned cold. What if I have to interfere? Shen Beishan put on a brash stance. This is a matter for our discipline department. You're not qualified to intervene. When Du Ming saw that she was still defending Yi Feng, the jealousy in his heart increased. Discipline department, what a big bully, as the head of the student union. I'm still not qualified to meddle in this matter. Moreover, my grandfather and principal who have been old friends for many years. Shall I ask him to call Principal Hu? Let's see if you can still be the head of the discipline department. Shen Beishan usually detested those rich second-generation people who were bullying others. But this time, in order to defend Yi Feng, she also had to become the person she hated the most. Du Ming was disliked by her several times in public, and his face was a little embarrassed. The more Shen Beishan defended Yi Feng, it made the jealousy in his heart grow stronger. I've always acted according to discipline. He did something wrong, so he should be punished. I know that you are the president of the student union and that your Shen family is powerful. So it's easy for you to want to dismiss me as a minister, but wanting me. Du Ming, To go against my principles is never possible. I'll put my words here today. If Yifeng isn't punished today, without you having to use the authority in your own hands and your family's connections, I'll voluntarily resign from this position of Minister of Discipline. He spoke these words in an impassioned and powerful manner. It portrayed a vivid image of a hero who was oppressed by strong power but remained upright. Those few people from the student council were all infected by his words. One after another, they turned their angry gazes towards Yifeng and Shen Beishan. This time, even Shen Beishan couldn't help but frown. How was this going to be good? Was it really necessary to use the strong power in one's hands? Or use one's grandfather's connections to plead with the principal? But once she used her own power, today's incident would more or less break the hearts of her colleagues in the student council. And once you go to Grandpa has always been very averse to this kind of thing. If not, it would also damage Yifeng's image in Grandpa's mind. Just when she was at a loss of what to do, Yifeng's cell phone suddenly rang. Taking it out and looking at it, it was actually Principal Hu calling. Yifeng hesitated for a moment, but still put the call through. Little Yi student, you're back in school, right? It didn't delay your classes, did it? Hu Donghai's concerned voice came from the phone. No, Grandma Hu is fine now, right? Yifeng hurriedly inquired. Aya, it was too vicious. The doctor said that if she had arrived a few minutes later, the gods wouldn't have been able to save her. Speaking of which, you're still my old partner's lifesaver. Hu Donghai said with palpitating heart. It's good that it's okay. When I have time, I'll go to the hospital to visit her old man. Yifeng was talking to Principal Hu. At this time, Du Ming suddenly walked up and snatched his cell phone. Yifeng, you are too arrogant, aren't you? You haven't even talked about your truancy yet. And you still have the face to make a phone call. With that, he slapped his cell phone on the table with a bang. Perhaps he had pressed the speakerphone button unintentionally. And then he heard Hu Donghai's voice coming out. Xiaowei student. What happened? Du Ming had now lost his mind and immediately yelled into the phone. You're Yifeng's parent, right? He is now doing a review in the discipline department because he missed class. If you have something to do, wait for our side to finish dealing with it and then call back. After saying that, he was about to hang up the phone. At this time, he heard Principal Hu on the other side ask in a cold tone. You're Du Ming from the discipline department of the school student union. Right. Du Ming was stunned at the words. How would the other party know his name? Taking another look at the caller ID Principal Hu, a wave of cool air suddenly went straight from his heels to the back of his head. Principal Hu, the moment he said this, everyone present was startled. Surprisingly, it was Principal Hu. How did Yifeng have Principal Hu's phone number? Moreover, listening to the conversation between the two just now, the relationship was still very close. They called each other Grandma Hu and thought they were relatives. Hu Donghai's voice was a bit serious. Du Ming, what's going on here? Du Ming hurriedly explained. Principal, not only did Yifeng miss class, but he also refused to admit his mistake. I was also confused by his anger just now. My tone was not too good. Please forgive me, Hu Donghai snorted coldly. Student Yifeng had no choice but to miss class because he sent my old partner to the hospital in the morning. A good student like this who sees justice and courage. Not only do you not reward him, but you want to punish him instead. Let's see you, the disciplinary minister of the school student council, are the most undisciplined. He said this very harshly. And Du Ming was so scared that he nearly sat on the ground. But Principal, he didn't just miss class today, but has missed class several times already. Du Ming still wanted to explain a few more sentences, but Hu Donghai interrupted him. The essence of education is to nurture people. What's the use of learning more knowledge if you don't even learn to be a good person? A student with good character like student Yifeng should be given the greatest freedom. In the future, He can decide on his own whether to come to class or not. No one has the right to tell him what to do. The people present were in an uproar from these words. It could be heard that principal, who was very appreciative of Yi Feng. He even specifically gave him the green light and allowed him not to come to class in the future. This was something that had never been seen before. Shen Beishan, Fatty Chu, and the others present all looked at Yi Feng dumbfounded. This guy really had luck against the heavens. Yi Feng couldn't help but get a bit headstrong when he was stared at by so many people. I really want to keep a low profile, Nay, strength doesn't allow it, After hanging up Principal Hu's phone, he then got up and looked at Du Ming. Minister Du, are you still true to your word? Du Ming stared at him with a gloomy gaze. What do you mean? Yi Feng's mouth was tinged with a smile. You just said that if I wasn't punished today, you would voluntarily resign from your position as a minister. I don't know if you meant it, or were you just farting? Du Ming was instantly confused. Du Ming was so depressed. He originally thought that, having caught Yi Feng's pigtail, he would be able to make Yi Feng get punished today. Who knew that a principal who suddenly popped up halfway? He not only scolded himself, but also praised Yi Feng. In the end, he also gave Yi Feng the greatest freedom of action. At this moment, he was again countered by Yi Feng. Du Ming almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. His position as the minister of the school's student union. At first, he had gone through a lot of trouble to get it, and even used some not so honorable means, just to make his resume look better after graduation. Now, he asked Du Ming to voluntarily resign from the position of minister. He was more or less unwilling to do so, but he didn't expect that right at this moment. Shen Beishan took the opportunity to mock. It doesn't matter if you don't want to resign, anyway. Everyone will know in the future that you're a man of your word. Du Ming was provoked by her, and immediately became irritated. Isn't it just a school student union's disciplinary department head? Can't I quit? After saying that, he angrily walked out. Shen Beishan sniffed and immediately threw an inviting look towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Actually, he didn't care at all whether Du Ming was the head of this discipline department or not. However, it was quite good to take this opportunity to show those with ulterior motives what would happen if they messed with him. Yi Feng. The matter between Yi Feng and Du Ming soon spread throughout the entire Shanghai University. Everyone knew that Du Ming, the head of the discipline department of the school's student union, wanted to use Yi Feng's absence from class as an excuse to take personal revenge against him. But he didn't expect that he would be killed by Yi Feng. Instead of being punished in any way, the latter had gained the principal's favor, and was allowed to come to class or not at his own discretion. For a while, Yi Feng once again became the center of attention of Shanghai University. It was even more jaw-dropping than his previous driving a tens of millions of dollars sports car. And the scandal between him and Shen Beishan. After all, one should know that President Hu of their Shanghai University was known for his iron face. Usually, he paid the most attention to students' discipline. But this time, he was willing to open the back door for Yi Feng, which was simply the sun coming out from the west. Therefore, there were rumors that Yi Feng was actually Principal Hu's illegitimate son, and it was only in order to protect Principal Hu's identity that he had not made it public. Moreover, this matter was also rumored. There were even teachers who came to Yi Feng privately to ask for some unknown information. Yi Feng was very speechless about these rumors. But no matter how he explained, others saw it as a cover-up. Therefore, he simply didn't bother to explain anymore. In the afternoon, Yi Feng was taking a course in economics that he had taken as an elective. Suddenly, he received a call from the administration of the Shanghai City Hot Spring Resort base. It said that there was a boss of a real estate company that wanted to talk about a cooperative project with the hot spring base, and the other party had already come several times before. but had been rejected by the then chairman, Huo Wenming. This time, the other party once again came over with sincerity and wanted to meet the new chairman. So Huo Wenming couldn't really refuse anymore. So he came over to ask for his opinion. Yi Feng heard. Thought of the other side so and sincerity are almost comparable to the 3 visits to the flats. After considering for a while, then agreed, anyway. This economics class also made him drowsy. He immediately packed up his things and walked out of the classroom. The old professor who was speaking spitefully on the podium saw this and turned a blind eye to it. After all, everyone now knew what principal who had said about Tang Feng to Yi Feng. Everyone naturally turned a blind eye. Zhang, High Hot Spring Resort Base. Chen Xuan, the president of Lingyun Real Estate, was waiting anxiously in the parlor with Zhang Yuting, the director of the legal department. Sister Chen, do you think this new chairman will agree to cooperate with us? Zhang Yuting looked at Chen Xuan with some apprehension. I don't know either. We can only treat the dead horse as a living horse now. Chen Xuan was also a bit uncertain. We've been here several times before. And that Chairman Huo has rejected us every time. I don't think this new chairman may agree to cooperate with us either. Zhang Yuting was a little unsure in her heart. I believe that if this new chairman has a vision, he will definitely look favorably on our project. I still have this confidence. Chen Xuan had a determined look on her face. But I've heard that this new chairman of theirs is very young. Presumably a second-generation rich man. He may not have this vision. Zhang Yuting poured cold water on her. The big deal is to give him more concessions. In short, this project, we must make it. Chen Xuan didn't have any other better way. Zhang Yuting nodded and didn't say anything more. Right at this moment, a secretary-like girl came over. Mr. Chen, our chairman has arrived and is now waiting for you two in his office. Please follow me. Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuting sniffed and hurriedly got up to follow. The 3 of them arrived at the chairman's office. The secretary stepped forward first and knocked on the door. Immediately afterward, a man's voice was heard from inside. Come in. Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuting looked at each other. Why was this voice so familiar? However, at this time, the secretary had already opened the door. So there was no need for them to think too much. So Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuting hurriedly walked in. However, Chen Xuan saw a man sitting on the boss chair. There was a newspaper in front of him, blocking his entire face. Chen Xuan cleared her throat. Hello. I am Chen Xuan, the president of Lingyun Real Estate. And I am here to talk to you about a comprehensive business district project. However, before she could finish her sentence, the newspaper was slowly put down, revealing a familiar face. Yi Feng. When Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuting saw this, their mouths opened wide at the same time. They had never dreamed of it. The person they had come to seek an audience with today would actually be the new boss of their Lingyun Real Estate. As for Yi Feng on the opposite side, he was also stunned at this moment. He had only heard the secretary briefly introduce a few sentences, and didn't realize that the person who came was actually Chen Xuan. This is really the fate of 1,000 miles to meet Due to a variety of problems, address change to please collect the new address to avoid getting lost. The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please read the latest chapter. The new provides you with the fastest opening in the rental house to pick up 1 billion updates. 79 really have the fate of 1,000 lie to meet free to read. You are the new chairman of the hot spring vacation base. Chen Xuan was still a bit incredulous. Why, doesn't it look like it? Yi Feng had already come back to his senses and teasingly asked. No, I'm just too surprised. Just how many companies have you acquired? Chen Xuan asked, the doubt in her heart. This guy had just acquired 30 of his own Lingyun Real Estate. And now he had even acquired the Zhang, High Hot Spring Resort base. That was just what she knew. Who knows how much else she doesn't know? Yi Feng shrugged his shoulders. Actually, there isn't much. I can only say that the two of us are too fortunate, right? This can all meet. His words were slightly frivolous. Chen Xuan's pretty face couldn't help but blush. While blushing, Chen Xuan hurriedly stole a glance at Zhang Yuting next to her. She was afraid that Her Majesty in front of her subordinates would be gone. However, this scene fell in Zhang Yuting's eyes. But it caused Zhang Yuting to get the wrong idea. She thought that Chen Dong was tired of her being in the way here, and gave her a wink to let her go out. Dong Chen, you guys chat. I'll go wait outside for a while first. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of the office. Hey you. Chen Xuan wanted to call out to her, but it was already too late. In the office, only she and Yi Feng were left. Now she was completely flustered, especially when she thought of the embarrassing scene that happened last time when she shared a room with Yi Feng. Chen Xuan's cheeks became a little hot. Yi Feng, however, pointed to the opposite seat as if nothing had happened. Why are you standing? Sit. Chen Xuan had no choice but to sit over. Yi Feng made her a cup of tea and kindly reminded her, don't spill it on your body this time. Chen Xuan's hand trembled when she heard this, and she almost overturned the cup of tea again. And now her pretty face turned even redder. Yi Feng was also too lazy to tease her anymore. All right. Tell us the purpose of your visit this time. Chen Xuan hurriedly cleaned up her other emotions and pulled out a pile of information from the file bag in her hand and handed it over. I plan to have Ling Yun Real Estate and Zhang.High Hot Springs Resort Base join forces to create a commercial ecological complex that integrates consumption, leisure, entertainment, and residence, so that customers can enjoy the most extreme service environment. Chen Xuan's plan was done in great detail. Taking every link was taken into consideration. When faced with Yi Feng's questions, she also answered without a drop of water. It could be seen that she had done her homework. After Yi Feng finished listening, his fingers tapped on the desktop, not saying a word. Chen Xuan looked at him nervously, unable to guess what he was thinking. After a few minutes, she saw that he still did not give a reply. She was about to add a few more points. At this time, Yi Feng suddenly spoke. Did you bring the contract? Chen Xuan was stunned. She had thought that in the face of such a huge business project, even if the other party was a bit moved, he would probably have to consider it for a long time. Who would have thought that the other party had just listened to her introduction and asked her if she had brought the contract? This was too out of the ordinary, right? Yi Feng saw that she didn't say anything for half a day, so he had to urge her again. I'm asking you, have you brought the contract? If you brought it, we can sign the contract now. Only then did Chen Xuan come back to her senses and hurriedly nodded her head. Brought it. Saying that, she hurriedly took out a stack of contracts from another file bag. Yi Feng looked through it roughly and didn't find any problems. He directly took out a fountain pen from the pen container on the table and signed his name with a brush. Then, pushed the contract together with the pen to Chen Xuan. Sign it. Chen Xuan took the pen like a puppet on a string and signed the contract. Until she finished signing the contract, her head was still in a daze. The project that she had made several trips before but hadn't been able to negotiate. Surprisingly, it was accomplished so easily. She raised her head and stared blankly at Yi Feng. Can I ask why you agreed so easily? Yi Feng finished the question for her, then smiled confidently. It's simple, because the vacation base and you are all mine. Splat! Chen Xuan's hand shook, and the pen immediately fell on her thigh. The tip of the pen stuck hard in her leg and fell to the ground. The ink that dripped out, on the other hand, blackened a large portion of her flesh-colored stockings. Ah! Chen Xuan first let out a cry of pain, then hurriedly drew out a few paper towels from the table, and pulled up the stockings that were blackened by the ink and wiped them in a panic. As she was too panicked, she used too much force. After wiping a few times, only to hear the stab-less sound. Stockings were immediately ripped open, a large mouth exposed a large area of snow-white skin. She was completely dumbfounded, sitting there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Yi Feng also looked a little dumbfounded. He meant that the hot spring resort base and her Ling Yun real estate were both his own. How did he scare her into this state, without traces of retracting his gaze? He coughed dryly twice and pointed to the exclusive bathroom in his office. Over there. It's the exclusive bathroom in my office. No one else will come in or out. Excuse me, and thanks. Only then did Chen Xuan react. And after hastily apologizing and thanking her, she hurriedly covered her torn stockings and quickly ducked into the bathroom. It wasn't until the bathroom door closed that she let out a sigh of relief. Looking at her wretched self in the mirror, she was on the verge of crying out. Why is it that every time she is in front of him, she will be in such a sorry state? This guy can't be the nemesis of his own destiny, right? After sighing for a long time, Chen Xuan looked down at the torn stockings again. Obviously, it was impossible to wear them, so she could only take them off first. At this time, Zhang Yuting outside the office door was also flushed red. She had just heard Chen Xuan's cries of pain coming from the office again, as well as the sound of something ripping. These two, obviously, were doing something inappropriate for children again. This made her very speechless. Why did it have to be in the office every time? Could it be for the sake of excitement? At the same time, Yi Feng was still recalling the scene just now, especially the moment when Chen Xuan's stockings were ripped. It almost made his nose bleed furiously. Fortunately, his mind had honed a lot during this time, and he was still able to remain calm. However, although he maintained his composure, Yi Feng's heart couldn't help but raise a question. Why did Chen Xuan have this kind of fragrant and sudden situation every time she was in front of herself? This woman, it couldn't be that she was deliberately testing herself. Right, just as Yi Feng's thoughts were drifting, he suddenly received an unfamiliar phone call. After connecting it, a man's voice was heard coming out from it. Hello there, is this Mr. Yi Feng? I am Sun Yaoting, the legal director of Southwind Entertainment. You have acquired 30 of our company's shares. Now I need to do a share handover with you. May I ask if it is convenient for you now? When Yi Feng heard this, he remembered that the system had rewarded him with 30 of Southwind Entertainment's shares after saving Principal, whose old partner this morning. Come over to me, I'll send you the address later. Okay, Mr. Yi. I'll see you later then. He had just hung up the phone when he saw Chen Xuan slowly walk out from the restroom. She had already removed her stockings at this time, and her pair of white legs were slender and long, especially with the pair of black high heels on her feet. They were extremely lethal to men. Yi Feng couldn't help but look a few more times. When Chen Xuan saw this expression on his face, her pretty face once again blushed. At the same time, her heart was quite self-satisfied. The fact that a man as outstanding as Yi Feng was showing this kind of expression to her was already enough to illustrate his own charm. Yi Dong, if you don't have any arrangement in the evening, I would like to invite you for a meal, as a celebration of the success of our cooperation. Chen Xuan calmed down and took the initiative to issue an invitation. Yi Feng thought about it and then nodded his head in agreement. Respectfully, Chen Xuan immediately took out her cell phone and booked a place in a nearby 5-star restaurant called Lovejoy. After Yi Feng got the address, he directly sent it to the legal director of Southwind Entertainment. Then, the two of them walked out of the office together. Zhang Yuting, who was waiting outside, looked back. She remembered that Chen Xuan had worn a pair of flesh-colored stockings today, and now the stockings were gone. Obviously, it was Chen Xuan who had taken them off midway. This further confirmed the suspicion in her mind. These two really didn't do anything good in there. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuting's pretty face also became a little hot. Chen Xuan did not know what was going on in her head. and hurriedly told her the good news of the successful signing. Yi Dong agreed to cooperate with us. Oh. Zhang Yuding thought at this point that the two had already had an adulterous relationship. But she nodded without surprise, indicating that she knew. When Chen Xuan saw how calm she was, she was a bit surprised. Don't you feel surprised? Should I feel surprised? Zhang Yuding skimmed her mouth. In her heart, she was thinking, you've already used the beauty trick. And the two of you have that level of contact and relationship. What else could be unexpected? Chen Xuan looked at her in confusion. Why is this guy reacting like this? It was really strange. When the three of them arrived at the Lovejoy restaurant, it immediately caused quite a stir. Of course, it had nothing to do with Yi Feng. It was mainly because Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuding were two big beauties that attracted too much attention. Incidentally, Yi Feng also attracted the attention of many people. However, there was more hostility in these eyes. This guy is mediocre. How did he hook up with such two big beauties? That's right. Lao Zai is much more handsome than him and is still a single dog until now. Maybe this kid has a specialty in some way. So that's how it is. Hey hey hey. The whispers of the surrounding diners came. Yi Feng was thick-skinned and didn't feel anything. But the two women, Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuding, were both a bit unable to stand it and hurriedly accelerated their steps. Because they had already ordered the meal early. When the three of them were seated, the waiter quickly sent the dishes over. After eating a few bites, Zhang Yuding's eyes turned around and suddenly opened her mouth to ask a question. Mr. Yi, this time you acquired the hot spring resort base. It wouldn't be to help our Mr. Chen again, right? Cough cough. Chen Xuan, who was eating her food, sniffed and immediately coughed violently a few times, hastily tugging at her sleeve. However, Zhang Yuding was unmoved. But her two eyes stared straight at Yi Feng, waiting for the other party to reply. Yi Feng looked at her with a confused face. To help your Mr. Chen? What makes you think so? Zhang Yuding, however, had an expression of having seen through everything. Last time when our Mr. Chen was in trouble, it was you who acquired our Lingyun real estate and helped Mr. Chen get through it. This time again, it was you who showed up in time. Did you acquire them after hearing that we were looking for the Zhang-Hai Hot Springs Resort base to cooperate with? And that our several home visits were rejected? Chen Xuan sniffed. Her pretty face flushed red, and she hurriedly lowered her head to eat her food. At the same time, she couldn't help but perk up her ears again, wanting to hear how Yi Feng would explain. Because Zhang Yuding was also voicing the doubts in her heart. If the last time, Yi Feng's acquisition of Lingyun real estate had helped her tide over her difficulties, it was just a coincidence. Then this time, when she was facing difficulties, acquiring the hot spring vacation base, it couldn't be a coincidence again. Could it? How could there be so many coincidences? Yi Feng was a bit stunned and didn't know how to answer. He really wanted to tell the two beauties that it was really just a coincidence. But if he said it like this, would it hurt Chen Xuan's pride? Thinking of this, he could only give an ambiguous answer. I've said that it's all fate. Chen Xuan saw that he did not answer positively. Her heart became more and more curious. What was this guy thinking? Is he really heartless, or was it intentional? Just as she was about to continue to make a few side comments, the door to the restaurant was suddenly pushed open. The door of the restaurant was suddenly pushed open. Then, a man dressed in a black suit was seen walking in quickly. The man looked to be in his 40s and was very handsome. In particular, he exuded an aura of having been in a high position for a long time, and his hands and feet were full of charm. Many of the women in the restaurant immediately revealed a flamboyant look when they saw this. The charm of a mature man like this, the vast majority of women could not resist. Even Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuding couldn't help but look a few more times. Of course, the two of them didn't make a swoon like the other women. but they couldn't help but marvel at this man's powerful aura. This man's identity was definitely not simple. Just as everyone in the restaurant was speculating about this man's identity, at that moment, they saw the man's gaze scanning the circle, then quickly walked to Yi Feng with a very respectful demeanor. "Mr. Yi, I am Sun Yaoting, the legal director of Southwind Entertainment. I am very pleased to meet you." Now, the entire restaurant was instantly quiet. Upon seeing that Sun Yaoting, who claimed to be the legal director of Southwind Entertainment, being so respectful to Yi Feng, not only Chen Xuan and Zhang Yuding, including the entire restaurant, were stunned. It was unexpected that someone with such a powerful aura would be so respectful to this young man. Yi Feng. Everyone began to secretly speculate about Yi Feng's origin. It was probably the son of a certain big family. Right, unlike the crowd's surprise, Yi Feng acted unperturbed. "Hello, Director Sun, have you brought all the handover documents?" Sun Yaoting didn't dare to be negligent, and scrambled to pull out a thick pile of documents from the bag he was carrying. "It's all here. Please take a look." Yi Feng took those documents and carefully flipped through them. Sun Yaoting then honestly stood aside and waited patiently. After about a few minutes or so, Yi Feng didn't find any problems. So he signed the documents. The entire handover process took less than 10 minutes. "Then I won't bother Mr. Yi and the two ladies to dine." Sun Yaoting received the signed documents from Yi Feng, and after checking that they were correct, he respectfully left. Only at this moment did Chen Xuan find the opportunity to speak. "What handover document did you just sign?" Yi Feng chucked a bite of food into his mouth as if nothing had happened. "It's nothing. I just acquired a little bit of Southwind Entertainment shares." "Oh, how much was acquired?" Chen Xuan saw him with such a flat expression. She thought it was just a small investment and followed suit with her dishes. "Not much, just 30 PFFT. The dishes Chen Xuan had just eaten into her mouth. All of them sprayed out. A pair of beautiful eyes staring round. "How much?" 30. Southwind Entertainment's shares. Even Zhang Yuding, who was on the side, opened her mouth wide in surprise, somewhat disbelieving. Yi Feng wiped his face with a tissue while looking at the two innocently. "Why be so surprised? Isn't it just 30 of the shares?" Chen Xuan looked at him with a look of looking at a monster. "Isn't it just 30 of the shares? That's Southwind Entertainment, the #1 entertainment company in Shanghai City." Yi Feng shrugged. So, Chen Xuan was completely speechless now. How is it that in front of this guy, she always behaves like a village girl who has never seen the world? Could it be that she was really making a fuss? But that was 30 of the shares of Southwind Entertainment. With these shares alone, one could leap to become one of the top 2 entertainment industry leaders in Shanghai City. How can he be so calm? He's simply not human. The diners sitting near the three heard their conversation and were equally surprised. "I didn't realize that this guy was so young, that he had the strength to acquire 30 of the shares of Southwind Entertainment. No wonder he was able to hold 2 beautiful women on his right and left. This is capital." There were a few girls at the neighboring table who heard the sound, and they were even more eager to throw themselves into Yi Feng's embrace immediately. However, when they compare themselves with Chen Xuan, they can't help but feel ashamed of themselves. Immediately dismissed this idea. After the three finished eating, Chen Xuan took the initiative to settle the bill. Yi Feng didn't move a muscle and didn't stop. After all, it was said beforehand that it was Chen Xuan's treat, and there was no need for him to clamor. However, this scene in the eyes of the restaurant crowd was another mood. Especially some of the males were mad with jealousy. Even if this guy was holding 2 big beauties left and right, he still let other girls pay the bill. And they as a licking dog. But every time to grab the bill, not to mention, even if the bill cannot get the goddess to look at more than one glance. People are more angry than people. Chen Xuan checked out and came back. packed up her things, and suddenly asked without a clue, "Are you going home now?" Yi Feng froze for a moment and casually replied, "Yeah." "What's wrong?" Chen Xuan's expression was a bit unnatural. "If you're not in a hurry to go back, can you accompany me out for a stroll?" As she said that, her pretty face reddened for no reason. On the side, Zhang Yuting, on the other hand, immediately revealed a surprised expression. It seemed that this general manager Chen of theirs had really fallen this time. Surprisingly, she took the initiative to invite a male to accompany her shopping. This was something she had never seen before. Yi Feng thought about it. Anyway, there was nothing else to do when he went back, and he was about to answer with his mouth full. At this time, the system's beep suddenly sounded in his head. New chance navigation detected the jade hairpin once used by Yong Gaifai. System navigation is starting. Please set off along the current road and drive 10 meters south and turn right. Yi Feng first froze for a moment, then he smiled. This chance came at too untimely a time, or too opportune a time. Shaking his head helplessly, Yi Feng could only smile apologetically towards Chen Xuan, who was full of expectation. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered that I have to meet an old friend later. Let's wait for the next opportunity." Hearing his reply, a flash of disappointment flashed across Chen Xuan's face. This was the first time in her life that she had taken the initiative to invite a man and accompany her on a shopping trip. Unexpectedly, it was turned down by the other party. Zhang Yuting on the side was also a bit indignant, and was about to open her mouth to count a few sentences on Yi Feng. But she was stopped by Chen Xuan. She did not want to leave Yi Feng with the impression of being unreasonable and disruptive. Yi Feng once again smiled apologetically, then turned around and walked out of the restaurant. It was only then that Zhang Yuting spoke angrily. "Sister Chen, this guy is too ungrateful. Right, isn't it just a bit of money? What's so great about it?" Chen Xuan gave her a dissatisfied look. "Maybe he really has something to be busy with. It's also because I was too impulsive and didn't think things through." Zhang Yuting was still a bit dissatisfied. "HMPH. None of those young men who pursued you were worse than him. As long as you open your mouth, everyone will line up to go shopping with you. We don't even care about him." Chen Xuan, however, laughed disdainfully. "How can those drunken bags who rely on their parents' residual shade and wait for death be compared to Yi Feng?" Zhang Yuting immediately flirted. Yes, your Yi Feng is the best, right? When can we have your wedding wine?" Chen Xuan immediately became angry. "Damn girl, what are you talking about? He and I aren't even ordinary friends. So, what's the point of having a wedding drink?" Zhang Yuting revealed a smile that saw through everything. "You still want to hide it from me? I know everything." Chen Xuan was a bit puzzled. "What do you know?" Zhang Yuting was afraid that she would be upset and hastily put away her smile. "Don't worry, Sister Chen. I won't say anything about you guys." Chen Xuan was completely confused. What the hell was she talking about? Yi Feng drove the supercar and followed the system's navigation tips all the way to the antique street. At this time, it was already late in the day, and the antique street was already lit up. However, the pedestrians on the street were still lively and bustling. When Yi Feng's Lycan supercar drove into the antique street, it immediately caused a sensation in the whole street. Although most of the people who could come to the antique street to Taobao, most of them were also well off. But like this kind of luxury supercar, many people are also the first time to see, immediately was shocked. Zhu Jingxin, who was wandering around the antique street, was also attracted to the car. When she saw this car, she was still guessing in her heart which one of the rich second-generation tarts actually drove a supercar to stroll the antique street. At that moment, a young man was seen walking down from the car. It was none other than Yi Feng, whom she had met earlier at the gambling casino. Surprisingly, it was him. Why did he come to the antique street? Could it be that he was also good at antiques? Zhu Jing's previous impression of Yi Feng was quite impressive. So she was a bit surprised to see him again at this moment. Yi Feng, on the other hand, did not see Zhu Jing's presence. After getting off the car, he continued to follow the navigation guide on foot. "This handsome man, come and take a look at my place. I have a lot of treasures here, handsome man. I've just found a lot of good treasures here. After this village, there won't be this store anymore. I have a lot of treasures here. Every piece is worth a lot of money. If you don't buy it, you'll probably miss out on a few $100 million. Many stall owners immediately greeted Yi Feng enthusiastically when they saw this. They could all see that this young man was rich. So they all wanted to rip off this ingrate. However, Yi Feng turned a deaf ear to these people's summons and went straight to a stall. At the stall, a girl was bargaining with the stall owner. Yi Feng first turned on the system depth scanning function and swept around the stall. Immediately, he could tell that the vast majority of the stall was fake. The only exception was the very inconspicuous jade hairpin in the corner. He didn't rush to take the jade hairpin, but instead looked towards the girl who was bargaining with the stall owner. The girl was very pretty, with his current critical eye. Her looks all reached at least 95 points or more. A pair of large eyes flickered, extraordinarily moving. The dress and mannerisms were also very decent, and at a glance, she was very educated. "Boss, can it be cheaper?" The girl held a folding fan in her hand. The fan bones were all wrapped in batter, looking like an old object. "Little girl, I'm only asking you for 20,000 because I see that you sincerely want to buy it. This folding fan was used by Jai Zaolan. I wouldn't sell it without $100. That boss's tone was very sincere, making one's heart trust. Yi Feng swept a glance at the folding fan and almost laughed out loud. This is obviously bought on Taobao. At most $10, this boss actually has the face to ask for 20. With others, this is also too black-hearted. The girl hesitated for a long time and finally gritted her teeth. "Okay, 20. 000 is 20. 000, can I swipe my card?" That boss was immediately overjoyed, hurriedly grabbed a POS machine. "Can, 2 can. My side Jifu Bao Wikes. In credit card can anything." The girl sniffed, pulled out a bank card from her bag, and immediately had to settle the bill. Yi Feng really can't stand to watch. So he kindly reminded, "This young lady, you really don't think about it anymore." The girl was surprised and looked back at him. Then, after hesitating for a moment, she said in a somewhat budding manner, "My dad is going to have a birthday, and I want to send him a gift. He usually likes to collect some antiques. I think this folding fan is quite good. He should like it, right?" Yi Feng couldn't help but laugh. "I guess he should beat you to death after receiving it." His reminder was obvious enough, but the girl obviously didn't grasp his meaning. "Why would he beat me to death?" Yi Feng was going to say more. At this time the stall owner was a bit unhappy. "I said, why are you so talkative? If you don't want to buy it, go around to other stalls and don't disturb my business here." Yi Feng immediately sneered when he heard his words. "Boss, don't be too black-hearted. If you just earn a little less, I promise I won't say anything, but for you to take a piece of ground floor goods and sell it to someone for 20 $0. That's a bit too unethical, isn't it?" That boss was demolished by him and immediately stormed. "You fart. What ground floor goods, you ask around? Lei Dajia, when have I ever sold fake goods?" The girl also hurriedly opened her mouth. "Little brother, you should misunderstand the boss. I don't think he is a bad person." Yi Feng was instantly a bit speechless. "You should have Taobao on your cell phone, right?" The girl shook her head. "No, I never use Taobao." Yi Feng patted his head. "Then you download one now, and search for folding fan in it." Although the girl did not know what he meant, she obediently took out her cell phone and downloaded the Taobao software. Then she searched for the word folding fan. Immediately after, The page appeared a variety of folding fans. The girl is like discovering a new continent. Hurriedly check it out. Soon. She found a folding fan that was exactly the same as the one in the vendor's hand. Even the patterns were different. Then, the girl froze because the pricing underneath that folding fan was dollars, and the most outrageous thing is also fucking free shipping. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd of spectators had already burst into laughter. This kind of girl, even if she was sold, she was still helping to count the money. Zhu Jinx, in the crowd, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with a deep meaning. This guy is quite warm-hearted. After a long time, the girl reacted and immediately looked angrily at the stall owner. Boss, you lied to me. It's obviously a $9 item. But you sold it to me for $20,000. That boss was also a bit confused at this time. This folding fan was something he wholesaled from the wholesale market. The purchase price was $20. That wholesale market boss also said that he had given him the lowest price on the basis of him being an old patron. Even a liar. Are you still a human being? That boss faced the girl's questioning and was a bit groundless. Immediately, he glared fiercely at the nosy Yi Feng and was about to close his stall and leave. Wait a minute. Yi Feng suddenly called out to him at this time. Killing people is just a headache. What else do you want? That boss had already reached the edge of storming out. Seeing that the duck in his mouth had flown, this guy was actually still unforgiving. What do you mean, what do I want? I want to buy something. Yi Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Are you making fun of me? That boss was furious. This guy knew that he was selling fake goods, but he still wanted to buy something from him. If his head wasn't kicked by a donkey, he was deliberately making fun of him. I really want to buy something. Why don't you believe me? Yi Feng was very speechless at this behavior of his. That boss saw that he didn't look like he was joking, so he had to stop closing his stall. Then I can say it first. The things in my stall are $1,000 apiece. Never pay back the price if you can't afford it. Leave before it's too late. The crowd of onlookers sniffed and cursed. This boss's cheek was really thick. He had already been exposed for selling fake goods, but he still dared to ask for a lot of money. For $1,000, I'm afraid that he could buy everything on his stall. Right, only a fool would fall for this. He just didn't expect that Yi Feng didn't say anything, and directly pulled out $100 bills. $1,000, keep it. Then, he took the jade hairpin from the stall. That boss clutched a handful of big red bills in his hand and looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. He had only casually said a number, but he didn't expect that the other party wouldn't even cut the price, and directly took out the money. This was too capricious. Right, just now by this guy demolished. He thought that the other party is a high person. Unexpectedly, actually is also a fool, knowing that he here is a pit, but also deliberately jumped in. At this time, the onlookers were all thinking the same thing as him. Yi Feng looked quite smart just now. How could he do such a stupid thing, knowing that this stall is full of fake goods, but also spend so much money to hit the water? It's really stupid to have too much money. Zhu Jingxin, who was standing in the crowd, was also surprised. Through her previous contact at the stone quarry, she felt that Yi Feng should be very shrewd. But now, how could he do such a stupid thing, little brother? Won't you think about it anymore? The girl who was nearly pitted also hurriedly persuaded. This little brother had even pointed her out just now. And to her surprise, she herself had fallen into the pit. Do you believe in fate? Yi Feng replied. The girl's pretty face slightly reddened. What did he mean by asking this? I think that I'm very much destined to this jade hairpin. I believe that destiny won't lie to me. Yi Feng had a powerful confidence on his face. That stall owner couldn't help but secretly laugh when he heard him speak. What a fool. This jade hairpin was wholesaled by him for $20. Turned around and sold it for $1,000. netting a profit of 980 yuan. But just as he was secretly pleased with himself, he saw Yifeng slowly pull out his cell phone and dialed a video call. In less than a moment, a handsome-looking middle-aged man appeared in the video. Chen Qiushan, surprisingly. It's Chen Qiushan, I don't know who shouted first, immediately attracting the gazes of everyone around. Chen Qiushan was a god-like existence in the antique world. In the antique world, who didn't recognize it? The gazes of the people who then looked at Yifeng immediately changed radically. How many people who could recognize Chen Qiushan were simple? Even Zhu Jingxin, who was watching the fun, was shocked. She had certainly heard of Chen Qiushan's great name. Unexpectedly, Yifeng even knew such a big bull. The stall owner, on the other hand, was already scared out of his wits. This was really a little kid meeting a big devil. I'm afraid that he will be dismantled immediately. Right, this $1,000, it's too hard to earn. When the stall owner thought of this, he immediately wanted to pack up and run away. Yifeng ignored the gazes of the crowd and greeted Chen Qiushan first. Brother Chen, I've found an old object in the antique market. Can you help me palm it? Saying this, he aimed his cell phone camera at the jade hairpin. Chen Qiushan was calm at first, but when he saw the jade hairpin, he immediately showed a shocked look. Hold the jade hairpin closer. I'll take a look. Yifeng followed what he said and brought the jade pin closer to the camera. Then, he heard Chen Qiushan exclaim, Elder brother Yi, you've picked up a treasure, if I'm not wrong. This jade hairpin should be from the Tang dynasty, and it was recorded in the canonical records that it was worn by Yang Gaifei. And it's worth at least $10 million. Hearing these words from him, Yifeng had no ripples, because he had known it for a long time. But the people watching around him were shocked. Yang Gaif, I had worn it. It was worth at least $10 million. This was too scary. Right, a random shot at a jade hairpin that was worth a fortune in a stall full of fakes. If the one who said this wasn't Chen Qiushan, they would have cursed on the spot. But the other party was Chen Qiushan, the president of Sotheby's Auction House China. He was the president of Sotheby's Auction House in China. He had a high position in the antique world, so everyone had no doubt about what he said. When they looked at Yifeng again, they had changed from the disdain and mockery of a moment ago, schadenfreude, to shock, curiosity, and disbelief. No wonder. This young man can call himself a brother to Chen Qiushan. This eyesight is too unbelievable. Isn't it? $1,000 turning into 10 million in a second. I would call that a masterpiece. Including Zhu Jingxin. She was equally incredulous. Yifeng's attainments in stone gambling were already extraordinary before. Unexpectedly, in terms of antiques, he also had profound strength with a casual pick. It was a treasure worth a fortune. This guy, is he still human? When he heard Chen Qiushan say that the jade hairpin was worth 10 million, that stall owner couldn't hold it up any longer, and dropped his butt to the ground, bawling his eyes out. I don't live anymore, it's too bullying. It's better to let me die. He really had it too hard today. Originally, a $20,000 deal was about to arrive, but it was halfway killed out of Yifeng, stirred up. Then, the other party spent another $1,000 and bought this jade hairpin of his. He thought that he had made a big fortune. Now he didn't expect that he was the one who was hurt in the end. The blow to him was too great, and Yifeng ignored him. After hanging up Chen Qiushan's phone, he heard the system beep ringing in his ears. Congratulations to the host. The treasure hunting navigation is complete. The system rewards 20 villas in the Zhongshan Lake U Villa area, with a total value of 1 billion. Hearing the system's prompts, Yifeng couldn't help but be a little headstrong, rewarding him 20 villas again. He couldn't even remember how many properties he had under his name now. When he went back in a while, he had to take a good inventory. Don't miss anything. When he thought of this, after taking the jade pin with him. Yi Feng was about to turn around and leave. At this time, he heard the girl behind him suddenly call out to him, "Little brother, wait a minute." Yi Feng looked at her strangely, not knowing what she wanted. The girl fell down and extended her small hand towards him. "I haven't been introduced yet. My name is Lu Xiaoya. What about you, Yi Feng?" Yi Feng also had no choice but to introduce himself. "Brother Yi Feng, can I ask you for a favor?" Lu Xiaoya was very self-conscious and asked cordially. "What favor?" Yi Feng was a little confused. "Can you help me pick a gift for my father?" Lu Xiaoya revealed a pitiful look. "Let me help you pick a gift. That's not quite appropriate, is it? What if I look away?" Yi Feng smiled and joked. "It won't be, you're so powerful. You look like a big shot in the antique world. Besides, even if you look away, I won't blame you, after all. It's me who took the initiative to ask you for a favor. I'll bear the consequences myself." Lu Xiaoya was very understanding. Yi Feng was wearing a high hat by her. His heart was still quite flattered, and he couldn't afford to excuse himself. Immediately, he turned on the system's deep scanning function and looked around. Within a meter around him as the center, all the information of the antiques were displayed. Under some searching, soon, Yi Feng found an antique ink stone from a stall. The stall owner knew that he had extraordinary eyesight, since it could be picked by him. It was naturally not a mortal item, and he immediately offered $10,000. Yi Feng also did not bargain. Immediately let Lu Xiaoya settled the bill. When the stall owner saw him pay the bill so quickly, he immediately regretted in his heart. He should have known that he wanted $100,000. Lu Xiaoya took the black ink stone and was more or less unsatisfied, at least from the selling point of view. This piece of ink stone is far worse than the folding fan she had just seen. It was just that she didn't know if father would like it. Just at this moment, she suddenly heard someone in the crowd exclaim, "This young lady, can I take a look at this ink stone?" Lu Xiaoya was unsure, but still handed the ink stone to that middle-aged man. That middle-aged man scrutinized it for a while and immediately revealed a horrified expression. "I've been studying inkstones for more than 20 years. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a good Duan inkstone used by Zheng Bangqiao. And it's worth at least a few $1,000,000 or more." Once that person said this, the scene once again boiled over. They had all watched the scene of Yi Feng selecting the inkstone just now. He just casually walked to a stall and picked it out without even looking at it for a few more moments. Unexpectedly, it was another valuable treasure. This kind of eye power, it was too heaven-defying, right? The stall owner who was selling the ink stone sniffed, and also dropped his butt to the ground, bawling his eyes out. Moreover, the crying was even more heartbreaking than the stall owner just now. He just lost out on a few $1,000,000. This was also too bullying. Lu Xiaoya didn't expect that this piece of unimpressive stone had such a great origin, and hurriedly looked at Yi Feng with gratitude. "Brother Yi Feng, thank you so much. My father will love it. It's just a matter of lifting my hand." Yi Feng did not take this kind of small matter to heart. "Brother Yi Feng, I have to go back. Let's leave our contact information. When we have time to treat you to dinner later." Lu Xiaoya looked at him with an expectant face, afraid of being rejected by him. However, Yi Feng didn't make any pretense and immediately exchanged contact information with her. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoya was satisfied and left with the smokestack. As soon as she left, the surrounding crowd of onlookers flocked towards Yi Feng. "Big brother, my dad is also celebrating his birthday. Can you help me pick out a gift? My grandfather is also going to have a birthday. Please, big brother, help me pick out a gift for him as a sign of filial piety. Big brother, can I treat you to a meal? By the way, please teach me something about antiques." The crowd was very enthusiastic about wanting to befriend Yi Feng. After all, Getting acquainted with such a bull with unbelievable eyesight would do them more good than harm. Yi Feng, facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, rejected them one by one. What kind of joke was this? Letting him pick a gift for everyone here? Even if he was exhausted, he couldn't do it. Besides, if he really did it, the stall owners on the street would probably gang up and kill him on the spot. Right, isn't this cutting off people's wealth? He still had a sense of proportion. Those who could come to the antique street were basically dignitaries. Naturally, they would not be stalkers. After being rejected by Yi Feng, the crowd dispersed. Just then, a woman's voice was suddenly heard ringing behind the sound. "Big brother, can you help me pick a gift?" "Sorry, Yi Feng refused while turning back. When he saw the woman's looks, he was dumbfounded. Wasn't this the woman he met at the gambling casino? What was it called? It seemed to be called Zhu Jingxin, right? Ms. Zhu, why are you here? I've always been here. It's just a pity that Mr. Yi was only focused on talking to that little beauty and couldn't see me at all. Zhu Jingxin's words carried a trace of jealousy, if nothing else. It sounded strange, hearing Zhu Jingxin's words. Yi Feng did not know how to reply. How did it sound? As if he was a heartless man. Zhu Jingxin also noticed that her words seemed to be a bit inappropriate, and hurriedly corrected herself. "I'm just kidding. Look at how scared you are." Yi Feng smiled without saying anything. "Joking, are we very familiar?" Seeing this, Zhu Jingxin hurriedly changed the topic. "Mr. Yi, I like your jade hairpin very much. Can you sell it to me?" Yi Feng was stunned at his words. "You want to buy this jade hairpin?" Zhu Jingxin hurriedly nodded. "Yes, I like this jade hairpin very much. I wonder if you are willing to part with it." Yi Feng immediately laughed. "Of course, there's no problem. What would a big man like me need a jade hairpin for? It's considered a blessing for it that a great beauty like Miss Zhu can like it." With that, he handed over the jade hairpin. Zhu Jingxin, however, did not rush to pick it up. "I don't know if it looks good on me. Can Mr. Yi help me put it on?" Yi Feng first froze for a moment. Then he smiled sparingly and stepped forward to help her insert the jade hairpin onto her head. Zhu Jingxin smelled his scent from close range, and her heart thumped wildly. At the same time, in her heart, she secretly blamed herself for being too presumptuous. Obviously, it was only the second time they had met. But to actually make such a request, the other party wouldn't think that she was the kind of woman who was sexually active. Right, and just when she was suffering, Yi Feng had already helped her insert the jade hairpin. "It's so beautiful," he exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. When that jade hairpin was inserted into Zhu Jingxin's head, it made her, who was already clear and elegant, look even more beautiful. It was like young Geif, regenerating. Zhu Jingxin's pretty face blushed slightly when she heard his praise. This demeanor was even more mind-blowing. When she realized that Yi Feng had been staring straight at her, she became even more shy. "Mr. Yi, what are you always staring at me for?" Yi Feng was a bit speechless. "What do you think I'm looking at? You check out instead." Zhu Jingxin was instantly dumbfounded. She thought that Yi Feng was mesmerized by her stunning beauty. But she didn't expect that the other party was waiting for her to settle the bill. Zhu Jingxin's heart immediately became a bit angry. "Such a big beauty is standing in front of you. But you are always thinking about money. What a money grubber." However, it was good that she was still very cultured and wrote a check for 10,000 to Yi Feng on the spot. "Then if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." Yi Feng was not polite. And after receiving the check, he turned around and left with satisfaction, without a trace of lingering at all. Zhu Jingxin looked at his back, her heart a little disappointed. Right at this moment, Uncle Liu, who had been secretly protecting her, slowly walked out. "Miss, do you need me to investigate his background? This person has appeared in front of you 3 times. Is it a coincidence or is it a deliberate act?" Uncle Liu's eyes flashed with a stern light. "Uncle Liu, I'm no longer a child. Don't meddle in my affairs. Zhu Jingxin was a little dissatisfied with his words. Miss, I'm doing this for your own good. Seeing that she didn't take it seriously, Uncle Liu was a bit anxious. Uncle Liu, although you've been watching me grow up, you have no idea what I like, Zhu Jingxin said, and then turned her gaze to Yi Feng, who was already far away. Whether it's a coincidence or he did it on purpose, I'll find the answer on my own. I don't need others to interfere. I am not interested in anything transparent. After Uncle Liu heard her words, he couldn't say anything else. He just looked his sharp gaze in the direction Yi Feng left. Young man, you'd better not bear any ill will towards the young lady. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born into this world. Zhongshan Lake. You villa property. Lin Qian finished her day's work and was about to pack up and leave work. At this moment, the assistant walked in quickly with a stack of thick documents. Manager Lin. We just received a notification from above that someone has bought 20 villas in one go. How many? 20 houses, that's too tycoonish, isn't it? Lin Qian was immediately shocked by the number. Zhongshan Lakeview villas, at the very least, cost 20 to 30 million apiece, while the expensive ones cost tens of millions or even nearly 100 million apiece. Surprisingly, someone bought 20 in one go. That's a few $100 million. This is simply a trenchless That little assistant grumbled up in dissatisfaction. The top told us to get the handover procedures ready overnight. I was all set to have dinner with my boyfriend. Now it's all gone to waste. Lin Qian couldn't help but smile. All right, don't complain, they bought 20 villas in one go. Don't say you're having dinner with your boyfriend. Even if you're getting married now, you still have to rush back to deal with it. The customer is God. The little assistant let out a long sigh and started to organize those handover documents. Lin Qian drank water while asking as if nothing happened. By the way, do you know who bought so many villas, to be able to buy so many villas in one go? One must not be a nobody in Shanghai City. That little assistant tilted her head and thought. It seems to be called Yi Feng. PFFD. Lin Qian sniffed and immediately sprayed out a mouthful of water. Who, Yi Feng? Is it the Yi Feng who lives in Villa 1? The little assistant scratched his head. I don't think so. Doesn't he have a villa already? Why did he buy so many? It's probably a rename. Right, there are quite a lot of people named Yi Feng. Lin Qian thought about it and thought she had a point. Yi Feng already has Villa 1. Why would he buy so many? Is it possible to use it to raise pigs? It's probably a renaming, right? Well, it must be so. Meanwhile, on the other side, Donggan Securities Company, Zhu Man is sitting in front of the computer, staring blankly at the K-line chart of the 3 stocks that Yi Feng bought a few days ago. She couldn't figure out how Yi Feng made this kind of god operation until now. She has been operating stocks for so many years, and has never seen anyone who is so accurate in judging the general market trend. This can no longer be understood by normal human thinking. It can only be described as a divine operation. She wanted to call Yi Feng several times to find out the reason, but in the end, Zhu Man still controlled herself. After all, it was already a great favor that people could bring her a big profit. Why should she get to the bottom of it? And just as she was meditating, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Immediately afterward, she saw a long, oily-headed man walk in with a frivolous pace. Sister man, busy. After the man came in, he didn't see any outsiders at all and sat on her desk. When Zhu Man saw this, her brows immediately furrowed. This man's name was Huang Bin, a department manager who had just parachuted in. As for why a freshly graduated college student without any work experience could be parachuted into a large company like Donggan Securities as a department manager, everyone within the company knows that the reason for this is that a certain senior leader of Donggan Securities is also surnamed Huang. As for whether the two have any relationship, That is self-evident. In short, right now within the company, no one dared to mess with him is all. Do you want something from me? Although Zhu-man didn't want to mess with him, he still directly put on a look of rejection. Can't I come to talk to you if there's nothing to do? Huang Bin spoke in a somewhat oily tone. Zhu-man's face became even more unsightly. I'm not familiar with you. What's there to talk about? Huang Bin picked up the signing pen on her desk and played with it. Talk about life. Talk about ideals. There are many things to talk about. Zhu-man did not hide her disgusted expression at all. Manager Huang, it's now working time, if you don't have anything to do at work. I don't think we have anything to talk about. Huang Bin, however, had no intention of retreating in the face of difficulties. You can't chat during working hours. What about after work? Do you have any arrangements after work later? I'll treat you to dinner. Zhu-man clenched her fists and managed to suppress the anger in her heart. I'm sorry. I have an appointment with my boyfriend to have dinner together later. Hearing her reply, Huang Bin immediately laughed out loud. Sister man, you're not making any sense. I've asked around. You don't have a boyfriend at all. There's no need to lie just to reject me. Right, moreover, the trick of having a boyfriend is really a bit old-fashioned. Zhu-man immediately became irritated. Who said I don't have a boyfriend? Do you really think I'm guilty of playing a set-up with you? Huang Bin skimmed his mouth noncommittally. Then you call him now, ah. If you really have a boyfriend, I promise not to bother you guys. When Zhu-man heard this, she immediately rode a bit hard. She had been busy with her work all these years. And apart from her work, she rarely came into contact with the opposite sex. Now, even if she wanted to find someone to cooperate with her in a play, it was not easy to find someone on the spur of the moment. Huang Bin saw this difficult look on her face, further confirming the conjecture in his heart. How? Won't even remember your boyfriend's phone number? Right, or is it that you really let me make a guess and simply don't have one? Zhu-man retorted without showing any weakness. Who says I don't have one? I'll call him right now. Saying that, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and rummaged around. At this time, Yi Feng's name suddenly appeared within sight. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she didn't have time to think too much and directly dialed it. Yi Feng was sitting in his villa at this moment, trying to take stock of the assets he had accumulated over this period of time. Right now, on the coffee table in the living room of Zhongshan Lake U Villa No. 1. There was a thick pile of real estate certificates, as well as a pile of equity subscription letters. It was at this time that Yi Feng realized that he didn't know, but he was shocked without realizing it. He was so rich. Total assets added up. There are tens of billions of dollars. Properly, a million evil capitalist. Alas, after all, I have become the person I hated the most before. Just when Yi Feng was sighing, he suddenly received a call from Zhu-man. Although he wondered how she remembered to call him, Yi Feng still connected it smoothly. However, before he could open his mouth, he heard Zhu-man's sweet voice coming from the phone. Honey, what are you busy with? Yi Feng was stunned and carefully confirmed the caller ID again. It was indeed Zhu-man. What kind of nerve did this woman have all of a sudden? Actually calling him darling. Although his heart was in doubt, he still answered honestly. I'm organizing some documents at home. Is there something wrong? Zhu-man immediately turned on the speakerphone. Didn't we agree to have dinner together tonight? Have you left yet? Yi Feng was even more confused now. When did I make a dinner date with Zhu-man? How come I don't know about this? Did you? Why don't I remember? Zhu-man glanced at the gloating Huang Bin and hastily feigned anger. You're never on top of people's business. Didn't we agree last night to go out for French food together today? Did you forget, Yi Feng? Even if he was stupid. Now he also heard that the situation was a bit wrong, and immediately endured a smile and nodded his head in agreement. Oh, right. As soon as I got busy, I forgot about this. I'll set off right now. Zhu Man then breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was still smart enough to not let himself show his face. Why don't you come over and pick me up first? Then we'll go to the restaurant together. No problem, I'll be right there. After getting Yi Feng's reply, Zhu Man then hung up the phone. Then she looked at Huang Bin smugly. Well, do you still have any questions now? Huang Bin was a bit confused at this moment. This wasn't quite right. He had inquired with his colleagues before, and they all said that Zhu Man didn't have a boyfriend, or even a friend of the opposite sex. How come a boyfriend suddenly appeared now? You're not looking for a shield to trick me, are you? Hearing Huang Bin's skepticism, Zhu Man was more or less a little weak. But she still forced herself to ask back. Do you think I have that need? Huang Bin looked at her skeptically. Fine then I'll wait to meet your boyfriend so that I can die. After saying that, he turned around and walked out of the office. As soon as he left, Zhu Man hurriedly picked up her cell phone and sent a WeChat to Yi Feng, explaining the whole story. Yi Feng was driving the Ferrari Enzo out of the garage at this time. After seeing this WeChat, he immediately relieved himself, and then replied, Then do you still need me to pick you up now? Zhu Man's message quickly sent over. Of course, if you don't come over, he won't die. Only you can help me now. Yi Feng replied in a joking tone. What's in it for me to help you? Zhu Man bit her lower lip and followed with a reply. What benefits do you want? As long as I can do it, I promise you. Yi Feng's small heart beat wildly twice really. Zhu Man hurriedly added, But it can't be too much. What are you thinking? I'm a decent person, ignore you. Humph, Zhu Man looked at her watch. It was almost time to get off work. Then she packed up her things and walked out of the office with big strides. Huang Bin, who had long been waiting outside, saw this and immediately followed. The two walked into the elevator one after the other. At this time, there were quite a few colleagues from the same company inside the elevator. How is it? Did your boyfriend come to pick you up? Huang Bin provocatively asked again. Yeah. What's the problem? Zhu Man was not willing to show weakness. All right, don't be brave, just honestly admit it. You don't have a boyfriend at all. Unfortunately, it's going to disappoint you. Fine. So what if you have a boyfriend? Is he as good as me? Is he as rich as me? I will let you know that only I can be worthy of you. Huh? Zhu Man laughed non-committally and didn't say anything more. After going downstairs, Huang Bin went to the parking lot first. He soon drove a Porsche 911 with a racy appearance and parked in front of Zhu Man. This, in turn, immediately attracted the side eyes of many female coworkers. After all, this sports car did look good, and it was at least over $2 million. This kind of thing and price had a fatal attraction for many girls. There were a few bold girls who couldn't even help but start throwing winks at Huang Bin when they saw this. However, Huang Bin naturally couldn't look at this kind of vulgarity, and instead threw a teasing look towards Zhu Man. I told you. I'll prove to you that only I can be worthy of you, with a disdainful smile on her face. Zhu Man raised her head and looked to the left front. Soon, an extremely cool-looking Ferrari Enzo was seen coming this way quickly. Then, with a beautiful to the extreme drift, the car was accurately parked in front of Huang Bin's Porsche. When the two cars were compared, Huang Bin's sports car, which was originally quite stylish, was instantly eclipsed. This is like a pretty good-looking girl, in the surroundings of all the ugly girls. Perhaps also quite eye-catching. But when a real top-notch beauty came out, she immediately turned into a little maid. Many of the girls present saw this, and even more so. They all screamed without any regard for their image. Even if they didn't know the value of this Ferrari Enzo, they could tell from its appearance that it was more than 10 times stronger than Huang Bin's car. Moreover, even if they are idiots, they also know that the Ferrari grade is higher than the Porsche by more than half a star. If they could sit in the co-pilot of this car and experience it, How wonderful would that be? And just as the crowd was speculating about the owner of this car, they saw the window slowly fall down, and Yi Feng looked at Zhu Man with a faint smile on his face. My dear. I'm sorry, I'm late. He had even dressed up carefully when he went out today. An expensive suit fit incomparably well on him, adding a bit more of an aristocratic aura to his already handsome features. Many of the girls present immediately fell for him when they saw this. A young, handsome man with a lot of gold like this was the Prince Charming that every girl dreamed of. Thus, all the girls turned their envious and jealous eyes towards Zhu Man. Feeling the gazes of the people around her, Zhu Man immediately exploded with vanity, turning her head to look at the downcast Huang Bin. Now do you still think you're worthy of me? Huang Bin now only felt a fiery pain in his cheeks. When Yi Feng came out in that incredibly cool Ferrari Enzo, he knew he had lost, and lost completely and utterly, compared to the other party's supercar. His Porsche was not even as good as trash. There was absolutely no comparison, with a victorious smile on her face. Zhu Man walked briskly to Yi Feng. She kissed him slapdashly on the face, then twisted around and sat in the passenger side. Many male coworkers at the scene wailed when they saw this scene. The goddess of their hearts, Zhu Man, actually had a boyfriend. This was simply a bolt from the blue for them who still had fantasies. Moreover, this Zhu Man's boyfriend also left them without any temper. After all, people were indeed too much better than them. As for Huang Bin, when he saw the scene where Zhu Man kissed Yi Feng, his heart was likewise dripping blood. But this world is where strength is king. Who made others stronger than him? Even if he was no longer convinced, he had to hold it in. Yi Feng also froze for a moment at first, not expecting Zhu Man to be so proactive. However, he quickly reacted and directly started the car. The Ferrari Enzo's engine roared twice and directly turned into a red lightning bolt, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes, only leaving behind a group of infatuated men and women who were battered and bruised. Meanwhile, sitting on the co-pilot of the Ferrari Enzo, Zhu Man's pretty face was already completely red. Just now, in order to completely cut off Huang Bin's thoughts of her, she had ghostly, unexpectedly kissed Yi Feng in full view of everyone. Now that she thought back and actually made such a bold move, she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Yi Feng, however, drove while glaring at her in a bad mood. Say it. How are you going to compensate me? Huh? Zhu Man froze for a moment. What compensation? Yi Feng had a righteous look on his face. I only agreed to play the role of your boyfriend. But I didn't say I would sacrifice my flesh. You kissed me without my consent. I've lost a lot this time. No, you must compensate me. Zhu Man was a bit open-mouthed and spoke only after a long time. Then what compensation do you want? Yi Feng's expression was very serious. I'm a person who always returns a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. Since you kissed me, then I have to kiss back. Saying that, he poked his head over and made a gesture to kiss her. Zhu Man immediately shrieked and dodged in panic. Yi Feng, however, was not relenting and was going to continue to pursue. You're still driving, stop it. Zhu Man hurriedly begged for mercy. Only then did Yi Feng let her go and turned back to continue driving. But after he made such a mess, Zhu Man was even more shy and timid. Her heart was thumping wildly, to be honest. What woman could not be moved by such an excellent man like Yi Feng? Especially after today's incident. It suddenly made her realize, if she really had a boyfriend like Yi Feng, who could stand up for her in critical moments, it would be quite good. Thinking of this, Zhu Man hurriedly stole a glance at Yi Feng. The way he was driving, so handsome, Yi Feng obviously also noticed the change in her eyes, but pretended not to move and quickly drove the car to her place. Zhu Man was stunned. Why did you send me back? Yi Feng looked at her in surprise. If you don't send me back to your house, do you send me to my house? Zhu Man's pretty face flushed and hurriedly explained. I mean, You helped me so much today. I should treat you to dinner to show my gratitude. Yi Feng smiled brightly. What's the point of being polite with me? It's just a matter of raising my hand. All right. Go back and rest early. Zhu Man saw that he had said so. She could not say anything else, and immediately pushed the door to get off. Yi Feng waved his hand with her again, and then drove away in his sports car. Zhu Man looked at the faraway car and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. What an elm! Today's atmosphere had been baked up to here. According to the general situation, shouldn't the guy take the initiative to invite the girl for a meal, and then advance the relationship in the process? This guy, on the other hand, actually sent her back directly. She really didn't know now whether she should be sad or happy. The sadness was she so unattractive in his eyes? Happily, he was at least not that kind of philandering carrot. He, at least, did not look at the wrong person. Holding this complicated mood, Zhu Man turned around and went upstairs. Yi Feng had just returned to his villa and was about to take a shower. At this moment, he suddenly received a call from Lin Qian. Mr. Yi. This is Lin Qian from the property department. You purchased another 10 villas yesterday. Is it convenient to do the handover procedure now? Yi Feng thought about it and gave a reply. I'm at home now. Come over. Lin Qian's efficiency was still as swift as usual. Soon the doorbell was rung. When Yi Feng opened the door and saw Lin Qian outside, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a women's black uniform. The two slender legs exposed under the hem of her skirt were wrapped in black stockings. On her feet was a pair of black high heels, making her look extremely tall. At this time, it was already late in the day. Such an extremely beautiful woman personally logged in, more or less making people a bit apathetic. Yi Feng couldn't help but look twice more. Lin Qian also noticed his gaze and her pretty face slightly blushed. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Yi Feng hurriedly sidestepped and invited her in. Something to drink? Waiting for her to take a seat on the sofa, Yi Feng casually asked. Just plain water, thanks. Lin Qian hurriedly owed her body. Yi Feng twisted his head and walked into the kitchen. While Yi Feng went to pour water, Lin Qian looked around the room. When her eyes swept to the thick pile of real estate certificates and shareholding books on the coffee table, she was so shocked that her jaw nearly dropped. Although she had long known that Yi Feng was rich, but she didn't expect that Yi Feng was so rich. Just that stack of real estate certificates alone added up to an astronomical sum. I'm afraid, whoever could marry him, it would be enough to guarantee the rest of their life to be rich and famous. At this time, Yi Feng had already walked back with a cup of plain water. The house is quite messy. You take it easy, Yi Feng said, handing over the glass of water. When Lin Qian reached out to take it, she inadvertently touched his hand. Her cheeks got hotter and hotter, and she hurriedly hung her head down, seeing her cheeks flushed. Yi Feng was a bit concerned. Are you all right? Do you want to go to the hospital? Lin Qian shook her head in panic. I'm fine. Let's just do the handover first. Saying that, she took out a pile of handover documents from her bag in a hurry. Although Yi Feng felt strange, but since the other party said that he was fine, he could not pursue further. The two then did a little handover of property rights. Yi Feng was already familiar with it, and he signed them all in less than half an hour. However, Lin Qian didn't leave in a hurry, but looked at him with a desire to speak. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile. Ms. Lin has something to say, but there's no harm in saying it. Only then did Lin Qian try to speak. Mr. Yi bought so many houses at once. What is it for? Yi Feng revealed a smirk. A golden house to hide a pet. Are you interested? Hearing Yi Feng's words, Lin Qian's pretty face turned red. Mr. Yi, you're joking. Right? Yi Feng also felt that the joke he just made wasn't quite appropriate, and immediately smiled. To be honest, I haven't thought about the use of these houses for the time being. Lin Kian couldn't help but be secretly staggered at what she heard. The world of the rich. She really couldn't understand it. After spending so much money and buying so many houses, they still haven't thought about the use of the houses. Yi Feng saw her wanting to speak, so he took the initiative to open his mouth. You guys are all professionals. You know more about real estate and such. Do you have any good suggestions? Lin Kian hurriedly sat up straight. It's like this. I have some special clients on my side. They really want to rent this kind of high-end villa. If Mr. Yi agrees, I can help you guys to get in touch. Yi Feng didn't answer immediately but asked a rhetorical question. What do you mean by special clients? Lin Kian hesitated for a moment, but finally told the truth. For example, some officials who are not suitable to hold huge properties in the open. Or some internet celebrities and starlets who want to fill up the facade. They all have needs in this regard. Yi Feng thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Then you can help contact them. Anyway, he was just leaving these houses sitting around. Renting them out could still earn him some pocket money. Lin Kian was full of joy when she heard him promise. That's really great. I happen to have a client who wants to rent a house now. If it's convenient for Mr. Yi, I'll bring him to see the house tomorrow. Yi Feng nodded. Okay. Only then did Lin Kian get up to take her leave. Then I won't disturb Mr. Yi's rest. We'll be in touch tomorrow. After saying that, she turned around and left. Yi Feng looked at her enchanting back, gradually walking away, more or less reluctant in his heart. Such a big house. Yet he was the only one living in it. It was still more or less a bit of a waste. Shouldn't it be time to find a little hostess for it? The next morning, Yi Feng was still sleeping when he received a call from Lin Kian, informing him that the guests who were looking at the house had already arrived and were now waiting at the entrance of the property. Yi Feng had no choice but to get up from the bed and simply wash up. He didn't even bother to wash his head. Directly changed into a casual dress and got up to go out. When he arrived at the property, he saw Lin Kian talking with a middle-aged man from afar. The middle-aged man raised his hands and threw his feet. Quite a bit of temperament. It seems to be a long time in a high position. Next to the man, there was a middle-aged woman and 2 children, a family of 4. Lin Kian obviously saw him and hurriedly waved at him. When he came closer, he hurriedly introduced both parties. Mr. Luo, this is Mr. Yi Feng Yi, the house you are going to rent is his. Then he introduced to Yi Feng. This is Mr. Luo Jiaqiang Luo. He came to see the house specifically today. Yi Feng took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello, Mr. Luo. Luo Jiaqiang hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand. I didn't expect Mr. Yi to be so young. Although, this hint of hesitation from him flickered. It was still captured by Yi Feng. Obviously, this Mr. Luo had some contempt for him, but it was understandable when thinking about it. After all, Yi Feng was just a young man in his early 20s, and he got up too hastily. His hair was disheveled, and he was dressed casually. So he didn't really look like he owned a luxurious villa in any way. Lin Kian was afraid that the 2 people would develop a grudge. So she hurriedly rounded up the situation. Mr. Luo, let's go and look at the house first. Luo Jiaqiang had no choice but to nod and follow her towards the villa. In fact, this was the first time Yi Feng went to see his own house, and there was still some anticipation in his heart. But when he followed Lin Kian to the villa, he couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. Although the villa in front of him was considered luxurious, it was still a bit different from his villa No. 1. However, if you think about it, you know that his villa is already the most luxurious one in Zhongshan Lake Villa area. How can other villas compare to it? Although this set of villa was very general in his eyes, but looking at the Luo family's eyes, It was a different scene. Wow, this house is so beautiful. As soon as Luo Jiaqiang's wife walked into the villa, she immediately sighed in awe. The villa had a small independent yard, in which various exotic flowers and plants were planted. Looking vibrant, walking into the interior of the villa, the upper and lower two-story duplex structure, with a height of more than 7 meters, looked extremely spectacular. Luo family 2 children, immediately chasing and playing in the room. Luo Jiaqiang is also in awe. The house has clearly exceeded his expectations. Lin Qian took the Luo family's expressions in her eyes, and hurriedly took the opportunity to speak. Mr. Luo, if you think the house is okay, we can talk about the rent now. Luo Jiaqiang came back to his senses and immediately opened his mouth with bravado. Go ahead. How much is the rent of this house for a year? Lin Qian glanced at Yi Feng and spoke with discretion. Because our side is a high-grade villa, so the rent will be a bit expensive. 1 year rent of 1 million. Deposit 1 year to pay 1 year. Before she finished her sentence, Luo Jiaqiang immediately took out a checkbook from his bag and said, Brush, signed, $2 million, please keep it. Lin Qian took the check and couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded. Mr. Luo, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? The other party just took 2 looks and decided to rent the house. That's $2 million. It's a bit too hasty. Right? Luo Jiaqiang, however, waved his hand, being a human being. The most important thing is to be happy. You see my lover and child. Since entering here, how happy this is something no amount of money can buy. Seeing him so determined, Lin Qian could not persuade him any further. Immediately pulling out the pre-prepared contract, she asked the 2 to sign. Looking at Yi Feng signing his big name on the contract, she was really envious. Look at others. So easy to have $2 million in the account. It's true that people are more angry than others. After signing the contract, Luo Jiaqiang took the initiative to reach out and shake Yi Feng's hand. Mr. Yi, I like this house very much. There is a possibility that I will rent it for a long time. Please take care of it for a long time to come. He also saw that Yi Feng was able to own such a luxurious villa at such an age, and was definitely not a very human being. Therefore, Luo Jiaqiang's heart rose up with the idea of friendship, of course, stretching one's hand. Since the other party had released his goodwill, Yi Feng naturally could not turn people away. Right at this moment, Mrs. Luo suddenly walked over quickly. Ms. Lin, do you still have a room for rent here? I just posted a friend circle about this house. Many of my friends are very envious and have asked me if there are any vacant houses left. They also want to rent it very much. Lin Qian guffawed. You'll have to ask Mr. Yi about that. Mr. and Mrs. Luo Jiaqiang were stunned at her words. Not yet understanding what she meant, Lin Qian hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi still has 19 such houses in his hands now. I just don't know if he is willing to take out all the properties. Hearing this explanation from her, Mr. and Mrs. Luo Jiaqiang were completely stunned. They originally thought that Yi Feng having one such house in his hand was already remarkable. They didn't expect that the other party had 19 more sets in his hands. What kind of concept was this? According to a villa of $50 million. That's more than 1 billion. Luo Jiaqiang thought he was already very high on the other side. Did not expect to be far underestimated. Can have more than 1 billion fixed assets of young people. Behind must be sitting on a huge family. That kind of power was never something he could provoke. When he thought of this, his attitude when facing Yi Feng again became more and more respectful. Mr. Yi, are you still willing to rent out those 19 houses in your hand? Yi Feng thought about it. Anyway, there is no other use for these houses to stay in his hands, so he rented them out at once. Thinking of this, he nodded. Yes, Mrs. Luo sniffed and was immediately overjoyed. She hurriedly told her friends the good news. Her friends also acted very quickly, directly transferring the deposit and 1 year's rent over, allowing Mrs. Luo to handle it for them in less than a moment's work. 10 suites were rented out. Yi Feng's bank account was credited with $20 million at once. This made Lin Qian envious. 20 million was an astronomical amount for most people. But Yi Feng earned it in less than a morning. How could it not make people envious and jealous, however? Yi Feng acted very calmly about it. His expression was as if he had earned $2 instead of 20 million. The calmer he acted, the more alarmed Luo Jiaqiang was. Although Luo Jiaqiang thought that he had already achieved success among his peers. But when faced with an income of $20 million, it was impossible to act so calmly. This could only mean that the other party was used to seeing big waves, and had not put this amount of money in his eyes. Realizing this, Luo Jiaqiang's attitude towards Yi Feng became more and more respectful. He also took the initiative to exchange contact information with Yi Feng. After dealing with the matter of renting the room, Yi Feng and Lin Qian left together. On the way back, Yi Feng transferred $50,000 to Lin Qian directly from WeChat. Lin Qian was first stunned, then turned on the joke. What do you mean by this? Are you going to adopt me? That $50,000 won't be enough. Yi Feng laughed along with her. Then you make a price. How much can I pay to keep you? If not, you can pick any of my villas. It'll be like I'm hiding a girl in a golden house. When Lin Qian heard his words, her heart thumped wildly. To be honest, she really had a hint of intention. Being able to be adopted by a young, handsome, and rich man like Yi Feng. This was probably a life that many women could only dream of. However, this thought flickered away. She still believed that women should be financially independent. Only then could they talk to men as equals. Otherwise, they could only ever be dependent on others. I don't want it. Lin Qian returned that transfer again. This is what you deserve. If you hadn't been so busy, those houses of mine wouldn't have been rented out so quickly. Yi Feng's tone was very sincere. In fact, I didn't do anything. I just helped pull a thread from it. Charging you so much money, I'll have a bad conscience. Lin Qian's attitude was very resolute. Seeing this, Yi Feng couldn't persuade any further. All right then. Just take it as you exist here with me. In the future, if you want to eat a big meal or buy a bag, cosmetics or something like that, you're welcome to come and withdraw at any time. When Lin Qian heard his words, her pretty face reddened once again. Isn't this still under your wraps? Yi Feng immediately glared at her without any good humor. Can you be a little more pure in your thoughts? Do you want to be adopted by me so badly? Lin Qian was a bit speechless when he hit her upside down. Yes, I just want to be adopted by you. Do you dare? Her voice was a bit high as she was a bit angry. The pedestrians passing by were all startled by her words, and they all sized up the two people with strange gazes. Lin Qian's pretty face was now completely red, and she couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Bad egg, ignore you. After saying that, she hurriedly slipped away at a fast pace. Yi Feng looked at her fleeing back and couldn't help but laugh. This woman, a bit interesting. The next day, Donggan Securities Group sighed. When Zhu Man came to work today, she obviously felt that the colleagues in the company looked at her with somewhat changed eyes. Especially many female coworkers. Looking at her gaze, obviously with envy and jealousy. It was probably because these people had heard the rumor that her boyfriend had come to pick her up yesterday in a $20 million supercar. And this was exactly the result Zhu Man was happy to see, so that she wouldn't be pestered by those boring men in the future. Zhu Man was in a good mood for a moment. And after hearing her boss announce last month's results at the morning meeting, where she once again came out on top without a doubt, And after the company dinner tonight, she couldn't even help humming a happy tune. However, what she didn't expect was that just as she was humming a little tune, a woman dressed in a very bewitching manner slowly walked over with a smile on her face and said, "Congratulations, Sister Zhu. Last month's performance reached a new high." Zhu Man had to stop the movement of her hands and smiled politely. "Xiao Jai, your performance last month also improved a lot. Continue to work hard this month." This woman's name was Zhu Jai. Although she had been in the industry for less than a year, her performance had been improving rapidly. Now, it was already vaguely able to compete with her. Moreover, most importantly, this person had been explicitly and secretly competing with Zhu Man. Zhu Jai's lips smeared with colorful lipstick curled up slightly. "No matter how much I've improved, I can't compare to Sister Zhu, that rich boyfriend of yours. He helped you create several $100 million of performance in one go. How can I compare?" The implication was that your performance was all swiped by your boyfriend. Instead of relying on your own strength, being able to find a rich friend is also a strength. If you work hard, you might be able to find one too. Zhu Man shot back unwillingly. "I would like to. But it's really hard to find a young and rich one like your boyfriend. Why don't I compete with you fairly and see if I can pry your boyfriend away?" Zhu Jai didn't hide her provocation at all. The coworkers in the conference room, who hadn't left yet, heard the sound and didn't dare to squeak. This was, after all, the company's battle for first sister, and none of them wanted to get into this mess. Zhu Man couldn't help but laugh when she heard her provocation. "Fine. Then feel free to try and see if you can pry him away." Zhu Jai was immediately elated. "Are you that confident? It just so happens that the company is having a get-together tonight. Do you dare to call him along?" Zhu Man had already ridden a tiger at this time, and sneered. "What wouldn't I dare?" said. Immediately took out his cell phone and called Yi Feng. Yi Feng had just returned to his villa at this time, and was looking over the dozen or so lease contracts. After receiving Zhu Man's call, he connected without thinking. "Honey, what are doing?" Zhu Man's voice came from the cell phone. Yi Feng immediately understood that this was again asking him to help cooperate with the play. Immediately, he cleared his throat and entered the role of a boyfriend. "Of course I miss you." After saying that, he wanted to vomit himself. Zhu Man's pretty face reddened and hurriedly got to the point. "Our company is having a get-together tonight. If you don't have anything else to do, why don't you come along?" Yi Feng really didn't have much to do at night, and was about to agree smoothly. At this time, the cell phone WeChat suddenly popped up a prompt. "I'm back home. Can we have dinner together tonight?" The name note was Liu Yi. Yi Feng immediately shook his head for a moment when he saw this name. It wasn't until Zhu Man asked after him once more, "Why don't you say anything?" Only then did he come back to his senses. Hesitated for a moment and finally gave a reply. "Sorry, I have something to do tonight. I'm afraid I can't go." "All right, then I'll hang up first." Zhu Man immediately hung up the phone, then turned her head towards Zhu Jai and shrugged. "You've heard it. It's not that I don't give you the chance to dig in. It's that he's not available tonight." Zhu Jai was instantly disappointed, but still smiled back. "Not this time. There's always next time. You'd better keep an eye on him. Otherwise I'll pry him over sooner or later." After saying that, he walked out with big strides. Only then did Zhu Man let out a sigh of relief. She was aware of this Zhu Jai's seduction tactics, and in this regard, she really wasn't a match. She was really afraid that Yi Feng would be confused by her. It was estimated that even she herself didn't notice. Unconsciously, she had already regarded Yi Feng as her private property. At the same time, Yi Feng had already fallen into memories. That Liu Yi was his classmate in high school. She had once pursued him madly and made the whole school know about it. However, because of his family's situation, He was so focused on his studies that he didn't put his heart into it, and rejected her several times in a row, after the college entrance examination. I heard that Liu Yi went abroad to study. After that, Yi Feng and the other party never contacted. Unexpectedly, today we'll suddenly receive her message. After hesitating for a while, Yi Feng finally gave a reply. Okay, send me the address. His message had just been sent out for a few seconds when the address and time was sent over from there. Yi Feng threw his phone aside and started to organize those rental contracts. He didn't know how long it took, and looked at the time to see that it was almost time. Then he simply packed up, drove that Ferrari Enzo, and drove towards the restaurant he had made an appointment with. Liu Yi booked a Western restaurant, which can only be considered a mid-range class in Shanghai City. Yi Feng found a parking space and parked the car. Just as he walked out of the parking lot, he happened to see an electric car collapsed on the ground by the roadside. Presumably by the wind, he didn't think much about it. So he went forward to help the electric car up. Just then, a Lamborghini Huracan happened to stop in front of him. The woman in the main driver's seat slowly took off her sunglasses and showed him a smile. Yi Feng, long time no see. The girl wasn't exactly pretty to look at least compared to beauties of the level of Zhu Man, Shen Beishan, and Zia Q. Her face value was quite a bit worse. But she was very good at dressing up, with long burgundy hair and 2 huge earrings, making her look very foreign, in her co-pilot's seat. There was also a very handsome-looking foreigner. The man was wearing a straight designer suit, and looked like a prince in the Western world. Yi Feng held the electric car aside and revealed a smile towards the woman. Yi, long time no see, before he could finish his sentence. He saw Liu Yi stretch out a finger and shake it. No, my name is now Ivanka Liu, you wouldn't be riding this over here, right? Saying that, she took a look at the electric bike next to Yi Feng. Yi Feng didn't explain when he heard her speak with sarcasm, but smiled casually. You look like you're having a pretty good time now. Liu Yi pushed open the door of the sports car and slowly stepped out of the car. Not bad. Foreign countries are indeed more developed than domestic. There are also more opportunities. Everywhere is gold, to be honest. I really don't want to come back much now. Yi Feng smiled perfunctorily. Really, you did change quite a lot. Liu Yi surveyed him from head to toe. But you still look the same. This clothes rent is not cheap. Right? Yi Feng was a bit speechless and didn't know how to answer. Liu Yi picked up that foreigner's arm. Let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend Wells, a senior student from MIT. His family's company is the largest energy group in the meter country. Yi Feng patiently shook hands with that energy tycoon's son. Only then did he look at Liu Yi once again. You're looking for me out today. Is there something you want? Liu Yi smiled faintly. Let's go in and have a slow chat while we dine. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Feng to agree, she walked into the restaurant on the arm of that Wells. The 3 of them found a seat by the window and sat down. Liu Yi called the waiter over and ordered the food in fluent English. And in the end, she also stuffed the other party with $100 of spending money. Yi Feng looked at this sympathetic behavior of hers and became even more somewhat impatient. Liu Yi thought that he was scared by the expensive price of those dishes, and immediately showed her face and smiled. Don't worry. I know your financial situation. I won't let you pay the bill. Yi Feng was somewhat speechless. Don't worry. I can still afford this amount. Liu Yi was unimpressed. You're still the same as in the past. You want to save face and suffer. Which woman will like it, right? Do you have a girlfriend now? Yi Feng shook his head. No. Liu Yi immediately laughed out loud. I chased you for so long at that time. You refused to agree. Now you regret it. Yi Feng really couldn't help it. You asked me out today just to see me laugh. A smug smile appeared on Liu Yi's face. Yeah. I just want to show you how stupid you were for rejecting me in the first place. With your current condition, I'm afraid that you won't come into contact with a woman like me again in your life. Right? Yi Feng nodded his head with a light smile. Indeed. It will be hard to come into contact with a woman like you again in this lifetime. The ones he was in contact with now were all great beauties at the level of Zhu Man, Shen Beishan, and Zia Q. Those with poorer posture, and those with poorer posture and poorer character, were indeed less accessible. Liu Yi sniffed and finally smiled triumphantly, as if the hatred that has been held in her heart for the past 2 years has been vented. At the same time, Zhu Man's company's dinner party just ended. A group of colleagues walked to the parking lot, looking for their respective cars. Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Sister Man, isn't this your boyfriend's car?" Zhu Man sniffed and looked over. Sure enough, it was Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo. Why was he here at this moment? Zhu Jai was heard gloating and laughing. He seems to be chatting happily with a woman. Looks like someone is in danger. Zhu Man followed her gaze and saw that Yi Feng was sitting in a Western restaurant, chatting with a strange woman. Although she knew very well that she and Yi Feng were only pretending to be boyfriend and girlfriend. But for some reason, the mood was still a bit lost. Sister Man, hurry up and go in and take a look. Or else your boyfriend will be pried away. That's right. At a glance, that woman doesn't look like a good thing. You have to keep a close eye on your boyfriend. Sister Man, do you want us to go with you to beat up the mistress? Hearing the crowd's words, Zhu Man was still a bit hesitant. At this time, Zhu Jai was heard sneering up. Is he your boyfriend or not? Why do you look like you're not in a hurry at all? Zhu Man was made to ride the tiger by the crowd and had no choice but to walk towards the restaurant. Liu Yi looked at Yi Feng with a haughty face. Of course. If you regret it now, I can give you another chance. Yi Feng held back the urge to laugh. What chance? Liu Yi had a serious face. Of course it's the chance to be my boyfriend. Yi Feng pointed at the foreigner who looked like a prince. What about him? Liu Yi didn't care. I can get rid of him. Yi Feng couldn't help but be amused by her words. You're willing to dump the son of an energy tycoon in order to be with me? I'm really flattered. Liu Yi stared at him dead on. Well, are you willing? Yi Feng smiled and shook his head. Sorry, not willing. Liu Yi instantly became furious and stood up from her seat. Yi Feng, don't give your face away. With your current condition, besides me, what other woman can look at you? Don't you know no better? Okay. The guests who were eating in the restaurant turned around to look over. Yi Feng also didn't expect her to suddenly lose her temper, and was at a loss as to how to respond. At this time, he suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Honey, are you all right? Yi Feng looked back and saw Zhu Man slowly walking in. In an instant, the eyes of everyone in the restaurant lit up. Especially many of the male customers were stunned by Zhu Man. Originally, they all still thought that Liu Yi looked good. But at this moment, when compared to Zhu Man, only then did they realize what it meant to be a crow compared to a phoenix. The moment she saw Zhu Man, Liu Yi was also completely confused. As a woman, even she had to admit that the other party's face value was definitely considered superb. Moreover, between her hands and feet, she also exuded an offbeat temperament. This was the real goddess. What surprised her even more was that the other party actually called Yi Feng darling. What's going on here? Didn't Yi Feng say he didn't have a girlfriend? Could it be that Yi Feng was lying to her? Why are you here? Yi Feng was also a bit surprised when he saw Zhu Man. Our company is gathering next door, and I just saw your car outside. So I came in to take a look. Zhu Man walked over and naturally took his arm. Yi Feng twisted his head and looked out the window, seeing that there were quite a few of Zhu Man's colleagues probing and looking. He immediately understood her situation. Since you're here, have a seat. Yi Feng moved in a bit, giving her a seat. Zhu Man sat down next to him, and only then did she look at Liu Yi on the opposite side. Honey, You haven't introduced me yet. Who is this? Yi Feng had no choice but to introduce. She is my high school classmate, Liu Yiyi. Then he introduced to Liu Yiyi. I'm Yi Feng's girlfriend, my name is Zhu Man. Zhu Man didn't wait for him to finish his introduction. So she took the initiative to introduce herself. When she came in just now, she had already heard this woman speak out against Yi Feng. So, Zhu Man also wanted to take the opportunity to kill her. Liu Yiyi was still a bit unable to accept it. You're his girlfriend, impossible. How could Yi Feng have a girlfriend as beautiful as you? Obviously in her cognition, Yi Feng was still that penniless poor boy. How could a girl like Zhu Man, who had a good face value and temperament? Look at him. Zhu Man glanced back at Yi Feng, her face full of happiness. You don't know. He's a person who can be arrogant. I had to go through a lot of trouble in order to chase him. Liu Yiyi immediately opened her mouth. Or did you chase him? She felt that her brain was no longer enough. Zhu Man admitting that she was Yi Feng's girlfriend was enough to shock her. Now, when she heard it, it was even the woman who took the initiative to pursue him. How was this possible? Did Yi Feng have so much charisma? Zhu Man took a breath for Yi Feng before she turned her head to look at him. Did you drink just now? Yi Feng was a bit embarrassed. Just a sip. Zhu Man glared at him reproachfully. You're still driving a car. How dare you drink? Let's go. I'll send you back. Her demeanor at this moment. She was really a bit of a proper girlfriend. Yi Feng could only follow and get up, smiling apologetically towards Liu Yiyi. Then, I'll go back first. Although Liu Yiyi was reluctant, she had no choice but to get up and follow. Give me the car keys. Zhu Man walked out of the restaurant and stretched out her hand towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng had no choice but to hand her the Ferrari's car keys. Zhu Man deliberately shook the string of car keys. Liu Yiyi, who followed her out, happened to watch this scene, and immediately exclaimed, Ferrari. Zhu Man glanced back at her as if she was looking at an unseen bumpkin. Yeah, what's the problem? Yi Feng has several cars. This is just one of the worse ones. He's a person who just likes to keep a low profile. Saying that, he got up and walked towards the parking lot. In less than a moment, he drove that Ferrari Enzo out. Liu Yiyi almost fell on her butt and sat on the ground. Even if she didn't pay much attention to sports cars, she knew the value of this Ferrari Enzo. It was at least $20 million or more. And listening to Zhu Man said, this was still one of Yi Feng's worse ones. Then what would the best one have to be like? She hurriedly turned her head to look at Yi Feng. It had only been more than a year since she had seen him. How could a poor boy become so rich? What are you looking at? Get on the car. Zhu Man urged Yi Feng when she saw that he was still standing there. Yi Feng could only turn around and say goodbye to Liu Yiyi, then honestly sat in the passenger side. Zhu Man turned back and waved her hand towards her coworkers who were still looking this way. I'll leave first then. After saying that, she kicked the gas pedal down and left. Zhu Man's coworkers all looked enviously at the faraway sports car, especially some of the female coworkers. They didn't hide their envy at all. It's true that people are more angry than people. Zhu Man is not only beautiful, but also has a good working ability. Now she has found a boyfriend who is also so rich. How can they live? Zhu Jai gritted her teeth fiercely. What are you looking at? Disperse. After saying that, she walked towards her Audi Q3, with Yi Feng's Ferrari Enzo as a comparison. The red Audi Q3 in front of her. The more she looked at it, the more unpleasant it was. When she thought that Zhu Man was driving that luxury supercar at the moment, her whole body was about to explode with anger. But who let her not find a boyfriend as rich as Yi Feng? Compared to Zhu Jai, Liu Yiyi was even more furious at this time. She originally wanted to see Yi Feng make a fool of himself today. And in the meantime, she took out the anger of being rejected for pursuing him, who knew that the clown was herself. Not only did she not get out of that bad breath before, but she also blocked another breath. Don't mention how depressed. At this moment, the man who looked like a prince suddenly came over. This lady, can we settle the bill now? Liu Yi was depressed, and immediately glared at him without any good humor. Settle what bill? The man's expression was very respectful. The car you rented cost $5,000 a day, and it also let me pretend to be your boyfriend, saying that I would give me another $5,000 when it was over. It adds up to a total of $10,000. Do you pay in cash or by credit card? After listening to his report, Liu Yi was even more depressed and about to vomit blood. In fact, she had been working and studying abroad, going to restaurants every day to brush dishes for people. Where would one go to know the son of an energy tycoon? This man is the sales of the car rental agency. She hired the car for $5,000 a day. She just wanted to see Yi Feng regret it. For this reason, she also spent the money she saved for 2 months. Who knows, in the end, even made a loss of a wife and soldiers. This breath not only did not come out, but also lost in $10,000. The heart is simply dripping blood. On the other hand, on the Ferrari Enzo, Zhu Man has already driven the car far away. But her face is still with a smile. Do you need to be so happy? Yi Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to tease. Just thinking about the expressions on the faces of my colleagues makes me want to laugh. Zhu Man was in a great mood at this time. Especially when she thought of that Zhu Jai, who must have gotten her nose crooked with anger by now. She wanted to laugh more and more. Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. I didn't expect that the usually shrewd and strong Zhu Man actually had such a childish side. Zhu Man laughed for a while, but suddenly sighed again. Yi Feng looked at her curiously. Weren't you quite happy just now? Why are you sighing again? Zhu Man shook her head. I just feel that it's quite meaningless. It's just an act between us after all. Yi Feng didn't know how to answer when he heard her say that. Let's break up. Zhu Man suddenly turned her head and said. Yi Feng froze. I don't want to keep lying anymore. So why don't I just tell them that we broke up? Zhu Man said seriously. You're not afraid that those male coworkers will pester you again? Yi Feng was a little hesitant. Let them be, anyway. I don't want to use another lie to fulfill another lie. It's quite tiring. Zhu Man looked like she had made up her mind. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yi Feng was silent for a while and finally nodded. Then let's find an appropriate time to officially break up. When Zhu Man uttered these words, a trace of bitterness couldn't help but flash across her face. It was as if she was really breaking up with her lover. Yi Feng couldn't help but snicker. Look at your expression right now. Why do I have a sense of guilt? You don't really like me, do you? Zhu Man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stinky, who would like you? Yi Feng smiled faintly. There are so many women who like me, I'm almost blinded. Zhu Man glared at him. Don't get carried away. You haven't told me your home address yet. Only then did Yi Feng tighten his smile. Zhongshan Lakeview Villa. Zhu Man immediately looked at him dumbfounded. You actually live in such a luxurious place. It's too rustic. Right? Yi Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's a small thing. I still have more than a dozen villas in my hand. If you like it, I can give you a set. Zhu Man was a bit impressed, but immediately shook her head. Forget it. I just decided to break up with you. How can I ask for your house again, Aya? If I had known that you were so dirt poor, I would have simply faked it with you. Yi Feng knew that she was joking, and also followed the teasing. It's not too late to regret now. Do you want to stay and serve your bed tonight? Zhu Man immediately reached out and slapped him on the shoulder. Screw you, if you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not. I'll drive the car into the river and die with you. Yi Feng immediately shivered and didn't dare to say anything more. He was really afraid that this crazy woman would do what she said. He didn't want to die young yet. Only then did Zhu Man wear a victor's smile and continue driving. The next day, Yi Feng got up early. He hadn't gone to school for a few days. Although principal who had previously let slip that he was free to choose whether to go to school or not. But he couldn't go too far, so today, he was going to go to school to cope with it. That way everyone would have a good time on their faces. Just as he was driving the Ferrari Enzo towards the school, a system beep suddenly sounded in his ears. New chance navigation detected in 5 minutes. Lu Xiaoya will be involved in a car accident. System navigation begins. Please drive forward along the current road for 100 meters and then turn left. Yi Feng froze at the words. Lu Xiaoya, a car accident. He didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly sped up. Following the system's guidance forward, soon, he saw a red McLaren GT parked at the intersection in front of him. Next to the McLaren, there was a motorized bicycle upside down. A man was yelling something at the McLaren's female driver. And that female driver is Lu Xiaoya. At this time, there were a lot of people watching around. Yi Feng thought of the system's prompt and hurriedly parked the car to the side of the road, and quickly approached Lu Xiaoya. I've said it all. How much medical expenses do you want? Can't I pay for it? Lu Xiaoya tried to suppress her anger. Just now, she was waiting for the traffic light here in her sports car. Seeing that the green light was on, she was about to start the car. At this time, an electric car that ran the red light suddenly hit her car from the right side. Then the man started to pester her and wouldn't let her go. It should have been the other party's full responsibility. But she is now a bit of an emergency. But also do not bother with the other side. The big deal is to compensate him for some medical expenses. Who knows that the man is still unforgiving? What, you mean I deliberately blackmail you money? You rich people are also too bullying. Right, Lu Xiaoya hurriedly explained. I didn't say you blackmailed me. I just said how much money you want. I'll pay you, the man sniffed even more angrily. Do you rich people think that everything can be solved with money? I may be poor, but I have a backbone and won't ask you for a penny. He said this with a resounding voice. The people who were watching around them all followed and shouted. Lu Xiaoya brushed her forehead and forced herself to calm down. Then how do you want to settle it? The man snorted coldly. How do I want to solve it? This should be asked of you. How do you want to solve it? Lu Xiaoya finally saw that this man was just messing with her. She had urgent matters to deal with right now. She didn't have time to fight a war of words with him. Immediately, she was about to turn around and get into the car. When the man saw her leaving, he dragged her by the hand. What, you want to run away after hitting someone? Is there any justice in heaven? Let go. Lu Xiaoya was already a bit angry and wanted to break away from the man's hand. But the man's grip was very tight. She simply could not break free. Just when the two were pulling and tugging, suddenly, a heavy truck rushed out from the opposite side of the road and came barreling towards this side. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers immediately scattered. The man who was being unreasonable suddenly pushed Lu Xiaoya into the middle of the road. Lu Xiaoya was dumbfounded. She watched as the heavy truck came crashing down on her. Is she going to die? Just when Lu Xiaoya was already in despair, suddenly, she felt her arm being pulled by a strong hand. Her entire body then crashed into the other person's arms. The heavy truck almost brushed past her. The whistling wind blades scraped her cheeks raw. It could be imagined that if she was hit by the other party, the consequences would simply be unimaginable. Recovering from her panic, Lu Xiaoya looked up in a panic. Then she saw that familiar face. Yi Feng, how could it be him? Yi Feng was currently looking at the distant heavy truck. When the heavy truck passed by just now, he noticed the driver's spiteful eyes inside. Those eyes were chilling. This, obviously, was not a car accident that happened by chance. It was most likely a long-planned murder. This couldn't help but make him wonder. What exactly was Lu Xiaoya's origin? How could someone murder her? Are you all right? He then remembered the girl in his arms and hurriedly asked. I'm fine, thank you. Lu Zhaoya's pretty face was still a bit white, but her tone of voice was very calm. This could not help but make Yifeng greatly surprised. A normal girl who suffered such a big disaster would definitely be incoherent with fear. But Lu Zhaoya was able to calm down so quickly. It was evident that it was not an ordinary person. How did you appear here? Lu Zhaoya ruffled her messy long hair and left Yifeng's embrace. I went to school. Just happened to pass by. And saw that you were arguing with someone. Yifeng was about to explain. Suddenly, he saw that the man who had just argued with Lu Zhaoya was preparing to sneak away. He hurriedly chased after him and tackled the man. Since this car accident was a deliberate murder, this guy who deliberately pestered Lu Zhaoya and pushed her into the intersection at the critical moment must be an accomplice as well. Say, who the hell sent you? Yifeng twisted his arm back behind his back and pressed it to the ground in death. What are you talking about? I don't understand. The man bared his teeth in pain, but continued to deny. Can't understand. Yifeng wrenched his arm hard. Ah, I say, the man screamed miserably, his features twisting up in pain. You'd better give an honest explanation. Don't play any tricks. Yifeng's tone was somewhat vicious. I was just about to go to the company to work. Suddenly someone stopped me and gave me $2,000. Let me pester this lady. I agreed to it in a moment of wealth. The man honestly explained it. I see that you are still not honest enough. Yifeng's hand once again exerted force. What I said is true. The rest I really do not know. The man hurriedly begged for mercy. Lu Zhaoya's pretty face turned white once again after hearing his story. She didn't expect that this was a murder against herself. If Yifeng hadn't fallen from the sky, she was afraid that she would be dead at this time. Yifeng pressed the questioning for a while longer, and seeing that the man couldn't explain anything else, he looked up to Lu Zhaoya. Call the police. Right, Lu Zhaoya frowned and pondered for a moment. Let him go. Yifeng couldn't help but stare. Let him go. Lu Zhaoya nodded. He was also just being used, the real mastermind behind the scene. I will find a way to investigate. Seeing that she had said so, Yifeng did not say anything more and directly released the man. That man immediately scurried away with his head in his hands. And in the twinkling of an eye, he ran without a trace. Where are you going now? Shall I send you? Yifeng turned his head to look at Lu Zhaoya. No need, I'll drive myself. Ouch. Lu Zhaoya suddenly cried out in pain before she finished her sentence, and was about to fall down instantly. Are you okay? Yifeng's eyes and hands were quick, panicked to hold her. It seems like my foot is broken. Lu Zhaoya's forehead oozed fragrant sweat. Just now, due to the suddenness of the incident, she was in a bit of a trance. It was not noticed that something was different. It was only at this moment that she realized that her right ankle was already swollen and painful. How can you drive like this? It's better for me to give you a ride. Yifeng couldn't help but help her into his car. Where are you going? Yinhui Mansion. Lu Zhaoya said a name. Yinhui Mansion. Yifeng froze at his words. Dong'an Securities, where Zhu Man was located, was in Yinhui Mansion. Was it such a coincidence? Yeah. My father's company is there. What's wrong? Lu Zhaoya couldn't help but feel a little strange when she saw his expression. Nothing, let's go. Yifeng shook his head without explaining too much. Immediately, he started the car. About 20 minutes later, Yifeng drove the car to the downstairs of Yinhui Mansion. Then he hurriedly got out of the car and ran to the passenger side. Helping Lu Zhaoya down, since she was limping, she had to lean all her weight on him. The two would inevitably have some physical contact. Yifeng was unconcerned, however. Lu Zhaoya's complexion was somewhat less natural. She had grown up so much, apart from her father. This was the first time she had such intimate contact with a person of the opposite sex. The two of them were just holding each other and were about to walk into the Yinhui mansion. Yi Feng. At this time, a woman's voice was suddenly heard coming from behind them. There seemed to be a hint of anger in the voice. Yi Feng looked back and saw Zhu Man standing behind him with a pale face. Before he could say anything, he saw Zhu Man angrily pointing at Lu Xiaoya. Who is she? The people who were entering and exiting Yinhui Mansion heard the sound and immediately all stopped to watch. Among them, there was no lack of some of Zhu Man's colleagues. Yi Feng suddenly remembered what Zhu Man told him yesterday. She said that she did not want to continue to pretend to be a couple and wanted to find an opportunity to break up with him. She said that she didn't want to continue pretending to be a couple and wanted to find a chance to break up with him. Thinking of this, Yi Feng had to cooperate with the incoherent explanation. Dear, you listen to my explanation. Zhu Man immediately covered her ears. I do not listen. I do not listen. You said yesterday that you only love me alone. Today with other women hooking up. Do you care? You said yesterday that you only love me. But today you are hooking up with other women. Do you care about my feelings? Yi Feng looked at her pompous acting and was a bit speechless. I'm just an ordinary friend with her. Zhu Man stared at him sadly. Ordinary friends? You're hugging each other so intimately, and you still say you're just ordinary friends. Yi Feng, I finally see you clearly. Let's break up from now on. You go your own way. I'll cross my own bridge. After saying this, he walked towards the building with a thump, 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 only leaving behind a group of dumbfounded eaters. She's your girlfriend, Lu Xiaoya, who was completely dumbfounded. Only then looked at Yi Feng. Cough, 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 counting is right. Yi Feng didn't know how to explain, so he had to make a perfunctory remark. Lu Xiaoya's face with, if anything, a smile, also did not continue to pursue the question. The two walked into the Yinhui building and took the elevator to the 20th floor. Lu Xiaoya's father's company was called Cold Mountain Real Estate. It had rented the entire 20th to 25th floors of Yinhui building. A total of 6 floors of office space. You have to know, Yinhui building is an inch of gold. Even Zhu Man's Dongan Securities, a large company, only rented 2 floors, and Cold Mountain Real Estate actually directly rented 6 floors. So you can imagine how huge the strength of this Cold Mountain Real Estate is. When the receptionist saw Lu Xiaoya, she hurriedly bowed and saluted. Ms. Lu, you're here. Lu Xiaoya nodded towards her. Is my father in the company? The receptionist replied in a panic. The chairman just finished his morning meeting. He should be in his office now. Lu Xiaoya didn't say any more and directly led Yi Feng towards the inside. Soon came to a room with a chairman's office door plate. Did not knock on the door. Directly pushed the door in. Inside the office, an old man with white hair was talking on the phone. After seeing Lu Xiaoya and the two of them come in, he hurriedly made a silent movement. Lu Xiaoya directly pulled Yi Feng to sit on the sofa. The old man said a few more words into the phone before hanging up the phone, and then walked over with a smile on his face. Did the sun come out of the west today? My precious daughter is actually willing to take the initiative to come see her father, the old man said, turning his head and glancing at Yi Feng. This young man is. This was the first time his daughter had brought a person of the opposite sex to meet him. He couldn't help but take a closer look at Yi Feng for a few moments. He's my friend who just saved me. Lu Xiaoya's attitude towards her father couldn't be described as intimate. Friend? You still have friends of the opposite sex? The old man was about to flirt a few words when he suddenly reacted. What did you say? He just saved you? You were in danger just now. Lu Xiaoya composed herself and repeated what had just happened to her. After the old man heard it, his face immediately turned gloomy. It seems that I, Lu Hanshan, have been too merciful these past few years, and someone actually dares to hit my daughter over the head. Is this forcing me to go on a killing spree? He was very kind when he faced his daughter just now. But at this moment, he released a powerful air pressure, causing the air in the office to drop to freezing point. Yi Feng was instantly a little startled. Lu Hanshen's pressure was too terrifying. This was definitely a powerful aura that could only be honed after experiencing countless bloody storms. It was definitely not something that a rising star like him could compare to. Lu Zhaoya could see that Yi Feng was a bit uncomfortable, and immediately looked at his father with some dissatisfaction. If you want to be angry, go and be angry with outsiders. What are you showing off in front of us? It's almost scaring people. Lu Hanshen heard his daughter's rebuke. The very oppressive aura on his body immediately disappeared without a trace. Dad was wrong. I will pay attention next time. Saying that, he once again sized up Yi Feng. It seemed that his daughter cared a lot about this kid's feelings. Young man, what's your name? Uncle, my name is Yi Feng. What kind of work are you doing now? I'm still studying. How many people are there in your family? Yi Feng was a bit speechless by his question. Why did it feel like he was checking the family register? Lu Zhaoya hurriedly relieved him. Dad. It's not too good to ask someone such a personal question when you're meeting them for the first time. Right, Lu Hanshen smiled unimpressed. I just think that Zhaoya and I are more compatible, so I want to know more. Zhaoya, you don't mind, right? How else could Yi Feng reply? Only nodded, don't mind, don't mind. Lu Hanshen heavily patted his shoulder. You saved my daughter's life today. You are our Lu family's great benefactor. In the future, no matter what trouble you encounter, just come to me. I don't dare to say anything else. There is nothing that our Lu family can't do in Shanghai City. Yi Feng couldn't help but be secretly staggered when he heard his words. This tone was too arrogant. Right, Shanghai City was so big. How many powerful families were there? The forces were disjointed and hidden. And Lu Hanshen actually dared to say that there is nothing that the Lu family cannot do. This was too much of a disregard for others. Wasn't it, however? Lu Zhaoya did not open her mouth to retort this time. As if she had acquiesced to her father's words. This couldn't help but make Yi Feng even more surprised. Although the number of times he had come into contact with Lu Zhaoya wasn't that much, he could see that the other party was by no means the kind of person who was blindly arrogant. Even she had acquiesced to these words of Lu Hanshen. Could this Lu family really be this powerful, with doubts in his heart? He chatted with Lu Hanshen a few more times. He could see that their father and daughter seemed to still have something to say. So he had the good sense to get up and leave. Lu Hanshen didn't stay too long and personally sent him out of the company. This scene was seen by the employees in the company, and they were shocked beyond words. Their chairman had always been extremely strong. And even many important clients were sent out of the office at most. This was the first time they had seen a scene like this personally sent out of the company. Moreover, that young man seemed to have come with the chairman's daughter. This even made them think about it. Could that young man be the chairman's son-in-law? It seems that the company is about to change. Everyone was talking to each other. Just as Yi Feng walked out of the cold mountain estate, a beep suddenly sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the navigation of chance. The system rewards all the property rights of Yanhui Mansion, with a total value of $2 billion. Hearing the system's reward, his entire body froze. All the property rights of the Silver Glory Mansion. Not long after the system tone had just ended, Yi Feng's cell phone rang. Hello there, is this Mr. Yi Feng? We are the property manager of Yanhui Mansion. You just acquired all the property rights of Yanhui Mansion. When do you think it's convenient to come over and do a handover? I'm at Yanhui Mansion right now. I'll be right over. Yi Feng gave a reply and hung up the phone. The Silver Glory Mansion property was on the first floor. When he arrived, he saw a middle-aged man in a suit waiting at the door. You are Mr. Yi Feng, right? Hello, I'm Tang Yaod, the property manager of Yinhui Mansion. The middle-aged man immediately greeted Yi Feng warmly when he saw him. Yi Feng exchanged a few simple pleasantries with him, and was then directly brought to the property. The staff of the property all curiously sized up Yi Feng. In their hearts, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that the person who acquired Silver Glory Mansion was so young. Looking at this appearance, it was probably a super rich second generation from a big family, right? Many female employees were scratching their heads, trying to attract the attention of this new boss. However, Yi Feng simply didn't even look at them. Tang Yaod was very efficient and all the information was already prepared. Yi Feng only needed to briefly skim through the terms of the document and then sign on it. Only after he finished signing did Tang Yaod look at him cautiously. "Mr. Yi, you are now the boss here. I don't know if you have any rearrangements for the next work." Yi Feng glanced at him and wanted to laugh a little in his heart. Although he asked politely, he still heard what he wanted to ask. It was probably because he was afraid that he would change the property manager after he took over the Yinhui Mansion. "Right, I don't have this plan for now. You guys continue to work like before." Yi Feng gave him a peace of mind. All right. I will work hard and live up to Mr. Yi's trust." Tang Yaod was immediately grateful. Right at this moment, a female employee came over holding a pile of information. "Manager Tang, Star Hotel's side said they want to renew the lease, and asked you to go over and sign the renewal agreement." Tang Yaod was instantly a bit unhappy. "Can't you see that I'm talking with Mr. Yi? Let them wait for a while first." Yi Feng, however, waved his hand. "Work is important. You should be busy with yours first. It's just as well that I'll follow you to take a look." When Tang Yaod heard this, his mind immediately turned. It was presumed that this Mr. Yi wanted to see his working ability. Right, then he would have to perform well himself. "All right, Mr. Yi, please follow me." After saying that, he hurriedly led the way in front. Just as Yi Feng followed Tang Yaod out of the property, he just walked into the first floor hall. He happened to see Zhu Man was walking out of the elevator with a few female colleagues. When her several female coworkers saw Yi Feng, they revealed angry faces. "You're here to apologize to Sister Man." "Right, I don't think that's necessary." "Right, don't you think you've hurt Sister Man deeply enough?" "That's right, scumbag. Thanks to Sister Man treating you so well, you actually hooked up with another woman behind her back. Do you still have a conscience? Not many men are good. Especially rich men. All of them are scum. Where's the security guard? This person is not an employee here at Dong'an Securities. Hurry up and kick him out." Several women began to fight for Zhu Man. Zhu Man, on the other hand, looked at Yi Feng with a guilty face. In order to find a reason to break up with Yi Feng, she had caused him to be misunderstood by her colleagues, and her heart was really a bit upset. However, guilt to guilt, she is also a little afraid of being seen, and does not dare to help Yi Feng explain what more, dare not help Yi Feng speak, and that's exactly why. The security guards of Silver Fortune Mansion rushed in on the news and were about to invite Yi Feng out. Seeing this, Tang Yaod hurriedly scolded, "What are you doing? Mr. Yi is the new owner of Silver Fortune Mansion. Do you want to rebel?" The two security guards were scared out of their wits when they heard this. As for Zhu Man and a few of her colleagues, they also looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. The new owner of Silver Fortune Mansion. One must know that this Yinhui Mansion was an office building in the prime location of Shanghai City. It can be said that it is an inch of gold. The headquarters of many large companies in Shanghai City were located in this building. Conservative estimates, the total value of this office building, are more than 2 billion, and Yi Feng could actually become the new owner of this place. This was simply too unbelievable. "Mr. Yi, we should go up," Tang Yaod reminded in a low voice. "Then I'll go and get busy first," Yi Feng said to Zhu Man, then followed Tang Yaod up the stairs. As soon as the two of them left, Several female coworkers surrounded Zhu Man. Sister Man, why don't you forgive him once? I don't think he should have done it on purpose. Yeah. There should be some misunderstanding between you two. I don't see him and that woman as that kind of relationship. Even if it's that kind of relationship. So what? Turn a blind eye and it will pass, after all. Like such a rich man. How many do not have a womanizer? Yeah, if it was me, I would have let my two women share a husband. Zhu Man sank to her knees as she listened to them talk more and more unpleasantly. Yi Feng and I have already broken up. Whether he has money or not has nothing to do with me. If any of you dare to mention him in front of me again in the future, don't blame me for being unkind. After saying that, she got up and left. Several female coworkers looked at each other and followed in a panic. Meanwhile, Yi Feng had already followed Tang Yaod to the Star Hotel. When the receptionist saw Tang Yaod, she immediately and enthusiastically led them to the chairman's office. Chairman Gao, didn't disturb you, right? As soon as Tang Yaod walked into the office, he immediately greeted the middle-aged man sitting in the boss chair. That middle-aged man was fat and chubby, looking extremely festive. Seeing the two come in, he scrambled to get up and greeted them. Old brother Tang, I've been waiting for you for half a day. If you don't come again, I'll personally send you the rent. Tang Yaod quickly waved his hand. How can I bother Chairman Gao to personally deliver it? You being able to renew the lease with us is a sign of trust in our Silver Fortune mansion. I should come in person as a matter of course. The middle-aged man looked at him meaningfully. Of course, I'm willing to renew the lease with you all the time. But your boss is too ruthless. It's just like Zhu Pai Pai. The rent goes up by a huge amount every year, and the little money I earn all goes to him to pay the rent. When Tang Yaod heard his complaint, he immediately broke out into a cold sweat, while he couldn't help but secretly measure up Yi Feng. Elder brother Tang, I'm telling you this because I take you as a friend. You won't go back and talk nonsense to your boss, right? After that middle-aged man complained, he hurriedly added another sentence. When Tang Yaod heard this, he immediately laughed dryly. Chairman Gao, I haven't had time to introduce you. This person next to me is our Silver Fortune Mansion's new boss, Mr. Yi Feng. Then, he hurriedly turned his head to look at Yi Feng again. Boss, this is the chairman of Star Hotel, Mr. Gao Jingxi. When Gao Jingxi heard Tang Yaod's introduction, he immediately looked at Yi Feng dumbfounded. New boss. He had just seen how young Yi Feng was and thought that he was Tang Yaod's subordinate, which was why he had complained about the rent recklessly. Unexpectedly, the person's rightful owner was right in front of him. There is nothing more embarrassing in the world than saying something bad about someone else and being heard by their own ears. Gao Jingxi did not mention how embarrassing it was. Yi Feng smiled disinterestedly and took the initiative to extend his hand. Hello Chairman Gao, first time meeting. Please take care of me. Gao Jingxi hurriedly shook his hand with an apologetic face. Boss Yi, my words just now were all nonsense. Don't take it to heart. Yi Feng immediately laughed out loud. Chairman Gao is quick to speak. I like this kind of character. Since Chairman Gao feels that the rent is a bit high, then I will take it upon myself to lower it a bit for you. Gao Jingxi quickly waved his hand. Boss Yi, you are slapping me in the face if you say that. Let's work according to the rules. How much do others pay and how much do I pay? We can't break the rules. Yi Feng saw that he insisted and didn't say any more. Gao Jingxi then re-signed a lease contract with Tang Yaod. Yi Feng glanced at the rent on the contract. It was going to be nearly more than $10 million a year, which was indeed a bit scary. However, considering the prime location and extraordinary supporting facilities of Yanhui Mansion, it seemed reasonable. After signing the contract, Yi Feng was about to leave with Tang Yaod. At this moment, Gao Jingxi hurriedly tugged him to a halt and shoved a room card into his hand. Mr. Yi. This presidential suite is our highest class suite here. We will reserve it for you all year round. Consider it as a little compensation from me." Yi Feng was about to refuse. Gao Jingxi, however, was a bit unhappy. "If you refuse, it will prove that you hold a grudge. Do you want me to kneel down and apologize to you?" Yi Feng was instantly defeated by his divine logic, and had no choice but to accept the room card. Only then did Gao Jingxi reappear with a smile. "That's right, does Mr. You want to take a look at the room now? See if you are satisfied," said, and mysteriously lowered his voice. "I also prepared a mysterious gift for Mr. Yi. I believe you will definitely like it." Yi Feng saw that he had put his words to this point, so he could only follow the number on the room card and searched all the way there. When he arrived at that presidential suite reserved for him, he swiped his card and walked in. Then, he saw a scene that made him nearly spurt blood. Only to see that in the middle of the extremely wide living room, a set of extremely luxurious sofa was placed. At this time, there was a lazy woman lying on the sofa. That woman was extremely coolly dressed, and could only barely cover some of her key parts, causing her blood to boil. "Right, sorry, I went to the wrong room." Yi Feng resisted the urge to spurt blood and hurriedly retreated. He confirmed the door number several more times. That's right. It was this room. Could it be that Gao Jingxi gave him the wrong room card? Thinking of this, had to return to the chairman's office the same way. Gao Jingxi, who was buried in his office, froze for a moment when he saw him returning. "Why did Mr. Yi come back so quickly? Is it because you are not satisfied with the gift I prepared?" Yi Feng smiled somewhat awkwardly. "Did Chairman Gao take the wrong room card? That room is already occupied inside." Gao Jingxi was a bit jaw-dropped. "That is the gift I prepared for Mr. Yi. Ah. Could it be that you are not good at this?" "Oops, it's me who was abrupt. Sorry. He thought that he had flattered his horse's leg and hurriedly apologized to Yi Feng. Yi Feng heard his explanation and instantly regretted it. "So that woman is the gift prepared for him? You damn well said it earlier." That extremely beautiful woman in a cool dress flashed in his mind again, and he couldn't help but feel a little itchy. But things had already developed to this point. If he returns now, is it too obscene? It seems that he can only pretend to be a gentleman to the end. Thinking of this, Yi Feng waved his hand towards Gao Jingxi with a bland expression. "Chairman Gao, I am still young now. I just want to focus all my energy on my career. I don't want to indulge in alcohol and sex. I hope you won't do this kind of thing again in the future either." His words made Gao Jingxi become more and more respectful towards him. "Mr. Yi looks like someone who can achieve great things. At the age of blood and vigor, he can actually regard beauty and sex as nothing. Even I am ashamed of myself." Yi Feng couldn't help but blush in his old face when he heard his compliments. "All right. Chairman Gao, you go ahead and get busy with your business. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first." Gao Jingxi hurriedly sent him out of the hotel. The moment he waited for the elevator door to close, Yi Feng, who was still in a righteous mood, immediately hung his head in shame. He really regretted it. There was once a beautiful woman lying in front of him, at his disposal, but he didn't cherish it. It was only when he lost it that he regretted it too late. There was nothing more painful in life than this. Just as he walked out of the Silver Fortune mansion with a sigh, he suddenly heard a woman's voice ringing out. "Yi Feng, why are you still here?" Yi Feng was immediately startled due to being a thief. Looking up, he looked over. He saw Lu Ziyuoya looking at him with a smile on her face. Due to various problems, the address was changed to "Please collect the new address to avoid getting lost." The web version of the chapter content is slow. Please read the latest content. Please exit the transcoding page. Please read the latest chapters. The new provides you with the fastest opening to pick up 1 billion updates in a rental house. 99. The gift of an old face to read for free. I went to run some errands. Yi Feng didn't know how to answer, so he had to make a perfunctory remark. It wouldn't be to apologize to your girlfriend, right? Lu Ziyuoya had a smile if nothing else on her face. No, just bumped into an old friend. By the way, how is your foot? Should I send you to the hospital? Yi Feng didn't want to dwell on this issue with her, and hastily changed the topic. No need. I feel much better already. I also want to thank you for sending me here. Lu Ziyuoya looked at him gratefully. It's just a matter of lifting my hand. It's good that you're fine. Yi Feng waved his hand without any concern. It's also almost noon. Why don't I treat you to dinner? Consider it as a thank you for saving your life. Lu Ziyuoya looked at the time. It was nearing noon. So she took the initiative to propose. You've said it's a life-saving favor, and you're dismissing me with a meal. Yi Feng couldn't help but snicker. I don't mean that. The grace of saving a life has to be repaid, and the meal has to be eaten. How about it, give a face? Lu Ziyuoya was full of expectation. Yi Feng was about to agree. At this time, the cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Lin Qian calling. Hey Yi Feng, where are you now? Lin Qian's voice was a little excited. I'm outside to do some errands. What's wrong? Yi Feng gave Lu Ziyuoya an apologetic smile and stepped aside. Can you come back now? It's 100,000 times urgent. Lin Qian's voice was a bit anxious. What is it? My house is on fire, Yi Feng joked. No. Someone is interested in one of your villas. Can you come back for a while? Lin Qian hurriedly explained. I thought it was something big. Just tell him that I can't rush back for a while and let him come back tomorrow. Yi Feng casually made a perfunctory remark and was about to hang up the phone. No way. This person is a bit special. You have to come back. Lin Qian rarely toughened up on him. What's so special? Is it growing 3 heads and 6 arms? Yi Feng smiled in disbelief. No, this man is Pony Horse. Lin Qian could no longer hide her excitement and almost shouted out. Who is Pony Horse? Yi Feng was a bit confused. You don't even know about Pony Horse. He is the super tycoon of the internet world today. The super big brother of Penguin Group. And is now one of the top 2 existences on the domestic tycoon list. Lin Qian uttered countless titles in one breath. From between the lines of her words, her shock could also be heard. It was only then that Yi Feng reacted to who this Pony Horse was. And his heart was also bursting with surprise and curiosity. Right at this moment, a system prompt once again sounded in his ears. New chance navigation detected befriending Pony Horse. He immediately responded. Okay, I'll go back immediately. Yi Feng hung up the phone. Only then did he turn his head to look at Lu Ziyuoya. I'm really sorry. I suddenly have something on my side. Lu Ziyuoya nodded her head understandingly. Then you hurry up and go and get busy. We'll wait until the next time we have the time to make an appointment. Yi Feng didn't say any more. Directly went to the parking lot to pick up his car and sped away. When he rushed back to Zhongshan Lake, Villa, he saw Lin Qian was chatting with a middle-aged man. The man was just about 30 years old, with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and looked gentle. It was that man. The one that countless people in the country were very familiar with. The Penguin Group's Supremo, while Lin Qian was in front of him. Her conversation demeanor was obviously a bit rushed. Yi Feng couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. As for that, however, while laughing bitterly, he was also a bit curious as to how this person found his side. Lin Qian also saw him and hurriedly waved at him. Mr. Yi, you hurry up. Mr. Ma has been waiting for a long time. Yi Feng walked over unhurriedly and took the initiative to extend his hand towards the man. Hello, Mr. Ma. My name is Yi Feng. The middle-aged man also politely reached out and shook his hand. Hello, Mr. Yi, just call me Pony. Yi Feng nodded gently. I heard that Mr. Ma wants to rent my house. Which set Pony Ma instantly became excited. not a rental. If Mr. Yi agrees, I want to buy it. Yi Feng froze at his words. Not renting, but buying, Pony Ma hurriedly explained. It's like this. I'm personally more interested in astronomy. And I've been looking for a house where I can conveniently observe the astronomical landscape. After seeing a friend posting photos in his circle today, I think the house here is perfect for me. So I took the liberty of rushing over. Lin Kian hurriedly added at this point. Mr. Ma is looking at Villa 7. Yi Feng couldn't help but be staggered. To buy a villa in order to observe astronomical phenomena. It seems like the world of the rich. One still doesn't understand. Then Mr. Ma should know the price of the house here. Right, Yi Feng had no choice but to remind. I know that this is one of the most expensive villa areas in Shanghai. And I also know that my offer is a bit strong. So I'm willing to offer double the price than the market. How about 200 million? Pony Ma immediately quoted a price. What else could Yi Feng say about this? The price of that villa was more than $500 million at most. Yet the other party directly offered $200 million. What reason did he have not to sell it? However, when he thought that the task given by the system was to get to know the other party, he should more or less release a little goodwill. Thinking of this, he immediately shook his head. $200 million? No way. Lin Kian was a bit anxious when she heard this. Mr. Yi, 200 million is already quite a lot. She thought that Yi Feng was intentionally trying to rip off Pony Horse. So she was a bit anxious at once. However, Pony Horse didn't care at all. Then Mr. Yi, despite the price. I will never return the price. Yi Feng slowly stretched out a finger. I only need 100 million. Pony Ma and Lin Kian froze at the same time. Both thought that they had misheard. Everyone else is asking for everything and returning the money on the ground. Why is this guy asking for less and less? Pony Ma and Lin Kian were both confused. Yi Feng, however, laughed bashfully. I don't care about money at all. I'm not interested in money. I just think Mr. Ma and I hit it off. So I want to make you a friend. In fact, I also like astronomy. After saying these words, he wanted to vomit himself. What the hell did he know about astronomy? He didn't even know how many planets there were in the solar system. This is not in order to make friends with each other. I can only throw in the towel. Sure enough, when Pony Ma heard him speak, he immediately became interested. Mr. Yi is also interested in astronomy. That's really great. When we have the chance in the future, we can discuss it with each other. Yi Feng hurriedly smiled perfunctorily. Yes. Pony Ma was as if he had met a confidant, enthusiastically pulling Yi Feng's hand. Since Mr. Yi is taking me as a friend, it's all the more reason why I shouldn't take advantage of my friend. The promised 200 million is 200 million. Yi Feng was going to say more. Pony Horse but a little unhappy. It's settled. If you say more, then I won't buy it. Yi Feng saw that he had said so. Naturally he had nothing to say. Then you don't call me Mr. Yi. I'm a few years younger than you. Just call me Xiao Feng. Pony Ma then smiled with satisfaction. Okay, I'll call you Little Feng. You call me Brother Pony. From now on, we'll be neighbors. We can usually communicate more. No problem. Yi Feng agreed cheerfully. The two of them then did the real estate handover procedures. Yi Feng's No. 7 villa was officially transferred to Pony Ma, and at the same time, the bank account also received $200 million. It can be said that everyone is happy. Pony Horse because there is still work to be busy. And Yi Feng chat a few words. Then he got up and left. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in Yi Feng's ears. End of chance navigation. Congratulations to the host for completing the chance mission. The system rewards Tian 5-star hotel. Worth $1 billion. Hearing the system prompt, Yi Feng could not help but feel a lot of emotions. Unexpectedly, this Xiao Ma was still his lucky star. Not only did he buy his villa at a price 2 times higher than the market price, it also indirectly gave him a 5-star hotel. It was simply the lucky star in his life. I didn't expect that I could really meet Pony Horse and talk to him so much. I can blow it for the rest of my life in the future. Pony Ma had already left for a while, and Lin Kian was still immersed in shock. Yi Feng glared at her without any good humor. Don't forget, I'm your owner. Don't blame me for not being polite if your elbow turns outward again in the future. After saying that, he shook his head and turned around to leave. Just when Yi Feng returned to his villa, he was ready to read a book. WeChat suddenly popped up a prompt. He was pulled into a temporarily formed group by a high school classmate. There were about 6 or 7 people in the group. All of them were his classmates in high school. Since graduating from high school, they had all gone to study abroad and hadn't been in much contact again. Yi Feng. A few of us were just discussing it. Isn't the National Day coming up in 2 days? We want to go to Shanghai to play. Why don't you come and pick us up? A boy whose note name was Niu Haoran was the first to speak. Sure. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yi Feng immediately replied in, then it's a deal. You'll take care of all the food and lodging at that time. Right, Niu Haoran very unseemly sent another sentence. This time, before Yi Feng could reply, a girl with the note Meng Zhu suddenly interjected. Niu Haoran, it's not like you don't know the situation of Yi Feng's family. Do you talk like this? Meng Zhu was the schoolflower in their high school. Niu Haoran had been chasing her for 3 whole years at that time. But he didn't get it. Seeing the goddess speak up at this moment, he immediately changed his tone. I was also joking with him. Yi Feng's family is in a bad condition. Everyone in our class knows that. How could I really let him pay for it? Yi Feng revealed a light smile. It doesn't matter. I can still afford this amount of money. Niu Haoran immediately sent out a voice. Yi Feng, don't puff up your face, our conditions are all better than yours. Surely we can't let you pay for it. I'll cover all the food and accommodation this time. It's a deal. Then thanks to Haoran, saving us another large sum of money. Haoran's family owns a brewery. He's a proper rich second generation. This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket for him. We also have to thank Meng Zhu. Haoran, invited us in passing because of her face. So it's a drunkard's intention. Care between beautiful women too. Just as the crowd was joking, Meng Zhu suddenly sent out a voice. If you guys keep making jokes like this, then I won't go. It could be heard that she was really a bit angry. The tone was very stern. The few people who had just joked around had withdrawn their speeches. It was only after another long while that Niu Haoran sent a message again. All right, no more jokes, we'll see you tomorrow in Shanghai. Then, the group fell into silence. Yi Feng exited the group chat and was about to throw his cell phone to the side. At this time, he suddenly received a private message from Meng Zhu. Yi Feng, are you there? Yi Feng immediately replied with a reply. Before he could ask the other party what was up, immediately afterward, he received a red packet forwarded by Meng Zhu. What does it mean? Yi Feng froze for a moment, but didn't click on it. We're going to Shanghai in 2 days. You'll inevitably have to break the bank. I know that your family's condition is not good. So take this money and use it first. Meng Zhu then gave a reply. Even if I'm poor, I'm not going to spend a woman's money. Yi Feng immediately rebuffed. You are still so stubborn. Meng Zhu was a bit unhappy. What's wrong with being stubborn? I think it's quite good. After Yi Feng replied, he directly threw his cell phone to the side. Although he also knew that the other party was well-intentioned, but he was disgusted with this kind of charity-like kindness. He was not a beggar. On October 1st, Shanghai Airport, several young men and women dressed in fashion walked out of the passageway. The beautiful appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people, especially a girl walking in the center of the crowd. There was a pair of sunglasses on the bridge of her nose. And her long hair was flying in the wind on her body. She was wearing a long white halter dress. The whole person was floating. Many people thought she was a big star. Mengzu, you look too pretty. Making us look like your bodyguards. Niu Haoran, who was following her, complained. But anyone could hear that he was kissing ass in disguise. Mengzu pulled her small pink suitcase and walked forward with quick steps. Then you can stay away from me a bit, so that others won't misunderstand. Niu Haoran immediately licked his face. I just love being your bodyguard. As long as you don't mind, I'm willing to protect you for the rest of your life. Mengzu's pretty face immediately went cold. If you say such words again, I'll go back immediately. Niu Haoran hurriedly admitted defeat. Okay. I promise I'll never say it again. Several other people covered their mouths and laughed. Niu Haoran's family was in a very good condition, and he was usually unruly. Only when facing Mengzu would this pleasing look appear. The group soon walked out of the airport. Niu Haoran looked around. Where is Yi Feng? Didn't he say he would pick us up? It can't be that he stood us up. Right? Mengzu glared at him in a bad mood. Do you think that everyone is like you? Who goes back on his word? Niu Haoran immediately complained. When did I go back on my word? Take this time for example. I said that everyone's food and lodging would be covered by me. Didn't I keep my word? The next few students also nodded their heads. Haoran, this is beyond words. The hotel was already booked last night, right? I heard that the booking is still a 3-star hotel. More than $1,000 a night. I'll go, dirt rich ah. I usually go with my girlfriend to open a room. Are only willing to open $200 a night. Niu Haoran heard the flattery of the crowd and immediately smiled smugly. How is it? The eyes of the crowd are sharp. I'm just mean enough to my friends. Mengzu twisted her head to the side, not bothering to pay attention to him anymore. The crowd waited for a while longer, but they still didn't see Yi Feng's figure. You guys say, is Yi Feng afraid of spending money? So he doesn't dare to come? It can't be, we're just talking. How can we really make him pay? That's right. We all know that his family is in a bad condition. So we definitely can't let him break the bank. Then why are we still waiting, in case he doesn't come? Aren't we waiting in vain? The crowd whispered and exchanged words. Niu Haoran smiled with a confident smile. Don't worry. I already knew that he can't be relied on. So I've already called the car rental company in advance. They should send the car soon. The crowd gave him a thumbs up and complimented him on his foresight. Mengzu, who was next to him, on the other hand, had a hint of disappointment flash through her eyes. Was it really like they said? Yi Feng didn't dare to come because he was afraid of spending money. Just at this moment, an extremely cool Lycan supercar came rushing towards this side. The entire airport was instantly abuzz. This kind of luxury supercar. They had only seen it in movies before. This kind of visual impact was by no means comparable to a movie. Gah! The tires of the sports car made a piercing friction sound with the road surface. Then it stopped in front of Niu Haoran and the others. Haoran, is this the car you rented? A male student stared blankly at the dazzling sports car. This was definitely every man's dream car. Huh, they can't be mistaken, right? I remember I rented a Buick ah. Niu Haoran was also confused. He couldn't afford to rent such an expensive car. At this time, it was seen that the sports car's canopy was suddenly open. The sound of that mechanical folding was enough to make every man's blood boil. However, Niu Haoran and the others didn't have time to appreciate the industrial beauty. And then they saw the person sitting in the main driver's seat. Yi Feng, Niu Haoran's eyes immediately widened, his face full of disbelief. The others naturally stared blankly without exception. It was no wonder that they were shocked. When they graduated from high school a year ago, Yi Feng was still a downright poor boy. Even the clothes he wore at that time were still bought in middle school. One could imagine how poor his family was at that time. Therefore, they couldn't equate the man driving a luxury supercar in front of them with that poor boy image. Yi Feng's expression was very frank. He just smiled apologetically towards the few people. Just now I went to do something. I was delayed a little bit. Sorry, on his way here just now. He stopped by the Tian Hotel to handle the handover procedures. Now in his hands, there was one more asset. Meng Zhu was the first to come back to her senses. Yi Feng. Is this car yours? Yi Feng was about to answer. Niu Heoran, however, spoke up first. We haven't seen Yi Feng for only a year. How could he afford a sports car? He probably rented it from a car rental agency. Right, to meet with our old classmates? Is there a need to put on this show? Everyone else felt that he had a point and counted down Yi Feng. Yi Feng, you too. You spent a lot of money on renting this car. Right, what's wrong with having this money to do something? That's right, who among us doesn't know each other, even if you came on a bicycle? Can we still look down on you? Hurry up and return the car, in case of a bump. You can't afford to pay for it even if you work all your life. Yi Feng listened to their kind reminder and didn't explain much. All right, don't talk here. Let's go to the hotel first. I've already booked a room. Niu Heoran, however, was ungrateful. I've also booked a 3-star hotel. It should be better than the one you booked. Right, you hurry up and check out your booked room. Yi Feng nodded slightly. Then looked at Meng Zhu. What about you, Meng Zhu? Meng Zhu hesitated for a moment. I'd rather listen to your arrangements. Yi Feng immediately pushed the car door open. Get in. I'll send you there. Meng Zhu instantly sat in the passenger side of the supercar. It made many girls passing by envious without saying a word. Yi Feng directly started the car. Niu Heoran saw Meng Zhu go with him and hurriedly shouted loudly. What hotel did you book? Tian Hotel. The voice came from far away. When Meng Zhu arrived at her destination in Yi Feng's licensed supercar, the entire person was stunned, only to see an imposing building rising up in front of her. The entire building was in Baroque architectural style and looked full of aristocratic flavor. A large neon signboard hung at the main entrance Tian Hotel. At the same time, Niu Heoran's few people arrived afterwards. They were equally stunned by the scene in front of them. Yi Feng, you haven't gone to the wrong place. Right, are you sure this is the place? Niu Heoran looked at Yi Feng with disbelief. This place was much more luxurious than the 3-star hotel he had booked. It was estimated that a night would cost at least several thousand. Right, they came with a total of 7 people this time. 3 girls and 4 boys, at the very least. They have to book 3 rooms. Right, that's at least $10,000 a night. And they're planning to play in Shanghai for a few days. In those few days, just the room fees alone would be tens of thousands of dollars. This was by no means something that an average person could afford. Yi Feng didn't answer directly, but asked a rhetorical question. Do you guys like it here? The crowd nodded their heads. What kind of joke is this? A 5-star hotel, who wouldn't like it? Yi Feng smiled slightly. Since all of you like it, let's stay here, 1 presidential suite per person. Let's book it for a week first. PFFD, Niu Heoran nearly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. He originally thought that 2 or 3 people sharing a room would already be extravagant. He didn't expect Yi Feng to book 1 for each person. And they were all presidential suites. He hurriedly broke his fingers and did some math, calculating at $10,000 a night. If 7 people stayed for a week, it would be about $500,000. Yi Feng, even if you're rich, you can't be so wasteful. At this time, Meng Zhu finally couldn't help but speak up. She could see that Yi Feng should have gotten lucky and earned a little money. But even if you are rich, you can't spend it so recklessly. Yi Feng knew that she meant well, and immediately smiled at her. Don't worry, no spending. Meng Zhu froze, didn't know what he meant by that. What did he mean by not spending money? Just as she was puzzled, she saw a man in a black suit, quickly welcoming her over. Mr. Yi, the rooms have been prepared for you. They are all personally selected by me. You will be satisfied. Yi Feng nodded with satisfaction. Tough on you, Manager Tan. That Manager Tan hurriedly nodded his head. Mr. Yi is polite. It's my honor to serve you personally. How dare I say hard work? Yi Feng smiled faintly. Take my friend to dine first. Manager Tan didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly guided the few people towards the hotel. Niu Haoran and the others looked at each other. All saw the color of shock in each other's gazes. A manager of a 5-star hotel had personally come out to greet Yi Feng, and he was even nodding his head to him. Then what exactly was Yi Feng's status? Why did it feel like, after not seeing him for a year, it was as if he had changed into a different person? They all almost didn't recognize him. The few people were soon brought to the restaurant of the Tian Hotel. The restaurant had already prepared a superb meal for the few people. It was all the top dishes in the store, and a table full of them was set up. Niu Haoran was also considered to have seen the world, and roughly calculated that this table of dishes would cost tens of thousands of dollars at the very least. In his heart, he was even more amazed at Yi Feng. This guy couldn't have won the lottery, right? Otherwise, how could he have become so rich in such a short period of time? Simply trenchless awe. The meal was so enjoyable that the few people shouted, "Everyone has eaten well. Right, then why don't I show you all to your respective rooms?" Manager Tan walked over quickly at this time, respectfully asking for the opinions of the several people. Meng Zhu, several people of course knew that this Manager Tan was looking at Yi Feng's face. Otherwise, how could someone who was a manager of a 5-star hotel serve them here? Yi Feng saw that the crowd was almost done eating, so he immediately nodded. Manager Tan hurriedly led the way in front. The crowd more than followed. When they found their respective rooms, several people were once again shocked beyond words. The degree of luxury of this hotel was far beyond their imagination. Not only were the rooms very spacious, but the decorations were all very elaborate. Every detail was uniquely crafted. Moreover, the color tone and decoration of each room was specifically differentiated according to each of their personalities. Meng Zhu's room was elegantly white. Niu Haoran was a more avant-garde clashing color. The others were all different as well. This made them feel even more incredible. Manager Tan saw that several people were satisfied with the rooms and immediately spoke. This was all ordered in advance by Mr. Yi. So it's clear that he values your friendship very highly. When Meng Zhu and the others heard this, they all showed a look of gratitude towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng, on the other hand, looked at Manager Tan appreciatively. He didn't order such things in advance. He just asked the other party to leave 7 rooms in advance, and gave a general description of the situation of several people. Unexpectedly, the other party had done such a thoughtful job, and had even pushed all the credit onto him. It had to be said that this guy was a talent. Seeing that the crowd had all settled down, he then spoke again. It's late today. Everyone take an early rest. I'll come back to pick you up early tomorrow morning. The crowd also had no opinions. They all got up and sent Yi Feng out the door. Yi Feng, wait a moment. Meng Zhu suddenly called Yi Feng to a halt at this time, then ran back to her room and rummaged around for a while. Soon afterward, she walked out again with a beautifully wrapped box. I've made you break the bank today. This is the gift I brought you. Please do accept it. Yi Feng didn't think much about it and immediately took it. What is it? Meng Zhu's pretty face blushed. My dad went to Hare Country on a business trip some time ago. I asked him to bring back a tie, by the way. I hope you can like it. Yi Feng opened the box and saw that inside was a very fine blue tie. Thanks, I like it very much. Saying that, he also didn't forget to take it to his neck and gesture twice. turning his head to look at Niu Haoran and the others. Do you all have them too? What color are they all? Immediately afterward, he saw an embarrassed smile on the faces of several boys. Niu Haoran, on the other hand, was even more somber. Obviously, Meng Zhu hadn't given them gifts. Yi Feng couldn't help but smile awkwardly. All right, you guys take an early rest, I'll leave first. After saying that, he took that blue tie and quickly buggered off. Niu Haoran didn't hide the anger on his face at all as he looked at Meng Zhu. You didn't ask your father to bring back an extra one? Meng Zhu glanced away with a bemused expression. My dad said his traveling gift was overweight, so he could only bring one. Niu Haoran's cheeks twitched madly. A gift is overweight, how heavy can a tie be? She actually didn't even bother to make up a reason. She's just trying to make it up, seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward. The other few people hurriedly opened their mouths to liven up the atmosphere. You guys, why has Yi Feng changed so much? I almost don't recognize it anymore. Who says it's not? It's only been a short year since I've seen him. How did he become so rich now, you guys? Is he the illegitimate son of some super family head? Now he's gone back and inherited tens of billions of dollars. You've seen too much, right? He's still a bastard. Why don't you say he's been reborn? That's possible. How else can we explain his overnight wealth? Maybe he's been adopted by a rich woman. Nowadays, rich women like his kind of fresh meat with good looks. I think it's possible. Aya, I'm really jealous. How come I can't run into a rich woman, right, Auntie? I don't want to struggle either. The crowd teased Yi Feng with your words. The more Meng Zhu on the side listened, the more she frowned. Can you guys stop talking nonsense? Yi Feng is not that kind of person. The crowd immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, they looked at Niu Haoran sympathetically. It seemed that this sister Meng really had her eyes on Yi Feng. Otherwise, why would she defend him so much? Niu Haoran's face went green for a while, although he was very annoyed with this behavior of Meng Zhu. But when he thought of the strength Yi Feng had shown today, he was instantly deflated. If Yi Feng was really determined to steal Meng Zhu from him, he really might not be Yi Feng's opponent. After all, whether it was from appearance or connotation, the other party was not inferior to him. And the economic strength that he used to be proud of was now also killed by the other party. Plus, Meng Zhu seemed to have a crush on Yi Feng. How do you look at yourself? Do not have the slightest chance. When he thought of these, his interest in chatting was also a few points less. The crowd chatted for a while longer. The topic mainly centered around Yi Feng, without realizing it. It was already more than 12 o'clock at night. What do you guys say? What is Yi Feng doing now? It should already be asleep. Right, if I were as rich as he is, my nightlife would be very rich. And I'm probably picking up chicks in a nightclub right now, right? No way. Yi Feng doesn't look like that kind of person. That's because you don't understand men. Men become bad when they are rich. Meng Zhu heard their conversation and was a bit unhappy again. You guys are staying in the hotel that someone else Yi Feng booked. And you are saying bad things about him behind his back. Is it interesting? Niu Haoran immediately chimed in. I think they have a point. A young and rich man like Yi Feng can easily lose himself. He might have already been living a life of paper and gold. Meng Zhu snorted coldly. Do you think that everyone is like you? When Niu Haoran saw that she had been so defensive of Yi Feng, he became irritated. Can he be compared to me? How many thugs like him can keep their hands clean? Meng Zhu immediately took out her cell phone. I believe Yi Feng. He's never that kind of person. After saying that, she directly opened a video call. Soon, the video was connected. Yi Feng was sitting on the living room sofa at the moment. Meng Zhu. What's the matter? Meng Zhu immediately changed into a charming smile. Yi Feng. What are you doing? Yi Feng immediately turned the camera to a thick stack of books on the coffee table. The exams are coming up soon. I have to make time to review my homework. The crowd was first shocked by the luxurious decoration of his home. Then they were blindsided by the thick stack of books. As the old saying goes, don't be afraid of others being better than you. It's afraid that people who are better than you are still working harder than you. They were on vacation and just wanted to come out to travel and relax. And people Yifeng is so rich. Actually still study so hard, ridiculous. They just speculated that the other party went out to a nightclub. At this moment, when they compared with others, they were simply groundless. You also rest early. Don't stay up too late. Good night. Mengzu hung up the phone after chatting with Yifeng for a few more sentences. Then she looked up at the crowd. Now you have nothing to say. Right? Now you know what it means to measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a small man. Right? The crowd all hung their heads down resentfully. Niu Haoran was desperate at this point. He originally wanted to destroy Yifeng's image in Mengzu's mind. He didn't realize that he had indirectly helped Yifeng create a perfect persona. It seems that he and Mengzu are completely out of luck. Zhongshan Lakeview Villa. Yifeng was looking at the thick stack of books with a sad face. You think he wants to learn? The problem is that principal who just called him. He said that if he fails one of the exams this time, he will have to cancel his right to free movement. He was also forced to do nothing. Can only put this period of time fell behind the course. Try to make up back, but as he watched, his thoughts began to drift again. That said, Mengzu seemed to look better than before. And there are a few more mature flavors. Thinking of this, he took out the blue tie she had given him. And she had good taste, a good match the next day. Mengzu and the others got up early. First, they went to the restaurant together to eat. And then they went to the bottom of the building to wait for Yifeng to pick them up. But they waited until after 9 o'clock, and still didn't see his shadow. Niu Haoran immediately seized this opportunity and sneered. A rich man's rack is just big. Such a big group of us had to wait for him alone. Mengzu frowned. He should be temporarily on something. Right, Niu Haoran couldn't help but sneer. He said he had something yesterday when he was late. And today he has something again. He's the one with the most business. I think he's just dog-eyed right now. Although the others didn't say anything. Their faces didn't look too good either. They all felt that it was because Yifeng was now rich and started to look down on them, deliberately hanging them out to dry. Mengzu still wanted to say a few good words for Yifeng, but she didn't know what to say. Just at this moment, a Mercedes-Benz V2 160L business car slowly drove over. Immediately after, Yifeng was seen quickly getting down from the car. Sorry, I'm late. Niu Haoran did not hide the anger on his face. Yifeng, what do you mean you're late every time? You're doing it on purpose, aren't you? Yifeng didn't bother with him. Instead, he smiled apologetically at Mengzu. I only have 2 sports cars at home. They can't carry so many people. So I ran to the Ford store early in the morning to buy a new car. So, I'm sorry for the delay. Sorry everyone. Hearing his explanation, the people present were immediately ashamed. It turned out that the other Yifeng had gone to buy a car early in the morning for their convenience in traveling. It was ridiculous that they had actually blamed the other party wrongly just now. They thought that the other party had the money to look down on them. Only now did they realize that he was still the same teenager as before, without a single change. And the other information revealed in Yifeng's words equally surprised them. This Mercedes-Benz commercial car in front of them, at least 600,000 to 700,000 dollars, right? Yifeng actually casually bought one in order to transport them. It was as if what he bought was not a luxury car, but a toy model. This kind of air of spending money like dirt made them gasp in amazement. Niu Haoran was also ashamed. Just now, he had cursed the hardest and said that Yifeng was dog-eyed. As a result, it turned out that he was the one who thought of a gentleman with a small man's heart. This gave him a sense of shame. Yi Feng didn't count too much, and immediately waved towards the crowd. "All right, all hurry up and get on the car. I've arranged the route for today's trip." The crowd looked at each other shamefully and followed to get on the car. Meng Zhu, on the other hand, went straight to the passenger seat. As soon as she opened the car door, she saw a thick stack of books placed on the passenger seat. "You kinda love learning." She couldn't help but snicker. "It's almost time for the exam. I'm reviewing my homework. You can throw all these books down there," Yi Feng replied as he started the car. Meng Zhu didn't listen to him, but instead carried the pile of books into her arms and casually flipped through them. At this time, a stack of A4 papers suddenly shook off from the books. She picked up the A4 paper and was about to clip it into the book when she suddenly scanned a few words on it. House sale and purchase agreement under her curiosity. She unfolded it and read it. Then, the whole person was stunned. The actual payment, $200 million. Her voice raised a few decibels due to being too shocked. Immediately, the sights of everyone in the car were attracted over. "What $200 million? Immediately, a female student inquired. Yi Feng glanced back while driving. "It's nothing. Just an ordinary contract." After he finished reading his book last night, he took a contract from the coffee table in passing and folded it up, pinned it in his book as a bookmark. He didn't realize that the one he happened to take was the one he signed with Pony Ma. When Meng Zhu heard him, she once again exclaimed loudly, $200 million is still called an ordinary contract? Then how much money is called a special contract? At this time, a student had already taken the contract from her. When they saw the amount of $200 million written on the contract, all of them were shocked and speechless, although they had already accepted the fact that Yi Feng had gotten rich overnight. But according to their guesses, the other party was estimated to have only $8 to $10 million in assets. But when they saw this contract, they realized that they were really sitting on a well. The wealth that the other party possessed was far beyond their imagination. Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, another student exclaimed, "The person who bought the house is actually Pony Horse." "Which Pony Horse?" "It's that Pony Horse who founded PP Chata. Now it's the idol of all entrepreneurs." "Huh, that's the youngest one. 100 billionaire in China. No way, he even bought Yi Feng's house. Oh my god. Yi Feng even knows Pony Ma. This is too scary." Right? Everyone was dumbfounded as they sized up Yi Feng, as if they were looking at an alien, although they very much didn't want to admit it. But in their hearts, they all knew very well that Yi Feng was no longer on the same level as them. For a whole day, Yi Feng took them around, but it was obvious that each of them was playing absent-mindedly. Until the evening, when Yi Feng drove them back to the Tian Hotel, Meng Zhu, who was sitting in the co-pilot, suddenly opened her mouth. "Yi Feng, we all discussed it and planned to leave tomorrow." Yi Feng froze. "It's only been one day of fun. Why do we have to leave?" Meng Zhu helplessly skimmed her mouth. "You're so much better than us, and you're still studying so hard. What reason do we have to be greedy for enjoyment?" Niu Haoran also nodded solemnly. "Right, we have to work hard too, Yi Feng, sooner or later. I will use my strength to prove that I am not inferior to you." Yi Feng saw that they had all said so he couldn't persuade them any further. "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow morning and send you to the airport. Don't be late this time, ha ha ha." After sending Meng Zhu and the others away the next day, Yi Feng continued to devote himself to reviewing his homework. That morning, he was reading a book inside the villa. Suddenly, he received a call from Tang Yaud, the property department manager of Yinhui Mansion. "Mr. Yi, today is the day for Dongan Securities to pay the rent. Do you want to come over and deal with it personally?" Tang Yaud inquired in a patronizing tone. "What am I going to do?" Yi Feng was confused. "Doesn't that female friend of yours work at Dongan Securities?" I saw that you guys seemed to have a bit of a misunderstanding last time. So you can diffuse it, by the way. Tang Yao said with deep meaning. Yi Feng knew that he was talking about Zhu Man, and immediately snorted coldly. That's my business. Does it have anything to do with you? Tang Yao broke out into a cold sweat when he heard this. He originally wanted to give Yi Feng a chance to pretend in front of his girlfriend. But he didn't expect to get a reprimand from the other party. It seemed that he had kissed the horse's ass this time and hit the horse's leg. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I'll arrange for someone else to go. Tang Yao said, about to hang up the phone. At this time, he heard Yi Feng speak quietly. Did I say I won't go? Snap. Tang Yao stared blankly at the phone. This Mr. Yi's mind was also too difficult to guess. Right, in the end, did he want to come or not? Truly, accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. When Yi Feng arrived at Yanhui Mansion, Tang Yao had long been waiting with one of his men. Mr. Yi, this is the lease contract of Dongan Securities, as well as the bill of payment. Tang Yao immediately handed all the documents to Yi Feng. Yi Feng did not talk nonsense and directly led the two towards Dongan Securities. But when the trio arrived at Dongan Securities, they were stopped by the receptionist. Sorry, you guys can't go in. Tang Yao's face sank. Don't you recognize me? I'm the property manager of Yanhui Mansion. We're here to collect rent. The good-looking receptionist lady shook her head. That won't work either. Our chairman Guo explained that the company has a VIP coming to inspect the company today. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Yi Feng touched his nose. Where is Zhu Man? I am her friend, you call her? The receptionist still shook her head. Manager Zhu is also accompanying that VIP for inspection together. I'm afraid she doesn't have time to receive you now. Seeing that she didn't even give face to Yi Feng, Tang Yao was instantly enraged. I don't care what kind of distinguished guest you have. You must pay the rent today. If it's overdue, you guys will have to pay the penalty for breach of contract. The receptionist was also angry. Don't make it difficult for me as a laborer. If I let you guys in, I won't be able to keep my job. Just as the two sides were arguing, suddenly, a slightly majestic man was heard speaking. What happened? Yi Feng looked back and saw an imposing middle-aged man walking this way. That front desk lady hurriedly explained. Chairman, they are from the property, saying they are here to collect the rent. The middle-aged man walked to Yi Feng and politely nodded his head. Hello. I am Guo Huoyang, the chairman of Dongan Securities. I'm really sorry. We are receiving an honored guest. Can you come back a little later? He spoke these words in an unassuming and reasonable manner. Yi Feng naturally couldn't say anything more. He was about to take Tang Yao and the two of them to leave. Just then, a familiar voice was suddenly heard. Isn't this little Feng? Why are you here? Yi Feng looked back and was stunned. That person was no one else. It was none other than the pony horse that he hadn't seen in days. However, he quickly reacted and immediately greeted him warmly. Brother Pony, why are you here? Pony Ma enthusiastically patted his shoulder. I came over to inspect Dongan Securities to see if there are any opportunities for cooperation. Seeing the two so enthusiastic, Guo Huoyang, as well as Zhu Man, Huang Bin and the others who followed them, were completely dumbfounded. Just now, when Pony Ma was facing them, he was very strong. The imposing manner of a big brother was displayed to the fullest. But at this moment, when facing Yi Feng, he behaved like a neighboring big brother. Simply a different person. Especially Zhu Man was completely dumbfounded. When did Yi Feng recognize a big brother like Pony Ma? Huang Bin on the side, but also a burst of fear. Look at Yi Feng and Pony Horse interaction. The two are afraid that the relationship is very shallow. Fortunately, I did not offend Yi Feng too hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid that today will be bad luck. After Pony Horse greeted Yi Feng, he looked at him curiously. You haven't said it yet. Why are you here? Yi Feng smiled sarcastically. This Yin Hui mansion is an asset under my name. I came over today to collect the rent. And by the way, I'm looking for a friend for something. Saying that, he glanced at Zooman. Pony Ma followed suit and looked at Zooman. And instantly understood. Ha ha ha, I see. Saying that, he turned his head to look at Guo Huoyang. Chairman Guo, I've pretty much understood your company's situation. And I think it's quite in line with my expectations. Guo Huoyang heard this and was instantly delighted. So, Mr. Ma has decided to acquire our company. Pony Ma pondered for a moment. I still need to discuss this with the board of directors. But there shouldn't be any surprises. Regarding the subsequent progress, let manager Zhu Man be responsible for contacting us. Hearing Pony Horse's words, a group of Dongan Securities executives all turned their jealous gazes towards Zhu Man. Pony Ma, obviously, was helping Zhu Man in disguise with his words. Zhu Man's status in the company immediately rose. I'm afraid that even the chairman of Dongan Securities would have to be treated like an ant. However, they were also all very clear that the reason why Pony Ma had done so was purely because of Yi Feng's face. For a while, everyone was appalled. It seemed that Yi Feng's position in Pony Horse's heart was more important than they thought. On the other hand, Zhu Man's face couldn't see a bit of joy. It was not easy for her to break up with Yi Feng. After he made such a mess, his identity as Yi Feng's girlfriend, I'm afraid it will be a reality. I really don't know whether to cry or laugh. Little Feng, my company still has some things to rush back to deal with, so I'll leave first. Pony Ma chatted with Yi Feng for a few more moments and then opened his mouth to say goodbye. Good. Yi Feng personally sent him to the door. My house is still under renovation. When I move there, we'll have a good drink. Pony Ma said a few more cordial words to Yi Feng before he turned to leave. As soon as he left, Guo Huoyang immediately enthusiastically walked to Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, you are here to collect the rent, right? How can I bother you to make a trip in person? I should be the one to deliver it to you. Yi Feng knew that he was so polite to him because of Pony Horse. At that moment, he smiled lightly. Chairman Guo is polite. I have nothing to do anyway, so I came over myself. Guo Huoyang quickly nodded. Good. I will take you to the finance department. Please follow me. Yi Feng didn't say anything more and immediately followed. As he passed by Zhu Man, he also secretly winked at her. Zhu Man's pretty face flushed and hurriedly turned her head away. All the female co-workers at Dongan Securities looked at her jealously. With Pony Ma's promotion, her future status in the company would skyrocket. I'm afraid that even Chairman Guo Huoyang would have to look at her face. However, they also knew very well in their hearts that this kind of thing couldn't be envied. Who let others have a good boyfriend? When Yi Feng came out after the lease renewal procedure, Zhu Man was already nowhere to be found. After inquiring with the employees of Dongan Securities, they also said they didn't know. Yi Feng couldn't help but skim his lips. He had at least indirectly helped her once. She actually did not even say thank you, really rude, when he came to the parking lot sullenly. Ready to drive away, Zhu Man jumped out from the back without any warning. Where are you going? Yi Feng was startled and glared at her in a bad mood. I helped you, you don't thank me even if you don't. Why do you return the favor instead? Almost scared me to death. Zhu Man smiled and joked. If you don't do anything wrong, you're not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. What are you afraid of if you haven't done anything bad? Yi Feng looked pained. Alas, good intentions don't pay off. Zhu Man hurriedly put away her smile. Just kidding with you. I'm actually quite grateful to you. Yi Feng glanced at her. Is that how you are grateful to me? Zhu Man hurriedly grabbed his arm and shook it. I'll treat you to a movie. Okay. A Hollywood blockbuster was just released these days. I heard it's very good. Yi Feng disdained. My time is precious. How can I have time to accompany you to watch a movie? Zhu Man didn't wait for him to finish and directly shoved him into the car. You have to go even if you don't go. Hey, can you be a little sincere? I'll buy you a bucket of popcorn later. A bucket of popcorn to get rid of me, and a Coke. That's more like it. The two went to the movie theater and bought tickets. Since there was still some time before the movie started, Zhu Man then childishly pulled Yifeng to catch dolls. However, after grabbing it several times in a row, it came up empty. She instantly pouted her lips in displeasure. This vegetable and fun-loving look made Yifeng unable to hold back his laughter. He knew the mall routine very well. The claws were usually adjusted very loosely. If he used this stupid method to grab it, even if he grabbed it out, he might waste a lot of time and money. Thinking of this, he immediately went to the management of the movie theater without Zhu Man's knowledge and asked him to adjust that claw tighter. That manager naturally disagreed. But when Yifeng stuffed him with $1,000, he immediately agreed. Yifeng then excused Zhu Man to go buy popcorn and deliberately sidetracked her. When she came back again, the machine had already been tuned. It's better for me to help you catch it. You're dying of stupidity. Yifeng pretended to walk in front of the doll machine. You're the one who's stupid. It's obviously this machine that has problems. Well, Zhu Man was a little unconvinced, then, not waiting for her to finish, just see Yifeng snap a slap button. The mechanical claw quickly grabbed a furry doll, wobbling towards this side. Caught it. Zhu Man jumped up excitedly. A pretty face was red and extremely cute. Yifeng took out that doll and handed it to her. Which else do you like? I'll grab it for you again. Zhu Man held that doll in her arms, then pointed to another doll in the machine. I want that panda. Without saying a word, Yifeng immediately maneuvered the machine and grabbed towards the panda, without any surprise. The panda was also grabbed. Zhu Man cheered again. That one, I want that one, and that one, that one. The entire movie theater echoed with her silver bell-like laughter. In her arms, she was already holding 6 or 7 dolls. Many girls were envious and looked reproachfully at their useless boyfriends next to them. Look at other people's boyfriends. Those boys were also very aggrieved. When they usually grabbed them, it was clearly a lot of effort. How did this guy play so easily, almost 100 shots? Yifeng saw that Zhu Man could no longer hold it in his hand, just as the movie was about to start, so he stopped. Zhu Man's small face was full of smiles, although these dolls were not worth a few dollars. But because it was Yifeng who grabbed them for her, she loved them all. While watching the movie, she was still constantly fiddling with those dolls. It was estimated that she didn't look into what exactly the movie was about. When she came out of the movie theater, it was already very late. Yifeng directly drove her home. Don't you go in and sit down. Zhu Man got out of the car and then looked back at him. It's too late, it's not too convenient. Right? Yifeng looked at the sky outside and shook his head. What? Are you still afraid that I'll have any non-concerning thoughts about you? Zhu Man smiled and teased. I'm afraid that I'll have any improper thoughts about you. All right, I'll leave first. You also take an early rest, Yifeng said, then started the car and quickly left. Zhu Man looked at the direction he left and couldn't help but pout. What exactly did this guy mean, if he didn't have that meaning for her? Why did he appear in front of her 3 times? If he was interested in her, why did he avoid her like a snake? What a strange guy. Yifeng had just returned to Zhongshan Lakeview Villa when he received another message from Zhu Man. Have you arrived home yet? Arrived, Yifeng immediately replied back. Why didn't you tell me when you arrived? Aren't you afraid that I'll worry? I just arrived. I haven't entered the house yet. Really, that's more like it. What are you going to eat tonight? I don't want to eat anything. I want to rest early. How can that be? Your body can't stand not eating at night. If you're too lazy to do it, just order a takeout. There's no need for that. Right, I often don't eat at night. That was in the past. In the future I will urge you to eat every day. If you don't order it yourself, I'll order it for you. It's better for me to order it. The two of them chatted awkwardly for more than half an hour, before Yifeng found an excuse to turn off his cell phone. Then he leaned back on the sofa and frowned in contemplation. He could obviously feel that Zhu Man had moved towards him. If he was willing now, he should be able to take her down very easily. But this made him very hesitant. He also couldn't figure out what kind of feelings he had for Zhu Man now. Was it still the same neighborly sister from the beginning? It seems to be a little more complicated. As for the prospective girlfriend, it seems to have not reached that point. Yifeng cannot think clearly for a moment. Simply put this matter behind. Started to think about the matter of Yinhui Mansion. Due to the fact that Tang Yao pandered to him today, it made his perception of this person greatly reduced. He had never been too fond of this kind of slippery person. Feeling that this kind of person's heart was not in the right place, it was difficult to take on a big job. It seemed like it was time to arrange for someone he trusted. And at the very least, he had to grasp the finances in his hands, but after thinking about it, it seems that Zhu Xiao is more suitable. Ever since the last time he handed over the 10 apartment buildings in Binshan apartment to her to take care of, the two of them hadn't seen each other again. Thinking of this, he directly dialed Zhu Xiao's phone. Yifeng, why did you remember to call me? Zhu Xiao's voice was clearly tinged with surprise. Are you free tomorrow? I'm looking for you for something. Yifeng didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Free, anytime, Zhu Xiao didn't have any hesitation and directly agreed. Good then, we'll see you tomorrow. Okay. The next day was near noon, when Yifeng drove to the pre-arranged restaurant. Zhu Xiao had already been waiting at the entrance of the restaurant for a long time. She wore a white halter dress today, on her feet. She wore a pair of white canvas shoes. It looked extremely refreshing. It attracted many passing males to turn around and look at her frequently. Seeing Yifeng arrive, Zhu Xiao immediately had a sweet smile on her face. Quickly walking up, she helped him open the car door. The passing males all looked at Yifeng with envy and jealousy. Not only was this guy handsome, he also drove such a cool luxury car. What was even more infuriating was that there was such a beautiful girl driving the door for him. This was simply a life that all men could only dream of. You arrived so early. Yifeng stepped out of the car and inquired with a smile. It was still more than half an hour from the time they had agreed upon. He had thought that he had arrived early enough. He didn't expect Zhu Xiao to come even earlier than him. I had nothing to do anyway, so I came over earlier, Zhu Xiao casually explained. Yifeng didn't say any more. The two then entered the restaurant and casually ordered some meals. This restaurant was quite upscale. The two just ordered a few small dishes and spent more than $2,000. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but secretly test her tongue. A meal here was almost as much as half a month's salary she used to make. If she hadn't followed Yifeng, she wouldn't have come to a place like this. You look like you've lost a lot of weight. Have you been working too much during this period of time? Yifeng put down the water cup and looked at her with concern. Actually, it's quite good to be busy. At least it's a fulfilling life, and you can lose weight on the way. Zhu Xiao was full of smiles. Then you also need to know how to combine labor and rest. Anyway, I've fully entrusted the Binshan apartment side to you. If you're too busy, you can hire more staff. Yes, boss. Zhu Xiao spat out her little tongue, then straightened up. I was about to report to you about the progress of the work during this period of time. The house over at Binshan apartment has now been rented out for a large portion of the time. Yifeng didn't wait for her to finish her report, and immediately reached out to interrupt. I'm looking for you today. But I don't know how to combine work and rest. I'm not looking for you today to talk about the matter of Binshan apartment. Zhu Xiao couldn't help but be curious. Not talking about Binshan apartment. Then what to talk about? I am trying to talk to you. Yifeng was about to explain to her. At this time, a woman's conspiratorial voice was suddenly heard. Yo, isn't this Xu Yao? I can't believe I can meet you in such a place. Zhu Xiao looked back. She saw a flamboyantly dressed woman walking into the restaurant on the arm of a middle-aged obese man. The original elated expression that she had when facing Yi Feng immediately sank. This woman was her former colleague, named Zhao Meimei. The relationship with her had always been bad. Why can't I be here? She immediately disliked back. I remember that when you used to eat. You used to go to those fast food restaurants where you spend less than $20 per person. Why are you so generous today? Zhao Meimei did not hide the mockery in her words at all. Zhu Xiao immediately sneered back. Yeah, because I always spend my own money. Of course I have to save a little, after all. I don't have a good godfather like you. Saying that, she glanced aside at the balding middle-aged man next to Zhao Meimei. Zhao Meimei was poked in the sore spot, and her face immediately became ugly. It's true that you don't have a good godfather, but you're harboring a white boy. Saying that, he looked at Yi Feng, who was on the side. Zhu Xiao immediately flamed up when she heard Zhao Meimei dare to taunt Yi Feng as a little white boy. Who are you calling a little white boy? Seeing that she had angered her with a single sentence, Zhao Meimei's face became even more smug. Looks like I really hit the nail on the head, or else why are you angry? Alas, Xu Yao. We are at least colleagues. Listen to my sister's advice. We women must learn to sell ourselves at a good price. If you look down on yourself, how will others cherish you? Zhu Xiao was so angry that she was trembling, glaring at her in death. Zhao Meimei, however, had no intention of stopping and continued to stare at Yi Feng. Look at this little white boy you've adopted. Although he's not bad looking. But can good looks be a meal? Yi Feng couldn't help but touch his nose. This was really a fire in the city gates. The fish in the pond, who did he mess with? Is it against the law to be handsome? And he is also too young, as the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, no firmness. If you really get into trouble, can he cover for you? Look at our old Liu. Although he looks ordinary, but he's durable. There's no difference at night when the lights are off. Although old Liu is a bit older, but he has life experience. He's eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Old Liu is a bit older, but he has life experience. He's eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. Old Liu is a bit older, but he's experienced in life. He has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice. The most important thing is that he has money. Every day he lives in a villa and mansion. Eats all the delicacies of the sea. That kind of life you have never seen in your life. Zhu Xiao heard her showing off her house. Zhu Xiao heard her bragging and immediately laughed in anger. Yi Feng is indeed not as rich as your family's old Liu. He also only owns 10 buildings of the Binshan apartments. Oh yes. The 10 buildings that I am responsible for managing. Zhao Meimei's face suddenly changed when she heard this. And she hurriedly took a closer look at Yi Feng. A few days ago, Zhu Xiao submitted her resignation, saying that she had found a better job. She later found out by asking around that the other party was actually in charge of managing the 10 apartment buildings of Binshan Apartments. Whether it was the status or the treatment, it was much better than the previous job. This could make many female colleagues in their company jealous. They all speculated that she must have been adopted by a certain tycoon. Could it actually be this young man in front of them? Even if you want to be angry with me, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous lie, right? This kid has a poor look. How does he not look like he owns 10 apartment buildings? Zhao Meimei saw that Yi Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes, and his demeanor was not like those rich second generation she had seen. In her heart, she was more and more certain that Zhu Xiao was lying to her. Zhu Xiao was immediately dumbfounded when she encountered this kind of unreasonable woman. She was really no match. She couldn't ask Yi Feng to take out the purchase contract to prove it. Could she? Just when she was in a dilemma, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up at this time. Xu Yao, I'm looking for you to come out today. Actually, I want you to take care of one more office building for me. I just don't know if you have enough energy. Zhu Xiao froze at the words. What office building? Yi Feng's expression was flat. Yin Hui Mansion, when he said this, Zhu Xiao, Zhao Meimei, and that middle-aged man froze at the same time. Even the other guests in the restaurant looked over in shock. Yin Hui Mansion was very famous in Zhonghai City, and could be said to be one of the landmark buildings. The owner of the Silver Glory Mansion was definitely not trivial. Zhao Meimei obviously didn't believe it. You're the owner of Silver Fortune Mansion, then I'm still the mayor of Zhonghai City. However, the middle-aged man next to her had a very cautious expression. What is this friend's noble name? Exempted from your surname. Yi Feng looked very indifferent. You said that you are the owner of Yin Hui Mansion. I have a friend whose company is in Yin Hui Mansion. Speaking of which, it's still your tenant. I just don't know if you recognize it. The man looked at him tentatively. What's the name of that friend's company of yours? Yi Feng picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Dongan Securities, the middle-aged man answered honestly. Oh, that friend of yours wouldn't be surnamed Guo. Right, I even went to Dongan Securities yesterday to collect rent. And it was Chairman Guo who received him personally. Yi Feng put the water cup down and looked at him with a smile on his face. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately became respectful. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's me who took the liberty. Saying that, he hurriedly tugged on Zhao Meimei. Why don't you hurry and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei instantly froze. Making me apologize to him? On what grounds? The middle-aged man was almost exasperated by her. He had basically determined that Yi Feng was the new owner of Silver Fortune Mansion through his trial and error just now. Because he had met Guo Liang at a dinner party last night, of course. Guo Liang was sitting in the chair, while he was only in the second seat to accompany him at the banquet. The middle-aged man listened to Guo Liang talk about what happened during the day. Guo Liang said that the new owner of Yin Hui Mansion is very young, and also has a strong relationship with Pony Ma. If that was the case, then the weight of the young man in front of him could be imagined. With just one word from the other party, it was very likely that he would not be able to mix in Zhonghai City. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man immediately threw Zhao Meimei a slap. Bitch, I take care of your food and drink, and you still want to get me killed. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei was completely dumbfounded. This old man usually pampered her and couldn't wait to hold her in the palm of his hand. Now he was even beating her up for a little white boy. This shows the seriousness of the matter. Although she felt that bowing her head and admitting her mistake in front of Zhu Xiao made her lose face. But she no longer dared to disobey at this time, and hurriedly bowed towards Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Zhu Xiao heard her bragging and immediately laughed in anger. Yi Feng is indeed not as rich as your family's old Liu. He also only owns 10 buildings of the Binshan apartments. Oh yes. The 10 buildings that I am responsible for managing. Zhao Meimei's face suddenly changed when she heard this, and she hurriedly took a closer look at Yi Feng. A few days ago, Zhu Xiao submitted her resignation, saying that she had found a better job. She later found out by asking around that the other party was actually in charge of managing the 10 apartment buildings of Binshan Apartments. Whether it was the status or the treatment, it was much better than the previous job. This could make many female colleagues in their company jealous. They all speculated that she must have been adopted by a certain tycoon. Could it actually be this young man in front of them? Ha ha ha, even if you want to be angry with me, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous lie, right? This kid has a poor look. How does he not look like he owns 10 apartment buildings? Zhao Meimei saw that Yi Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes. And his demeanor was not like those rich second generation she had seen. In her heart, she was more and more certain that Zhu Xiao was lying to her. Zhu Xiao was immediately dumbfounded when she encountered this kind of unreasonable woman. She was really no match. She couldn't ask Yi Feng to take out the purchase contract to prove it. Could she? Just when she was in a dilemma, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up at this time. Xu Yao, I'm looking for you to come out today. Actually, I want you to take care of one more office building for me. I just don't know if you have enough energy. Zhu Xiao froze at the words. What office building? Yi Feng's expression was flat. Yin Hui Mansion. When he said this, Zhu Xiao, Zhao Meimei, and that middle-aged man froze at the same time. Even the other guests in the restaurant looked over in shock. Yin Hui Mansion was very famous in Shanghai City, and could be said to be one of the landmark buildings. The owner of the Silver Glory Mansion was definitely not trivial. Zhao Meimei obviously didn't believe it. You're the owner of Silver Fortune Mansion, then I'm still the mayor of Shanghai City. However, the middle-aged man next to her had a very cautious expression. What is this friend's noble name? Exempted from your surname. Yi Feng looked very indifferent. You said that you are the owner of Yin Hui Mansion. I have a friend whose company is in Yin Hui Mansion. Speaking of which, it's still your tenant. I just don't know if you recognize it. The man looked at him tentatively. What's the name of that friend's company of yours? Yi Feng picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Dong'an Securities, the middle-aged man answered honestly. Oh, that friend of yours wouldn't be surnamed Guo. Right, I even went to Dong'an Securities yesterday to collect rent. And it was Chairman Guo who received him personally. Yi Feng put the water cup down and looked at him with a smile on his face. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately became respectful. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's me who took the liberty. Saying that, he hurriedly tugged on Zhao Meimei. Why don't you hurry and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei instantly froze. Making me apologize to him? On what grounds? The middle-aged man was almost exasperated by her. He had basically determined that Yi Feng was the new owner of Silver Fortune Mansion through his trial and error just now. Because he had met Guo Liang at a dinner party last night, of course. Guo Liang was sitting in the chair, while he was only in the second seat to accompany him at the banquet. The middle-aged man listened to Guo Liang talk about what happened during the day. Guo Liang said that the new owner of Yin Hui Mansion is very young, and also has a strong relationship with Pony Ma. If that was the case, then the weight of the young man in front of him could be imagined. With just one word from the other party, it was very likely that he would not be able to mix in Shanghai City. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man immediately threw Zhao Meimei a slap. Bitch, I take care of your food and drink, and you still want to get me killed. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei was completely dumbfounded. This old man usually pampered her and couldn't wait to hold her in the palm of his hand. Now, he was even beating her up for a little white boy. This shows the seriousness of the matter. Although she felt that bowing her head and admitting her mistake in front of Zhu Xiao made her lose face. But she no longer dared to disobey at this time, and hurriedly bowed towards Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Zhu Xiao heard her bragging and immediately laughed in anger. Yi Feng is indeed not as rich as your family's old Liu. He also only owns 10 buildings of the Binshan apartments. Oh yes. The 10 buildings that I am responsible for managing. Zhao Meimei's face suddenly changed when she heard this, and she hurriedly took a closer look at Yi Feng. A few days ago, Zhu Xiao submitted her resignation, saying that she had found a better job. She later found out by asking around that the other party was actually in charge of managing the 10 apartment buildings of Binshan Apartments. Whether it was the status or the treatment, It was much better than the previous job. This could make many female colleagues in their company jealous. They all speculated that she must have been adopted by a certain tycoon. Could it actually be this young man in front of them? Ha ha ha, even if you want to be angry with me, you don't have to make up such a ridiculous lie, right? This kid has a poor look. How does he not look like he owns 10 apartment buildings? Ah. Zhao Meimei saw that Yi Feng was dressed in ordinary clothes. And his demeanor was not like those rich second generations she had seen. In her heart, she was more and more certain that Zhu Xiao was lying to her. Zhu Xiao was immediately dumbfounded when she encountered this kind of unreasonable woman. She was really no match. She couldn't ask Yi Feng to take out the purchase contract to prove it. Could she? Just when she was in a dilemma, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up at this time. Xu Yao, I'm looking for you to come out today. Actually, I want you to take care of one more office building for me. I just don't know if you have enough energy. Zhu Xiao froze at the words. What office building? Yi Feng's expression was flat. Yin Hui Mansion, when he said this, Zhu Xiao, Zhao Meimei, and that middle-aged man froze at the same time. Even the other guests in the restaurant looked over in shock. Yin Hui Mansion was very famous in Shanghai City, and could be said to be one of the landmark buildings. The owner of the Silver Glory Mansion was definitely not trivial. Zhao Meimei obviously didn't believe it. You're the owner of Silver Fortune Mansion, then I'm still the mayor of Shanghai City. However, the middle-aged man next to her had a very cautious expression. What is this friend's noble name? Exempted from your surname. Yi Feng looked very indifferent. You said that you are the owner of Yin Hui Mansion. I have a friend whose company is in Yin Hui Mansion. Speaking of which, it's still your tenant. I just don't know if you recognize it. The man looked at him tentatively. What's the name of that friend's company of yours? Yi Feng picked up the glass of water on the table and took a sip. Dongan Securities, the middle-aged man answered honestly. Oh, that friend of yours wouldn't be surnamed Guo. Right, I even went to Dongan Securities yesterday to collect rent. And it was Chairman Guo who received him personally. Yi Feng put the water cup down and looked at him with a smile on his face. When the middle-aged man heard this, he immediately became respectful. Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. It's me who took the liberty. Saying that, he hurriedly tugged on Zhao Meimei. Why don't you hurry and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei instantly froze. Making me apologize to him? On what grounds? The middle-aged man was almost exasperated by her. He had basically determined that Yi Feng was the new owner of Silver Fortune Mansion through his trial and error just now. Because he had met Guo Liang at a dinner party last night, of course. Guo Liang was sitting in the chair, while he was only in the second seat to accompany him at the banquet. The middle-aged man listened to Guo Liang talk about what happened during the day. Guo Liang said that the new owner of Yin Hui Mansion is very young, and also has a strong relationship with Pony Ma. If that was the case, then the weight of the young man in front of him could be imagined. With just one word from the other party, it was very likely that he would not be able to mix in Shanghai City. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man immediately threw Zhao Meimei a slap. Bitch, I take care of your food and drink, and you still want to get me killed. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi? Zhao Meimei was completely dumbfounded. This old man usually pampered her and couldn't wait to hold her in the palm of his hand. Now he was even beating her up for a little white boy. This shows the seriousness of the matter. Although she felt that bowing her head and admitting her mistake in front of Zhu Xiao made her lose face. But she no longer dared to disobey at this time, and hurriedly bowed towards Yi Feng. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. It's all my fault.